powerful strength. If he doesn't have the strength to suppress everything and look down on everything, everything will be just nonsense. You. As Feng Hen finished speaking, the demon lord clenched his fists, his face becoming extremely ferocious and gloomy. Surrender is okay. But, wanting him to be a slave, that's impossible. Since there is no room for negotiation and there is no way to retreat, let's fight. Kill. Without the slightest hesitation, the demon lord raised his arm and spoke in a cold voice. Murderous intent, anger. At this moment, the demon lord would rather give it a try than be a slave forever. Kill. As soon as the demon lord gave the order, thousands of powerful Saint Realm warriors from the Sky Demon clan, without the slightest hesitation, led by 2 high priests at the peak of the flying Sky Realm, instantly charged towards the Shenwu continent. How about the strong ones in the Divine Realm? So what if we can't win? The war will not stop until the blood is shed and the people die. If I can't fight my way out, I'll destroy you and your Shenwu continent together. Thousands of holy demons suddenly rushed out, and the members of the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent were stunned. They never thought that facing a super strong man like Feng Hen, the demon tribe would dare to resist. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan sneered, a grain of light dares to compete with the sun and the moon. It's really unreasonable. After saying that, Ye Bufan shouted, Uncle Feng, capture them all alive. Call. Before Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen had already slapped out with a casual palm. It was just a casual slap. That was just an ordinary palm. However, just under this palm, a super giant palm fell from the sky, and its speed was so fast that the members of the demon clan had almost no chance to react. Boom! The giant palm fell, the earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. Puff, puff, puff. Thousands of members of the Sky Demon clan, whether they were saints or celestial beings, all, without exception, spat out blood and fell directly to the ground. On their body was a giant empty palm that was flashing with 9 colors of light. In the blink of an eye, he suppressed thousands of powerful saints with 1 palm. Feng Hen's power, Feng Hen's terror, Feng Hen's incredibleness were once again displayed to the fullest. Gurgle. Around the giant palm, the members of the Sky Demon clan and the 3 clans of the Shenwu continent couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this. Once again, they witnessed Feng Hen's power, and their souls were once again shocked. Their previous cognition was completely overturned in this second. If you don't enter the Divine Realm, you will ultimately be an ant. Fuck, where's the devil? But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King cried out in surprise. Everyone was stunned. They immediately looked towards the members of the demon clan who were suppressed under the giant palm. Although there were thousands of holy demons, there were not too many of them. Everyone's eyes swept over these demons one by one, but there was no trace of the demon lord. Run away. This scene made everyone stunned again. At this moment, how could they not understand that what, never be a slave, and, give it one last try, were simply excuses from the demon lord. He just wanted to create a chance for himself to escape. Obviously, he succeeded. Damn it, he actually let him get away. Find him. You must find him. If you don't get rid of the root of the trouble, there will be endless trouble. Yes, find him out. As soon as this thought came to mind, the angry voices of the members of the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent suddenly rang out one after another. However, Ye Bufan didn't care at all, and there was even a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Ye Bufan was like this, as were the members of the 7 killers, and even Feng Hen smiled indifferently. Run. Where to run? This is the cemetery of gods and demons, an independent world opened up by Dao Wuya. Without Ye Bufan's permission, the demon lord cannot escape from the cemetery of gods and demons even if he runs his legs off. What's more, Feng Hen, a peerless powerful figure at the level of a god, is present here. If Feng Hen let the demon lord, who is only a demigod, get away like this, he might as well just buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Demigod, demigod. The gap is 6 major realms. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan directly communicated with this world and instantly locked onto the fleeing demon lord. At the same time, Feng Hen also stretched out one hand, and his right hand instantly disappeared into the void. Cemetery of gods and demons, the edge of the land. The demon lord fled frantically, but when he saw the world barrier in front of him, or the 9-colored barrier at the edge of the world blocking his way, he stood there in a daze. Faced with the impenetrable world barrier before him, the demon lord didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, Ye Bufan's spiritual consciousness arrived, and at the same time, Feng Hen's right hand suddenly grabbed out from the void. With one claw, there was a force as raging as a storm, as if even the heaven and earth were about to collapse, and it went straight to grab the demon lord. A sudden change. Seeing the old man's hand appear out of thin air, the demon lord's pupils shrank and his soul couldn't help but tremble. Break the void, the powerful god emperor. A cry of surprise was heard, and the demon lord's face was filled with nothing but despair. He originally thought that Feng Hen was only a god king level warrior, but he did not expect that the other party was actually a god emperor. The divine emperor. Thinking that he had actually attempted to escape from the hands of a divine emperor, the demon lord felt that he was a fool. The divine emperor. But at this moment, between heaven and earth, Ye Bufan's disdainful voice sounded in the demon lord's ears. Uncle Feng is not just a divine emperor, but a martial arts divine lord. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Ye Bufan's words shocked the demon lord's soul, and he fell to the ground with a bang. According to the lineage of the eternal abyss and the inheritance of the heavenly demon clan, the demon lord knows that in the god's realm, the god king can be the lord of a city, the god emperor can be the lord of a realm, and what about the god supreme? Almost all of them are ancestors who have lived in seclusion from the world and are the pillars of all major forces. Even in the divine realm, there are not many gods. But now, in the Shenwu continent, in this barren land far away from the divine realm, where there is not even a divine realm, a peerless and powerful person at the level of a god has actually appeared. The demon lord felt that his worldview was instantly shattered at this moment. Feng Hen did not hesitate at all. He lowered his right hand and instantly grabbed the demon lord's neck. The demon lord only felt his body tremble. The next second, Feng Hen grabbed the demon lord, and suddenly retracted his right hand, and he and the demon lord disappeared into the void. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. On the Shenwu continent side, in front of the strong men of the three tribes, they clearly saw Feng Hen's right hand sink into the void, and then with a swoosh, Feng Hen retracted his right hand, and the demon lord was also pulled out of the void by him. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Feng Hen didn't care at all. He waved his right hand and threw the demon lord to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the demon lord fell to the ground. Ye Bufan looked at him and smiled. Respected Lord Demon, are you still running? Chapter 10:14 The Seven Killings Era. Respected Demon Lord, are you still running? Ye Bufan's simple words made the demon lord's soul tremble. He was distraught and even more furious. Run, I'm running away from you. In front of the Lord God, how can a mere ant at the initial stage of demigod escape? The demon lord was disheartened. He knew Ye Bufan was mocking and humiliating him, but now that things had come to this, the demon lord knew that any resistance on his part would be in vain, so he simply said nothing and just sat there waiting to die. Looking at the demon lord who had no reaction in front of him, Ye Bufan sneered and ignored the demon lord. Instead, he looked at Feng Hen and said, Uncle Feng, let's start. Feng Hen understood. He naturally knew what Ye Bufan meant, so he took action without any hesitation. Heavenly Soul Seal. Tamper with memory. In that brief moment, the thousands of demons before him, including the demigod demon lord, without exception, all had their memories tampered with by Feng Hen and recognized Ye Bufan as their master. My lord is eternal, with unrivaled magical powers and a long-lasting hegemony. Gods and demons give way to him, all races submit to him, and he is invincible. After their memories were tampered with by Feng Hen, thousands of demons, led by the demon lord, looked at Ye Bufan and spoke in unison. Seeing this scene, the members of the three tribes of Shenwu continent were slightly stunned, and even the members of the Seven Killing Army were a little dazed. This slogan, thousands of holy demons surrendered just like that. It's only been a short time and they don't even know what happened. It's really scary. For this reason, the members of the three tribes of Shenwu continent looked at Feng Hen with fear in their eyes. Even the demon lord in the demigod realm could be conquered so easily, let alone those who had entered the saint realm. Although everyone was like this, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. After all, he had seen it once before. With one move from the Burial Heaven Palace, Ye Bufan also summoned out more than 300 Holy Realm demons that he had subdued previously. At this point, all the powerful saints of the Eternal Abyss and the Heavenly Demon Clan have been subdued, and the remaining Heavenly Demon Clan are no longer a threat. It can be said that the crisis of the Shenwu continent has been resolved. As for these Holy Realm demons, Ye Bufan planned to hand them all over to Feng Hen. He believed that with the guidance of Feng Hen, a great god, the strength of these demons would definitely be further improved. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan looked at the members of the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent and said calmly. Now that the strong men of the Sky Demon clan have been dealt with, the only thing left is the Sky Demon clan's army. It's just right that the Eternal Abyss can be used as a training ground in the Shenwu continent. Seeing that Ye Bufan had spoken, the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent came back to their senses and did not stay any longer, but walked into the Heaven Burial Palace one after another. After this battle, it was obvious that the mentality of the 3 tribes had changed dramatically. From now on, the Shenwu continent will be the era of Qi Sha and the era of Ye Bufan. Unshakable. After leaving the cemetery of gods and demons with the members of the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan began to arrange the trials of the 2nd batch of reserve troops of the 7 Killing Army and the selection of the 3rd batch of the 7 Killing Army. Of course, Ye Bufan would not do these things himself, but merely pass them on. After all, he still needed to improve his cultivation and strength. As for the person to command the overall situation, Ye Bufan directly conscripted Satun Nan, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. He believed that with his ability as the head of the academy, these things would definitely not be difficult for him. But this is only temporary. After all, Satun Nan is not a member of the 7 killers. Once Long Xiaobao and others grow up and have the ability to command the overall situation, Qi Sha will still be taken over by them, but this will take a process and time. Of course, these are just Ye Bufan's initial ideas, and how to implement them specifically remains to be discussed. On the 7th day after the battle between the Shenwu continent and the Heavenly Demon clan, Ye Bufan announced the establishment of the 7 Killing Hall to the entire Shenwu continent through the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation. And announced to the public that 1/3 of the territory of Wangyao Mountain, which is now the area occupied by the Tiangong headquarters, is the exclusive territory of the 7 Killing Hall. In this area, except for the members of the 7 Killing Hall, anyone else, no matter who it is, who enters without notification will be killed without mercy. In addition, Ye Bufan also announced the relevant matters regarding the recruitment of the 3rd batch of the 7 Killing Army. Of course, only part of it was mentioned and no details were given. The details still need to be determined by the announcement from the Martial Arts Academy. After Ye Bufan announced the Shenwu continent, before the members of the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent could react, several top families of the human race, including Long, Shen, Zhang, Jiyu, also congratulated the establishment of the 7 Killing Hall through the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation. And the Long family presented 10 billion stones and some rare treasures as gifts. The Shen family presented 10 billion stones and some rare treasures as gifts. The Zhang family presented 10 billion stones and some rare treasures as gifts. The announcement from the top families almost caused a huge uproar within the entire human race, shocking everyone. After all, everyone could see that these top families were trying to show goodwill to the 7 Killing Palace. But it's not over yet. After several top families, the 3 major martial arts academies of Kangchong, Beidou and Tianqi also notified the Shenwu continent through the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, claiming, from now on, the 3 major martial arts academies will be affiliated with the 7 Killing Hall, select and train talents for the 7 Killing Hall, and any students who pass various assessments and reach the Shenwu level can directly enter the 7 Killing Hall. Of course, the first 3 batches of the 7 Killing Army are no longer included in this list. These people can directly enter the 7 Killing Army. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as the 3 major martial arts academies made this announcement, all members of the 3 tribes in the Shenwu continent were stunned. As the former leaders of the human race, the 3 major martial arts academies actually directly submitted to the 7 Killing Hall. It's incredible. But it's not over yet. After the 3 major martial arts academies, the first barbarian lord of the barbarian tribe communicated with the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation through Satun Nan and announced to the Shenwu continent that from now on, the barbarians would submit to the 7 Killing Hall, and the first barbarian lord presented tens of millions of natural treasures as gifts. After the first barbarian lord, the Snow Wolf Demon King, on behalf of the Demon Clan, announced to the Shenwu continent that the Demon Clan would also submit to the 7 Killing Palace. However, the natural treasures in the Wangyao Mountains had been squandered by Han Feier, so the Snow Wolf Demon King did not send any gifts. Although there was no gift, the Snow Wolf Demon King was even more ruthless than humans and wild beasts. He directly announced to the public that from now on, he, the Snow Wolf Demon King, and even the entire demon race were dogs of the Seven Killing Hall, and the demon race would bite whoever the Seven Killing Hall ordered them to bite. No nonsense, whether right or wrong. After the successive announcements of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, the human race was confused, the demon race was confused, and the barbarians were also confused. The entire Shenwu continent was in deathly silence. Because the members of the three tribes have realized that the Shenwu continent will usher in a new era, the Seven Killings era. Chapter 10-15 Seven Killing Era 2. 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, no matter it was the human race, the demon race, or the wild beasts, the topic discussed by the members of the three races was all related to the Seven Killing Hall. The three major human martial arts academies have surrendered, the demon race and the wild beasts have submitted. It can be seen that the Shenwu continent has entered the Seven Killings era. From now on, this will be the place where the Seven Killings Palace has the final say. Resist, disobey. Even the strong men from the three tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians in the Shenwu continent have surrendered. So let me ask in this Shenwu land, who dares to resist the Seven Killing Palace, and who dares not to obey the Seven Killing Palace? No, and there definitely won't be. 2 days later, Satu Nan, the dean of Kangchong Martial Academy, announced on behalf of the Seven Killing Hall to the entire Shenwu continent that the Seven Killing Hall had begun recruiting the third batch of Seven Killing Army members. He also said that this recruitment is different from the previous ones because it is no longer limited to the human race but also includes members of the monster and barbarian races. Of course, even if the members of the demon and barbarian tribes enter the Seven Killing Hall, they cannot obtain the peerless inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons. It's not that Ye Bufan is unwilling, but the inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons is only valid for the human race, and members of other races simply cannot refine the inheritance crystals to obtain the inheritance. In addition, the recruitment methods among the three tribes are different. The recruitment of the human race can be called training, and members of any realm can participate. As long as they capture a number of demons corresponding to their own level in the Eternal Abyss, they can directly enter the Seven Killing Hall and become a member of the Seven Killing Hall. However, the situation is different for the monster and barbarian tribes. The Seven Killing Hall recruits the monster and barbarian tribes through a competition. The strong are respected, and the winner can enter the Seven Killing Hall. In addition, all participating members must be at the Jodian realm or above. In other words, for the two tribes of monsters and barbarians, the Seven Killing Hall only recruits strong people at the Jodian realm, Shenwu realm, and Shang realm levels. Other members will not have a chance even if they want to participate. Moreover, even if these members entered the Seven Killing Hall, they were only members of the Outer Hall, which was the 108 outer halls of the Heavenly Palace back then. If they wanted to enter the 72 inner courtyards, according to Ye Bufan's budget, they had to at least reach the level of servants of the gods. As for the 18 sacred mountains and the 3 ancestral lands, there is no need to say more. Of course, this is all later. At present, the strength of Shenwu continent is still too weak to reach this level. However, entering the Seven Killing Hall, even if it is only a member of the Outer Hall, will gain unparalleled benefits. The first thing to be affected is cultivation resources. Let's not talk about the Heavenly Palace's inner treasury for now. After all, Ye Bufan hasn't even opened the first level of the treasury yet. However, the gifts obtained this time alone are enough to support the Seven Killing Hall, to squander for a long period of time. Moreover, the principle that Ye Bufan has always adhered to is that it would be a waste if resources are not used. Therefore, he will use all these resources on the members of the Seven Killing Hall. It is conceivable that under this almost crazy and excessive wasting, the improvement of the cultivation of all the members of the Seven Killing Hall will be terrifying. If it were just that, it would be fine. Ye Bufan didn't know before that there was a spirit gathering array in the Tiangong headquarters. Now it has only been 2 days since the Tiangong headquarters landed on the Shenwu continent, but the heaven and earth vitality in the area where the 108 outer halls of the Tiangong are located has doubled. The areas where the 72 inner courtyards, the 18 sacred mountains and the 3 ancestral lands are located are even more terrifying, especially the central Tiangong. Ye Bufan has just detected that the vitality concentration here has reached 18 times that of the outside world, and it has even begun to condense elements. It has reached this level in just 2 days. What if it takes longer? It's simply unimaginable. That is why it would be so terrifying to practice in such a place. Even without the assistance of external objects, the vitality of heaven and earth alone can make one's practice progress by leaps and bounds. There is no doubt that the Tiangong headquarters, now known as the Seven Killing Hall, has become a holy place for cultivation. Of course, this applies to the members of the demon and barbarian tribes, but it is different for the human race who enters the Seven Killing Hall. After all, the inheritance crystals in the cemetery of gods and demons are limited, and it takes time to refine all of them. Moreover, Ye Bufan will never let the second batch of 7 kills enter the cemetery of gods and demons before the first batch of more than 2007 kills soldiers have tried every inheritance crystal, let alone the third batch of 7 kills members. By the time the third batch of the 7 killing army enters the cemetery of gods and demons, it may be several years or even decades later. With such a long time, Ye Bufan cannot let them wait in vain, so Ye Bufan also has an assessment standard for the second and third batches of the 7 killing army members. As for the content of the assessment, it is naturally about cultivation and combat power. Survival of the fittest. In every year that follows, if these people fail to meet Ye Bufan's requirements, the only option left for them is to leave the 7 killing hall. This can also be regarded as Ye Bufan's preparation for the fact that most people will not be able to obtain the heavenly palace inheritance in the future. After all, when these people entered the 7 killing army, many of them were warriors at the transcendent, condensation and return to origin levels. What if they failed to refine the inheritance crystals after a few years? Ye Bufan doesn't take in trash. The 7 killings hall does not keep idle people. If one still has no ambition to make progress despite squandering unlimited resources and such rich vitality of heaven and earth, then what is the use of such a person? This was when the 7 killing hall was first built and various systems were not yet perfect. As time goes by and as various systems are improved in the future, the 7 killing hall will treat disciples more harshly and strictly. After all, the target of the 7 killing hall is not the Shenwu continent, but the legendary divine realm and the boundless sea of stars. Of course, on this basis, Ye Bufan will never treat any disciple of the 7 killing hall unfairly. As the news that the 7 killing hall was recruiting disciples came out, the entire Shenwu continent was in an uproar in an instant. Nowadays, everyone knows that the Shenwu continent has entered the 7 killings era. As a result, entering the 7 killings hall has naturally become something that everyone expects. Just like the 3 major martial arts academies of the human race in the past, as a member of the human race, who doesn't want to enter a martial arts academy? The only difference is that now the martial arts academy has been replaced by the 7 killing hall, and the human members have become members of 3 tribes. Human. Ha ha ha, the 7 killings palace has finally started recruiting disciples. I have been impatient for a long time. You are only at the transcendent realm, and you still want to enter the 7 killing palace. What's wrong with the transcendent realm? The 7 killing hall has made it very clear that all members of the human race, over 16 and under 50, can participate. I'm 22 this year, so why can't I enter the 7 killing hall? To enter the 7 killing palace from the transcendent realm, you need to capture 50 transcendent realm demons in the eternal abyss, or 10 condensation realm demons, or 1 return to origin realm demon. Do you think with your strength, you can catch them? I can't catch him at the transcendent realm, but you at the divine origin realm can. Don't forget, the number and strength of the demons we capture are based on our own strength. You at the divine origin realm are no different from me at the transcendent realm. That's not the case. At least with my cultivation in the divine origin realm, my chances of surviving the eternal abyss are much greater than yours. No brains. What do you mean? Why are you still cursing? If not you, who else should I scold? You. What do you mean by you? You don't believe me when I say you're stupid. Haven't you read the notice issued by the Martial Academy in all the major cities? The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Clan has ordered all heavenly demons that when dealing with human members who have entered the eternal abyss, they can attack, resist, or even severely injure them, but they must not kill them. This is the bottom line. In this case, do I still need to worry about being killed by the Heavenly Demon Clan? The worst that can happen is that I will be seriously injured and have to withdraw from the assessment. Still, there is such a thing. Nonsense. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Do you think everyone in the 7 killing hall is as stupid as you? Hall Master Yi is only selecting disciples for the 7 killing hall for the purpose of assessment, not for us to die. This well, even if what you said is true, how long will it take for you, a transcendent realm warrior, to get from here to the Seven Killings headquarters in the Wangyao Mountains? By the time you get there, I'm afraid this assessment will have ended, right? In that case, is there any need for you to go there? Stupid. Hey, why are you cursing again? I don't want to bother with you. You, what do you mean? If you don't make it clear, don't even think about letting me go. Idiot, you don't know how to read the martial arts school notice. Another announcement from the Martial Arts Academy. Nonsense, it's clearly written that all human members who sign up for the assessment will be sent directly to the Wangyao mountain range by the Zhodian realm, Shenwu realm, and even Saint realm powerhouses from the three races of humans, monsters, and barbarians. There is such a thing. Otherwise, what do you think those monsters and wild beasts outside our city gate are here for? You are still in the divine origin realm. I don't want to bother with you. I'm going to sign up now. This is true for the human race, and the demon and barbarian races are no exception. Barbarians. Bull, where are you going? Of course, I'm going to sign up for the Seven Killings Hall's martial arts competition and find a way to enter the Seven Killings Hall. You are going to the Seven Killing Hall too. Nonsense. You are stupid. We are free and at ease now. Why do we need to go to the Seven Killing Palace? How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Are you planning to live like this for the rest of your life? You think so, but I don't. I still want to set foot in the legendary divine realm one day. God realm. Can one enter the God realm after entering the Seven Killing Palace? Nonsense, otherwise do you think even the first barbarian lord would sign up? Fuck, the first barbarian lord is there too. What do you think? Not only the first barbarian lord, but also the second barbarian lord and other strong men from our clan are going. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to sign up. Hey, Maniu, wait a minute, I'm going too. Monsters. Lord Snow Wolf Demon King has ordered that all Zhodian realm, Shenwu realm, and Saint realm tribesmen immediately go to the Seven Killing Hall to register for the competition. Although the war on Shenwu continent has ceased, we still have to compete with the barbarians this time. The number of places is limited, and we must not allow more barbarians to enter the Seven Killing Hall than our demon tribe, not even one. Chapter 10:16 Visitors from Outer Space. Countless members of the three tribes of humans, demons and barbarians were busy heading to the Wangyao Mountains to participate in the disciple assessment of the Seven Killing Hall, but Ye Bufan once again became a hands-off boss. Sky Martial City. On the street, Ye Bufan was strolling with Lang Ningxiang, Luo Qinmo, Yi Jingxuan, and Yi Zhe. Ye Bufan had been like this for the past 2 days. After all, he knew very well that he would have to go into seclusion again to improve his cultivation soon, and this time the time would definitely not be too short. By then, he would no longer be able to stay with the three of them, so he wanted to stay with them as long as possible. The originally prosperous Kangchong Wucheng now seemed a little deserted. Ye Bufan knew that it was because most people had gone to the Seven Killing Hall to take the assessment. But this did not prevent several people from traveling. On the slightly deserted street, Yi Jingxuan walked in front holding Yi Ji's hand. Sometimes they walked into a shop and sometimes stopped in front of a stall for a while. Behind them were Ye Bufan and the other two. Ye Bufan was in front, while Lang Ningxiang and Luo Qinmo followed on his left and right. Suddenly, Ye Bufan suddenly asked, Ningxiang, how is Qin Tian now? Lang Ningxiang was stunned for a moment, then said leisurely, I'm not sure either. I just heard Qingshe say some things before. He should be fine. Ye Bufan naturally knew that the Qingshe that Lang Ningxiang was talking about was Qin Tian's wife, and the current Qin Emperor's concubine Mu Qingshe. He immediately looked at Lang Ningxiang and said with a smile, actually, if you want, you can take Xiao Yesh to the great Qin Empire. After all, that's where you once lived. I won't mind. Besides, in the great Qin Empire, there is an old friend of your Lang family. He should be the housekeeper of the Lang family back then. He is quite loyal to the Lang family. When I went to the great Qin Empire, he misunderstood that I was going to harm you and almost killed me. Is there such a thing? When Ye Bufan said this, Luo Qinmo and Lang Ningxiang both looked at him, stunned. After all, Ye Bufan hadn't said this before. Then, Ye Bufan spoke again. As for Qin Tian, if he is willing, let him enter the God and Demon Cemetery. If he can obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace, regardless of what he cultivates, it should not be difficult for him to be reborn with a broken arm. Ye Bufan's words made Lang Ningxiang stunned again, and then she said calmly, "Thank you." "Silly boy, why would we say thank you or not?" Ye Bufan smiled, then changed the subject and said, "Besides, I still feel a little guilty towards Qin Tian. Just think of it as me paying off my debt." As Ye Bufan spoke, Lang Ningxiang did not say much. Ye Bufan felt that he owed Qin Tian something, and so did Lang Ningxiang. Looking at Ye Bufan and the other person, Luo Qinmo was somewhat speechless and said, "Don't you two think that this topic is a little too heavy?" Well, Ye Bufan and the other man were stunned for a moment, then they looked at each other. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "It is indeed a bit heavy. We are here to go shopping today, so let's not talk about this." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Lang Ningxiang looked at Luo Qinmo and said with a smile, "It is indeed not appropriate to talk about this at this time. Let's change the subject. Sister Qinmo, look, when will you give birth to a child for your husband?" "Ah!" Luo Qinmo exclaimed, then secretly glanced at Ye Bufan, lowered her head, and said weakly, I am still young, I'd better wait a few more years." Lang Ningxiang smiled mischievously and said meaningfully, "Small, how is it small? It's not small at all." In an instant, Luo Qinmo's face turned red and she was extremely shy. Ye Bufan was stunned. He looked at Lang Ningxiang, who looked even more disheveled. He really didn't know that Lang Ningxiang had such a side to her and would even tease Luo Qinmo. However, seeing the harmonious relationship between the two women, Ye Bufan was also very pleased. Boom! But at this moment, the entire space suddenly shook inexplicably. Lang Ningxiang couldn't help but be stunned. The same is true for Luo Qinmo. Even Ye Jingshuan and Ye Zhe in front stopped and turned to look at Ye Bufan and the other two. What's going on? Lang Ningxiang and the others were all extremely surprised. Not only them, but also other human members in Kangchongwu City and even all living beings in the entire Shenwu continent were shocked by the sudden space vibration. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. He smiled and said to the others, "Don't worry about it. It should be Situ Nan who withdrew the eternal barrier that caused the space vibration. The demon crisis has been resolved, so there is naturally no need for the eternal barrier to continue to exist. After all, opening the eternal barrier would consume a lot of the energy of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the nine-colored eternal barrier above Kangchongwu City instantly dissipated. Not only in Kangchongwu City, but also in the Shenwu continent and the entire human territory, the eternal barriers above all the main cities all dissipated at the same time. In the era of the Seven Killers, even without the eternal barrier, who would dare to touch the human race? Moreover, the Shenwu continent has now completed its initial unification. In Ye Bufan's vision, the demons and wild beasts will also enter the human territory and trade with humans in the future, which can be regarded as a mutual exchange of resources among the three tribes. If the eternal barrier continues to exist, all this will be impossible. After seeing the eternal barrier disappear and thinking of Ye Bufan's words, the girls finally felt relieved. However, although they were relieved, some people were still not calm. Between the three major martial arts academies of Kangchong, Beidou and Tianqi, in the center of the ancient wilderness, there is a huge altar. In the center of the altar is a circular light curtain, which is the passage connecting the Shenwu continent and the Tianwei heaven. More than 3 years ago, when the human race opened the eternal barrier, the passages between the two places were also sealed at the same time. Now, Situ Nan has lifted the eternal barrier, which is equivalent to unblocking the passage between the two places. Swish, swish, swish. Less than half an hour after the passage between the two places was unsealed, 18 figures appeared out of thin air. These 18 people were all dressed in black robes, making it impossible to tell whether they were men or women. Moreover, the cultivation base of all the 18 people in black robes was at the peak of the divine martial realm. Undoubtedly, these 18 people all came from the heaven beyond the Shenwu continent through the passage between the two places. The pinnacle of divine power. This is already the limit of cultivation that Tianweishan can reach to enter the Shenwu continent through the passage between the two places. After all, those in the Saint Realm cannot enter the Shenwu continent, not even the initial stage of the Saint Realm. As the 18 men in black robes appeared, a strong murderous aura immediately emerged from their bodies. There was also a raging anger. Damn it, it's been almost 3 years, and the passage between these two places is finally open. Humph, these damn ants, I thought they were planning to permanently block the passages between these two places, so that we can never set foot on the Shenwu continent. Do you think they dare? Don't you dare say that they have already been imprisoned for 3 years, which is 2 years later than the original time of consecration. Haven't we been punished enough for this? This time, we must make them pay back with interest. That's right, we must not let them off easily. Do you need to tell me this? The commander has already issued a decree. This time, the tribute that Shenwu continent needs to pay will be tripled as punishment. According to the second elder's opinion, we will directly increase it tenfold. Hiss. 10 times. Isn't that a bit too much? Can they afford it? It's their business whether they can give it or not, and it's our business whether we want it or not. If they don't give it or can't give it, don't blame us for being rude. That's right, they are just a bunch of ants. I don't think they dare to resist. Let's go. Where to go first? It's the same sooner or later anyway, just pick one of the 3 martial arts academies. Then let's go to Kangchong Martial Academy. I heard that bastard Yi Tianchong came from Kangchong Martial Academy. He has become more and more arrogant in recent years, always opposing the commander. It's a good opportunity for us to vent our anger on Kangchong Martial Academy this time. That's exactly what I meant. I have long been annoyed with the surname Yi. An ant from the Shenwu continent, relying on his powerful cultivation, actually dared to go against the commander. He is simply courting death. Then it's Kangchong Martial Academy. Walk. Kangchong Martial Academy, set off. Chapter 10:17, Arrogant and Domineering. Kangchong Martial Academy. At the place where the eternal barrier is activated, there is an ancient altar. Not only the Kangchong Martial Academy, but also the other 2 major martial arts academies, Beidou and Tianqi, have such an altar. The opening of the eternal barrier requires the activation of 3 altars at the same time. When the human race opened the eternal barrier, it was done by the 3 major martial arts academies simultaneously. Now that the eternal barrier is being removed, naturally the 3 major martial arts academies also need to work together. At this moment, at the altar of the Kangchong Martial Academy, Situ Nan had just worked with the other 2 major martial arts academies to dismantle the eternal barrier less than half an hour ago. Seeing that the eternal barrier had completely dissipated, he was about to leave. But at this moment, from the distance of the Kangchong Martial Academy, 18 black-robed men rushed over. They were so fast that they had arrived above the Kangchong Martial Academy in just a moment. 18 black-robed men stood proudly in the void. Before anyone could notice or discover them, one of them looked down at the Kangchong Martial Academy, urged his energy, and shouted loudly, "Emissary from the temple, where is the dean of the Kangchong Academy?" The cold voice, like thunder, instantly resounded throughout the entire Kangchong Martial Academy, and even throughout the entire Kangchong Martial City, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. For a moment, everyone in Kangchongwu City was stunned, and then their eyes looked in the direction of the sound, and finally fell on the 18 men in black robes. Everyone was like this, and Ye Bufan was no exception. Looking at the 18 black-robed men in the distance, he frowned slightly. "Emissaries from the temple. What do you mean?" Lang Ningsheng and Luo Qinmo looked at each other and then shook their heads. Obviously, they had no idea what this so-called envoy from the temple meant. Even Ye Bufan was completely confused and had never heard of it. "You guys go shopping first, I'll go over and take a look." After a moment, Ye Bufan glanced at Lang Ningsheng and the other girls, frowned and said, Lang Ningsheng and the others nodded, but didn't say anything or stop them. Today's Shenwu continent has entered the 7 Killings era. It can be said that the 7 Killings Palace has absolute power, and they are not worried about Ye Bufan's safety at all. To take a step back, even if Ye Bufan really encountered danger, he could directly escape into the cemetery of gods and demons. As for the opponent's strength being so strong that Ye Bufan didn't even have time to enter the cemetery of gods and demons, they didn't believe it even more. After all, even a demigod might not be able to do that, and in the entire Shenwu continent, except for the 7 Killing Hall, it was impossible for strong people in the Soul Fusion realm and above to appear in other places because of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation. It can be said that as long as Ye Bufan is in the Shenwu continent, he will be absolutely safe. Without any hesitation, after saying something to the women, Ye Bufan ran directly towards the location of the 18 men in black robes. Not only Ye Bufan, the appearance of the 18 men in black robes also attracted a lot of people at this moment. Kangchong Martial Arts Academy, where the altar is located. A messenger from the temple. Hearing the sudden words and seeing the 18 men in black robes above the martial arts academy, Satunan couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did he remember that the deadline for paying tribute to TianYTN every 18 years had long arrived, and because of the eternal barrier, it was now more than 2 years late. When he thought of this, Satunan was shocked, especially when he felt the anger in the words of the man in black robe. He didn't know what to do for a moment. However, he did not hesitate at all and ran directly towards where the 18 men in black robes were. Below the 18 men in black robes, a lot of people had gathered in just a few breaths. These people were either students or instructors of the martial arts academy. Because of the 3-year bloody battle with the Sky Demon clan and the death of countless saints, there was not even a saint here at the moment. Because of this, the 18 men in black robes became even angrier. After all, they didn't know what had happened in the Shenwu continent over the years, and they didn't know that only 1 in 10 of the former human saints were left. So in their opinion, the Kangchong Martial Academy was simply perfunctorily treating them. Immediately, the black-robed man who had spoken earlier spoke again. Okay, very good. You ants, have you grown wings and want to rebel against the temple and betray the human race? Boom. The black-robed man's words shocked everyone and made them furious. Although they didn't know what the temple was, the other party actually said that they betrayed the human race. It's simply unforgivable and unpardonable. Assholes, who are you? What the hell is this temple? This is the Kangchong Martial Academy, you are not allowed to act so recklessly here. An academy instructor said angrily. Hearing this, the 18 black-robed men became furious, and one of them said, okay, that's great. Even ants want to resist. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. Give us some color. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, everyone in the martial arts academy was furious. One instructor even shouted angrily, just you. Humph. Although my Kangchong Martial Academy has suffered a great disaster, we cannot allow you, a mere divine warrior, to act so recklessly again. Capture them for me. Kill. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, all the martial arts students and instructors present burst into fighting spirit. I'm not afraid of the devil, so why would I be afraid of a few of you divine masters? Moreover, the war between the 3 tribes had just subsided, the threat of the demons had just been resolved, and the morale of everyone on the Shenwu continent was at its peak. If it suddenly erupted at this moment, the scene could be imagined. Seeing the martial arts academy's people so powerful and eager to fight, the 18 men in black robes couldn't help but be stunned. They never imagined that the ants from the Shenwu continent in their eyes would actually dare to resist. For a moment they were a little confused and a little scared. After all, they were only at the divine martial realm. Even with 18 people, they were not enough to compete with the entire Kangchong Martial Academy. You must know that this is the Shenwu continent, not the heaven beyond heaven. A war between the 2 sides is about to break out. Stop it all. At this time, Satunan came hurriedly from afar, and in an instant he had arrived below the 18 men in black robes. Looking at the scene in front of him, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Dean. Seeing Satunan's sudden arrival and seeing Satunan's reaction, everyone from the Martial Academy was stunned. Call. The 18 men in black robes secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They could see that Satunan, the so-called Dean, was still very afraid of them. Therefore, they seemed to realize in an instant that the reason why those people dared to resist before was because they had no idea what the temple was. Are the ignorant fearless? Hee. The 18 men in black robes smiled calmly in their hearts, and the previous feeling of superiority returned again. Are you the Dean of Kangchong Academy? Immediately, one of the men in black robes looked at Satunan and asked in a cold voice. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am the current Dean of Kangchong Academy. Not daring to be negligent in the slightest, Satunan said timidly. Snort. The black-robed man snorted coldly and said, since you are the Dean of Kangchong Academy, then do you know your crime? Satunan was stunned, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. I. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Are you guilty? The opening of the eternal barrier caused the passage between the 2 places to be closed, which delayed the original offering time by more than 2 years. With this calculation, the Shenwu lineage was indeed guilty. But there is a reason for this. If the demons, barbarians and devils had not joined forces before, putting the human race in danger, the three major martial arts academies would not have opened the eternal barrier, and it would not have been 2 full years late. But now that it has happened, it cannot be undone. Immediately, Satu Nan said tremblingly, "Messengers, please listen to my explanation." This, Satu Nan's reaction and attitude made all the martial arts academy members present stunned. Who is Satu Nan? That is one of the 3 major martial arts academies of the human race. The dean of the Kangchong Martial Academy is a powerful person who has reached the peak of the saint realm. But now, he is actually humbled to 18 people in the divine martial realm. Everyone was confused and dumbfounded. What is going on? Is it because of the temple? But what exactly is this temple? Why have they never even heard of it before? Snort. Before everyone could think about it, a man in black robes snorted coldly, interrupting Satu Nan's words and said, "Explain. Do you think the explanation is useful? My Tianhui lineage is fighting against the demons, and we are sacrificing our lives every day. How many men have died in the outer world, and how many beauties have died? All of this is to fight against the demons and to protect the Shenwu continent. If we hadn't fought against the demons at the cost of our lives in Tianhui Tian, would you have been able to live a comfortable life in the Shenwu continent? You are dreaming. Without us, the Shenwu continent would have fallen long ago, and you would just be food for the demons. We defended it with our lives, but what about you? You actually opened the eternal boundary, so that the time for paying the tribute was 2 years late. 2 years. Do you know that because your tribute was 2 years late, our lineage was short of resources? How many men died in vain during these 2 years, and how many women died in vain? Now, do you still want to explain? Or do you think the explanation is useful?" This. After the black-robed man's stern rebuke, all the members of the Kangchong Martial Academy were stunned. A lineage from outer space. Fight against the devil. These people are from the outer world. And what about the offering? Why have they never heard of it? For a moment, everyone looked at Satu Nan. Satu Nan didn't know what to say, or he really didn't know how to refute. It is understandable that the Shenwu continent opened the eternal barrier, and it is also a fact that it was 2 years late in offering sacrifices. Stop talking nonsense and pay this time's tribute quickly. Without waiting for Satu Nan to think, the black-robed man shouted angrily. At the end, he added, "In addition, according to the commander's intention, as a punishment for being 2 years late, this time the tribute from the Shenwu continent will be increased 9 times, which is 10 times of previous years." What? Never stop until your words are shocking. The words of the black-robed man made Satu Nan's heart tremble. He looked at the 18 black-robed men with infinite horror and said, "Messengers, 10 times. This is going to kill us. The tribute every 18 years already requires us to give everything we have. Now, it suddenly increases to 10 times. How can we possibly afford it?" As he spoke, Satu Nan's body couldn't help but tremble and shiver. 10 times. Only he knew what this so-called tenfold offering meant. Snort. The black-robed man snorted coldly and said, "Whether you can take it out or not is your business. What does it have to do with us?" Changing the subject, the man in black robe said coldly, "You can choose not to give it, but you will bear the consequences at your own risk. It's your own fault." These 4 words are full of threats. 18 aliens in black robes, they are arrogant and domineering. Chapter 10:18. Do you really think I'm so powerful that you can bully me? You will suffer the consequences at your own risk. The 4 words, man in black robe, made Satu Nan's body tremble uncontrollably, and his mind was even more shaken. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone could tell that the black-robed man was simply making a naked threat. For a moment, everyone was angry, but when they thought of Satu Nan's attitude towards these people, everyone was afraid and did not dare to refute at all. At your own risk. But at this moment, a voice full of contempt and amusement suddenly sounded from the crowd. Hearing this, the 18 men in black robes all frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. The same was true for everyone else present. Ye Bufan walked slowly in the crowd. After a moment, he stood beside Satu Nan. He looked up at the 18 black-robed men in the air and said with a smile, "I'm very curious, how do you bear the consequences yourself?" The 18 men in black robes were stunned and immediately became dissatisfied and furious. The moment the members of Kangchong Martial Academy saw Ye Bufan, they were all cheered up. Who is Ye Bufan? That is the master of the 7 Killing Hall. It can be said that he is the leader of the entire Shenwu continent and the only king. He alone represents the entire Shenwu continent. Faced with these extremely arrogant 18 men in black robes, they did not dare to refute, but that did not mean Ye Bufan did not dare to do so. After all, there was a demigod in the 7 killing hall. However, the 18 black-robed men did not know this. They looked at Ye Bufan, and one of them said angrily, "Boy, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "I am just an ordinary student of Kangchong Martial Academy, not worth mentioning," but after a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "I am really curious, if we can't come up with your so-called 10 times offering, then how will you deal with us?" "How to deal with it?" The man in black robe sneered and said, "Humph, if you don't give it to me, don't blame us for being rude." "How can you be so rude?" "Of course." The man in black robe just opened his mouth but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. "As far as I know, although there is a passage between Shenwu continent and TianYTN, it seems that the saints of TianYTN cannot enter Shenwu continent. In this case, why are you so rude to us? Are you relying on the mere 18 Shenwu masters? If that's the case, then isn't your self-confidence a little too inflated?" Well, when Ye Bufan said this, everyone from the Kangchong Martial Academy was stunned. Yes, the passage between the two places is hugely restricted, and the saints from the outer world cannot enter the Shenwu continent at all. In this case, what is there to be afraid of these so-called alien visitors? A mere divine martial realm. Just destroy it. Ha ha ha. As soon as they thought of this, everyone burst into laughter. That laughter was undoubtedly a mockery of the 18 men in black robes. 18 divine martial lords dared to come to the divine martial continent and speak out so arrogantly. They are so bold. Satu Nan's expression changed. Before he could speak, the 18 black-robed men were already furious. One of them looked directly at Ye Bufan and said, "Boy, do you think that just because the Saint Realm experts from the heavenly world cannot enter the Shenwu continent, we can't do anything to you?" "Oh." Ye Bufan was quite curious and asked, "Then tell me, how can you treat me?" "You." The black-robed man was furious, but he no longer paid attention to Ye Bufan. Instead, he looked at Satu Nan and said, "President of Kangchong Academy, are you really not going to give this offering?" Satu Nan hesitated slightly. Ye Bufan said, "It's useless for you to ask the dean. The college's finances are not under his control. Who is responsible for that?" A man in black robe looked at Ye Bufan again and asked instinctively. Ye Bufan said with a smile. "You." The 18 men in black robes were stunned. "That's right." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "I forgot to mention this just now. In addition to being an ordinary student of Kangchong Martial Academy, I also work part-time as the chief financial officer of the academy. All the money in the academy is managed by me. Are you kidding us?" Upon hearing this, one of the men in black robes instantly became furious. "Playing tricks on you." Ye Bufan shook his head. "I really am not kidding you. I am really the financial manager of the 3 major martial arts academies. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." As he spoke, Ye Bufan pointed at the members of the Kangchong Martial Academy. The 18 men in black robes were stunned. The students and instructors of the Kangchong Martial Academy present have already spoken. "That's right, Ye Dian Young Master Yi is indeed the chief financial officer of our 3 colleges. If you need money, ask Master Yi. Don't you know this? The dean manages the college, and Master Yi manages the money. If you need money, you should naturally look for Master Yi." Everyone was like this, but the 18 men in black robes were stunned. How old is Ye Bufan? In their eyes, Ye Bufan was only about 20 years old. At such an age, how could he be the financial manager of a member academy, and the financial manager of one of the 3 major martial arts academies? The 18 men in black robes were a little skeptical, and they had never heard of the position of chief financial officer in the martial arts academy before. But looking at the looks of the people in front of them, they didn't seem to be lying. For a moment, the 18 men in black robes felt confused and had no idea what was going on. How could they know that the current Shenwu continent is no longer the Shenwu continent of the past? Now is the era of 7 kills. The 3 major martial arts academies, Kangchong, Beidou and Tianchi, have announced their merger into the 7 Killings Hall, and Ye Bufan is the master of the 7 Killings Hall. In this way, everyone feels that it is not wrong to say that Ye Bufan is the financial manager of the 3 major martial arts academies. After all, the 3 major martial arts academies belong to him, not to mention some of the internal finances of the academies. So the crowd was not lying. Since he was not lying, how could the 18 men in black robes notice anything unusual? Before the 18 black-robed men could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, "Do you believe it now?" After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "So, if you want money, you still have to come to me." The 18 men in black robes were stunned and furious. Ye Bufan ignored him and said with a smile, "Now, you should answer my question, right? What's the problem? Why are you so forgetful? Of course if I don't give you this offering, what will you do?" The 18 men in black robes were furious. Although it was their first time to come to the Shenwu continent and their first time to collect offerings, they had already heard from the predecessors, who had been to the Shenwu continent before that after they arrived as envoys of the temple, the Shenwu continent was extremely polite to them and treated them like ancestors. The offerings would be delivered directly to them as soon as possible. Originally, they were thinking of enjoying themselves for a few days in the Shenwu continent and getting some benefits for themselves. But what about now? Not only has the passage between the two places been closed for 3 years, but as soon as they arrived in Shenwu continent, they almost fought with the natives here. Although they were stopped by the dean of Kangchong Martial Academy, now, just to collect offerings, the other side unexpectedly showed up an inexplicable manager of finances. The most important thing is, judging from the look on the face of the steward of finances, does he intend to give this offering? This Nima. The 18 men in black robes felt extremely uncomfortable, and their anger reached its peak. As a member of the TianYTN, they always feel good about themselves. At the same time, in their cognition, they are nobler than the natives of the Shenwu continent. If the people of the Shenwu continent are poor, then they are aristocrats. Now the poor dare to provoke and disobey the nobles, they are simply seeking death. Immediately, a man in black robes said angrily, "Since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. Although we can't do anything to you, but if you don't give this offering, then no one from Shenwu continent will ever think of going to TianYTN again. Otherwise if anyone goes, we will kill him." That's it. Ye Bufan was stunned and said, "Then why don't we not go to Tianwaishan?" The black-robed man who was speaking was stunned and speechless. Another black-robed man asked, "Do you think that's all? Do you have any other means?" Ye Bufan pretended to be surprised. Snort. The black-robed man snorted coldly and said angrily, "By then, besides you, no one who has entered TianYTN from Shenwu continent will survive. I believe that many of those people should be your relatives, friends, or even ancestors." Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan's face instantly turned indignant, and he said, "You are so despicable. Mean." The black-robed man sneered, "This is all because of you. If you had paid the tribute, wouldn't these things have happened?" Ye Bufan was furious. "Now, do you still intend to continue to resist and refuse to pay the tribute?" A man in black robes said proudly. "No money, no payment." Ye Bufan tilted his head and said resolutely. The black-robed man was stunned and said angrily, "Aren't you afraid that we will attack your relatives and friends?" "I want money, not life." Ye Bufan straightened his chest, then changed the subject and said indifferently, "Besides, children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and conversely, ancestors also have their own blessings. If you want to kill them, then we can't do anything." After hearing this, especially seeing Ye Bufan's attitude, the 18 men in black robes were all furious. "Are you playing tricks on us?" Not only them, but also the members of Kangchong Martial Academy realized that Ye Bufan was playing tricks on them. Ha ha ha. In an instant, everyone laughed out loud. Ye Bufan looked at the 18 men in black robes and said calmly, "I am just teasing you. What? Do you want to pounce on me and bite me?" The 18 men in black robes clenched their fists and gnashed their teeth in anger. In vain, Ye Bufan's voice sank and turned cold, and he said, "A mere 18 people from the divine martial realm actually dared to come to the divine martial continent to speak nonsense and threaten others, and even intended to get something for nothing. I really don't understand where you get the courage, the bravery, and the confidence from. Do you really think I'm so powerful that you can bully me?" Chapter 10:19. Master, it's me. A mere 18 people from the divine martial realm actually dared to come to the divine martial continent and speak nonsense, threaten others, and even intend to get something for nothing. I really don't understand where you get the courage, bravery, and confidence from. Do you really think I'm so powerful that you can bully me?" As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Murderous intent surged out of his body, causing the temperature around him to drop sharply. Heaven beyond heaven. Temple. Why should the Shenwu continent pay tribute to them? Ye Bufan didn't know about these things and didn't want to ask about them. After all, these were already the things that had happened. But everything has a limit. It would be fine if it was just paying the offering, but these people are simply going too far. Ye Bufan was in the crowd earlier, and he heard clearly all the conversations between the 18 men in black robes and Satu Nan. Although Ye Bufan did not know what the concept of 10 times the offering was, he could tell from Satu Nan's reaction that this so-called 10 times the offering was not something that the Shenwu continent could afford, let alone the 3 major martial arts academies. Why was the channel between the two places closed 3 years ago? That's because the human race opened the eternal barrier. Why did the human race open the eternal barrier? That's because the human race has reached the end of its rope and has no choice but to open the eternal barrier. How many humans died in the 3 years? Now, the eternal barrier has just been lifted, and the passage between the two places has just been opened, but these people have come to the Shenwu continent, without asking for reasons or distinguishing right from wrong, and directly demanding offerings, but they have even increased it to 10 times the original basis. In Ye Bufan's opinion, these people are simply vampires, and it is better not to have such a temple. Feeling Ye Bufan's murderous intent, the 18 men in black robes were shocked. You, what do you want to do? One of the men in black robes looked at Ye Bufan tremblingly. What? Ye Bufan sneered, let me tell you, Shenwu continent is my territory. I protect this place. You, a mere 18th Shenwu realm, dare to come to my territory and act wildly. If I don't kill you, wouldn't it be too unfair to you? Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Ye Bufan's words shocked the 18 men in black robes, and their souls trembled. They looked at Ye Bufan with infinite fear and disbelief. They just couldn't believe it, let alone accept that Ye Bufan dared to kill them. You. One of the men in black robes was startled and said 3 words tremblingly, then suddenly shouted. How dare you? What is there for me to be afraid of? Ye Bufan took a step forward, murderous intent surging, and faced the 18 men in black robes and said, I said, Shenwu continent is my territory. Here there is nothing I dare not do. The 18 black-robed men were shocked, and one of them said anxiously, if you dare to kill us, the temple will never let you go. Do you think the heaven-slaying formation can protect you? When the demigod descends, none of you will survive. Demigod. Ye Bufan sneered. He's just a demigod. It's better if he doesn't come. If he dares to set foot on the Shenwu continent, I will make sure he never returns. Hearing this, the 18 men in black robes were in disarray. In their opinion, Ye Bufan was simply crazy. A Jodian realm master, want to destroy a demigod. How could they know that in the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan really wasn't afraid of demigods at all? Of course, more importantly, Ye Bufan didn't believe what the man in black robe said. Can a demigod ignore the arrival of the all-seeing heaven-slaying array on the Shenwu continent? Obviously not. If it's possible, why can't Long Xiaobao? If it is possible, why can't the demon lord of the heavenly demon clan do it? They are also demigods. In Ye Bufan's opinion, the man in black robe in front of him was simply trying to intimidate him out of fear. Of course, even if a demigod really comes in person, what does it matter? Not to mention the 2 demigods, Long Xiaobao and the demon lord, you have to know that there is also a Feng Hen hidden here. If Ye Bufan is really irritated, what if Fenghan is exposed? Before the arrival of those Hongmeng gods, Ye Bufan has absolute confidence that he can let anyone in Shenwu continent know how to write the word, horror. At worst, both sides will perish. What's more, Ye Bufan himself still has 3 life-saving golden patterns left by Dao Wuya. Demigod. Ye Bufan was really not afraid. Ye Bufan thought so, but Satu Nan thought differently. Seeing that Ye Bufan had the intention to kill, Satu Nan immediately stopped him and said, Young Master Yi, calm down, calm down. You want to protect them. Ye Bufan turned his head and glanced at Satu Nandao. Satu Nan was stunned, and gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Yi, after all, they are from the Tianyi temple, and belong to the same clan as us, and the temple protects the Shenwu continent, so it is reasonable for us to provide them with some resources. Ye Bufan interrupted Satu Nan just as he was about to finish his words. Is it because of this that the 3 martial arts academies have been paying so-called tributes to them? Satu Nan was stunned again and nodded. Yes. The temple protects the Shenwu continent, and the Shenwu continent pays some tributes to them. This is reasonable in the eyes of Satu Nan or the deans of martial arts academies of all generations. This is also the important reason why the martial academy has been paying tribute to the temple. Satu Nan thought so, but Ye Bufan didn't think so. Snort. With a cold snort, Ye Bufan said, "Don't you think they are going a bit too far? Can you afford 10 times the offering? In my opinion, they are no different from bandits." This. Satu Nan was suddenly speechless. Indeed, 10 times the offering is a bit too much, and the 3 major martial arts academies simply cannot afford it. After a moment, Satu Nan suggested, "Young Master Yi, how about we won't give you the tribute but let the person go? After all, you will leave the Shenwu continent sooner or later and set foot in the heaven beyond heaven. It won't be good for you to offend the temple now, right?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. The 18 originally frightened men in black robes saw this scene and thought that Ye Bufan was afraid, and they were immediately overjoyed. One of the men in black robes threatened immediately, "Boy, don't you want to kill us? Come on, kill us. Do you dare to kill us? You are just a bunch of ants. Do you think you dare to challenge the temple? You really don't know what you are talking about." Hearing this, Satu Nan's mouth twitched. He was messy and even mad. "I am not afraid of god-like opponents, but I am afraid of pig-like opponents. Aren't you forcing Ye Bufan to kill you?" The other members of Kangchong Martial Academy also looked at each other with contempt. Sure enough, Ye Bufan glanced at the man in black robe and said with a smile, "As you wish." In an instant, the man in black robe was shocked. What do you want to do?" Ye Bufan ignored him and locked onto the other party with murderous intent. But at this moment, a high decibel shout suddenly sounded in the distance, "Master, where are you? Woo woo woo, after 3 years, this damned passage is finally opened." Well, hearing this, everyone was stunned, including Ye Bufan. Even Ye Bufan felt that the voice was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Before anyone could think about it, the voice continued, getting closer and closer. "Master, where are you? I, your disciple, have come to fulfill the 3-year agreement." "Master, you didn't come. Master, wow, you know how hard it has been for me in the past few years. Those days were simply not a life for a human being. Especially after that damn passage was closed, I lived in a nightmare every day. Master, where are you? Please come out soon. If you don't come, the witch will chase you. Woo woo woo. Why am I so miserable? Master, I have given birth to 3 children with that witch as you requested. Do you know how she forces me every day? I am only a year late. You won't have left, right? Master, this really can't be blamed on me. It's all because of that damn passage between the 2 places. Once it's closed, I, your disciple, can't enter the Shenwu continent at all. Woo woo woo. Damn it, is this a martial arts academy? Why is there no one here? Can someone tell me where my master is? Damn it, if no one comes out, I will destroy this piece of shit. Hey, is there anyone? Call out. In a brief moment, a figure came running quickly from a distance. Disheveled hair, dark circles under the eyes, lifeless eyes, a skinny body. Everyone felt uncomfortable looking at the young man in brocade clothes in front of them. He looked as if he had been malnourished for a long time, but judging from the way he was dressed, he didn't look like someone who was short of money or food. Before anyone could think about it, the young man had already rushed into the crowd and asked anxiously, "Has anyone seen my master?" Your master? Everyone was stunned. One of the students looked at the other person curiously and asked, "Who is your master?" Well, the young man was stunned and said, "My master is." However, just as the young man was about to finish his words, 18 men in black robes exclaimed at the same time, "Tantai Stallion! Collapse Stallion!" When the 18 men in black robes said this, everyone present was stunned. The same is true for teenagers. The next second, he looked in the direction of the voice. However, before the young man could see the 18 men in black robes, the moment his eyes caught Ye Bufan, he could no longer move at all. Happy, excited, and thrilled. Master! With a cry of surprise, the young man squeezed through the crowd and rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was shocked. When the boy approached Ye Bufan and was less than half a meter away, Ye Bufan exclaimed, "Fuck, who are you?" At the same time, Ye Bufan kicked out instinctively. Bang! He kicked the boy, and his thin body flew backwards. Everything happened in a flash. Bang! A few meters away, the boy crashed into the crowd and then fell to the ground. Ahem. The young man coughed lightly, but he didn't care. He looked directly at Ye Bufan and cried, "Master, it's me, Tianyi, the fallen Tianyi." Chapter 1020, Tantai Tianyi's bloody and tearful history. Master, it's me, Tianyi, the one who collapsed Tianyi. Tantai Tianyi's simple words made Ye Bufan stunned. His mind immediately flashed back to the time when he had just joined the War Department. He thought of that weirdo who insisted on worshipping him as his master, and the so-called 3-year one-son agreement. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Tantai Tianyi in shock, saying, "Fuck, you're Tantai Tianyi. It's me, master, you finally remembered, woo-woo-woo." Seeing that Ye Bufan finally recognized him, Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but almost cried. "You." Looking at Tantai Tianyi, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look him over, and asked in confusion, "What did you do? How did you become like this? Disheveled hair, dark circles under the eyes, lifeless eyes, a skinny body." The Tantai Tianyi in front of him was completely different from the one Ye Bufan first met. He was handsome and elegant back then, but now he looked like he was in a state of long-term malnutrition. Hearing Ye Bufan's question, Tantai Tianyi was speechless. He looked bitter, then he got up from the ground, walked towards Ye Bufan and cried, "Master, I have a hard life. Do you know that in the past few years, I have been living in dire straits? It is worse than death." Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Tantai Tianyi suddenly asked, "Master, do you still remember the agreement we made back then?" "The agreement back then?" Ye Bufan nodded. "Remember, 3 years later, you bring a son or a daughter to Kangchong Martial Academy, and I will help you dissolve the yin-yang body of ice and fire, but what does this have to do with you becoming what you are now?" The reason why this agreement was made in the first place was because Ye Bufan's cultivation was not high enough to help Tantai Tianyi with treatment, so he was delaying time. At the same time, he was also helping Nangong Ziling in fulfilling her little wish. All of this was done with good intentions, but Ye Bufan never imagined that Tantai Tianyi would end up like this. It was simply horrible. It didn't matter at first, but later it did. Tantai Tianyi said with a bitter face, "According to the agreement with you, master, I married Nangong Ziling, the little witch, soon after I returned. After all, I didn't want to die, so we had a daughter not long after we got married. I originally thought that after I found you, master, in Shenwu continent 3 years later, I would be free, but who would have thought the passage between these two places would be inexplicably closed." As he spoke, Tantai Tianyi burst into tears. "Once the passage is closed, I, your disciple, will not be able to enter the Shenwu continent. If I can't enter the Shenwu continent, I can't ask master for help. Without master's help, I, your disciple, won't be able to live long. This is actually nothing. The worst that can happen is waiting to die. But I don't know what the hell is wrong with that little witch Nangong Ziling. She said that even if I die, I have to leave something for her to remember. It's nothing, after all, her request isn't excessive, and if you really count it, I owe her something. But who would have thought that this lunatic's wish was for me to have more children with her? Just give birth, it's not like you haven't given birth before. But master, do you know? Not long after the passage between the two places was closed, that lunatic Nangong Ziling has been asking me for sex at least 5 times a day. At least 5 times. 5 times a day, that's 150 times a month, master. What does 150 times mean? I am just a transcendent realm warrior, how can I bear her torture? I thought about resisting, but how could I resist a divine martial master like her? In order to make me persist, she actually fed me countless natural treasures every day, especially those that are very nourishing. Damn it, master, have you ever seen anyone who eats natural treasures? I am one of them." As Tantai Tianyi spoke, everyone present couldn't help but shudder, even Ye Bufan was no exception. At least 5 times a day. At least 150 times a month. This is simply life-threatening. No wonder Tantai Tianyi has become like this. And this is also thanks to those rare treasures. If not, Tantai Tianyi would have been squeezed dry and died long ago. Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked, "Nangong girl is so crazy, is there no one to control her?" Tube. Tantai Tianyi smiled bitterly. "Who will take care of it? Who will take care of it? Who is willing to take care of it?" After a pause, Tantai Tianyi continued to cry, "Master, you don't know that my Tantai family and Nangong family are old friends. In my generation of Tantai family, besides me, at least there is my sister, but what about Nangong family? Nangong family only has Nangong Ziling as their only child, and they are counting on Nangong Ziling to expand Nangong family. In addition, everyone knows that I won't live long. In this case, can they still control me? Will they still control me? They wish Nangong Ziling would do this. If the Nangong family doesn't care, will my Tantai family care? Certainly not. Not only do they not care, they also hope so. I won't live much longer anyway, and they want to squeeze out all the remaining value from me, their apprentice. In this way, Nangong Ziling will be in big trouble in both the Tantai and Nangong families. As a result, the only one who will suffer is me, your disciple. Looking at Tantai Tianyi in front of them, everyone present felt an inexplicable sympathy for him. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of situation Tantai Tianyi is in between the Nangong and Tantai families. In the final analysis, it all comes down to one word: life. Ignoring everyone's thoughts and sympathy, Tantai Tianyi continued to recount his bloody and tearful history. About a year ago, Nangong Ziling finally got pregnant again. During that time, I was finally relieved. I have never been so relaxed before. But the good times didn't last long. Some time ago, Nangong Ziling gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Now, one boy and one girl, who should give the boy to? Give it to the Tantai family, the Nangong family won't want it. Give it to the Nangong family, the Tantai family won't want it. What to do? The two families have decided to continue having children. Look, Nangong Ziling has just recovered and she has started to torment me again. As he spoke, Tantai Tianyi pointed at himself and said sadly, "Master, look at me now. It's only been 7 days, and I've been tortured into this state. Back then I was so weak that I couldn't even get out of bed. Do you know what outsiders call me now in Tianhuishan? Tantai Stallion. They actually all call me Tantai Stallion. I am so miserable, master. Look, I just heard that the passage between Tianhuitian and Shenwu continent has been opened, so I ran straight to you, master." As he spoke, Tantai Tianyi fell directly at Ye Bufan's feet, hugged his calves and said, "Master, you are my only hope. You must save me. If you can't save me, then just kill me. I don't want to live anymore, woo woo woo." Looking at Tantai Tianyi, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and the others around him also broke out in a sweat. Tantai Stud. This name is really appropriate. Ahem. After a while, Ye Bufan coughed a few times, looked at Tantai Tianyi and said calmly, "Tianyi, a man's knees are made of gold, why are you kneeling like this? Hurry up, there are so many people watching here. Just watch it, it's no big deal." Tantai Tianyi said indifferently, "I have already lost face, Tantai Stud, what could be more unpleasant than this? Master, if you don't save me, I won't get up. Otherwise, you can just kill me. It's better to die than to live." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. This kid is so damn desperate about life right now. Ye Bufan immediately looked serious and said, "Get up first. I didn't say I won't save you. Real." Tantai Tianyi suddenly raised his head, looked at Ye Bufan with surprise and said, "Master, can you really save me?" Ye Bufan nodded. "Although I am not 100% sure, I am still 70% to 80% sure. And by then, maybe I can not only cure you, but also give you a great opportunity." 70 to 80% sure. This is already very high. You know, in Tianhuitian, the Nangong and Tantai families tried their best but couldn't save themselves. Now this 70 to 80% certainty is simply a miracle, it is already against the will of heaven. Tantai Tianyi's eyes lit up, and he said, "Master, it doesn't matter whether it's an opportunity or not. As long as you can cure me, that's enough. Then you will be my second parent, you." Okay, get up first." Ye Bufan quickly interrupted Tantai Tianyi. "Oh." Tantai Tianyi responded repeatedly, and stood up, looking at Ye Bufan and asked impatiently, "Master, when do we start?" Ye Bufan thought for a moment, but his expression suddenly changed, and then he shouted sternly, "Want to leave? Where to go? Who told you to leave?" Chapter 10:21. Pulling the tiger's skin and waving the banner. Want to leave? Where to go? Who told you to leave? Ye Bufan's sudden words stunned everyone, but he himself did not hesitate at all. His gaze turned and instantly fell on the 18 black-robed men in the air. The 18 men in black robes who were about to sneak away suddenly felt their bodies shaken, as if they were cast under a spell. They could no longer move an inch, and some of them even couldn't help shaking and trembling slightly. At this time, everyone else present also looked at the 18 men in black robes, and naturally noticed their abnormality. Master, they are. Looking at the 18 men in black robes, Tantai Tianyi said curiously. Them. Ye Bufan sneered. It's a beautiful name, the temple messengers, but in fact they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Hearing this, Tantai Tianyi was stunned and asked in surprise, Temple envoy, what the hell? Well, Ye Bufan was stunned, looked at Tantai Tianyi, and asked puzzledly, you don't know. Not only Ye Bufan, but everyone else also looked curious. Now everyone knows that Tantai Tianyi comes from Tianyi. Since he comes from Tianyi, how could he not know the temple messenger? Know what? Looking at Ye Bufan, Tantai Tianyi was puzzled. Ye Bufan frowned, he glanced at the 18 black-robed men, then looked at Tantai Tianyi, and said, the 18 of them claim to be from the temple, and in the capacity of the temple, they collect tributes from the Shenwu continent every 16 years. All go. Tantai Tianyi was immediately confused. He glanced at the 18 men in black robes, then looked at Ye Bufan, and exclaimed, Master, you have been deceived. You were cheated. Ye Bufan frowned. The others also looked stunned. The 18 men in black robes couldn't help but tremble. Tantai Tianyi said, Master, as the leader of the human race in the outer heavens against the heavenly demons, how could the temple do such a thing? Moreover, with the resources of the Shenwu continent, how much tribute can be paid to the temple? Compared with the consumption of the temple, it is simply a drop in the bucket and has no meaning. The most important thing is that the first master of the temple has long said that anyone from the outer heavens can enter the Shenwu continent, but they must not intervene or interfere in anything on the Shenwu continent, and the temple has always done so. In this case, how could the temple come to the Shenwu continent to collect tributes? This is simply nonsense. This. Tantai Tianyi's words startled everyone present and shocked them. The temple has issued an order that people from the outer world are not allowed to interfere or intervene in any matters on the Shenwu continent. No envoy from the temple. It is even more impossible for the temple to come to Shenwu continent to collect offerings. Tantai Tianyi said something shocking. In almost an instant, all the members of the Shenwu continent present were furious, especially Situ Nan. They were deceived. There are no temple messengers at all, no so-called offerings at all, and all of this is simply someone from the outside world using the name of the temple to enrich himself. Damn it! This is just using the tiger's skin to wave the banner. Damn it! In an instant, everyone looked at the 18 men in black robes with anger in their eyes. Seeing this scene, the 18 men in black robes were shocked and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hated Tantai Tianyi so much that they cursed all his ancestors in their hearts. They even wanted to cut Tantai Tianyi into pieces and scatter his ashes. Snort. Without waiting for the 18 men in black robes to think any more, Ye Bufan snorted coldly, and his murderous intent increased by 7 points. He had never intended to let these 18 people go in the first place, let alone now. Take them all. Immediately, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Buzz. The 18 men in black robes were shocked. Run. Their identities have been exposed, so how could they dare to stay here any longer? It's a pity that even if they wanted to leave, they had nowhere to go. Situ Nan, who was already furious, saw the 18 men in black robes trying to escape, so he immediately took action. Can you run away? Leave it to me. In the blink of an eye, all of Situ Nan's cultivation that had reached the peak of the Saint Realm burst out, and he slapped out with one palm at the same time. This is a palm that is filled with all the rage of a powerful person who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm. Huff, huff, huff. In midair, the energy of heaven and earth instantly condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky and pressed down on the 18 men in black robes. 18 men in black robes wanted to run away. But the palm came too fast and too hard, leaving them no chance to escape. Boom. A palm fell and the space shook. Puff, puff, puff. Without exception, all 18 men in black robes vomited blood and fell from midair. Boom 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 boom. In a breath, all 18 men in black robes crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Situ Nan did not feel any pleasure when suppressing 18 divine warriors with one palm. On the contrary, he was filled with endless anger and even murderous intent. Once every 16 years, the gods and warriors are worshipped. For tens of thousands of years, this huge amount of offerings has almost made the 3 major martial academies in the Shenwu continent breathless, but because all these resources will be used by the temple to fight against the extraterritorial demons, the three major martial academies have been unable to say anything. But who would have thought that this would turn out to be a huge lie, and the so-called offerings were not given to the temple at all, but some people in Tianwaishan embezzled them. In this case, how could Satu Nan not hate, how could he not be angry? Call out. In an instant, Satu Nan came directly to a black-robed man and stepped on his abdomen with a bang. The black-robed man's body twisted and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Satu Nan ignored him and just said angrily, "Tell me, who told you to do this?" A cold voice, endless anger. This was the first time that all the martial arts academy members present saw their gambling-addicted dean get angry. The first time and the only time. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He just let Satu Nan deal with the 18 men in black robes. He also wanted to see who was behind it. Ahem. The black-robed man who was stepped on by Satu Nan coughed lightly, then raised his head with difficulty, looked at Satu Nan and sneered, "If you dare to touch us, you will die." Call. As soon as the man in black robe finished speaking, Satu Nan suddenly raised his foot and then kicked down again. Bang. A muffled sound. Puff. The man in black robe spat out blood again. Satu Nan ignored all of this and just looked at the other party angrily and said, "Tell me, who told you to do this?" Snort. The black-robed man snorted coldly, looked at Satu Nan with disdain and said, "What's the harm in telling you? This is all the commander's order. He asked you to pay the tribute. What? Do you dare to cause trouble for the commander? Commander-in-chief." Satu Nan was stunned, frowned, and then looked at Tan Tai Tianyi beside Ye Bufan. It's not just Satu Nan, the same goes for others. After all, they are not clear about the situation in Tianwaitian, and they don't know what the concept of commander is. Commander. Ignoring everyone's looks, Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned when he heard these three words. Seeing Tan Tai Tianyi's reaction, Ye Bufan frowned and asked, "What's the matter, Tianyi? Is there something wrong with this commander?" This. Tan Tai Tianyi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Master, this is not a problem, but a big problem. Do you know what the commander means?" "What does it mean?" Ye Bufan asked with a frown. The others also looked at Tan Tai Tianyi with curiosity and confusion. Tan Tai Tianyi said slowly, "Master, let me tell you this, in Tianwaitian, let's not talk about those miscellaneous forces. The entire Tianwaitian people are headed by the temple and supplemented by the 108 ancient cities. The temple governs the human race, and everyone must obey unconditionally. The 108 ancient cities are managed by 108 families, who are authorized by the temple to be in charge of the human race. My Tantai family and Nangong family are responsible for managing 2 of the ancient cities. If they were placed in the Shenwu continent, our 2 families would only be regarded as city lords under the rule of the temple. But he is just a city lord. He is nothing in Tianwaishan. Above the 108 ancient cities is the temple, and inside the temple are the following divisions: 72 deputy commanders, 12 chief commanders, and 3 deputy hall masters, a saint son, a saint daughter, and the hall master who is in charge of the entire temple. Of course, there have always been rumors in the heaven beyond heaven that there is a hall of eternal life after the palace master, but this is just a rumor. I'm afraid only the palace master knows whether it really exists. Let's not talk about the hall of eternal life for now. If we compare the temple to the empire of the Shenwu continent, then the temple master is the emperor, the saint son and saint daughter are the princesses, and the 3 deputy temple masters are the prime ministers. As for the 12 commanders, they are the generals of the empire. They are in charge of the human armies of the temple respectively. It can be said that all the 12 commanders are powerful figures. In Tianwaitian, their power is very great, and they are even superior to the 3 deputy hall masters. If they want to destroy a city lord family like my Tantai family, it only takes a word for them. If it was someone else, using the name of the temple to collect tributes from the Shenwu continent, they would only end up dead. But if it was any one of these 12 commanders, it would be different. To put it bluntly, if they ask you to pay offerings, then you have to pay. Even the temple won't care. This. Tan Tai Tianyi's words caused everyone on the Shenwu continent to fall into endless silence. Even Ye Bufan frowned. Tan Tai Tianyi said so much, but in fact there was only one point. That is, the commander mentioned by the 18 black-robed men is someone that the Shenwu continent cannot afford to offend. Settle accounts with the other party. It's already good enough that the other party doesn't cause trouble for the Shenwu continent. Ha ha ha. At this time, the black-robed man who was stepped on by Satu Nan couldn't help laughing. He glanced at Tan Tai Tieni and said, "Tan Tai Stud, you still have some knowledge." As soon as the voice fell, the black-robed man looked at Ye Bufan again, proudly, and provocatively said, "Boy, don't you want to kill us? Kill us, kill as much as you want, kill as much as you want. If you dare to touch us, Master Xuanyuan Wudi will never let you go. By then, not only will you be unlucky, but the entire Shenwu continent will also suffer. So I advise you to let us go, hand in the offerings obediently, and then serve us brothers well. In this way maybe we will plead for you in front of Master Xuanyuan Wudi and let him not punish you severely." "Who are you talking about?" As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, before Ye Bufan and the others could react, Tan Tai Tieni exclaimed, and then he looked at the black-robed man and said in surprise, "The commander you are talking about is Xuanyuan Wudi." Chapter 1022 He, the Flying Dragon Army, Yi Tianshang. The commander you are talking about is Xuanyuan Wudi. Tan Tai Tiani's words stunned Ye Bufan and others. They looked at Tan Tai Tieni, a little confused as to why he suddenly asked this. Not only Ye Bufan and the others, but also the 18 black-robed men were like this. The black-robed man who spoke looked at Tan Tai Tieni and said in confusion, "Yes, it is Commander Xuanyuan Wudi. Is there any problem?" Ha ha ha. As soon as the man in black robe finished speaking, Tan Tai Tieni laughed and said, "What's the problem?" "It's a big problem." The man in black robe was puzzled. Before he could speak, Tan Tai Tieni had already looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Master, if it was any one of the 12 commanders, we might not be able to afford to offend him. But if this commander is Xuanyuan Wudi, it would be different." Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned and asked in confusion, "What's the difference?" Without waiting for Tan Tai Tieni to answer, the man in black robe was already furious. "Tan Tai Stud, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you come from an ancient city family. If you dare to slander the commander, then the Tan Tai family will not be able to protect you." "Really? I'm so scared." Tan Tai Tieni looked at the man in black robe, patted his chest and pretended to be afraid. "Stupid." Suddenly, he changed the subject and said with contempt, "You." The man in black robe was furious. "You what?" Tan Tai Tieni turned to the black-robed man and shouted angrily, "I told you you're an idiot, but you still refuse to admit it. Xuanyuan Wudi, Commander, let me tell you, he will soon become a thing of the past. By then, he will be at most a deputy commander. He is extorting the Shenwu continent in the name of the temple. It's fine if he is the commander, but if he becomes the deputy commander, do you think the new commander will destroy or kill him?" "You." Hearing this, the black-robed man was furious. "Bullshit, how could the commander-in-chief be demoted to deputy commander-in-chief?" "Why?" Tan Tai Tieni sneered. "There are 12 commanders in the temple, and each commander has 6 deputy commanders under him. As long as any deputy commander's merits surpass the commander and defeat the commander, he can replace him and become the new commander. As for the original commander, he will naturally be demoted to deputy commander." "Tell me, why was Xuanyuan Wudi suddenly demoted to deputy commander?" The black-robed man was startled, his pupils shrank. "It's him." Then, he denied it again and again. "It's impossible. It's only been a short time. How could he surpass the merit value of Commander Xuanyuan Wudi so quickly?" "Impossible." Tan Tai Tieni sneered, "Nothing is impossible. My idol is an immortal legend in the heaven beyond heaven. When he rose to prominence in the heaven beyond heaven, it took him only a short time to move from the ancient city to the battlefield outside the domain. He also made an exception to enter the temple with his amazing achievements in the battlefield outside the domain, and became one of the 72 commanders of the temple. It has been 7 years since he was promoted to deputy commander. It is not surprising that he has been aiming for the position of commander for 7 years. You may not know this, but not long ago, my idol led his army to launch a surprise attack on one of the battleships of the Sky Demon clan. Not only did he kill 2 demigod warriors, but he also annihilated the entire enemy at the cost of almost no casualties. With this battle alone, he was able to gain an astonishing amount of merit, and it was only natural that he would surpass Xuanyuan Wudi. Even if he hasn't done so yet, it won't be long before my idol will be able to surpass Xuanyuan Wudi. Of course, this incident happened not long ago, so it has not spread in Tianhuitian yet. The reason why I know about it is because someone from my wife's Nangong family is in the Filong army, so I heard the news in advance, so it is natural that you don't know about it. The achievements are not bad. Do you think my idol will lose in the challenge against Xuanyuan Wudi? Even if I said he would lose, you wouldn't believe it. My idol was able to kill demigods when he was at the peak of the flying heaven realm, not to mention that he has already achieved demigod status. Although Xuanyuan Wudi has advanced to the demigod level for more than 10 years, he is still only at the initial stage of demigod. Do you think he can be a match for my idol in a one-on-one fight? To put it bluntly, my idol killed him like a chicken. Isn't it because of this reason that Xuanyuan Wudi is afraid of being surpassed by my idol that he has been suppressing my idol recklessly over the years? It's a pity that the dragon is flying in the sky, and my idol is rising. Who can stop him? The previous deputy commander was not good enough. The current commander is no match for him either. You know, my idol is a legendary figure who is aiming for the position of deputy master of the temple. Xuanyuan is invincible. Haha, just wait and see. Based on what he has done over the years, he will definitely not have a good ending once my idol replaces him. What's more, he now even dares to blackmail the Shenwu continent in the name of the temple. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. No one can save him this time. Bang! As soon as Tantai Tianyi finished speaking, the man in black robe collapsed to the ground, and so did the other 17 men in black robes. They were like deflated balls, with dull eyes and listless spirits. Hee hee. Looking at the reactions of the 18 black-robed men, Tantai Tianyi smiled calmly. So, if the commander behind you is any one of the other 11, then my master really can't do anything to you, let alone do anything to you. But unfortunately, the commander you are talking about is the unlucky Xuanyuan Wudi. Then if he is unlucky, then you will naturally be unlucky too. Helplessness, grief, and even despair. Faced with Tantai Tianyi's ridicule, the 18 men in black robes were speechless for a moment. They really didn't want to believe what Tantai Tianyi said, but they had to. Because that person is really scary. His rise was so fast and so fierce that it was unstoppable, and so fierce that he was invincible. In Tianyi, he is an immortal legend. In the world beyond heaven, he is an immortal myth. Let me ask you, nowadays, in the whole world outside the heaven, who doesn't know him? If someone else were to replace Xuanyuan Wudi, it would not be credible, but he was different. To enter the realm of sainthood and destroy the soul. Destroy Fatian by melting his soul. Kill demigods by flying. Now that he has become a demigod, how many people, whether they are humans or demons, can be his match? He is likely to be able to fight against a high-level demigod or even a peak powerhouse. The most important thing is that under his command, there is a group of people who are as crazy as him. If one soldier is incompetent, the whole general will be incompetent. If he is going to replace Xuanyuan Wudi and become one of the new 12 commanders, then it is not surprising at all, because all this is a matter of time. After all, this was a terrifying man who had entered the demon clan's must-kill list 10 years ago, and who had fought his way from outside the 1000th place to the number 1 on the demon clan's must-kill list in the space of 10 years. Ignoring the 18 black-robed men, Tantai Tianyi looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Master, that Xuanyuan Wudi won't be around for much longer, so he is nothing to be afraid of. These people can be dealt with at will." Well, as soon as he finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi was stunned. "Master, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" It's no wonder that Tantai Tianyi thought so, because at this moment, except for the 18 men in black robes, Ye Bufan and others present were looking at Tantai Tianyi with a weird expression. Before Ye Bufan could speak, Satu Nan took the lead and said absent-mindedly, "Little brother, what is the Flying Dragon Army you mentioned just now?" Flying Dragon Army. Tantai Tianyi was stunned, and looked at Satu Nan and said, "What's the problem with the Flying Dragon Army? Have you heard of it? Tisk tisk, my idol can't be so awesome, can his reputation spread from Tianyi to Shenwu continent?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Satu Nan hesitated and asked, "Who is that idol you mentioned? What is his name?" "My idol," Tantai Tianyi responded, "I don't know where he came from, or no one in the heavenly world knows. After all, we are all human, so there is no need to care about his origin. We only know that more than 10 years ago, he led a group of people to rise strongly from the ancient city of the sky, and then made rapid progress. Etc." Halfway through his words, Tantai Tianyi was stunned, and then exclaimed, "Fuck, my idol couldn't have left from the Shenwu continent, right?" The 18 men in black robes were also shocked by Tantai Tianyi's words. "What's his name?" Situ Nan ignored it. Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned for a moment, then said with admiration, "He is Xuanyuan Wudi's greatest rival. He is the strongest god of war in the temple in 1,000 years. He is an immortal legend who survived several assassination attempts by the demigods of the Sky Demon clan in Fatian realm. He is a peerless killer who has killed so many demons in the past 10 years that they cursed and cried for their parents. My idol, the Flying Dragon Army, Yi Tianshang." Chapter 1023, Hush Money. Flying Dragon Army, Yi Tianshang. The 6 words, Tan Tai Tianyi, made everyone in Ye Bufan's group tremble in their hearts. Although they had already guessed this, when Tan Tai Tianyi said it himself, everyone still couldn't help but be shocked. Back when he was in the Shenwu continent, Yi Tianshang was a prominent figure, but no one expected that after going to Tianyi, he would still be a prominent figure. Under the temple, there are the Temple Master, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, 3 Deputy Temple Masters, 12 Commanders, and 72 Deputy Commanders. According to Tan Tai Tianyi, as long as one enters the temple, one will be among the high-ranking officials of the heaven beyond heaven. Now, Yi Tianshang has actually begun to challenge the position of commander. You know, there are only 12 commanders in the entire temple, and above the commanders are the Deputy Hall Master, the son and daughter of the saint, and the Temple Master. Moreover, the Deputy Hall Master and the commander are almost at the same level. In other words, once Yi Tianshang becomes the commander, there will only be the son, daughter of the saint, and the Temple Master above him. At that time, even in the world beyond heaven, Yi Tianshang would be regarded as an unrivaled overlord. In addition, there is his strength. Enter the saintly realm and destroy the soul. Melt the soul and destroy Fatian. Flying to kill demigods. Now that Yi Tianshang has advanced to demigod, how powerful is he? It's unimaginable. The fact that Yi Tianshang ranked first on the demon's kill list and was not killed is enough to show his extraordinariness. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The same was true for Ye Bufan and others, and also for Tan Tai Tianyi and the 18 men in black robes. However, what shocked Ye Bufan and the others was the achievements that Yi Tianshang had made, while what shocked Tan Tai Tianyi and the 18 men in black robes was the expressions of Ye Bufan and the others undoubtedly told them that Yi Tianshang was from the Shenwu continent. "Senior, did my idol really leave from the Shenwu continent?" Suddenly, Tan Tai Tianyi looked at Situ Nan and couldn't help asking. Yi Tianshang came from the Shenwu continent and the Tianyi heaven, which were 2 completely different situations. If he was born in Tianyi, then he must be very familiar with Tianyi, and he must have some support and foundation, but it has not been discovered yet. Of course, most people in Tianyi today also hold this idea. But if Yi Tianshang came from the Shenwu continent, it would be different. If he really came from the Shenwu continent, it means that Yi Tianshang has no foundation in Tianyi. And when he first entered Tianyi, he certainly didn't know anything about Tianyi. This means that everything he has now is started from scratch. How old is Yi Tianshang? How long has it been since Yi Tianshang rose to prominence in Tianyi? This is simply a little unbelievable. If this is true, then Yi Tianshang's terror level will at least rise 1 level. This is no longer a legend. This is simply a monster. In response to Tan Tai Tianyi's question, Situ Nan did not answer, but looked at Ye Bufan. Situ Nan was like this, and so were the other people from the Martial Arts Academy. Who is Yi Tianshang? Tan Tai Tianyi didn't know, but they knew that he was Ye Bufan's biological father. Well, faced with Situ Nan's reaction, Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned, and then looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, "Yes, Yi Tianshang is from the Shenwu continent. He was the Flying Dragon General of the 81st War Division of the human race in the Shenwu continent." Really? Hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi's heart was shaken violently, and he was filled with infinite excitement. The idol comes from Shenwu continent. Tan Tai Tianyi had always thought that he knew enough about Yi Tianshang, but now he realized that he still underestimated the excellence and strength of his idol. It's a pity that Ye Bufan did not directly tell everyone about his relationship with Yi Tianshang. That's because he suddenly had a plan in his mind. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan looked directly at the 18 black-robed men and said with a smile, "It seems that it won't be long before your backers are no longer reliable. In this case, what do you think? How should I deal with you?" Buzz. Hearing this, the 18 men in black robes couldn't help but tremble. "You, what do you want to do?" Looking at Ye Bufan, their faces were filled with fear. Originally, there was the deterrent of Xuanyuan Wudi, but now without this deterrent, the other party obviously will no longer have any scruples. In this case, how can the 18 of us survive? Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. What do you think I want to do? As he spoke, Ye Bufan walked towards the 18 men in black robes step by step. Seeing Ye Bufan approaching, the 18 men in black robes were shocked and their bodies trembled. They are afraid, they are scared. Unfortunately, things did not go as they imagined. When Ye Bufan came to the 18 black-robed men, he stopped in front of one of them, lowered his head, glanced at the 18 people, and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Don't kill us." The 18 men in black robes were stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "Although I will not kill you, I want to make a deal with you. Trade." The 18 men in black robes were stunned again. They looked at each other in surprise and confusion. Finally, a man in black robes looked at Ye Bufan and asked weakly, "What deal?" "It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Who wants to die when you can live? Don't worry, this deal is not difficult for you, or rather your role is just to help me convey a message," Ye Bufan said with a smile. The 18 men in black robes were stunned. Is it enough to just convey a message? Not only them, but also Tan Tai Tianyi and all the martial arts academy members present were curious. Ye Bufan squatted down, looked at the black-robed man lying on the ground in front of him, smiled and said slowly, "But before that, I need you to answer a few questions for me first." The black-robed man in front of Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Their lives were at stake, so they would have to answer no, not just a few of Ye Bufan's questions, even if it was 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 questions. Very good. After responding, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "If it is really like what Tianyi said, your so-called commander was replaced by Yi Tianshang, and I became the deputy commander, and he used the name of the temple to blackmail the Shenwu continent. Once it is exposed, then how will the temple deal with him?" Well, when Ye Bufan said this, not only the man in black robe, but almost everyone present except him was stunned. This question didn't Tan Tai Tianyi already say it before? Why did Ye Bufan still ask? Although he was puzzled, the man in black robes still did not dare to neglect and said, "If this is true, then the commander should be exiled to the outer region until he dies in battle, or join the Heavenly Demon Clan. However, if the commander joins the Heavenly Demon Clan, then none of his clansmen will survive, and the temple will kill them all." Ye Bufan nodded and said, "Then what do you think is the chance that Yi Tianshang will replace him?" The black-robed man hesitated for a moment and said, "This is a matter of time. If Tan Tai Zhang no, Tan Tai Tianyi, if what Tan Tai Tianyi said is true, then within a year at the latest, Yi Tianshang can definitely replace the commander." "You are very honest." Ye Bufan smiled, then said with embarrassment, "Since you said that it is only a matter of time before Yi Tianshang replaces Xuanyuan Wudi, and it may only take a year at most, and once Xuanyuan Wudi is demoted to deputy commander, and his impersonation of the temple to blackmail the Shenwu continent is exposed, he will almost certainly die. Then here comes the question." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Now that so many of us here know that he impersonated the temple and blackmailed the Shenwu continent, what do you think? What should we do?" Well, the man in black robe was stunned. "Why, you're his man after all, so why don't you help him think of a solution?" Ye Bufan said with a hint of surprise. The man in black robe was speechless. "How about killing people to silence them?" Ye Bufan suggested. No. Then he shook his head again and denied himself. "The Saint Realm experts from the heavenly world cannot come to the Shenwu continent at all, and as for the Shenwu Realm experts, to be honest, it's okay to kill us to silence us, but the old gambler Satu is at the peak of the Saint Realm after all, so the Shenwu Realm experts shouldn't be able to silence him, right? So, killing people to silence them is definitely not an option. What should we do then?" Looking at Ye Bufan, the man in black robe had a disheveled face, and he was about to collapse. How would he know what to do? He felt like Ye Bufan was just playing a trick on him. Before the man in black robe could think about it, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "How about this? I'll give you an idea." Well, the man in black robe was stunned, but he didn't dare to not cooperate and said, You say. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said slowly, "It's actually very simple. I don't have any good points, but I'm soft-hearted. If he is willing to pay me a hush money, then I'm willing to help him keep it secret." "Hush money?" Looking at Ye Bufan, the man in black robe was stunned. The same goes for others. Then came the chaos. This is not hush money at all, this is clearly an opportunity for blackmail and extortion. Chapter 10 2410 Divine Crystals. At this moment, who couldn't hear that Ye Bufan was clearly blackmailing? Don't give. Sure. When the time comes and you become the deputy commander, I will expose the fact that you impersonated the temple and blackmailed the Shenwu continent. Just wait for death. Money or life. You choose. Why, isn't this suggestion of mine a good one? Looking at the black-robed man in front of him with a shocked look on his face, Ye Bufan asked curiously. The man in black robe was suddenly speechless and confused. Is this a good suggestion? What a fart. If these words were told to Xuanyuan Wudi, we would be in great danger even if we didn't die. But can the man in black robe say no? Obviously not. Looking at Ye Bufan, the man in black robe hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and asked, how much do you want? How much? Let me think about it. Ye Bufan said this, and then pretended to think. After a moment, he looked at the man in black robe and said, how about this, I'm not greedy, you can just ask him to show some respect and give 300 trillion yuan stones. How much? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the man in black robe was stunned, and the others were also dumbfounded. Especially the group of people in black robes. 30 trillion stones. Still a token of my appreciation. Why the hell don't you just go and rob it? Well, they all suddenly remembered that Ye Bufan was extorting and robbing. Why, is there a problem? Looking at the man in black robe, Ye Bufan asked again. The man in black robe was speechless. 30 trillion. If they really dared to say this number in front of Xuanyuan Wudi, there would be no doubt that Xuanyuan Wudi would be furious and would definitely destroy them. At this time, Tantai Tianyi suddenly looked at Ye Bufan and said, Master, this is indeed a bit too much. Even if Zhan Yuan Wudi is one of the 12 commanders of the temple, he certainly can't take out 300 trillion stones. Hearing this, the 18 men in black robes were shocked, excited, and grateful. Tantai Stallion, a good man. Unexpectedly, Tantai Tianyi spoke again. Moreover, Master, you shouldn't ask for Yuan Shi, that's too much of a loss. Since you already asked for it, you should ask for Shen Jing. Divine Crystal. Ye Bufan was stunned. Seeing this, Tantai Tianyi obviously misunderstood. He thought Ye Bufan didn't know what a divine crystal was, so he explained, Master, divine crystals are more advanced than Yuanshi. Yuanshi is an auxiliary item for cultivation below the Saint Realm, while divine crystals can assist Saint Realm masters in their cultivation. In Tianyi, a divine crystal is worth 1 million Yuanshi, and you can't buy it even if you have money. Even if one or two appear occasionally, they are sold at auction, and the final transaction price is more than 30 million Yuanshi. I remember the previous time, the Fire Divine Crystal was auctioned for a high price of 36.21 million Yuanshi. One divine crystal is worth 30 million yuan stones. Upon hearing this exchange rate, Ye Bufan was completely stunned. How many divine crystals are there in the treasury of the Heavenly Palace? That's in the billions. If we exchange Yuanshi at this ratio, the Yuanshi would probably be enough to fill up the entire Shenwu continent. Before Ye Bufan could think more, Tantai Tianyi spoke again. So, Master, you should ask Xuanyuan Wudi for divine crystals. This thing others can't get it, but he is different. After all, he is one of the 12 commanders of the temple, and he is also a demigod. Among the resources given to him by the temple every year, there are divine crystals, and he can also use his merits to exchange for divine crystals in the temple, so Master, you should ask him for divine crystals. After hearing this, the 18 men in black robes who were originally grateful to Tantai Tianyi instantly cursed in their hearts. Damn it, you actually instigated this guy to blackmail the commander-in-chief for divine crystals. That's not as good as 30 trillion stones. It's a pity that although the 18 men in black robes thought so, Ye Bufan didn't think so. He took the opportunity to blackmail Xuanyuan Wudi, not only to gain some benefits for himself, but also to disgust him and then cause him some trouble. Since the divine crystal is so precious, Ye Bufan will naturally not let it go. So, Ye Bufan said, then let's exchange the Yuanshi for God crystals. 300 trillion Yuanshi, at a ratio of 1 to 1 million, that's 3 million God crystals. Then, you ask Xuanyuan Wudi to send me 3 million God crystals, and I will pretend that nothing happened. When Ye Bufan said this, the 18 men in black robes were dumbfounded, and Tantai Tianyi was also dumbfounded. 3 million divine crystals. They thought Ye Bufan was crazy. With so many divine crystals, not to mention a commander like Xuanyuan Wudi, even the entire temple might not be able to produce them all. Immediately, Tantai Tianyi said, Master, it's too much, too much. This is too much. 3 million divine crystals, Xuanyuan Wudi can't even afford it. I think asking him for 10 divine crystals will be enough. How many? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. 10. Tantai Tianyi repeated. Before Ye Bufan could speak, Tantai Tianyi explained, Master, you don't know that divine crystals are really precious and rare. In the heaven beyond heaven, generally only demigods are qualified to use divine crystals for cultivation. 10 divine crystals, this is probably the limit of Xuanyuan Wudi. If there are more he definitely can't take them out, and he may not be willing to do so. Where is the temple commander? So poor. After Tantai Tianyi finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but mutter something. Hearing this, Tantai Tianyi was confused. 10 divine crystals, is this considered poor? Master, you don't know the value of the divine crystal. My entire Tantai family only has 2 divine crystals, and they have been kept there and are reluctant to use them. From generation to generation, these 2 divine crystals, which are almost exhausted of elements, are usually used only when a member of the clan reaches the peak of flying and strives to become a demigod. It is conceivable how precious the divine crystal is. It's a pity that Tantai Tianyi didn't know that in Ye Bufan's eyes, Xuanyuan Wudi was really poor, even poorer than a beggar, because Dao Wuya had madly robbed the entire divine realm back then and left him countless divine crystals. Moreover, this was the reason why Dao Wuya did not value divine crystals. Otherwise, the divine crystals in the treasury of the heavenly palace would be unimaginable. So Ye Bufan really doesn't lack divine crystals, at least for now. However, Ye Bufan blackmailed Xuanyuan Wudi mainly to disgust Xuanyuan Wudi and to cause him some trouble, so Ye Bufan really didn't care how much benefit he got. So he continued Tantai Tianyi's words and said to the black-robed man in front of him, then ask him for 10 divine crystals. Your sister. Hearing this, the man in black robe cursed in his heart, and he felt like he was about to cry. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan added, in addition to the 10 divine crystals, ask him to send 3 billion stones. If he doesn't give it, I will go to Tianweishan to find Yi Tianshang. Okay, go ahead. While speaking, without giving the other party a chance to bargain, Ye Bufan turned to the man in black robe and simply waved his hand. The black-robed man was stunned. He glanced at Ye Bufan, then looked at the other 17 black-robed men. He instinctively asked Ye Bufan, what about them? The other 17 men in black robes also looked stunned. Them. Ye Bufan glanced at the other 17 black-robed men and said, of course they will stay as hostages. People, hostages. The man in black robe was stunned again. Nonsense. Ye Bufan scolded him harshly, catch the adulterer and the couple, catch the thief and the dirty work. If I let you all go, what if you refuse to admit it? Let all of you go. Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 1025 Nangong Ziling is here. Do you think I'm stupid? Ye Bufan's simple words instantly killed the last glimmer of hope in the black-robed man's heart. He had originally thought that as long as all of them could escape from the Shenwu continent safely, then after returning to Tianweitian, they could pretend that nothing had happened. At most, they would report to Xuanyuan Wudi, saying that the Shenwu continent refused to pay tribute, and they were no match for the Shenwu continent, so they had no choice but to evacuate. In that way, at least they would not be implicated because of Ye Bufan's blackmail of Xuanyuan Wudi. But now if everyone except myself was detained in the Shenwu continent, then even if I left the Shenwu continent it would be meaningless, because this matter could not be concealed at all. As for escaping from the Shenwu continent and hiding directly in Tianweitian to avoid Xuanyuan Wudi and escape, then the man in black robe didn't even dare to think about it. In Tianweitian, if a commander really wants to find someone, it is definitely not a difficult task. To put it bluntly, if he wants to find it, he will definitely find it, it's just a matter of time. So, you can't escape, and you can't hide. Senior. Helplessly, the man in black robe could only look at Ye Bufan and said, if I go back alone, I really can't explain to the commander. Confess. Ye Bufan sneered. He knew the black-robed man's plan, so he said, who asked you to explain? I just asked you to pass on a message. Can The man in black robe wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan in a cold voice. Are you leaving or not? If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Stay in Shenwu continent forever. I believe that others will definitely be willing to do it for you. Hearing this, the black-robed man trembled and said, Go, senior, I'm leaving now. Without any hesitation, the man in black robe stood up, turned around and ran away. He didn't want to stay in the Shenwu continent forever. After all, there was still a glimmer of hope for him to return to Tianyi. If he stayed in the Shenwu continent, his life would be over. Oh. Watching the black-robed man leave, Ye Bufan sneered, then looked at Satu Nan beside him and said, Old gambler, seal all these people's cultivation. Forget it, I'd better throw them directly into the god and demon cemetery. Originally, Ye Bufan wanted to hand these people over to the Kangchong Martial Academy for custody, but after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, if these people were in the Kangchong Martial Academy, Xuanyuan Wudi might still have a chance to rescue them. But if they were detained in the cemetery of gods and demons, then as long as Ye Bufan didn't want to, no one could take these 17 people away. As he spoke, Ye Bufan took out the Heaven Burial Palace without any hesitation, and asked the people from the Sky Martial Academy to throw the 17 black-robed men into the Heaven Burial Palace. As long as these 17 men in black robes are in his hands, then Ye Bufan believes that no matter whether Xuanyuan Wudi is a demigod or a commander, he will be under his control. These 17 people will become a thorn in Xuanyuan Wudi's throat, enough to make him unable to sleep or eat. As for revenge, in the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan is not really afraid of Xuanyuan Wudi's revenge. It would be fine if they don't come, but if they dare to come, he will make sure they never come back. Master, you see your problems have been resolved, so when will you start treating me? Your disciple, seeing that Ye Bufan had already dealt with the 18 men in black robes, Tantai Tianyi immediately looked at him and said impatiently. No hurry. Hearing this, Ye Bufan waved his hand. No rush. When Tantai Tianyi heard this, he immediately became anxious. Master, you are not anxious, but I am. Damn, who knows when that crazy Nangong Ziling will come to the Shenwu continent. Once she comes, I will make sure I am dead. Sure enough, good things don't work, but bad things do. As Tantai Tianyi was thinking, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. Tianyi, you are here indeed. Buzz. Hearing this, Tantai Tianyi's body couldn't help but tremble. His soul was shaken, his pupils trembled, and even his legs trembled instinctively. This sound. There is no doubt that Nangong Ziling is here. In an instant, Tantai Tianyi was frightened. What to do, what to do? He was as anxious as an ant on hot pan, and was restless. Seeing Tantai Tianyi's words, Ye Bufan and others were stunned. They looked in the direction of the sound. Swish, swish, swish. In the distance, 7 figures were rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Leading them was a girl in purple. Ye Bufan had seen this girl in purple before and remembered her. She was none other than Tantai Tianyi's wife, Nangong Ziling. Compared to a few years ago, Nangong Ziling hasn't changed much, but her every move and gesture has a hint of alternative temperament. Perhaps that is the unique temperament formed after becoming a wife and a mother. In an instant, Nangong Ziling and 7 others arrived and landed in front of Tantai Tianyi. Run, run again. Looking at Tantai Tianyi, Nangong Ziling said angrily, come back with me. Hearing this, Tantai Tianyi's body trembled and became even more messy. Go back with you. Why should I go back with you? Creating humans. Damn, that's going to kill me. No, I must not go back. Etc. Suddenly, Tantai Tianyi seemed to have thought of something, and was stunned. Go back. Why should I go back? Damn it, I came to Shenwu continent to ask my master for help, and my master also said that he is at least 70% to 80% sure. If that's the case, why should I go back? Once the master dissolves his fatal body, he can be reborn. What does it mean to be reborn? That means I don't have to be the damn Tantai stud anymore. With this thought, Tantai Tianyi looked at Nangong Ziling and shouted, Nangong Ziling, why are you yelling so loudly? Can't you see my master is here? Do you understand the rules of respect and seniority? Come and pay your respects to my master. Master. Tantai Tianyi's reaction, especially his words, stunned Nangong Ziling. She glanced around. It was at this time that Nangong Ziling discovered, or rather saw, Ye Bufan standing there. The moment she saw Ye Bufan, Nangong Ziling's pupils shrank and her whole body shook. This face, even after several years, she will never forget it, and she must not forget it, because the owner of this face might be her husband's only chance of survival, and it was also because of this person that Tan Tai Tieni was so happy to marry her back then. It can be said that Nangong Ziling was grateful to Ye Bufan from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, if Tan Tai Tieni could survive, how could Nangong Ziling force him like this? It's a pity that the passage between Shenwu continent and TianYTN was closed 3 years ago, cutting off Tan Tai Tiani's only chance of survival, which is why Nangong Ziling is doing this now. Now, the moment she saw Ye Bufan, Nangong Ziling was shocked, and even more excited. 3-year agreement. Now, a year has passed since the 3-year agreement. Nangong Ziling thought that Ye Bufan had left long ago, but she didn't expect that he was actually here. Ziling greets the senior. Thinking of this, Nangong Ziling looked at Ye Bufan and said with great respect. What senior? He is my master and you are my wife, so you should call me master too. As soon as Nangong Ziling finished speaking, Tan Tai Tieni immediately shouted at her. Nangong Ziling was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, Ziling greets the master. Looking at the weird couple in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but smile. Before he could speak, Tan Tai Tieni had already said to Nangong Ziling, okay, you have seen the master, I didn't run away, and the master will start to treat me soon, so you should go back. The reason why he let Nangong Ziling go back was not because Tan Tai Tieni didn't love her or was annoyed with her, but because Tan Tai Tieni was afraid that if Ye Bufan couldn't save him, then what would happen? By then, he would become a stud again. That kind of day Tan Tai Tieni simply didn't dare to imagine it, or rather, he was scared when he thought about it. If Nangong Ziling were allowed to leave now, then even if the treatment failed, he would still have a chance to escape. At least even if he was caught in the end, he would be able to enjoy a normal life. Hearing what Tan Tai Tieni said, Nangong Ziling was stunned. Is the treatment going to start? She was excited, looking forward to it, and even more scared. The one who was excited was naturally that Tan Tai Tieni finally had a chance to survive. As for fear, it was naturally the fear of treatment failure. After all, this was Tan Tai Tiani's only chance to survive. If it failed, he would definitely die. A husband and wife once in a day are bound by 100 days of grace. What's more, there is much more between her and Tan Tai Tieni than just that. With this thought in mind, Nangong Ziling looked at Ye Bufan and said, Master Ziling, can you stay with Tieni during the treatment? Damn. Hearing this, Tan Tai Tieni became anxious. He immediately looked at Ye Bufan and kept making faces at Ye Bufan, as if to say, Master, let her go, let her go. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan ignored him. He looked at Nangong Ziling and said, okay. In an instant, Tan Tai Tieni was confused, crazy, and like a deflated ball. Finished. Nangong Ziling smiled sweetly, thank you, Master. Then she looked at Ye Bufan and asked, Master, will you treat Tieni now? Hearing this, Tan Tai Tieni, who was originally in a depressed state, suddenly became alert. As long as the master can cure me, then why should I be afraid of Nangong Ziling? There is no need to be afraid. Immediately, Tan Tai Tieni also looked at Ye Bufan. No hurry. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Before that, I will take you to see someone first. Meet someone. Tan Tai Tieni was stunned. Nangong Ziling was also puzzled. Satu Nan on the side was shocked. Although he didn't know what incurable disease Tan Tai Tieni had, when he heard Ye Bufan say that he wanted to take Tan Tai Tieni to see someone, Satu Nan instantly thought of Feng Hen and the terrifying and powerful figure in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Chapter 1026, Dragon and Phoenix sing in harmony, Tieni reveals the holy pattern. The fact is just as Satu Nan thought, Ye Bufan is going to take Tan Tai Tieni to see Feng Hen. After all, the present is different from the past. Now Ye Bufan has not practiced the heavenly evolution return to oneness technique, so he really can't save Tan Tai Tieni. Of course, even if Ye Bufan practiced the Tian Yang Gui Yi Ju, he would still take Tan Tai Tieni to see Feng Hen, only because Tan Tai Tiani's so-called fatal body was too special and had too many peculiarities, and Ye Bufan always felt that it was not that simple. Ice and fire, yin and yang body. Ice and fire cannot coexist, yin and yang collide, and once the Yuan force moves, even a saint cannot save them. Moreover, with this kind of fatal body, even if it does not enter the nascent soul stage and does not practice cultivation, it will not live past the age of 30. Ye Bufan was a little skeptical about this. In his opinion, Tan Tai Tianyi's so-called yin-yang body of ice and fire might be a special physique that has not been developed, or it is because there is no corresponding martial arts formula available for Tan Tai Tianyi to practice, which leads to this result. Of course, these were all thoughts that Ye Bufan had after he came into contact with the heavenly palace and the supreme divine body. In his opinion, the world is very big, and there are many things that he could not even think of or understand at the level of the Shenwu continent. If it were in the past, Ye Bufan would definitely use the Tian Yang Gui Yi Ju to devour the two energies of ice and fire in Tan Tai Tianyi's body and resolve the crisis of the collision between yin and yang. But now, Ye Bufan would definitely not do that. At the very least, he would let Feng Hen check it first. God is the first level. The most powerful person in the heavenly palace. Ye Bufan believed that with Feng Hen's strength and vision, if Tan Tai Tianyi's fatal body really was some special physique, he would definitely be able to see it, and he would definitely have a plan to deal with it. Even if it is not the case, even if Feng Hen can do nothing about it, isn't there still the inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons? At worst, let Tan Tai Tianyi refine the inheritance crystal. Once successful, his ice and fire yin and yang body will disappear immediately. After all, the first step in the inheritance of the heavenly palace is to use the power of inheritance to reshape the inheritor's body. Without the yin-yang body of ice and fire, Tan Tai Tianyi's worries about his life were naturally resolved. Of course, if none of the 300,000 inheritances is suitable for Tan Tai Tianyi, then Ye Bufan will have no choice but to say that this is fate and Tan Tai Tianyi can only accept it. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan told Tan Tai Tianyi that he was 70% to 80% sure. Looking at the somewhat stunned Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "That's right, I'll take you to see someone who can resolve the yin-yang body of ice and fire." Hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi said, "Master, aren't you here to help me resolve this fatal body?" Ye Bufan smiled, but did not speak. He directly took out the heaven burial palace and said, "Go in. There is no time to lose. I will take you to see him now." Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling looked at each other instinctively. Without any hesitation, Tan Tai Tianyi walked directly towards the Zhangtian palace, and so did Nangong Ziling. No. But at this moment, one of the 6 people who came with Nangong Ziling stood in front of Nangong Ziling and the other person, looked at Nangong Ziling warily and said, "This palace is obviously a space-type holy weapon. Once the young lady and the son-in-law enter it, if there is a trick, then..." The man did not continue, but his meaning was already very clear. He was afraid that Ye Bufan would plot against Nangong Ziling and Tan Tai Tianyi. Bang! But at this moment, Tan Tai Tianyi slapped the other person directly in the face. "Aunt, uncle." The man was stunned and looked at Tan Tai Tianyi with some confusion. "How do you talk?" Tan Tai Tianyi shouted angrily, "You bastard, master will harm me. Even if master really wants to harm me, do you think he needs to go through so much trouble like he does now? With just the few of you, master can kill you in a matter of minutes." Although he knew that the man was thinking about his own safety, Tan Tai Tianyi was still furious and angry. In his opinion, the 6 people of the Nangong family were simply brainless. Ye Bufan plotted against them. Didn't you see that there was a saint standing next to him? If Ye Bufan really had this idea, couldn't he just do it directly? Why would he have to go through so much trouble? As for saying that he didn't dare to take direct action because he was afraid of the Nangong family and the Tantai family, that is even more nonsense. You know, this is a tough guy who even dares to blackmail the commander of the temple. Would he be afraid of the 2 city families? This is bullshit. As soon as Tan Tai Tianyi finished speaking, Nangong Ziling also frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Wang Yu, you guys go back. Also, after you go back, punish yourself for a month." Hearing this, the man who spoke was stunned. The same was true for the other 5. Nangong Ziling and Tan Tai Tianyi ignored them and went straight into the burial heaven palace. Ye Bufan shook his head and didn't care about it. He put away the burial heaven palace and disappeared on the spot. Seeing this scene, the 6 people of Nangong family were stunned. Disappeared out of thin air. They stared with eyes wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. But at this moment, a martial arts student came over and patted the Nangong family man who had spoken earlier, shook his head and said, "Young man, it's a good thing that you are eager to protect your master, but you should at least understand the situation, right?" The man came back to his senses instantly, looked at the young man from the martial arts academy in front of him, his mouth twitched, and he looked extremely confused. "Young people, I'm already 43 years old, and you look only 17 or 18 years old. You call me a youngster." But at this moment, the man obviously didn't care about these things. Instead, he looked at the other party and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? What's the meaning?" The martial arts students were speechless. "Don't you see Ardeen, a peak Saint Realm expert, standing there? If young Master Yi really wants to harm you, do you think you few divine martial masters can resist? And young Master Yi is many times stronger than the Dean. When we fought the heavenly demon, young Master Yi even killed the heavenly demon at the Soul Fusion realm. You really don't deserve to be taken seriously by Major General Yi." As soon as the martial arts student finished speaking, the man was stunned. He has killed a strong man in the Soul Fusion realm. The man was like this, and so were the other 5 people. They looked stunned and even a little unbelieving. That guy is only at the Jodian realm. Zhou Tian destroys Rong Hun. Are you kidding us? There is no such precedent even in the heaven beyond heaven, let alone the Shenwu continent. However, at this moment, they finally noticed Satu Nan, a powerful man who had reached the peak of the Saint realm. Unfortunately, Satu Nan ignored them and waved his hands, saying to all the martial arts academy members, "Disperse, disperse, all disperse." After leaving a few words, Satu Nan put his hands behind his back and walked away slowly. All members of the martial arts academy also left one after another. In just a moment, only 6 people from the Nangong family were left there. A cool breeze blows on your face. The 6 people of the Nangong family looked at each other, and their hearts suddenly felt chilly. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Master, where is this? Looking at everything around him, especially the huge creepy tombstones in the distance, Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan and asked. Nangong Ziling also looked stunned. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "This place is called the Cemetery of Gods and Demons." God and Demon Cemetery. Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were stunned. They looked at each other in shock. Although they came from Tianyi, they all knew about the Cemetery of Gods and Demons in Shenwu continent. After all, it was a treasure land of the human race in Shenwu continent. Even many people in Tianyi had entered the Cemetery of Gods and Demons before, but unfortunately, the chance of obtaining inheritance in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons was too small, and the Cemetery of Gods and Demons was only opened once every 50 years. So gradually, Tianyi no longer cared about the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, and in these years no one came to Shenwu continent to participate in the trials and assessments in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, and it has even been gradually forgotten. They never imagined that Ye Bufan would actually lead them directly into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Looking at the reactions of the two, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then said, "Uncle Feng. Call out." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen appeared out of nowhere in front of Ye Bufan and the other 2. Looking at Ye Bufan, he said respectfully, "Palace Master." Seeing Feng Hen appear out of nowhere, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were shocked. It appeared out of nowhere, without any warning. How strong does one have to be able to do this? Flying. No, I'm afraid even a demigod can't do it. When they thought of this, even the breathing of Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling became a little rapid. A person stronger than demigod. Bang, bang, bang. Their hearts couldn't help but beat rapidly. They were shocked and horrified. Moreover, such a strong man actually called Ye Bufan, Palace Master, then Ye Bufan. They no longer dared to imagine. Ye Bufan had no idea of what Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were thinking. At this moment, he looked at Feng Hen, pointed at him and said, "Uncle Feng, take a look at his yin-yang body of ice and fire." Ice and fire, yin and yang body. Feng Hen was stunned and asked, "What is that?" Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan was also stunned. Obviously, even a powerful being like Feng Hen had never heard of the so-called ice and fire yin and yang body. But at this moment, Tantai Tianyi immediately said, "Senior, this ice and fire yin and yang body is actually the name given by my grandfather. It is entirely because there are 2 kinds of power, one ice and one fire, in my body, and these powers are hidden in my blood. As I grow older, these two powers will continue to increase. The most important thing is that when I wanted to impact the condensation realm, the vitality I absorbed was directly converted into this ice and fire energy. The two energies collided with each other, directly breaking my tendons, blood and flesh, and even my heart suddenly began to dry up. When Tan Tai Tianyi said this, Feng Hen suddenly frowned, and the next second, he came directly in front of Tan Tai Tianyi. Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned. Feng Hen stretched out his right hand, grabbed his right arm directly, put two fingers on his wrist, and a ray of divine power directly entered Tan Tai Tianyi's body. After a moment, Feng Hen retracted his right hand, looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and asked, "Is your biological mother no longer alive?" Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned and asked in surprise, "Senior, how did you know that?" Feng Hen ignored him and asked again, "When your biological mother was pregnant with you, was she pregnant for 2 years, 2 months, and 22 days?" This. Tan Tai Tianyi hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, I don't know exactly how long it is, but my mother's pregnancy was indeed quite long when she was pregnant with me." "When you were born, were there dragons and phoenixes singing in harmony?" Feng Hen asked again. "Have," Tan Tai Tianyi said with a look of shock. "Uncle Feng, do you know something?" Ye Bufan asked at this time. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling also looked at Feng Hen with shock and expectation. They all knew what Feng Hen had said before, but that was only limited to them, Nangong and the core members of the Tan Tai family. After all, these things about Tan Tai Tianyi were so shocking, so they had always been a strictly guarded secret by the two families. However, they did not expect that Feng Hen would know these secrets directly as soon as he came into contact with Tan Tai Tianyi. Without answering Ye Bufan's question and without waiting for the three to think about it, Feng Hen directly slapped out with his palm. Bang! In a flash, all the clothes on Tan Tai Tianyi's body shattered and turned into powder. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and the other two were shocked and even more stunned. "Uncle Feng, what are you doing?" Senior. Without paying attention to the reactions of the three people, Feng Hen sent out a ray of divine power, which directly flowed into Tan Tai Tianyi's chest. Yin. Chu. The next second, the sounds of dragon and phoenix singing in harmony were heard, and two patterns appeared on Tan Tai Tianyi's chest, one on the left and one on the right, a golden dragon and a purple phoenix. The majesty of the dragon. Phoenix holy. This. Seeing this scene, Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned, Nangong Ziling was dumbfounded, and Ye Bufan was also stunned. Chapter 1027 Tan Tai Tianyi cried, "Uncle Feng, what on earth is going on?" After a moment, Ye Bufan was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at Feng Hen and couldn't help but ask. Ye Bufan's words brought Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling back to reality. They also looked at Feng Hen with shock and curiosity. Feng Hen smiled and said, "Palace Master, this is not the ice and fire yin and yang body, but the yin and yang sacred heart body." Yin-yang sacred heart body. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were also shocked. What is the yin-yang sacred heart body? They don't know at all and have never even heard of it. That's right. Feng Hen responded, ice and fire coexist, yin and yang accompany each other. Ice and fire are just appearances, yin and yang are the root, and the most important thing is the immortal holy heart in his body. Immortal sacred heart. Yes, the immortal sacred heart is just like your supreme divine body, Palace Master. Although the immortal sacred heart cannot be compared with the supreme divine body, the sacred heart is also a top-level existence in the divine realm. It is even what countless powerful people desire most, even the divine emperor is no exception. Because if the divine emperor can replace a sacred heart, then even if he is only a divine emperor of the first heaven, after replacing the sacred heart, as long as he feeds and integrates it, within 2 years, he can immediately achieve the position of primordial realm. What the hell? As soon as Feng Hen said this, Ye Bufan exclaimed immediately. What is Hongmeng God? He is the most powerful person in the divine realm. Just with a holy heart, can a strong man of the first level of the God Emperor directly become a Hongmeng God? This is simply against the will of heaven. You know, although there are quite a few God Emperors, only a few of them can finally reach the position of Hongmeng. Now a holy heart can actually directly allow the God Emperor to become the Hongmeng God. What a perverted existence this is. This sacred heart is simply priceless. Ye Bufan's heart was like a raging storm, while Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were stunned, because they had no idea what a God Emperor was or what a Hongmeng God was. Since they didn't know, they naturally had no idea what concept Feng Hen was talking about. But this did not prevent them from seeing the extraordinary and powerful nature of the Sacred Heart. However, Tan Tai Tianyi obviously didn't care about these things. All he cared about was whether he could survive. If he died, what was the use of having a powerful holy heart? So, he looked at Feng Hen and said, "Senior, then can I still be saved?" Save. Feng Hen glanced at Tan Tai Tianyi and asked, "Why do you want to save him?" Ah. Hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi exclaimed, "Senior, if you don't save me, I will die, won't I?" You are indeed going to die, but it's not because of the yin-yang sacred heart body. But as he spoke, Feng Hen glanced at Nangong Ziling and said, "Young people indulge in pleasure without restraint, and have even touched the root of the Sacred Heart. If you don't come today, even Hongmeng God won't be able to save you in a year. By then, you will surely die, and the immortal Sacred Heart will be useless." Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. The same is true for Tan Tai Tianyi. Nangong Ziling was even more shocked, and shy. Young people indulge in sexual pleasure without restraint, to the point of touching the root of the Holy Heart. This is clearly an accusation that the relationship between Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling is a bit excessive. Suddenly, Nangong Ziling looked at Feng Hen and said, "Senior, then can Tianyi still be saved?" She was nervous, she was worried, and even more scared. Nangong Ziling never imagined that her previous actions almost harmed Tan Tai Tianyi. If she had known this earlier, she would never have forced Tan Tai Tianyi like this. But it's no use regretting it now. After all, things have already happened and cannot be undone. What matters is whether there is any hope now. I told you, he doesn't need saving. After Nangong Ziling finished speaking, Feng Hen said something, and then slowly said, "The power of the Holy Heart is beyond your imagination. The yin-yang Holy Heart body is even more extraordinary than an ordinary body. Do you know why when you attack the condensation essence, the power of ice and fire will directly tear and even destroy your body?" Why? Tan Tai Tianyi asked instinctively. Feng Hen, that's because only by destroying your body can the power of the Sacred Heart be activated. Once the power of the Sacred Heart is activated, it can directly repair your damaged body. The reason why the yin-yang Sacred Heart body is so powerful is because it can be reborn after repeated destruction, and continue to grow stronger after rebirth, until one day, the body and soul can rival the Sacred Heart. Only then can it be truly transcendent and truly immortal. When Feng Hen said this, Ye Bufan was shocked, Tan Tai Tianyi was shocked, and Nangong Ziling was also shocked. Reborn from destruction, and become stronger from rebirth. Isn't this the same as the legendary phoenix? If so, then the yin-yang Sacred Heart body is indeed powerful. After a moment, Tan Tai Tianyi came back to his senses. He looked at Feng Hen and was about to cry, "Senior, that means, even if I break through to the condensation stage, or even enter the condensation stage, I will be fine, and I will not die." Certainly. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, Nangong Ziling was a little dazed, and Tan Tai Tianyi was even more stunned. How many years? How many years has it been? He used to be the eldest son of the Nangong family, the genius Tan Tai Tianyi, who overwhelmed all his peers in Tianyi. No one could stop his brilliance. Started practicing at the age of 5. At the age of 7, his strength reached maximum, and he officially embarked on the path of martial arts. After that, he broke through a major realm almost every year, and reached the peak of the transcendent realm at the age of 12. Not only that, when he was 11 years old, he had already been designated by the temple as the next Holy Son. There was no examination or trial, just direct selection. What an honor this is, and it is enough to show how outstanding Tan Tai Tianyi is. How glorious he was at that time. How high-spirited he was at that time. At that time, he was the supreme glory of the Tan Tai family and a martial arts prodigy from heaven. But all this took a dramatic turn when he was 12 years old and trying to reach the nascent soul realm. Ice and fire cannot coexist, yin and yang collide. The moment he cultivated his yuan force, his body collapsed. If it weren't for the intervention of the ancestor of the Tan Tai family, he would have died, or disappeared, long ago. The same thing happened several times afterwards when he tried to break through to the condensation stage. Even the deputy master of the temple was helpless. It was also from that time that Tan Tai Tianyi was sentenced to death. Possessing the yin-yang body of ice and fire, he would never be able to set foot in the Nangyuan realm in his entire life. In other words, he was just a useless person who could only stay in the transcendent realm for the rest of his life, and even so, he would not live past the age of 30. The child prodigy turned into a useless person, which became a joke in the eyes of most people. What kind of blow was that? What kind of devastation was that? It is no exaggeration to say that life is worse than death. If Tan Tai Tianyi was not strong enough in heart, he would have committed suicide long ago. But even so, he still suffered immense pain in his heart, but he endured it alone in silence. He didn't want to show it, and didn't want those around him to be affected and suffer the same pain as himself. This situation has continued from the age of 12 or 13 to the present, a full 7 or 8 years. To this day, he has become the stud of Tan Tai, laughed at by everyone in Tianyi because of this damn ice and fire yin-yang body. What kind of torment is that? But he didn't blame anyone, because this was his fate. After all, he couldn't let the Tan Tai and Nangong families be cut off from their lineage and have no descendants because of him. Even Tan Tai Tianyi knew very well that if possible, the Tan Tai and Nangong families would not want to do this. But there's nothing I can do. That's all. Now, there is actually a powerful person who surpasses demigod and tells Tan Tai Tianyi that what he has is not the yin-yang body of ice and fire, but the yin-yang sacred heart body, a powerful and terrifying physique. The reason why the impact of condensation essence will cause the collapse of the physical body is entirely for the purpose of further strengthening himself. It's wrong, everything is wrong. He, Tan Tai Tianyi, is still a genius and a demon, but unfortunately, everyone has got it wrong. But even so, Tan Tai Tianyi still couldn't be happy. Why? In more than 10 years, he could have become a giant in the god's realm and enjoyed endless glory, but because of his ignorance, he is still just a waste in the transcendent realm, or even a stud laughed at by countless people. How ironic is this? This is simply a tragedy and a huge joke. How could he be happy then? For more than 10 years, all his suffering was in vain, all his tears were shed in vain, and all his torment and devastation were self-inflicted. He, Tan Tai Tianyi, is like this. Isn't it the same with the Tan Tai family and the Nangong family? Ignorance is really scary. At this moment, Tan Tai Tianyi could no longer hold back and tears flowed out. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are hurt by love. Heartbroken, tears falling. Chapter 1028 Feng Hen wants to kill someone and take their heart. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are hurt by love. Not to mention Tan Tai Tianyi, even Ye Bufan looked at Tan Tai Tianyi with sympathy and silence. He was originally a super genius with extraordinary talent, even a demon, but because of his ignorance and misjudgment, he became a waste that everyone laughed at for more than 10 years, and finally he was reduced to a tool to establish his own clan and expand its branches. How sad this is. How ridiculous this is. Looking at Tan Tai Tianyi, Nangong Ziling said nothing, but just hugged him gently. Be it comfort or persuasion, in Nangong Ziling's opinion, these are meaningless to Tan Tai Tianyi at the moment. All she can do is give Tan Tai Tianyi a warm hug. Time passes by every second. Tan Tai Tianyi was crying, and Ye Bufan, Nangong Ziling, and Feng Hen just watched quietly, saying nothing and doing nothing. About 10 minutes later, Tan Tai Tianyi left Nangong Ziling's embrace, looked at Feng Hen, and said with determination, "Senior, can I practice directly now?" No. Feng Hen shook his head. Why? Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned. Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling also looked at Feng Hen in surprise. Isn't it said that the yin-yang sacred heart body is constantly reborn and becoming stronger in destruction? If that's the case, why can't Tan Tai Tianyi practice now? Before Ye Bufan and the other two could think about it, Feng Hen spoke again. I have already said that you have been doing it too frequently, and it has touched the root of the sacred heart. To put it bluntly, without the support of the sacred heart, you would have died long ago. So, you cannot practice now, otherwise the sacred heart will not be able to restore your broken body, and you will surely die. Brush. Upon hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling's faces turned pale instantly. Nangong Ziling asked anxiously, Senior, could it be that Tianyi is beyond saving? I've said that he doesn't need to be saved, because he's fine. Although his sacred heart has been fundamentally damaged, it can still recover on its own, so it's not enough to threaten his life. Of course, the premise is that he must never touch a woman again before his sacred heart fully recovers, otherwise he will definitely die. Feng Hen said slowly after looking at Nangong Ziling. Call. After confirming that Tantai Tianyi was not in danger and would recover after resting, Nangong Ziling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She couldn't imagine what would happen to Tantai Tianyi if they hadn't come here today and hadn't met Feng Hen. I'm afraid that just as Feng Hen said, Tantai Tianyi will not live beyond a year. Thinking about it now, Nangong Ziling felt a little scared, but at the same time, she was grateful that Tantai Tianyi had met a noble man like Ye Bufan. Nangong Ziling thought so, and so did Tantai Tianyi. Moreover, he looked at Feng Hen and couldn't help asking, "Senior, how long will it take me to recover?" "About half a year." Feng Hen thought for a moment and said. "Half a year." Tantai Tianyi groaned and didn't care. He has suffered for more than 10 years, and he can still wait for just half a year. But at this moment, Feng Hen looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Palace Master, in fact, if he is placed in the Sacred Heart Pond and assisted by the water of the Sacred Heart Pond, his current condition will be completely recovered in 3 days at most." Sacred Heart Pond. Feng Hen's words made Ye Bufan startled. Then he looked at Feng Hen again, somewhat puzzled, and said, "Uncle Feng, isn't the Sacred Heart Pond already dried up?" Ye Bufan clearly remembered that he consumed all the blood in the Sacred Heart Pond when he was shaping the Supreme Divine Body. If that was the case, where would the water from the Sacred Heart Pond come from now? Tantai and Tianyi were confused and puzzled, as they had no idea what the Sacred Heart Pool was. Facing Ye Bufan's confusion and questioning, Feng Hen gently shook his head and said with a smile, "Palace Master, do you know why that place is called the Sacred Heart Pond?" "Why?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Hen smiled and said, "The pool is just as its name suggests, the Sacred Heart Pool. The reason why it is called the Sacred Heart Pool is that the root of the Sacred Heart Pool is the immortal Sacred Heart. To put it bluntly, there is also an immortal Sacred Heart in the Sacred Heart Pool. The entire Sacred Heart Pool is based on the Sacred Heart and supplemented by the Divine Crystal. It can continuously condense the pool water, and the function of this pool water is it can nourish the body, restore vitality, and regulate hidden injuries. In short, the water in the Sacred Heart Pool is wonderful and has many benefits. It can be said that it was one of the foundations for the Tiangong to gain a foothold in the divine realm." "What the hell?" As soon as Feng Hen said this, Ye Bufan exclaimed, "There is also a Sacred Heart in the Sacred Heart Pool." Ye Bufan was shocked, and so were Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling. "Isn't it said that the Sacred Heart is precious and rare? How come another one appeared now? This sounds like cabbage." "Yes." Before the three of them could think about it, Feng Hen responded and said, "But the Sacred Heart in the Sacred Heart Pool is different from the one in this kid's body. It is a broken Sacred Heart, so it cannot be directly replaced and used by living beings." After a pause, Feng Hen continued, "But even so, the water in the Sacred Heart Pool will never dry up before the Sacred Heart is completely exhausted. Palace Master, what you consumed earlier was not actually the water of the Sacred Heart Pond, but rather the eternal God's blood. It is also because of the God's blood that the Sacred Heart Pond cannot gather water. Now that the God's blood has been consumed, I believe that a lot of water has condensed in the Sacred Heart Pond during this period of time. Now, the Palace Master only needs to let him enter the Sacred Heart Pool, and within 3 days, his Sacred Heart will surely recover." Swish, swish. As soon as Feng Hen finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling immediately looked at Ye Bufan, with a hint of desire in their eyes. Without the Sacred Heart Pool, it would take half a year to recover. With the Sacred Heart Pool, it would only take 3 days to recover. If possible, Tantai Tianyi naturally hopes that Ye Bufan can send him into the Sacred Heart Pool. "No problem, I will take you to the Sacred Heart Pool now." Looking at Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Ye Bufan's words made Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling stunned. Although they didn't know what the Sacred Heart Pool was, there was no doubt that the water in this so-called Sacred Heart Pool must be extremely precious. However, they didn't expect that Ye Bufan would agree so easily. "Master." For a moment, Tantai Tianyi felt grateful but didn't know how to express it. When he first started to worship Ye Bufan as his master, it was just for fun, but later Ye Bufan brought him surprises time and time again. It can be said that Ye Bufan was like a reborn parent to him. Looking at Tantai Tianyi's expression, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "You have already accepted me as your master, so there is no need to be polite." Tantai Tianyi's body trembled. But at this moment, Feng Hen suddenly said, "Palace Master, should we erase their memories now?" Erase the memory. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling's faces changed suddenly and they were horrified. Yes. Feng Hen responded, saying without hesitation, the power of the Holy Heart is far beyond your imagination, Palace Master. If you haven't encountered it, it would be fine. But since you have encountered it, you naturally cannot let it go. Now that the Palace Master has forged the Supreme Divine Body, if he replaces another Sacred Heart, then after the Supreme Divine Body is baptized by the Sacred Heart for the first time, it will inevitably undergo a transformation. If he goes one step further, then your cultivation will be greatly improved. In the future, when the Supreme Divine Body and the indestructible Sacred Heart are combined, once the Palace Master steps into Hongmeng, I dare to assert that the Palace Master will have no rivals in the Divine Realm. Even if it is only Hongmeng's first level, the Palace Master can fight against Hongmeng's 9th level, and even defeat them, slaughter them, and destroy them. Not only that, the Supreme Divine Body combined with the immortal Sacred Heart may help the Palace Master step into the legendary Supreme Realm and achieve true transcendence and true eternity. And the Sacred Heart should be replaced sooner rather than later. The sooner it is replaced, the greater and more benefits will be gained. So according to what I said, we should erase their memories now. After he restores his Sacred Heart to perfection in the Sacred Heart Pool, the Palace Master will take him to the cemetery of gods and demons, and I will replace his immortal Sacred Heart for the Palace Master. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as Feng Hen finished speaking, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling turned pale and their souls trembled. This is to kill people and take their hearts. Run. Without any hesitation, Nangong Ziling instantly grabbed Tan Tai Tianyi's waist, and then shot out, with her speed reaching the extreme of the divine martial realm. How can a person live if he has lost his heart? Therefore, in Nangong Ziling's opinion, Tan Tai Tianyi can only run, and must run. Seeing this scene, Feng Hen sneered and said disdainfully, "Run. Can you run away?" Chapter 1029 Fenghen's Methods. Run. Can you run away? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Hen made a move and swung his palm, and a terrifying aura rushed straight towards Nangong Ziling. Hundreds of meters away, Nangong Ziling and Tan Tai Tianyi were running for their lives, their speed reaching the limit. She had never imagined that the originally kind-hearted senior would suddenly turn into an evil man who wanted to kill people and take their hearts. The change of mood is just like the fall from heaven to hell. At this moment, Nangong Ziling did not dare to slack off, and did not think too much. There was only one obsession left in her heart, that is run. If you don't run, you will die. It's a pity that she is only at the divine martial realm. How could she possibly be a match for the divine Lord Feng Hen? In a breath, they escaped hundreds of miles away. Suddenly, Nangong Ziling felt a terrifying aura sweeping over her. That aura made her feel as if the sky was falling. Bang! Before Nangong Ziling could think about it, she felt her body sink, and then she fell directly to the ground. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on her, and she could hardly move at all. Amir Shenwu wants to run away. But at this moment, Feng Hen's disdainful and deep voice sounded, "In this god and demon cemetery, don't even think about escaping, not to mention you, even if a powerful god comes." Although they didn't know what the concept of the god that Feng Hen mentioned was, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling couldn't help but tremble in their souls. Because they had to accept a cruel fact, which was facing Feng Hen, they didn't even have a chance to escape. In a breath, before Ye Bufan could react, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling had been suppressed by Feng Hen. At this time, Feng Hen's words brought Ye Bufan back to reality. He looked at Feng Hen and said absent-mindedly, "Uncle Feng, what are you doing? Kill people and take their hearts." He said the word Feng Hen without any hesitation. Ye Bufan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Feng Hen. "Palace Master, if you want to become a strong man, you should not be soft-hearted. The preciousness of the immortal Sacred Heart is far beyond your imagination. If you miss it this time, you will never have another chance in the future." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. He never imagined that Feng Hen had such a side to him. Killing people and taking their hearts. Ye Bufan knew that the immortal Sacred Heart was very important and precious, otherwise Feng Hen would not have been like this. If it was a stranger or a rival, Ye Bufan would definitely not have any concerns or guilt, but this person was Tan Tai Tianyi, so it was different. Although he had not had much contact with Tan Tai Tianyi for a long time, and even did not know much about him, but at least Ye Bufan had accepted Tan Tai Tianyi and regarded him as his own, otherwise he would not have brought him to the cemetery of gods and demons. To his enemies, Ye Bufan could be more cruel than anyone else, but to the people around him, killing people and taking their hearts, Ye Bufan really couldn't do it. This wasn't his style. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and said, "Uncle Feng, let him go. Let him go." Ye Bufan's words stunned Feng Hen. The same was true for the already desperate Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling. After all, they were well aware of the preciousness of Tan Tai Tianyi's immortal holy heart, otherwise this powerful man who surpassed demigod would not have suddenly turned against them and attacked them. Killing people and stealing treasures is a very normal thing. Unexpectedly, facing this huge offer, Ye Bufan actually refused. Before Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling could think about it, Feng Hen spoke again, persuading them, "Palace Master, this opportunity cannot be missed, and it will never come back. This immortal sacred heart." "Uncle Feng, there's no need to say anything." Feng Hen was interrupted by Ye Bufan just as he was talking. Looking at Feng Hen, Ye Bufan said solemnly, "No matter how precious this immortal sacred heart is, I will not take it, nor do I bother to take it. If I really need it, I will naturally take it from others in the future. It is not my style to attack my own people. One of us." Ye Bufan's words made Tan Tai Tianyi's heart tremble, he was so moved. "Palace Master." Feng Hen still didn't give up. "I said, let him go." Ye Bufan shouted sternly. "Yes." Feng Hen responded helplessly, then withdrew his terrifying pressure. "Call." Without Feng Hen's suppression, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Feng Hen spoke again. "In this case, in order to prevent them from harboring resentment, let me erase this part of their memory." Hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned and said anxiously, "No, Senior, please don't erase my memory." Feng Hen frowned, dissatisfied. Tan Tai Tianyi said anxiously, "Senior, please don't misunderstand me. I don't want to hate you. I just want to remember how good Master was to me and use what happened today to remind myself that I must never let Master down in the future." Immortal Sacred Heart. According to what Feng Hen said and did, it is not difficult to see the preciousness of this immortal holy heart. Ye Bufan could have killed him and taken away his immortal holy heart, but he didn't do it. However, Tan Tai Tianyi felt that he could not forget this friendship. After all, killing people for treasures is a very common thing. Sometimes, for some treasures, fathers and sons can kill each other, brothers can turn against each other, and husbands and wives can fight each other. What's more, he and Ye Bufan can only be regarded as master and apprentice in name only. At this moment, Tan Tai Tianyi truly recognized Ye Bufan as his chief master. No matter what Ye Bufan thinks, he, Tan Tai Tianyi, will never let his teacher down as long as he lives. This is true for Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling as well. Forget it. Looking at Tan Tai Tianyi's expression, Ye Bufan shook his head. Even if Tan Tai Tianyi really hated him because of what happened today, would young Master Ye be afraid? No longer dwelling on these things, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and said, "Uncle Feng, since he has the immortal sacred heart, can he still obtain the heavenly palace inheritance? Or is it necessary for him to obtain the heavenly palace inheritance?" Ye Bufan's sudden words stunned Feng Hen. The same goes for Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling. Although both of them came from the heaven outside the heaven, they all knew the preciousness of the inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons. Now it seems obvious that Ye Bufan has already taken control of the cemetery of gods and demons, and judging from Ye Bufan's intention, he wants Tan Tai Tianyi to obtain the peerless inheritance here. Before the two of them could think about it, Feng Hen had already spoken. "Palace Master, do you want him to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly palace?" Feng Hen changed the subject and said, "No, this is absolutely not possible." "Why?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. "Palace Master." After hesitating for a while, Feng Hen said, "Do you know what the immortal sacred heart means? If he can inherit my heavenly palace heritage, it will be even more powerful for him. If he becomes an enemy of the Palace Master in the future, he will be a formidable enemy of you, the Palace Master." When Feng Hen said this, Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned. Become an enemy of Ye Bufan. He swore that he would never do that, but at this moment, he said nothing. After all, some things are not said, but done. As for the inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons, he really didn't care much about it. Facing Feng Hen's answer, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Be my enemy. I have never been afraid of any challenge. If there really comes such a day, just think that I have made a mistake. The consequences I will bear my own consequences. Palace Master. Feng Hen wanted to say something else, but Ye Bufan interrupted him. Okay, this matter is settled. Letting Tianyi refine the inheritance was originally part of my plan. There is no need to change it now. This. Feng Hen hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Tan Tai Tianyi, then looked at Ye Bufan, and said, since the palace master has made up his mind, then this old man will not say anything more. I hope the palace master will not regret it in the future. I will never regret it. As Ye Bufan was talking, Feng Hen spoke again. Since the palace master is determined to let him try to refine my heavenly palace inheritance, then before starting, the palace master had better bring 30 million heavenly demons into the god and demon cemetery, and it is better to have more rather than less. Why? Ye Bufan was stunned and asked in confusion. You will know it when the time comes. Feng Hen did not answer, but just said helplessly. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Hen disappeared from the spot. He looked as if he was feeling extremely lost and unwilling to fail in seizing Tan Tai Tianyi's immortal sacred heart. Seeing Feng Hen leave, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, then he stopped thinking about it, and looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and the other two, and said, let's go, I will take you to the sacred heart pool now. A moment later, Ye Bufan took Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling away from the cemetery of gods and demons. Call out. As soon as the three of them left, Feng Hen reappeared at the original position with a faint smile on his face. The Yin-Yang Saint Heart is an indestructible body, and you have forgotten yourself since the beginning of the universe. You are a genius who has been covered in dust for many years. I don't hesitate to turn against you and do evil for you. This time you should return to my palace master. Chapter 1030. Tell me the number. Heavenly Palace, Sacred Heart Pool. The Sacred Heart Pond at this moment is completely different from what Ye Bufan had seen at the beginning. The Sacred Heart Pond that Ye Bufan had seen at the beginning was full of blood, giving people a feeling of hideousness, gloom and a little weirdness, but now the green pool water is sparkling with silver light, and the entire Sacred Heart Pond gives people a feeling of incomparable holiness. Moreover, standing by the Sacred Heart Pond, whether it is Ye Bufan, Tan Tai Tianyi or Nangong Ziling, they can all clearly feel the vitality around them. Here, even if they just take a light breath, they will feel refreshed and comfortable. What's worse, the three of them felt that some of the small wounds on their bodies that had already healed were actually disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This Sacred Heart Pool is truly a holy place for healing and recuperation. There is no doubt that this is definitely because of the holy heart that Feng Hen mentioned. Originally, Ye Bufan and the other two were simply unable to fully comprehend the power of the Sacred Heart after only listening to Feng Hen's talk. But now, after seeing the Sacred Heart Pool, the three were shocked once again. If this is the case with a broken Sacred Heart, what about a complete Sacred Heart? It's unimaginable. I'm afraid that someone with a holy heart can be so powerful that they are immortal. Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling couldn't help but look at Tan Tai Tianyi instinctively. This guy is exactly like the cockroach that can't be killed. Looking at the Sacred Heart Pool in front of him and feeling the strangeness in himself, Tan Tai Tianyi was also a little shocked. Thump. But at this moment, there was a strange sound in the Sacred Heart Pond, and a 7-color koi jumped out of the Sacred Heart Pond, instantly waking up Ye Bufan and the other two. Before the 7-color koi could see Ye Bufan and the other two clearly, it fell into the Sacred Heart Pond with a plop. Then it poked its head out of the water and said directly, ha ha ha, after so many years, someone finally comes to the Sacred Heart Pond again. Listen, little ones, I am the Supreme Dragon Fish, this place is my business, and this pond is under my control. If you want to soak in the Sacred Heart Pond, leave some money for the soup and medicine. Well, hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were stunned. They looked directly at Ye Bufan beside them with confused eyes. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. This is the Supreme Dragon Fish. This place is mine, and this pond is under my control. If you want the Sacred Heart Pond, leave some money for the medicine. Damn it! These spirit objects in the Heavenly Palace are more bizarre than the other, and they are all outrageous. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the 7-colored koi fish said impatiently, Hey, little guys, what are you still standing there for? Give me money, do you want to soak for nothing? Well. However, the 7-colored koi stopped talking halfway, with a look of confusion on its face, for no other reason than because it saw Ye Bufan beside the Sacred Heart Pond. Fuck, demon! An exclamation. Without any hesitation, the seven-colored koi instantly dived into the Sacred Heart Pond and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were stunned again. Devil! Who? Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched again. He clearly remembered that he had warned the 13 spirits of the heavenly palace before, but now, this seven-colored koi was still cheating and extorting. He simply treated his own warning as fart. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan was furious. Hide. Where can you hide? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan, without any hesitation, directly communicated with the entire heavenly palace as the lord of the god's tomb, and then locked onto the Sacred Heart Pool in front of him. In this state, Ye Bufan felt that the entire Tiangong headquarters was under his control, as if he was the master of this world. He could see every tree and blade of grass here at a glance. He could also see clearly that the seven-colored koi was hiding at the bottom of the Sacred Heart Pond, looking at him tremblingly. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan stretched out his right hand. Bottom of the Sacred Heart Pool. The seven-colored koi looked at Ye Bufan with fear on his face. It's over, how come I met this devil again? This time I am definitely doomed, what should I do? Before the seven-colored koi could think more, a strange force suddenly descended around him, and he could clearly feel that the water in the Sacred Heart Pond around him twisted in an instant. What the hell? Sensing something strange around it, the seven-colored koi let out a cry of surprise. Buzz. The next second, the seven-colored koi's body shook, as if he was imprisoned by a mysterious force. Swoosh. Before he could resist, this force pulled him out of the Sacred Heart Pool. Hide, why don't you hide? Looking at the seven-colored koi that he had imprisoned above the Sacred Heart Pond, Ye Bufan said with a gloomy face. The seven-colored koi was terrified. Master, I was wrong. Please let me go. Little carp. Upon hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling couldn't help but twitch their lips and break out in a sweat. It was a supreme dragon fish just now, and now it has turned into a small carp. Ye Bufan ignored him. Let you go. Do you remember how I warned you? Hearing this, the seven-colored koi trembled and said anxiously, Palace Master, Shao Li, I have a bad memory. I accidentally forgot. Bad memory. Forgot. Ye Bufan snorted coldly, then I will teach you a lesson today. No. Hearing this, the seven-colored koi was horrified. It hurriedly said, Palace Master, I have money, lots and lots of money. I am willing to give all my money to you. Please don't punish me. I am very pitiful. Woo woo woo. You give me money. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were also stunned. Was this a bribe to Ye Bufan? Yes, I will give the money. I am willing to donate all my savings to the Palace Master. I only ask that the Palace Master not punish Shao Li. The seven-colored koi said with some pain. Yeah, Ye Bufan responded, and then he pulled the seven-color koi in front of him. Looking at the seven-color koi, Ye Bufan said with interest, then tell me, how much savings do you have? The seven-colored koi was stunned. Seeing the hesitation of the seven-colored koi, Ye Bufan said directly, why, you don't want to say it? No. Then take it out and let me see. If I am satisfied, I might be able to forgive you this time. Oh. The seven-colored koi responded weakly, and then like the seven-colored scales on its body, pieces of yuanxi immediately rolled out of its scales and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a large number of yuanxi appeared under the seven-colored koi, at least thousands of them. At this time, the seven-colored koi secretly glanced at Ye Bufan, and seeing that Ye Bufan didn't say anything, he gritted his teeth and took out thousands of yuan stones again. It's a pity that Ye Bufan remained silent. Seeing this, the seven-colored koi said helplessly, Palace Master, this is all the savings I have. That's all. Ye Bufan was stunned and said, forget it, I'll just punish you. No. Hearing this, the seven-colored koi became very anxious and immediately said, Palace Master, I still have more. Crash. As he spoke, the seven-colored koi took out thousands of yuan stones. Too little. Ye Bufan shook his head. The seven-colored koi was furious, but helpless, and could only take out thousands of yuan stones again with a painful look on his face. At this moment, whether it was Ye Bufan, Tan Tai Tianyi or Nangong Ziling, they could all see that this seven-colored koi was very cunning and would never take out all of its so-called savings at once. Moreover, judging from its current appearance, the so-called savings were obviously very abundant. Ye Bufan wanted to see how much wealth the seven-colored koi had cheated and extorted during Dao Wuya's reign, so he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I really don't care about your little money. I don't like your sister." Hearing this, the seven-colored koi became furious and cursed in his heart, but he still took out thousands of yuan stones. It's a pity that Ye Bufan would never be satisfied. The seven-colored koi had no choice but to continue, contributing its wealth and savings. Ye Bufan was not satisfied with 10,000 yuan of stones. 100,000 yuan of stones, Ye Bufan did not speak. 1,000,000 yuan stones, Ye Bufan and the other two were a little shocked, but still not satisfied. When the amount of yuanxi taken out by the seven-colored koi reached tens of millions, Ye Bufan, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling no longer knew what to say. Who could have thought that a spirit of an artifact could be so wealthy? However, this is not the limit. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. After the seven-colored koi took out the 500 million yuan stone, seeing that Ye Bufan was still not satisfied, it finally became impatient and said to Ye Bufan in a stern voice, "Don't be too much, tell me a number, how much do you want?" Chapter 1031, Gambling is Life. Don't go too far. Just tell me a number. How much do you want? The sudden words from the seven-colored koi made Ye Bufan and the other two stunned. Is this a sign of wanting to go berserk? Looking at the somewhat angry seven-colored koi in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled calmly. How did I go too far? Just now, you said that you would donate all your wealth to me, right? But now, looking at you, you didn't take out all your wealth at all. How can this be considered too little? Hearing this, seven-colored koi was suddenly speechless, as if he was really the one who took the initiative to ask for money. Ye Bufan continued, "But since you said so, I will give you a number." After a pause, Ye Bufan spoke again. 3 trillion, as long as you take out 3 trillion yuan stones, I will pretend that nothing happened today. What the hell? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the seven-colored koi exclaimed, its eyes widened, and it looked at Ye Bufan in disbelief and asked, "You, how much did you say?" 3 trillion. Ye Bufan repeated with a smile. "Why the hell don't you just go and rob it?" The seven-colored koi instantly became furious. Not only the seven-colored koi, but even Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling looked horrified. 3 trillion, what kind of concept is that? With so many yuanxi, I'm afraid that even the Tantai family and the Nangong family combined may not be able to come up with it. In their opinion, Ye Bufan was simply crazy about money. After all, the seven-colored koi was just an artifact spirit no matter what. How could an artifact spirit have so many yuanxi? Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He even ignored the anger of the seven-colored koi and said innocently, "How can you say that? It was you who asked me to give a number. How come you are robbing me now?" The seven-colored koi was angry and even more messy. He never imagined that human beings could be so shameless and greedy. 3 trillion. Even if he sold him, he wouldn't be able to get so many yuanxi. But if you don't give. Looking at Ye Bufan's expression, seven-colored koi knew that the other party would obviously not let him go easily. What to do? There is no way. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. This is true for people and fish alike. Not 3 trillion. The seven-colored koi said something immediately, then gritted his teeth and said with a painful look on his face, "I only have more than 240 billion stones. Do you want it? If you don't want it, I can't do anything about it." More than 240 billion. Never stop until your words stun the world. The seven-colored koi's words stunned both Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling instantly. Even Ye Bufan is no exception. Originally, Ye Bufan said 3 trillion just to test how many yuanxi there were in the seven-colored koi, but he didn't expect that the test would result in 240 billion. 240 billion. What kind of scene would it be if these yuan stones were piled together? It's simply unimaginable. The seven-colored koi, this is not a spirit instrument at all, it is clearly a wealthy local tycoon. After being shocked, Ye Bufan came back to his senses, looked at the seven-colored koi, shook his head, and said, 240 billion is too little. It's still more than 200 and 700 billion away from 3 trillion, so I can't accept it. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling couldn't help but twitch their lips. Can't accept. Master, if you can't accept these 240 billion yuan stones, how much do you want? The seven-colored koi also trembled and became angry. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and almost cried. Palace Master, these are really all I have. I don't have any more yuanxi. If we don't have the yuanxi, then where are the shenjing? As soon as the seven-colored koi finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly said something. Divine crystal. The seven-colored koi was shocked. Then he looked at Ye Bufan with infinite vigilance and asked, "You, what do you want to do?" Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling couldn't help but look at each other. Divine crystal. This spirit weapon also has divine crystals. Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan looked at the seven-colored koi and said with a smile, "What do you think I want to do? Since there are not enough yuanxi, I can only use god crystals to pay for it. One god crystal is worth 1 million yuanxi, 3 trillion yuanxi, and you can use god crystals to pay for the rest." Of the 3 trillion yuan stones, the seven-colored koi has already taken out 240 billion, leaving 276 billion. One divine crystal is worth 1 million yuan. In other words, for the 2.76 trillion yuanxi, the seven-colored koi will need to produce 2.76 million divine crystals. 2,760,000 divine crystals. Just thinking about it made Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling feel an uncontrollable tingling sensation on their scalps. With so many divine crystals, even the Tianyi temple may not be able to produce them. How can a spirit weapon have so many divine crystals? Beat them to death, they won't believe it. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were shocked and confused, but the seven-color koi was furious. "You are dreaming, wanting a divine crystal is impossible, don't even think about it. So, you are willing to be punished." Ye Bufan's voice turned cold and he pretended to be angry. Snort. The seven-colored koi snorted coldly, tilted its head and said, "You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you." Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were also confused. This spirit of the weapon is the kind of person who values money over life. "Are you sure?" Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only look at the seven-colored koi to confirm it again. Snort. The seven-colored koi snorted coldly, "I can give you the yuanxi, but don't even think about the divine crystal, unless." "Unless what?" "Unless you bet with me the divine crystal." "And, bet with you." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling also looked confused. "That's right." The seven-colored koi ignored him and said, "I will accept the loss. If you win my divine crystal, then I have nothing to say. But if you want me to give it to you for free, then forget it. Even if you kill me, you won't get a single divine crystal. If you die, what's the point of keeping these divine crystals?" Ye Bufan asked speechlessly. "Humph, without the divine crystal, how can I gamble with them? Without anything to gamble, what's the meaning of life? Instead of this, I might as well die happily." The seven-colored koi said with a determined look. "Bet with them." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. There is no doubt that they are definitely the other 12 spirit objects in the heavenly palace. Ye Bufan had warned them before, but now it seems that it was of no use. Every policy from the top has a countermeasure from the bottom. It was obvious that these 13 spirit weapons were still gambling secretly without telling him. The most important thing is that the seven-colored koi in front of him even gave up his life for gambling. Damn, how addicted to gambling must this guy be? Ye Bufan was messy. The same went for Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling. They had never imagined that an artifact spirit would even sacrifice its life for gambling. It was simply unbelievable. They didn't know that what they saw at this moment was just one of the 13 spirit instruments in the heavenly palace. Who knows what they would think if they saw the other 12. "Will you bet?" Before Ye Bufan could think more, the seven-colored koi had already spoken and asked in a deep voice. "I bet your sister." Ye Bufan was mad and even furious. He had the urge to kill this weirdo. But he knew he couldn't do that. Apart from that, Ye Bufan really doesn't know how to control these 13 spirit weapons. Strong suppression. Of course it is possible, but if you do so, unless Ye Bufan keeps an eye on them all the time, otherwise, as soon as Ye Bufan leaves, these 13 spirit weapons will surely cause chaos. Therefore, strong suppression is definitely not a long-term solution. The only way is to subdue them. How can we subdue them? Ye Bufan's eyes lit up. Aren't you 13 weapon spirits addicted to gambling? Fine, I will win all your wealth. Without wealth, there will be no money to gamble. Then I will see what you can gamble with. Of course, Ye Bufan knew very well that it was impossible to make these 13 eccentrics quit gambling completely, and Ye Bufan did not intend to let them quit gambling completely. After all, the hobby itself was a weakness, and if used well, these 13 spirit weapons could definitely be completely subdued. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan looked at the 7-colored koi and said, "You want to bet with me, right?" The 7-colored koi was stunned for a moment, then asked excitedly, "You agreed?" "I agree." Ye Bufan responded and said, "But you have to tell me how many divine crystals you have, otherwise I'm afraid you don't have the money to gamble with me." "Hee, stop looking down on me." The 7-colored koi said this, and then said proudly, "Although I don't have as many divine crystals as you, I definitely have a lot. I can still take out 10 or 20 million. Chapter 1032 Young man, don't be impulsive. Although I don't have as many divine crystals as you, I definitely have quite a bit. I can still come up with 10 or 20 million. The simple words of the 7-colored koi stunned Tan Tai Tieni and Nangong Ziling. Divine crystals, 10 or 20 million, that's all. Damn. It would be fine if you, a spirit of an artifact, had some divine crystals, but you actually have tens or even hundreds of millions. It would be fine if you had 10 or 20 million divine crystals, but you actually say that this is just that. Do you want to discourage people like this? Compared with the 7-colored koi in front of them, Tan Tai Tieni and Nangong Ziling felt that the people in TianYTN were just a group of beggars. The same was true for the 108 ancient city and the temple. People are not as good as tools. Seeing the two of them like this, Ye Bufan was also a little shocked. How come you have so many divine crystals? Snort. The 7-colored koi snorted and said proudly, "A lot. Not much at all. When I was lucky, I had over 1 billion divine crystals." Unfortunately, hey, after sighing, the 7-colored koi shook his head and continued, "I lost it all over the years. Now I only have this much left. 1 billion. Lost everything." Upon hearing this, Tan Tai Tieni and Nangong Ziling's eyes widened instantly. They looked shocked and horrified, and then the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. This prodigal son, no, this prodigal fish, lost nearly 1 billion divine crystals, and yet it is still so proud. Damn, this is 1 billion. Just lose like that. Just thinking about it, Tan Tai Zongyi and Nangong Ziling felt extremely heartbroken. Ye Bufan didn't care too much about it. After all, he had more divine crystals in his hand. Moreover, although the 7-colored koi had lost so many divine crystals, in fact, these divine crystals still belonged to the heavenly palace. They were just transferred from the 7-colored koi to other spirit objects. So winning or losing was not important. Ye Bufan was just curious about the origins of these divine crystals, so he asked, "What I want to ask is, where did you get these divine crystals? Did you get them by cheating and deceiving others in the past?" "What is cheating?" After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 7-colored koi angrily rebuked him, somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Don't frame us, it's our normal income from labor, okay? Earned income. Normal. Nonsense. Take my Sacred Heart pool for example, don't you have to pay to take a bath in someone else's bathhouse? What's more, the Sacred Heart pool has so many functions, such as healing, returning to the origin, restoring vitality, and tempering the body. Is it too much to charge a little tip?" Ye Bufan was in a mess, but the 7-colored koi asked impatiently, "Are you going to gamble or not?" "Bet." Ye Bufan said as he looked at the 7-colored koi, "What do you want to bet on?" "Don't worry yet." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 7-colored koi said. Ye Bufan frowned. The 7-colored koi spoke again, "It would be boring if it was just the two of us betting. How about calling the other weapon spirits over and playing together?" Ye Bufan frowned again. "I was just worrying that I wouldn't have the chance to deal with you guys. It's just perfect, I'll deal with you all together this time." Thinking about it, Ye Bufan said, "Okay." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the other 12 spirit objects in the heavenly palace suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. What the hell? Seeing the 12 weapon spirits suddenly appear, Tan Tai Tieni was startled and let out a cry of surprise. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. There is no doubt that these 12 spirit objects must have been paying attention to everything here for a long time. They are just waiting for me to gamble with them. As he thought about this, Ye Bufan became even more confused. The other spirits were fine, but looking at the spirit in the Star Beast Garden, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel the rage rising in his heart. He clearly remembered that he had asked the other party to look after Xiao Huo'er and not leave at will, but what about now? The other party obviously treated his explanation as nonsense. However, at this moment, Ye Bufan did not reveal his anger, but endured it, thinking to himself, just wait until I defeat you completely, and then I will slowly deal with you. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan looked at the 13 weapon spirits and said, let's get started. Is it okay for me to be the banker? Nonsense, if you're not the dealer, then are we going to be the dealer? The 7-colored koi pouted, then looked at the panda in the inner palace treasury and said, manager, take out all the stuff. Guy. What guy? Ye Bufan was stunned. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were also stunned. Bang. But at this moment, there was a muffled sound, and a purple gold gambling table appeared out of thin air in front of the giant panda in the inner palace treasury. Not only that, there were 3 golden dice and a purple gold dice cup on the gambling table. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and the other 2 were confused again. Gambling table, dice, and dice cup. These spirits are really professional gamblers. Damn, they even carry all kinds of gambling tools with them. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the 7-colored koi spoke again, saying, let's get started, but don't blame us for not reminding you. These dice and dice cups are not ordinary things, so you don't have to think about cheating, everything depends on luck, and winning or losing is up to fate. Is it not an ordinary thing? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. He looked at the dice and dice cup on the gambling table and asked in surprise, could it be that these dice and dice cup are holy weapons? No. Ye Bufan finished speaking, and the 7-colored koi carp said, this is not a holy weapon but a sub-divine weapon. What the hell, what did you say? Ye Bufan was shocked instantly. The same goes for Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling. The 7-colored koi said slowly, I said, these dice and dice cup are both sub-divine weapons, and they are special sub-divine weapons made by Dao Wuya himself. They have no spirit and cannot recognize their master. It is absolutely fair and just to play with them. After hearing this, the whole place fell into dead silence. Tan Tai Tianyi went crazy. Nangong Ziling was confused. What the hell, 3 dice, a dice cup, all of them are sub-divine weapons. Do you want to be so extravagant? Do you really have to be such a spendthrift? Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips, and said instinctively, did Dao Wuya make this himself? Of course. The 7-colored koi said proudly, so, don't even think about cheating, let alone cheating, because it's useless. Ye Bufan was speechless. Dao Wuya, Dao Wuya, you are the lord of the heavenly palace, a super powerful person in the Hongmeng realm. Why don't you refine something else, but you have to refine a set of sub-divine level dice and dice cup? Aren't you promoting gambling? No wonder the 13 spirit weapons are so lawless and addicted to gambling. This is you're the one who made me do this. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the 7-colored koi spoke again, let's get started. You are the banker and you bet on the size. After hearing this, Ye Bufan stopped talking nonsense. He collected his thoughts and then directly grabbed the dice and dice cup. Isn't it just a sub-divine weapon? Isn't it just that you can't cheat? Let's gamble, who's afraid of who? If you can't win once, try twice. If you can't win twice, try 3 times. If you can't win 3 times, try 4 times. I have a lot of capital, so why would I be afraid of losing to you? Bang! Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan put the 3 dice into the dice cup, and then shook it gently and dropped them directly onto the gambling table. He then looked at the 13 weapon spirits and said, place your bets, big or small. The 13 weapon spirits did not hesitate and were even a little excited. 3 divine crystals, buy the big one. I bet on the smaller amount, 2 divine crystals. Big, 7 divine crystals. I'll buy a leopard for 1 yuanshi. I'll buy the small one, 9 divine crystals. 8 divine crystals to buy a leopard. In an instant, all 13 weapon spirits had placed their bets. Except for the giant panda in the inner palace treasury, all the other weapon spirits placed their bets to buy divine crystals. Seeing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? Isn't it a 1-round game that determines the winner? 1 game determines the outcome. The 13 weapon spirits were all stunned. The 7-colored koi even shook his head. Young man, don't be impulsive. Small bets can make you happy, but big bets can hurt your body. If you bet everything at once, how can you have fun? Chapter 1033 Find Satun Nan to gamble with them. Young man, don't be impulsive. Small bets can make you happy, but big bets can harm your health. If you bet everything at once, there will be no fun in playing. Puff. As soon as the 7-colored koi finished speaking, Nangong Ziling beside Tan Tai Tianyi couldn't help laughing out loud, and then immediately covered her mouth with an embarrassed look on her face. In fact, it's not her fault. After all, the seven-colored koi looked so senior and the way he taught Ye Bufan was so funny and weird. A gambler actually advises others that small gambling is fun, but big gambling is harmful to the body. Not only Nangong Ziling, but also Ye Bufan and Tan Tai Tieni were stunned at this moment. Looking at the complexion of Koi, Ye Bufan thought he had heard wrongly, and couldn't help but said, "What did you say just now? Say it again." "I say, young man, don't be impulsive. Small gambling can bring joy, but big gambling can harm your body. If you bet everything at once, how can you have fun in the game?" said the seven-colored Koi, rolling his eyes. "I am your sister. I'll hurt your sister. I'm having fun with you." Ye Bufan was furious and couldn't help but curse. "You are a gambler and you are telling me that heavy gambling is harmful to your health. You don't understand this, do you?" Seven-colored Koi said, "As a matter of course, what we are betting is not money, but loneliness. Do you understand loneliness? We enjoy the process, not the result, so you want us to decide the winner in one game? That's impossible." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Tan Tai Tieni and Nangong Ziling were also in a mess and even went crazy. Tan Tai Tieni even had the urge to beat up the seven-colored Koi. "It's bad enough that you, a spirit, are addicted to gambling, but you only enjoy the process instead of the result. Damn it, why don't you just die? Call." Taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan suppressed the anger in his heart, glanced at the 13 weapon spirits in front of him, and finally looked at the seven-colored Koi, saying, "Since this is my banker, then I have the final say. You have to gamble whether you want or not." Bang! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the seven-colored Koi fell directly to the ground. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned by the sudden scene. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, the other 12 weapon spirits also fell to the ground. Ye Bufan and the other two were stunned and puzzled. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to ask, the seven-colored Koi said slowly, "Kill us." Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Are you trying to cheat?" Tan Tai Tieni and Nangong Ziling were also ashamed. They swore that they had never seen such bizarre weapon spirits. These 13 weapon spirits were simply amazing. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ye Bufan looked at the 13 weapon spirits and asked, "What do you want?" "We can gamble, but how much to bet must be decided by ourselves," said the seven-colored Koi. "No," Ye Bufan refused directly. "How much to bet is up to you. That's too much. According to the seven-colored Koi, he has at least 10 or 20 million divine crystals on him. If he only bets 2 or 3 divine crystals each time, wouldn't it take him forever to lose all of these 10 or 20 million divine crystals? After all, the divine-level dice and dice cup this time didn't give Ye Bufan any chance to cheat, which meant that both sides had a 50-50 chance of winning or losing, and it all depended on luck. And this is just the seven-colored Koi. He has 10 or 20 million divine crystals. What about the other spirit objects? According to the seven-colored Koi, he had 1 billion won divine crystals before, which means that these 13 spirit weapons have at least 1 billion divine crystals. 1 billion. If they were to bet according to the amount, Ye Bufan really didn't know when it would take for them to lose all the divine crystals. Do I have to keep gambling with them? That's impossible. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the seven-colored Koi said in a rogue tone, "Then just kill us." Hearing this, Ye Bufan became furious. "Kill you? If I really wanted to kill you, would I have waited until now?" Ye Bufan knew that the 13 weapon spirits must have noticed this, so they looked indifferent. It was obvious that they had him in their grasp. Call. Taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan suppressed his anger and said, "Well, let's each take a step back." "We should each take a step back." The seven-colored Koi was stunned and asked, "How can I retreat?" Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, "This way, we don't have to decide the winner in one round, but you can't just bet a few god crystals each time. After all, if you don't bet more than 10 god crystals at a time, what's the point of playing? So how much do you think is appropriate? How about a minimum of 1 million divine crystals per bet, no upper limit?" "No, that's too much. We used to bet a few divine crystals each time. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Don't you think it's more exciting to bet 1 million at a time? After all, gambling is all about excitement, right? It's settled. The minimum bet is 1 million per time. There's no upper limit. Let's get started." "No. What's wrong with you? It's still too much." More bullshit, the more you buy, the more you win, right? Anyway, these dice and dice cups are both sub-divine weapons, and I can't cheat, so what are you afraid of? But it's still too much. We used to. Don't talk about the past. The past is the past. Now is the present. Now I am the banker. I am the master of the heavenly palace after all. If I bet less than 1 million each time, wouldn't that be too cheap? No, Dao Wuya is also the lord of the heavenly palace. He never bet as much as we do before. Seeing Ye Bufan's messy appearance, the seven-colored koi thought for a moment and suggested, how about each bet must not be less than 10 divine crystals, with no upper limit. I fuck your sister. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, but he also knew that according to the attitude of the seven-colored koi, it was impossible to ask these 13 weapon spirits to bet no less than 1 million divine crystals each time, so he could only take a step back and said, how about this, each bet must not be less than 100,000, and there is no upper limit. If you don't agree, forget it. The seven-colored koi hesitated for a moment, and the other 12 spirit objects looked at each other. At this time, Ye Bufan said again, also, if you don't gamble today, then don't even think about playing in the future. Although I won't kill you, I have many ways to punish you, such as I will arrange someone to keep an eye on you. If any of you dare to gamble behind my back, I will directly imprison you. The first time is 1 month, the second time is 2 months, the third time is 3 months, and so on. Each additional time, the imprisonment time will be extended by 1 month. Buzz. Hearing this, the 13 weapon spirits all trembled in their hearts. If Ye Bufan really wanted to imprison them, then they really would have no way to do anything. The 13 weapon spirits couldn't help but look at each other, and finally the seven-colored koi looked at Ye Bufan and said, okay, 100,000 is 100,000, let's get started. Call. Seeing that the 13 spirits finally agreed, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they didn't agree, Ye Bufan really wouldn't be able to do anything to them. As for now, you guys wait first. Looking at the 13 weapon spirits, Ye Bufan spoke. Waiting. The 13 weapon spirits were stunned, and the seven-colored koi asked in confusion, what are you waiting for? I'll find someone to gamble with you. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Looking for someone to gamble with us. That's right, I'll find someone to gamble with you. Or should I say, to gamble with you. After all, I don't have that much free time. Who are you looking for? Oh, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Who are you looking for? Naturally, he went to find Satu Nan, the old gambler. After all, as Ye Bufan said, he didn't have so much time to waste gambling here with 13 spirit weapons. Moreover, it is obviously not something that can be done in a day or two to make the 13 spirit weapons lose everything. This is definitely a long-term gamble. Ye Bufan was afraid that he would vomit from gambling. But Satu Nan was different. This old gambler would not think gambling for 10 days, let alone 10 or 100 years, was too long and he would still enjoy it. As for the 7 Killing Hall's recruitment of disciples, Ye Bufan thought of Shui Xinyue, the dean of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy. As deans, since Satu Nan can handle this task, Shui Xinyue must be able to do it as well. Chapter 1034, Fight to the Death. The dean of Kangchong Martial Academy, the gambler Satu Nan. If we were to ask who would be the most suitable person to engage in a long-term gambling battle with the 13 weapon spirits, Satu Nan would definitely be the best choice. There would be no one more suitable than him in the entire Shangwu continent. As for winning or losing, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. Winning would be the best. If he lost, the 13 weapon spirits would belong to him anyway, and it wouldn't be considered a loss if the divine crystal fell into their hands. At worst, he could find a way to get it later. It can be said that no matter how the bet is made, Ye Bufan will not suffer any losses. Of course, winning would be the best. After all, if he could make these weapon spirits lose completely, then Ye Bufan would have a way to completely control them. If you can't win, you can only think of other ways. But that's all in the past. Looking at the 13 weapon spirits, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. The person I arranged to gamble with you is called Satu Nan. He is just like you and likes to play a few rounds. I believe that you will have a lot of fun with him. Satu Nan. The 13 weapon spirits were stunned. Although they didn't know who the other party was, they didn't care at all. After all, to them, betting with anyone was not a bet. Immediately, the 7-colored koi said impatiently, then you should find someone here quickly. Hold on. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and then left. Why didn't Ye Bufan use the mother and child true essence stone to contact Satu Nan directly? It's very simple. Before Satu Nan starts gambling with the 13 weapon spirits, Ye Bufan must explain something to him, and there are some things that the 13 weapon spirits naturally cannot hear. Come on, let's play a few rounds while this demon is gone. Seeing that Ye Bufan had left, the giant panda from the inner palace treasury immediately grabbed the dice and dice cup on the gambling table, looked at the other 12 spirit weapons and said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling couldn't help but twitch their lips and break out in a sweat. How serious is your gambling addiction? Can't you even wait for a while? Before Tan Tai and Tianyi could think about it, the seven-colored koi said, "Manager, do you still have the divine crystal? How can you be the banker without it?" Hearing this, the giant panda of the inner palace treasury was speechless. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't it just a divine crystal? It's not a big deal. I own the entire inner palace treasury. Am I afraid that I will be short of a few of your divine crystals?" "Butler, that's not what you say. Things are different now than before. Everyone can see that the demon is obviously different from Dao Wuya. How dare you misappropriate the divine crystals from the inner palace treasury without permission?" As soon as the giant panda in the inner palace treasury finished speaking, the seven-colored koi immediately retorted. The giant panda in the inner palace treasury was suddenly speechless. Now, he really didn't dare to embezzle the divine crystals in the inner palace treasury. That's why, he was so poor now that he didn't even have a single divine crystal. Let me be the banker. But at this moment, the golden monkey snatched the sieve from the giant panda in the inner palace treasury and said with a smile. "I think so. I agree to let Monkey be the banker. Tisk tisk, Monkey is the richest among us now." "That's fine with me. Let's get started." In an instant, except for the giant panda in the inner palace treasury, all other spirits responded. The giant panda in the inner palace treasury is helpless. The golden monkey did not stop. He shook the sieve cup and then landed on the gambling table. He looked at the spirits and said, "Let's start. Bet big or small?" "I'll buy the big one, 9 divine crystals." "Small." "Big, 100 yuanshi." "Butler, we don't play with yuanshi." "Bullshit, why can't yuanshi be used? Isn't yuanshi money? I buy yuanshi, and then I can just pay yuanshi when the time comes." "Forget it, let him buy it. I'm impressed by you." "I'll buy the small one, 7 divine crystals." "Big." In an instant, all 12 weapon spirits, including the giant panda in the inner palace treasury, had placed their bets. At this time, the golden monkey looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling and said with a smile, "Young men and women, do you want to play too? Small bets are fun, don't worry, we don't play big bets, and we won't lose much." After hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were speechless again. Then Nangong Ziling shook her head, and so did Tan Tai Tianyi. If possible, they would like to play a few games. After all, divine crystals are something that can only be found by chance even in the world beyond heaven. But the key point is they don't have any divine crystals at all, and this gamble is a bit too big. Betting 6 or 7 divine crystals at a time. Damn, if converted into yuanshi, that would be 6 or 7 million yuanshi, and this is just the exchange rate between yuanshi and divine crystal. If you really want to use yuanshi to exchange for divine crystal, if one divine crystal is worth 10 million yuanshi less, forget it. 6 or 7 divine crystals are equivalent to 60 to 70 million yuanshi. Betting 60 to 70 million stones at a time, even though the Nangong family and the Tantai family are wealthy and powerful, they cannot afford such a horrific consumption. Seeing that Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling refused, the golden monkey shook his head and sighed. Young people nowadays really have no ambition at all. Well, forget it, if you don't want to play, just watch. If you want to play, place a bet at any time. I welcome you, monkey. Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were speechless again. If we don't gamble, does that mean we have no aspirations? Damn you. The golden-haired monkey no longer paid any attention to Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling. Open. About an hour later, Ye Bufan brought Satu Nan back. Seeing Ye Bufan coming back, the 13 weapon spirits were all shocked and stopped gambling immediately. Then they all looked at Satu Nan, sizing him up and down. Fuck, demon no, palace master, you actually found an old man to gamble with us. Yeah, he's already quite old, is that okay? That's right, what if he loses too much and dies? You can't blame us if he dies. Listening to the words of the weapon spirits, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Satu Nan looked at the 13 weapon spirits with some dissatisfaction and said, "What are you yelling about, you little brats? I have been immersed in gambling for decades. You can talk to me first if you can beat me. Don't cry when you lose." What the hell? Upon hearing this, the 13 weapon spirits became furious. Who are you calling a brat, kid? That's right, you are totally disrespectful. Everyone here has lived for millions or even tens of millions of years. Little brat, if we count by age, you should call us ancestors, okay? We'll cry if we lose the bet. You look down on us too much. But you don't die because you can't stand losing too much. If that happens, don't blame us. Listening to the words of the weapon spirits, Satu Nan's mouth twitched, but he ignored them, snorted coldly, and said, "Stop talking nonsense, do you want to bet or not?" "Nonsense, if I'm not going to gamble, why would I ask you guys to come here? Come, come, come. Little guy, today your ancestors will teach you how to be a good person." In an instant, the 13 weapon spirits spoke in unison. Snort. Satu Nan snorted coldly, and without any hesitation, he walked directly to the gambling table, grabbed the dice and sieve on the table, and then couldn't help but look at them, with a look of obsession on his face. Not for any other reason, but because Satu Nan had heard from Ye Bufan that the dice and sieve were both sub-divine weapons. Second divine soldier. For a gambler who has been immersed in the world of gambling for decades, the power of a set of sub-divine gambling tools is definitely far greater than that of earthly divine weapons, or even heavenly divine weapons. "Boy, why are you still standing there? Why don't you start quickly?" Seeing Satu Nan like this, the seven-colored koi couldn't help but say impatiently. Come on, who's afraid of who?" Satu Nan came back to his senses. He grabbed the dice and the sieve, rolled up his sleeves, looked at the 13 weapon spirits, and said arrogantly, "This time, I will fight you to the death. It won't end until I lose everything. Do you dare? P.S. Happy Valentine's Day everyone. Today the streets are full of couples, and I, a single guy like Duzui, am so envious and jealous. Well, out of sight, out of mind. I'll just stay at home and write today. I'll write at least 3 updates a day, and I'll write as much as I can, just as a treat for my single brothers and sisters. We don't have lovers, but we have updates and maniacs. I also wish all the brothers and sisters who are not single a happy and sweet life today. Valentine's Day, the language of flowers. On a day like today, are there any flowers? Are there any?" Chapter 1035 Magical Gambling Table, Big Gamble. "This time I will fight you to the death. It won't end until I lose. Do you dare?" Satu Nan's domineering words stunned the 13 weapon spirits and Tantai Tieni present. A fight to the death. It won't end until all is lost. Do you dare? What the hell, he wants to fight to the death when he disagrees with something. He is indeed an old gambler. A fight to the death. Okay, that suits me just fine. Come on, who's afraid of who? Little guy, you said it, don't just stop playing after a while. Ha ha ha, it's been many years since I met an opponent with such a good temper. Come on. In that brief moment, the excited voices of 13 weapon spirits rang out. When it comes to gambling, they have never been afraid of anyone. Tantai Tieni and Nangong Ziling on the side were dumbfounded. The gambling hasn't even started yet, but the two sides are already at loggerheads. What will happen in the future? Ye Bufan just smiled calmly without saying anything. Come, Satu Nan said as he grabbed the sieve and looked at the 13 weapon spirits. Each bet must be no less than 100,000 divine crystals, and there is no upper limit. I'm sure you all know the rules, right? 100,000 divine crystals. Even though Satu Nan had been immersed in the world of gambling for more than 10 years, his hands could not help but tremble at this moment. This gamble is really too big. Stop talking nonsense, it's just 100,000 divine crystals, who's afraid of who? Come on, let's start. As soon as Satu Nan finished speaking, the golden-haired monkey immediately said that he looked very rich. The golden-haired monkey was like this, and the other 11 spirit weapons were no exception. Lose the battle but not the personal defeat. How could Amir Jr. be overwhelmed by the other party? Only the giant panda in the inner palace treasury had a confused look on his face at this moment, as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's claws, itching unbearably. It was not for anything else, but because for such an exciting gamble, damn it, he didn't even have the divine crystal. Helplessly, the giant panda in the inner palace treasury could only look at Satu Nan and said cautiously, Zhuangjia, I don't have a divine crystal or a yuanxi. Is this possible? Butler, just stay aside. We are playing with divine crystals here, why are you messing around with your yuanxi? As soon as the giant panda in the inner palace treasury finished speaking, the seven-colored koi could not help but said with disgust. The giant panda in the imperial treasury looked bitter and lost. But at this moment, Satu Nan suddenly said, it's okay, yuanxi is also fine, 50 million yuanxi is the price of one divine crystal. What the hell? As soon as Satu Nan said this, Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but exclaim. 50 million stones for one divine crystal. This is just like robbing money. Even Nangong Ziling was shocked. The inner palace treasure house spirit was overjoyed. He looked at Satu Nan with some trepidation and asked, really? Satu Nan nodded. After hearing this, not only the giant panda in the inner palace treasury, but also the other spirit objects were delighted. What is yuanxi? That is a stone, which is worthless in the eyes of the 13 spirits. Senior, then can we also use yuanxi instead of shenjing to place bets? At that moment, Chisei Jin Li looked at Satu Nan and asked cautiously. All of a sudden, even his address to Satu Nan changed from boy to senior. Can, Satu Nan said with a smile. One divine crystal in exchange for 50 million yuan stones, no matter how you calculate it, it's a profit. After Satu Nan finished speaking, the seven-colored koi asked again, then that senior, you wouldn't also use the yuan stone to replace the god crystal? Hearing this, the other 12 weapon spirits were also shocked. They don't want yuanxi. Satu Nan smiled and said, don't worry, no matter whether you buy yuanxi or shenjing, if you win, I will compensate you with shenjing, and only shenjing. Okay, that's great. The 13 spirits were overjoyed. But at this time, Satu Nan said again, however, except for the giant panda, the rest of you, even if you use yuanxi instead of shenjing, the number of yuanxi you bet each time cannot be less than the value of 100,000 shenjing. What the hell? Hearing this, the 12 weapon spirits were all stunned. The value of the yuanxi bet each time must not be less than 100,000 divine crystals. This 50 million yuanxi are equivalent to one divine crystal, which means that if they want to bet with yuanxi, they have to bet at least 50 trillion at a time. 50 trillion stones. Needless to say, they simply couldn't take it out. Therefore, apart from the giant panda in the inner palace treasury, no one else could even think of betting with yuanxi. Helplessly, the 12 weapon spirits could only give up the idea of betting with yuanxi. Then, the seven-colored koi said, senior, I would like to ask, how many divine crystals do you have? Satu Nan frowned, then looked directly at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, Panda, go and transfer 10 million divine crystals from the inner palace treasury for me. No, transfer 100 million divine crystals directly. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, in addition, from now on, as long as Satu needs it, you will get it for him. There is no upper limit on the divine crystals. Wow! Ye Bufan's words instantly made the 13 weapon spirits boil with excitement. Can I take the divine crystals from the inner palace treasury at will? How many divine crystals are there in the inner palace treasury? They don't know the exact number, but the panda chief steward once said that it was an astronomical figure. If we win all of this. Gurgle. Just thinking about it, the 13 weapon spirits couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Excited and even more thrilled. Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were completely confused. 1 billion divine crystals. Just take it and play with it first, and then continue to take it when it's gone. They never imagined that Ye Bufan would have so many divine crystals. In Tianyi, even 1 or 2 divine crystals are extremely precious and hard to come by. But when it comes to Ye Bufan, it's different. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine. But once he makes a move, he actually gets 100 million divine crystals directly. Is this really the Shenwu continent? How come there are so many divine crystals here? Could it be that we have come to the wrong place? Compared with the Shenwu continent, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling felt that the people in Tianyi were just a group of beggars. No, poorer than a beggar. After a brief moment of distraction, the giant panda from the inner palace treasury said, I'll go get it now. No. Unexpectedly, Satu Nan directly refused. Well. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury was stunned, and the other spirits were the same. Satu Nan said slowly, it's too troublesome to take it back and forth, let's go directly to the inner palace treasury. Go directly to the inner treasury. Good. You can withdraw as much as you input, so convenient. Humph, old man, I'm going to make you cry this time. The 13 weapon spirits were thinking about it, but Ye Bufan didn't care at all. Not only that, thinking about Satu Nan's overall plan, Ye Bufan had to say, convinced. It turned out that the old ones are the most experienced. This old gambler would cheat people to death without paying for his life. His tricks have been mastered to perfection. Without any hesitation, the group immediately headed towards the inner palace treasury. In front of the inner palace treasury hall, looking at the magnificent and ancient palace in front of them, and thinking back to everything they had seen along the way, both Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were a little dazed. It was really that everything here was too unreal. Not to mention other things, just the buildings here, I am afraid that even the temple outside the heaven cannot compare with it. It is simply one is heaven and the other is earth. Tan Tai and Tianyi were like this, but Satu Nan and the 13 weapon spirits didn't care about it, especially the 13 weapon spirits. To them, they had already gotten used to everything here and there was nothing to care about. Satu Nan and the 13 weapon spirits gathered together at the gambling table. On the gambling table, which was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, there was a big character on the left and a small character on the right. Satu Nan sat alone on one side. There was a circular pattern on the table in front of him, and in the middle of the pattern was a zhuang character. Not only Satu Nan, but the 13 weapon spirits also had a circular pattern on the gambling table in front of them. Satu Nan didn't care about this at all. He looked at the 13 weapon spirits and said, let's get started. Etc. After Satu Nan finished speaking, the 7-colored koi said something, then looked at the giant panda in the inner palace treasury and said, Manager, how is it done? Well, seeing this scene, Satu Nan couldn't help but be stunned. He also looked at the giant panda in the inner palace treasury beside him, only to see that the giant panda was hiding under the table and didn't know what he was doing. As soon as the 7-colored koi finished speaking, the giant panda in the inner palace treasury stood up and said with a smile, done. Done. Satu Nan was stunned again, looking at the 13 weapon spirits with some confusion. Behind him, the same thing happened to Ye Bufan. As if he understood Satu Nan's confusion, the 7-colored koi said with a smile, boy, the butler just adjusted the proportions of the gambling table. Adjust the table ratio. Satu Nan was stunned and Ye Bufan was puzzled. The 7-colored koi said with a smile, do you think this gambling table is just an ordinary gambling table? Ye Bufan and the other man were stunned again. The 7-colored koi continued, do you see the circular graphics in front of us? In fact, each of these graphics represents an independent space. As long as the ratio of the divine crystals and chips inside the gambling table is adjusted, then the divine crystals can be directly exchanged for chips when they are placed into the gambling table space. When the gambling game is over, the chips can be placed into the internal space and the corresponding number of divine crystals can be retrieved. It's not like before. We're playing on such a large scale. The gambling table simply can't hold so many yuanxi and shenjing, so we can only rely on the Chenkin gambling table. Now the manager has adjusted the ratio. 100,000 divine crystals put into the Chenkin space can be exchanged for 1 divine crystal chip, and 50 million yuanxi can be exchanged for 1 yuanxi chip. Hearing this, Satu Nan was shocked and Ye Bufan was confused. Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at the 7-colored koi and couldn't help asking, is this also a divine weapon? Certainly. Dao Wuya did it. Who else do you think has this ability? Chapter 1036. It all depends on luck, let's accept our fate. At this moment, Ye Bufan didn't know what to say. It was okay that he already had dice and sieves of sub-divine level before, but now, the originally ordinary gambling table turned out to be a sub-divine weapon as well. Second divine soldier. There was nothing in the original Shenwu continent, but now, Dao Wuya has actually specially refined gambling tools of the sub-divine weapon level. Damn, how much does he support and encourage the 13 weapon spirits to gather together for gambling. No wonder these 13 spirit weapons have become like this. Ye Bufan is like this, and so is Satu Nan. After all, he is a powerful person at the peak of the Saint Realm and the dean of the Kangchong Martial Academy. But now he feels that he has lived in vain all these years, and humans are not as good as spirits of weapons. Clatter. Before Ye Bufan and the others could think about it, the giant panda in the inner palace treasury had already started loading a large number of yuanxi into the Chenkin space, and the other spirit weapons did not hesitate either. In an instant, the circular pattern on the magic weapon gambling table was like a prehistoric ferocious beast, madly devouring the yuanxi and divine crystals of the 13 weapon spirits. More than 10 minutes later, everything was over. More or less chips appeared in front of the 13 spirit weapons. Except for the giant panda in the inner palace treasury, which had a golden chip, the chips of the other 12 spirit weapons were purple. There is no doubt that gold represents 50 million stones and purple represents 100,000 stones. There are nearly 10,000 golden chips in front of the giant panda in the inner palace treasury, which is equivalent to the hundreds of billions of yuanxi he had taken out before in exchange for chips. As for the other 12 spirit weapons, they don't have as many chips in front of them as the giant panda in the inner palace treasury. The largest number of chips is undoubtedly the one in front of the golden-haired monkey, but there are only 100 purple chips, which is equivalent to 10 million divine crystals. It seems that the golden-haired monkey did not take out all of the divine crystals. In addition, there were 20 to 30, or 30 to 40 purple chips placed in front of the other 11 spirit weapons, which were equivalent to millions of divine crystals. After the 13 weapon spirits finished doing all this, they all looked at Satu Nan. The meaning was very clear: our chips have been exchanged, and it is your turn next. Panda, take the money. Without any hesitation, Satu Nan immediately looked at the giant panda in the inner palace treasury. Finally, he added, remember to take 10,000 more divine crystals. Oh. The giant panda responded and then ran directly into the inner palace treasury. After a moment, he hurried out again, stood beside Satu Nan, and asked, Senior, should we put it in directly? Put 10,000 on the table and put the other 100 million directly in. Satu Nan said without hesitation. The 10,000 divine crystals were naturally prepared by Satu Nan for the giant panda in the inner palace treasury. After all, he had no yuanxi, so he could not exchange them for golden chips. One golden chip was equal to one divine crystal, so Satu Nan could just keep these divine crystals to gamble with the giant panda in the inner palace treasury. Of course, this is only temporary. When the other 12 weapon spirits have lost all their divine crystals, they can only gamble with yuanxi. According to Ye Bufan's intention, he wanted to make the 13 weapon spirits lose all their yuanxi and shenjing. The giant panda in the inner palace treasury did not hesitate. According to Satu Nan's instructions, he directly put 100 million divine crystals into the Chenkin space in front of Satu Nan, and left 10,000 divine crystals on the gambling table in front of Satu Nan. As for private hoarding and embezzlement, in the past, as the chief steward of the inner court, Giant Panda would definitely dare to do it, but now he really doesn't dare to do it. After a while, Satu Nan's chips were exchanged. He looked directly at the 13 weapon spirits and said, since the chips are ready, let's get started. I'll buy the small one. Big. I'll buy the big one too. Small. The 12 weapon spirits placed their bets instantly without any hesitation, but they all bet only one purple chip, which represented 100,000 divine crystals. Only the giant panda from the inner palace treasury bet 100 gold chips on the small one. However, his 100 golden chips are far less valuable than one purple chip. Seeing that all 13 spirit weapons had placed their bets, Satu Nan did not hesitate at all and directly shook the sieve. After a moment, the sieve fell on the gambling table. Satu Nan opened it. 1, 2, 4, 7 o'clock. Fuck, how could it be small? Haha, I won. Me too. I got 100 divine crystals, haha. Looking at the numbers on the 3 dice in the sieve, a group of spirits spoke up one after another. I was naturally very happy if I won the purchase. Those who didn't hit the target will naturally be angry. Satu Nan didn't care about this at all. He just smiled and said, 1, 2, 4, 7 is small. Sorry, I will kill the big one directly. As he spoke, Satu Nan collected the chips that had been used to buy big bets, and then paid them to the weapon spirits that had bought small bets. After one round, he actually lost 200,000 divine crystals. But Satu Nan obviously didn't care. As for the 100 divine crystals of the giant panda in the inner palace treasury, he simply ignored them. After all, for now, the giant panda in the inner palace treasury was just a byproduct. After a while, the second round began. Beside the gambling table, Ye Bufan and the other two watched quietly. After watching the outcome of the first round, Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. He frowned and whispered, "Master, is this really going to work?" Not only Tantai Tianyi, but also Nangong Ziling is the same at this moment. The two of them understood that Ye Bufan wanted to use the name of gambling to collect the Yuanxi and Shenjing from the 13 weapon spirits. As long as they had no Yuanxi and Shenjing left, they would never be able to gamble again in the future. In that way, Ye Bufan would have the opportunity to completely control them. The prerequisite for doing this is that the 13 weapon spirits must lose. But in the current situation, the gambling table of a sub-divine weapon, the dice of a sub-divine weapon, plus the dice of a sub-divine weapon, it is obvious that even if Satu Nan is a peak saint, he cannot cheat. Since he cannot cheat, then winning or losing depends only on luck. Relying on luck to win or lose. This is really unreliable. By then, not only will the 12 weapon spirits be defeated completely, it might be the other way around. Satu Nan might even defeat Ye Bufan completely. Facing Tantai Tianyi's question, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Since it is a bet, there will naturally be winners and losers. As for who will win and who will lose, who can predict it? Is this really the case? Looking at Ye Bufan's expression, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling always felt a little bit unconvinced. They felt that Ye Bufan was like a cunning fox at this moment, waiting for his prey to take the bait. This is also true. Winning or losing depends entirely on luck, so just accept your fate. Stop kidding. If he wasn't sure enough, how could Ye Bufan waste his time here with 13 spirit objects? Of course, this was also thanks to Satu Nan. After all, it was he who gave Ye Bufan a lot of advice. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this is simply an old fox, cunning and sly. It has just begun now. The reason why Satu Nan doesn't care about winning or losing is because he knows very well that facing these sub-divine weapon level gambling tools, even the peak saints cannot control the win or loss. Since you can't control it, just don't try to control it. Play slowly and wait slowly. As a gambler who has been immersed in the gambling world for more than 10 years, Satu Nan knows the gambler's mentality very well. After winning, I want to win again. If you lose, then of course you want to make a comeback. If you gamble for a long time, you will lose. So, as long as you still gamble, there is no need to worry about winning. Of course, if you keep using these secondary magic weapons to bet on the size, that will definitely not work. After all, the dealer has no control over the win or loss. So if you want to win, you must change the way you bet so that you can control the overall situation. As for what to exchange, Satu Nan had already discussed it with Ye Bufan long ago, and before coming here, Ye Bufan had already ordered Long Xiaobao and others to make arrangements. Of course, now is not the time to change the way of gambling. After all, the time is not right. Even if Satu Nan proposed it now, the 13 spirit weapons might not agree. So you have to wait. Wait until how long? Wait until all 13 weapon spirits have fully joined the game, wait until they are losing everything, or wait until they are winning so much that they can't stop. Of course, this all takes time. Ye Bufan didn't have time to gamble with the 13 weapon spirits, but Satu Nan did. As he said before, he doesn't care if the bet continues until he dies or until he loses everything. Without paying any more attention to the gambling game between Satu Nan and the 13 weapon spirits, Ye Bufan looked at Tantai Tianyi and said, "Let's go. Things here won't be over in a short time. Let's go to the Sacred Heart Pond first." Chapter 1037, Xuanyuan is invincible in rage. Let's go. Things here won't be resolved in a short time. Let's go to the Sacred Heart Pond first. Ye Bufan left after saying a few words. Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling did not stay any longer. Although they wanted to see how Satu Nan collected the wealth of these spirit weapons, compared to solving Tantai Tianyi's physical problems, these were not worth mentioning. The Shenwu continent is beyond the heaven. The entire Tianyi is also called the 9 heavens of Shenwu. That's because there are 9 layers between Tianyi and the Shenwu continent, which are called the 9 heavens of Shenwu. There are 9 layers of heaven outside the sky, and each layer is as large as the Shenwu continent. The first heaven is closest to the Shenwu continent, while the 9th heaven is the farthest. Nowadays, the 8th heaven within the Tianyi and the highest 9th heaven have been occupied by the demon clan, or in other words they had been occupied and fallen 100,000 years ago. As for the 7th heaven outside the sky, it has already evolved into a battlefield between the Shenwu continent and the heavenly demon clan over the years. It can be said that the entire seventh heaven is now desolate, with nothing else except a few corpses that have not been discovered or buried. As for the sixth heaven outside the heaven, this is where the temple army is stationed. More than 60% of the strongest people in the entire heaven outside the heaven gather here. It is the first line of defense against the demons. The fifth heaven outside the sky, where the temple is located. The second, third, and fourth heavens outside the sky are guarded by 108 ancient cities. Ancient cities also have different strengths and weaknesses, and are divided into 3 levels. The first grade is the worst, the third grade is the strongest. The second heaven is composed of 36 first-grade ancient cities, the third heaven is composed of 36 second-grade ancient cities, and the fourth heaven is composed of the strongest 36 third-grade ancient cities. Of course, in addition to the 108 ancient cities, there are countless other cities in the second, third, and fourth heavens, but these cities are all dependent on the 108 ancient cities. Apart from these, the remaining one is the first heaven in the heaven beyond heaven, which is also the closest heaven to the Shenwu continent among the entire 9 heavens of Shenwu. Compared to the other heavens, the number of people living here is more dense, and most of the people living here are those who entered the Tianhui heaven from the Shenwu continent in the past 100,000 years, or their descendants. It is for this reason that, in the past 100,000 years, this first heaven has become the second Shenwu continent. Tianhui Tian, the sixth heaven, is one of the 12 commanders of the temple and is where Xuanyuan is invincible. In recent times, Xuanyuan Wudi has been very irritable and has even reached the brink of going berserk. All this is thanks to one person. This person was none other than Yi Tianshang, one of the 6 deputy commanders under his command. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Xuanyuan Wudi has always believed in this statement, but since Yi Tianshang appeared, he felt that this statement was nonsense. Only a fierce dragon can cross the river. Undoubtedly, Yi Tianshang is the fierce dragon crossing the river. As one of the deputy commanders under his command, it would have been a very easy thing for Xuanyuan Wudi to suppress him, but unfortunately he repeatedly suppressed and plotted against Yi Tianshang, but the result was that Yi Tianshang became even crazier and grew faster. Nowadays, Yi Tianshang has grown to the point where he can no longer do anything about it. If that were all, then there would be nothing wrong with it. After all, adding a powerful general to his command would be a great thing for Xuanyuan Wudi. However, because of the previous deliberate suppression and calculations, the conflict between Xuanyuan Wudi and Yi Tianshang has long been irreconcilable, and Yi Tianshang has been eyeing his position as commander. In Tianhui Tian, the commander is second only to the 3 deputy hall masters, and he is even on par with the 3 deputy hall masters. His power is so great that it is unimaginable. Xuanyuan Wudi knew it even more clearly. Due to his own reasons, he had offended many people over the years, and these people did not dare to do anything to him because of his position as commander. But if he was replaced by Yi Tianshang and became deputy commander, everything would be different. By then, there will definitely be people who will beat the fallen dog, and he, Xuanyuan Wudi, will not have any good result. Therefore, he must not be replaced by Yi Tianshang. That is why, during this period of time, or in the past 2 years, Xuanyuan Wudi, in addition to suppressing Yi Tianshang, has also been constantly earning merits. Because according to the rules of the temple, as long as Yi Tianshang's merits cannot surpass his own, then he will have no chance to challenge himself. If he cannot challenge himself, then he will never have the chance to defeat himself, let alone replace himself and become the new commander. Originally everything was fine. According to the current situation, Yi Tianshang's achievements would never surpass him. But not long ago, Xuanyuan Wudi received news that this madman Yi Tianshang actually led his flying dragon army to break through the 8th and 9th heavens, sneaked directly into the outside world, ambushed a starry sky battleship of the Sky Demon clan, and wiped out all the personnel on the opponent's battleship, including 2 semi-god sky demons. A battleship, nearly 1 million demons, and 2 powerful demigods. All of this added together, what a huge achievement, and how much merit does it represent? It's unimaginable. After receiving this news, Xuanyuan Wudi immediately checked the merit ranking of the temple. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, Xuanyuan Wudi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. 3 million. At this moment, Yi Tianshang only had 3 million less merits than him. Are 3 million merits a lot? Many. But this is the case for the vast majority of people. For commanders and deputy commanders like them, 3 million merits are nothing. After winning a battle, at least 1 million merits will be awarded. Especially for Ye Tianxiang, the god of killing, 3 million merits are nothing. You have to know that this is a fierce man who has single-handedly entered the 8th and 9th heavens many times. 3 million merits are nothing to him. If he is willing, he can earn it within a few days. Or even less than a few days, 1 day is enough. In other words, in terms of merit, Ye Tianxiang can surpass himself at any time. What about strength? Xuanyuan Wudi knew without any competition that he was definitely no match for Ye Tianxiang. In this case, how could he not be anxious, angry, and furious? The temple commander's mansion. In the hall, Xuanyuan Wudi was wearing a silver battle armor. His slightly thin figure stood proudly like a spear, with long hair draped over his shoulders. At this moment, his distinct features and somewhat cold face were full of anger. Bang, bang, bang. As if he could no longer suppress his anger, Xuanyuan Wudi smashed everything around him, then looked at the 5 people below him and said angrily, "Waste, a bunch of waste, why don't you say something, are you all mute?" When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, the 5 people below him all lowered their heads. These 5 people were none other than the other 5 deputy commanders under Xuanyuan Wudi except Ye Tianxiang. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi was furious. Report. He was about to say something when a silver-armored soldier suddenly ran in hurriedly from outside the hall. Looking at the soldiers in the hall, Xuanyuan Wudi frowned and asked in a cold voice, "What's the matter?" The soldier knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said to Xuanyuan Wudi, reporting to the commander, "Someone from the Xuanyuan family is outside the door asking to see you." Not see. Xuanyuan Wudi threw his hands and said angrily, "Have you forgotten what I told you before? I said, now apart from Ye Tianxiang's matter, don't bother me with other matters, tell them to get out." The soldier was stunned and said anxiously, "But the one who came this time is your father, the commander-in-chief, and he said his matter is extremely urgent, concerning. What's it about?" The soldier hesitated, but Xuanyuan Wudi spoke angrily. "It concerns your life and death, commander." The soldier was startled and spoke immediately. Xuanyuan Wudi frowned, then said in a cold voice, "Let them in." "Yes." The soldier responded and then immediately stood up and left. After a short moment, an old man in brocade clothes and a man in black robes hurriedly ran in from outside. If Ye Bufan was here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that the man in black robes in front of him was the one he let go. Chapter 1038 Ye Tianxiang is from Shenwu continent. "Wudi, it's bad, something has happened, it's a big accident." The old man in brocade clothes just entered the hall and spoke in a hurry the moment he saw Xuanyuan Wudi. "What is it?" Xuanyuan Wudi frowned. Now, for him, except for Ye Tianxiang's affairs, everything else is not worth mentioning. That was why, even though the old man looked flustered, he did not care too much. The old man hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the 5 deputy commanders present, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. His meaning was very clear, some things could not be discussed with outsiders present. Unexpectedly, Xuanyuan Wudi waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, you should know all 5 of them, and they are all my confidants. There is nothing to hide from them." The old man in brocade clothes hesitated again, but did not think about it anymore. Instead, he said directly, "Wudi, we pretended to be the temple and blackmailed the 3 major martial arts academies in the Shenwu continent. The matter has been exposed." What? Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. Not only him, but also the 5 deputy commanders present were all shocked. Impersonating a temple and extorting the Shenwu continent is definitely a serious crime. Of course, this is true for other people, but Xuanyuan Wudi, as the commander, really doesn't care. How about being exposed? What if the temple finds out? At worst, the palace master would hold me accountable, and I would just have to promise not to do it again in the future. But times are different now. Ye Tianxiang has already seriously threatened his position as commander. If at this time, the matter of impersonating the temple and blackmailing the Shenwu continent is exposed again, then Xuanyuan Wudi simply dare not imagine the consequences. When he thought of this, Xuanyuan Wudi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and murderous intent. He looked at the old man in brocade clothes and asked, "How was it exposed? Who knew about this?" It was obvious that he had already made up his mind to kill. Yes, they are the natives of the Shenwu continent, and also, there is the stallion of the Tantai family. The old man did not dare to hide anything and spoke immediately. Who? Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned. The natives of Shenwu continent and the Tantai Tieni of the Tantai family. The old man in brocade clothes repeated, and then said, and it's all because of that kid from the Tantai family that we were exposed. Otherwise, Shenwu continent would never know that we are pretending to be the temple. Why is that rubbish in Shenwu continent? Looking at the old man in brocade clothes, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but ask. We don't know this either. The old man had a bitter look on his face. Who could have thought that a young master from an ancient city family would go to the Shenwu continent? Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi frowned, and then said, so, this matter apart from the kid from the Tantai family, no one else knows about it. The reason why Xuanyuan Wudi asked this was because he did not take the Shenwu continent seriously at all. In his opinion, even if these ants from the Shenwu continent knew that he was pretending to be a temple and blackmailing them, what would it matter? Go to the temple to complain. Who would believe it? Yes, apart from the natives of Shenwu continent, he should be the only person who knows the truth. The old man in brocade clothes responded without hesitation. Where is the other person? Xuanyuan Wudi's eyes turned cold. The old man in brocade clothes was not sure and said, it should be still in Shenwu continent. What do you mean by should? If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. Xuanyuan Wudi shouted angrily. This. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, I'm really not sure. After a pause, the old man continued, after Haifeng, the man in black robes, came back from the Shenwu continent and told me what happened over there, I immediately sent people to keep an eye on the entrance of the two-land passage in the first heaven. Although I haven't seen that guy come out, there has been a gap of about an hour during this period. During this time, I don't know whether he has returned to the heavenly outer heaven. 1 hour. Xuanyuan Wudi murmured, and then scolded, that rubbish can't be that fast. After saying this, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at the 5 deputy commanders and shouted, Mo Shaoshan. General Mo. Among the 5 deputy commanders, a man in black armor stepped forward, looked at Xuanyuan Wudi, and said with his fists clenched. Xuanyuan Wudi's eyes were cold, and he said without hesitation, you will immediately go to the passage between the 2 places of the first heaven. If you find the kid from the Tantai family, kill him on the spot. Also, send someone to the Shenwu continent. If possible, it is best to kill him before he enters the heaven beyond heaven. Right now, this commander does not want any other accidents to happen. Yes, Mo. As soon as Mo Shaoshan opened his mouth, the black-robed man beside the old man in brocade clothes trembled and said hurriedly, no, young clan leader, this is not possible. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi frowned, looked at the man in black robe and asked, why not? Reporting to the young clan leader, our people are still in their hands. Even if we kill Tantai the stud, it will be of no use. The man in black robe lowered his head and spoke tremblingly. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned for a moment, then became furious. You bunch of rubbish, do you mean to tell this commander that you have been captured by a group of ants? The black-robed man trembled all over, and then said tremblingly, young patriarch, it was the dean of the martial arts academy who did it. He is at the peak of the saint realm, and there is nothing we can do. Entering the peak of sainthood. Xuanyuan Wudi was furious, how dare a peak saint to go against this commander? No, that's not it. The dean of the martial arts academy originally wanted to let us go, but in the end he was stopped by a kid in the Jodian realm, and it was he who detained our people. The man in black robe said immediately. The dean of the martial arts academy wanted to release you, but was rejected by a kid in the Jodian realm. Do you think this commander is an idiot? Xuanyuan Wudi was furious. The 5 deputy commanders were also somewhat skeptical. After all, they knew very well that in the Shenwu continent, the presidents of the 3 major martial academies were equivalent to the masters of the temples outside the heaven. They were supreme. In the Shenwu continent, who could command them? Before Xuanyuan Wudi and the others could think about it, the man in black robe spoke again, and what? Seeing the man in black robe hesitate, Xuanyuan Wudi shouted sternly. The black-robed man shuddered and said in a hurry, and that kid asked the young patriarch to redeem him with 10 divine crystals and 3 billion stones. He said that if the young patriarch didn't give them, he would hand the person over to Yi Tianshang. Who should I hand him over to? Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned, he thought he had heard it wrong. Hand it over to Yi Tianshang. The man in black robe said tremblingly. What nonsense. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi became even more furious. How did they know about Yi Tianxiang? Or you are so stupid as to tell them that this commander and Yi Tianxiang are not? Xuanyuan Wudi was suddenly stunned when he was halfway through his words, and then asked, is it the kid from the Tan Tai family who did this? This yes and no I. The man in black robe was confused for a moment. Upon seeing this, Xuanyuan Wudi immediately shouted angrily, yes is yes, no is no, you are yes one moment and no the next, what on earth do you mean? The black-robed man trembled and suddenly said, actually, Yi Tianxiang is from the Shenwu continent. What? Hearing this, the 5 deputy commanders were shocked. Xuanyuan Wudi was also stunned. You mean Yi Tianxiang is from Shenwu continent? Chapter 1039, the soldiers are dispatched with great force. You mean Yi Tianxiang is from Shenwu continent? Looking at the black-robed man in front of him, Xuanyuan Wudi was also a little shocked. Over the years, many people in TianYTN have been curious about Yi Tianxiang's origins. As a competitor, Xuanyuan Wudi is naturally no exception. He even investigated secretly for a long time, but has never found any results. He had thought before that Yi Tianxiang came from the Shenwu continent, but this idea was quickly denied by him. Why? It's very simple. Compared to TianYTN, Shenwu continent can only be regarded as a barren land. In the eyes of people in TianYTN, it is impossible for a monster like Yi Tianxiang to appear in Shenwu continent, not to mention that Yi Tianxiang has a group of crazy people under his command. The probability of a Yi Tianxiang appearing in the Shenwu continent is already extremely small, let alone a group of Yi Tianxiangs. Xuanyuan Wudi thought so, and most people in TianYTN thought so too. For this reason, no one has thought about the Shenwu continent in recent years. Even if someone has, they don't care too much about it, let alone go to the Shenwu continent to investigate. But what is the result? The black-robed man in front of him actually told him that Yi Tianxiang was from the Shenwu continent. In this case, how could Xuanyuan Wudi not be shocked? Yes, it is. Looking at Xuanyuan Wudi, the man in black robe said with some trepidation. Are you sure? Xuanyuan Wudi said with a serious expression. The black-robed man was stunned and said, reporting to the young clan leader, I can confirm that this is what those people from the Shenwu continent said. It is absolutely correct. Very good, very good. In an instant, Xuanyuan Wudi was overjoyed. He was worried that he had no way to deal with Yi Tianxiang, but he did not expect to get such surprising news unexpectedly. Since Yi Tianxiang comes from the Shenwu continent, it means that his roots are also in the Shenwu continent. All along, the reason why Xuanyuan Wudi could not do anything to Yi Tianxiang was largely because, except for the people following Yi Tianxiang, he could not find Yi Tianxiang's weakness at all. If he could not find his weakness, he naturally had no way to start. But it's different now. As long as he could find out Yi Tianxiang's background, find the people around him and capture them, then all the current crises would be resolved. Not only that, at that time, he could even use this to threaten Yi Tianxiang, make him subject to himself, submit to him, and use him for his own purposes. With this thought, Xuanyuan Wudi could no longer suppress the joy and excitement in his heart. He immediately said, Xiao Wenshan, you will immediately go to the two-land passage of the first heaven. From now on, no one can enter the outer heaven without the permission of this commander. Remember, this matter must be kept confidential. If we are discovered by the people from TianYTN, then no matter who they are, we will arrest them directly. Those below the Saint Realm will be exiled to the Shenwu continent, and those above the Saint Realm will be brought to see this commander. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot and their bodies will be thrown into the Shenwu continent. Also, send people into the Shenwu continent right now and tell them not to make any news before finding out Yi Tianxiang's information. However, once they find out Yi Tianxiang's situation, then just do it and capture all the people related to Yi Tianxiang and bring them to Tianwei. One more thing. Through the investigation of Yi Tianxiang over the years, we can now confirm that the bitch Lin Loyan was once pregnant, so she and Yi Tianxiang must have a son or a daughter. This person must be found and brought back to me. Clear? Yes. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, Xiao Wenshan responded immediately. He said solemnly, General Mo will definitely fulfill his mission. If there is any mistake, you will be beheaded. Very good. Xuanyuan Wudi responded, but the man in black robe hesitated and said, Young Patriarch. Just tell me what you want to say. Seeing the man in black robe like this, Xuanyuan Wudi immediately said something. Yes. The black-robed man responded, Young Patriarch, although the Shenwu continent cannot be compared with our Tianweishan, they should also have quite a few Saint Realm warriors. And based on the attitude of those people in the Shenwu continent towards Yi Tianshang at that time, I think Yi Tianshang should have a very high reputation over there. If we fight them directly, I'm afraid. Are you afraid that the people sent by this commander will not be able to defeat them? Xuanyuan Wudi said in a cold voice. The black-robed man trembled, but he did not dare to hide it and said, yes, yes. Xuanyuan Wudi frowned. Although the words of the man in black robe made him very angry, he had to admit that what he said was true. Shenwu continent. The all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. In the Shenwu continent, although it is impossible for powerful beings at the soul-melting, flying, or even demigod level to appear because of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, the vast Shenwu continent is definitely not without powerful beings at the saint level. On the other hand, in Tianyi, entering the saint realm is not worth mentioning, and even Xuanyuan Wudi has many people in the soul fusion realm and flying sky realm under his command, but these people cannot enter the Shenwu continent. In other words, even if Xuanyuan Wudi sends people into the Shenwu continent, he can only expel the Shenwu realm at most. How can the divine martial realm contend with the saints? He cannot compete with the saint, and if he is stopped by the saint, how can he capture the people around Yi Tianshang and bring them back to Tianyi? Without these people, how can he threaten Yi Tianshang? Snort. With this thought, Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly and said, so what if he has entered the saint realm? He is just a piece of chicken and a pottery dog. If he dares to ruin my good deeds, I will destroy him both physically and spiritually. After saying that, Xuanyuan Wudi shouted again, Xiao Wenshan, take my military order now, go to the seventh heaven to call back 3,000 red refining army soldiers, and let them enter the Shenwu continent secretly. Also, before you leave, select 2 pseudo-divine weapons from this commander's treasury. No, 5. Have the 3,000 red refining army take them with them when they go to the Shenwu continent. 3,000 red refining soldiers, 5 pseudo-divine soldiers. This commander wants to see who dares to stop me in Shenwu continent, and who can stop me. Those who oppose me will be killed. Buzz. Hearing this, several people present couldn't help but tremble. Even the 5 great commanders were no exception. What is the red refining army? That was the Ace Division under Xuanyuan Wudi, and also his personal soldiers and death warriors trained by him. These people were absolutely loyal to Xuanyuan Wudi, and even if Xuanyuan Wudi became the deputy commander one day, they would definitely follow him to the death. In addition, although the number of the Kai Lian army is small, only 8,000, and the cultivation of these people is only at the divine martial realm, the combat power of the Kai Lian army is extraordinary. Everyone in the heaven and earth knows that the 8,000 red refining army can fight against a demigod together. Now, Xuanyuan Wudi actually directly drew 3,000 Chilean soldiers to enter the Shenwu continent, and also asked them to take 5 pseudo-divine weapons with them. What kind of formation is this? Martial arts to achieve sainthood. If 3,000 Kai Lian came out together, it would be like killing a chicken. Under normal circumstances, Xuanyuan Wudi would not easily use the red refining army. After all, this was the trump card in his hand. But now for the sake of a mere Shenwu continent, Xuanyuan Wudi actually directly mobilized 3,000 red refining army. This is incredible, but it is enough to show how determined Xuanyuan Wudi is this time. During his journey to Shenwu, he would not allow any accidents to happen, and he would not allow failure. You can only succeed and you must succeed. Yes. Without any hesitation, Xiao Wenshan responded immediately. Then he turned and left. Etc. But at this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi suddenly called out to Xiao Wenshan who was about to leave. Xiao Wenshan paused, turned around and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi, asking, Sir. Xuanyuan Wudi frowned, thought for a moment, and said, besides the human race, are there also demons and wild beasts in the Shenwu continent? Hearing this, Xiao Wenshan was stunned for a moment, and then said, this should be the case. Are the human race and the demon barbarian race at odds with each other? According to what those people from the Shenwu continent said, the human race is indeed at odds with the demon and barbarian races. In fact, ever since Master Feishuan set up the heaven-slaying formation, the fighting and killing between the 3 races has never stopped. Very good. Xuanyuan Wudi smiled and said, if that's the case, then tell the Chilean army that when necessary, I will allow them to cooperate with the Yaoman and Man tribes. The reason for this arrangement is that Xuanyuan Wudi is worried that Yi Tianshang has a backup plan in the Shenwu continent. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In order to deal with Yi Tianxiang, Xuanyuan Wudi doesn't mind cooperating with the demons and wild beasts. As for the Shenwu people, although they are of the same race, in Xuanyuan Wudi's view, the people of the Shenwu continent are just a group of natives. He doesn't care how many people die, even if the race is wiped out. One general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. To achieve his goal, he, Xuanyuan Wudi, can do whatever it takes. If gods stand in the way, kill the gods. If Buddhas stand in the way, kill the Buddhas. Those who oppose me will be killed. Chapter 1040 Wife, go find my sister. Shenwu Continent, Heavenly Palace, Sacred Heart Pool. Ye Bufan had no idea what was happening in Tianyi, and he had no idea that Xuanyuan Wudi, one of the 12 commanders of the temple, was preparing to dispatch 3,000 Chilean soldiers with 5 pseudo-divine soldiers to enter the Shenwu continent to capture him. Of course, even if Ye Bufan knew about it, he wouldn't care. Arrest yourself. Or in the Shenwu continent. Don't be ridiculous, that's impossible and unrealistic, you might as well just be dreaming. In Ye Bufan's opinion, Xuanyuan Wudi is the biggest idiot of the year. Let alone the mere 3,000 Chilean army, even if the demigod Xuanyuan Wudi came in person, Ye Bufan would not be afraid of him at all in the Shenwu continent, and could even destroy him directly. After all, Xuanyuan Wudi was only at the initial stage of demigod, and under Ye Bufan's command, Long Xiaobao and the Demon Lord were also at the initial stage of demigod, especially Long Xiaobao. In his words, he was capable of fighting even against a mid-level demigod. In this situation, 2 against 1, Xuanyuan Wudi is bound to lose. What's more, Ye Bufan has now subdued all the strong men of the Heavenly Demon clan. In addition to Long Xiaobao and the Demon Lord, there are also several powerful men in the Flying Sky realm and more than 200 masters in the Soul Fusion realm. Would Ye Bufan be afraid of Xuanyuan Wudi? Don't be funny. It's a pity that Xuanyuan Wudi didn't know all this. What's worse, he even wanted to cooperate with the demon and barbarian tribes and borrow their power to fight against the human race. Fortunately, Ye Bufan didn't know. If he knew, he would probably just laugh. At this moment, by the Sacred Heart Pond, Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling were quietly looking at Tan Tai Tianyi, who was soaking in the Sacred Heart Pond. In the Sacred Heart Pond, Tan Tai Tianyi only showed his head with his eyes closed. Looking at him, Ye Bufan suddenly asked, "How is it, how do you feel?" "Comfortable." Tan Tai Tianyi said this with great confidence, but suddenly he felt a chill falling on him. The sudden strange feeling made Tan Tai Tianyi shiver all over. Only then did he notice that Nangong Ziling was glaring at him fiercely beside Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Tan Tai Tianyi was completely stunned. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched as well. Tan Tai Tianyi, ah Tan Tai Tianyi, your wife is still here, how dare you say that? Aren't you asking for trouble? Ahem. After a while, Tan Tai Tianyi pretended to cough lightly, and then said with a serious expression, "Actually, it's just like that, there's no big feeling, but it's still a little comfortable. Master, how about you come and soak for a while?" Looking at Tan Tai Tianyi, Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at him. Then he shook his head and said, "You can soak in it. I don't need to." Although the water of the Sacred Heart Pond has the effect of tempering the body and nourishing the blood, that is for other people. As for Ye Bufan, who possesses a supreme divine body, the Sacred Heart Pond has little or no effect on him. After all, this is just a pool of water condensed from a broken holy heart and a divine crystal, not a holy heart. Of course, if Ye Bufan was seriously injured, he could still rely on the Sacred Heart Pool to heal his wounds. But now Ye Bufan is not injured, so there is no need for this. Seeing Ye Bufan's refusal, Tan Tai Tianyi looked at Nangong Ziling again and said, "Wife, why don't you try it? Let me tell you, it's really comfortable to soak here." As soon as Tan Tai Tianyi said this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched immediately, and even Nangong Ziling couldn't help but roll her eyes at Tan Tai Tianyi. "Let your wife join you in the Sacred Heart Pool. This is nothing, but do you think it's appropriate for you to do this while I'm here? After all, soaking in the Sacred Heart Pool requires being naked." Shaking his head, Ye Bufan said, "You guys just stay here. I'm going to take care of other things first. I'll pick you up and take you to the God and Demon Cemetery in 3 days." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned and asked, "Master, where are you going?" "I'll catch the demon for you." Leaving behind a few words, Ye Bufan left. Catch the demon. Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember that Feng Hen had said before that before entering the cemetery of gods and demons to refine the heavenly palace inheritance, he must prepare 10 million heavenly demons, and the number could only be more, not less. Now that Ye Bufan said he was going to capture the heavenly demon, he was undoubtedly preparing himself to enter the cemetery of gods and demons. When he thought of this, Tan Tai Tianyi was deeply moved. Tan Tai Tianyi is like this, and so is Nangong Ziling. Looking at Ye Bufan who was walking away, Nangong Ziling suddenly said, "Tianyi, you really met a noble person this time. You must cherish him in the future." "Nonsense, of course, this is my master, wife, I tell you, back then." "No, you don't." Tan Tai Tianyi was just halfway through his words when he was interrupted by Nangong Ziling. Then, Nangong Ziling retracted her gaze and looked at Tan Tai Tianyi in the Sacred Heart Pond. She said solemnly, "An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Even the senior from the cemetery of gods and demons wanted to kill you to take your heart. What about the others? I guarantee that he is the first, but he will definitely not be the last. No matter how monstrous a genius is, he is nothing until he grows up. So, follow him, because he is the only one who can protect you now." As soon as Nangong Ziling finished speaking, Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned, and then said in confusion, "No way, master is only at the Jodian realm." Jodian realm. Nangong Ziling shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I can guarantee that if he attacks, I won't be able to take even one of his moves. And don't forget the cemetery of gods and demons." Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned. Nangong Ziling continued, "Although there is some information about the gods and demons cemetery in Tianyi, it seems obvious now that everyone has misjudged and underestimated the gods and demons cemetery. The senior we met earlier is the best proof of this. He is at least a strong man above the level of Earth God." Above the Earth God. Tan Tai Tianyi was shocked. Nangong Ziling said, "That's right, above Earth God. Although we don't know much about the God realm, and the existing information comes from the Sky Demon clan, I still dare to guarantee that the senior is definitely a strong man above Earth God." What is the concept of Earth God? Servant God, Zon God, Earth God. In Shenwu continent and Tianwei, a servant God can be invincible. What about the Earth God? Not to mention he may have surpassed the Earth God. Besides that, did you hear what the senior called him just now? Palace Master. It's obvious that the senior took him as his master, and the senior appeared in the God and Demon Cemetery, which means that he has a close connection with the God and Demon Cemetery. I guess he should be the gravekeeper of the God and Demon Cemetery. A gravekeeper recognizes him as his master, and he can enter and leave the God and Demon Cemetery at will. What does this mean? This means that he has taken possession of the entire God and Demon Cemetery and obtained the most crucial inheritance. He is just a gravekeeper who has the strength of a god above the earth. Then what realm would the owner of the most powerful inheritance in the God and Demon Cemetery have reached when he was alive? God. God King. In my opinion, he is at least a divine emperor, or even a divine lord or divine emperor. He, your master, has now obtained the inheritance of a powerful god or god emperor. What kind of height will he reach in the future? Call. As Nangong Ziling spoke, Tan Tai Tianyi's breathing stagnated. He is, waste, but he is not a fool. What are the powerful people at the level of God Lord or God Emperor? That is an unimaginable existence. However, now, his master is likely to become a strong man of this level in the future. In this case, how could Tan Tai Tianyi not be shocked, excited and thrilled? Wow! In a brief moment, Tan Tai Tianyi stood up from the Sacred Heart Pond, splashing water, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at Nangong Ziling and said in a loud voice, "Wife, you go back to Tianwei now. Return to the outer world." Nangong Ziling was stunned for a moment, then she looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and asked in confusion, "Why are you going back to Tianwei? Get my sister here," Tan Tai Tianyi said with a solemn vow. "Bring Sister Yanran here." Nangong Ziling was stunned again. "That's right," Tan Tai Tianyi responded, and then he said excitedly, "How can this be called a master? This is simply a thick leg that can't be any thicker. You must hold it tight, you must hold it tight. Go back to Tianwei now to find my sister and ask her to seduce my master." Hee, having the master be my master is not enough, I also want the master to be my brother-in-law. Chapter 1041 The Red Refining Army arrives. How can it be enough to let him be my master? I also want him to be my brother-in-law. Tan Tai Tianyi's words made Nangong Ziling dumbfounded. After a moment, She came back to her senses, glared at Tan Tai Tianyi fiercely, and said, "You are just fooling around, be careful or Sister Yan Ran will skin you alive." "Skinned me?" Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "Why did she peel my skin off? I was thinking about her happiness." "Think about it, among those people of the same generation as us in Tianyi, who is better than my master? Wu Haiying, or Long Qianchuan. Compared to my master, they are nothing but scum, even worse than scum. Not to mention our peers, even our predecessors are not as good as my master. My sister will get married sooner or later anyway, so why not marry my master? You know that good things should be kept within the family. What's more, my master is so outstanding. Besides, my sister doesn't have anyone she likes right now, and I'm not asking her to marry my master right away, so they can get along with each other first." As Tan Tai Tianyi spoke, Nangong Ziling was speechless for a moment. After a moment, she glanced at Tan Tai Tianyi and said with a complicated expression, "Even if what you said is right and reasonable, but Sister Yan Ran can't come to Shenwu continent." "Why can't she come?" Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned for a moment, and then said, "If she refuses to come, you can tell her that her brother has been kidnapped, and ask her to come to Shenwu continent as soon as possible to get money to redeem him. If she comes too late, her brother will be killed." Nangong Ziling's mouth twitched, and she said, "Sister Yanran is a warrior who has entered the saint realm." Well, hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned. What the hell? The next second, he exclaimed again, enter the saint, how the hell how could I forget about this? Saints from the heaven beyond heaven cannot come to the Shenwu continent. Damn it, who set up this barrier? It's simply a sin. Doesn't she know that it's better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin a marriage? As Tan Tai Tianyi spoke, Nangong Ziling's mouth twitched and she was speechless and even more confused. The all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. Back then, the powerful humans set up this barrier to prevent the fall of the heaven beyond heaven one day. This would give the human race a way out, at least the people of the heaven beyond heaven wouldn't all die. But how come it's considered a sin in your case? Before Nangong Ziling could think about it, Tan Tai Tianyi spoke again, forget it. My sister can't come to Shenwu continent, so master can only go to Tianwei. But master is like a mountain king in Shenwu continent. He can get whatever he wants. Will he be willing to go to Tianwei? No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to take the initiative. Wife, come and help me think of a way to lure my master to the outer world. Turn away. Nangong Ziling suddenly broke out in a sweat. This guy not only did he betray his own sister, but now he is even trying to kidnap his own master. At this moment, Ye Bufan was unaware of what Tan Tai Tianyi was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely say to Tan Tai Tianyi, "Tianyi, isn't it just being your brother-in-law? It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of a word. Let's go to Tianwei to find your sister now." It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't know. Eternal Abyss, the Devil's Side. Now, with the start of the 7 Killing Hall assessment, many members of the human race have come to the abode of the heavenly demon clan through the passage between the two places in the Eternal Abyss. Ye Bufan also came here after saying goodbye to Tan Tai Tianyi, but Ye Bufan did not come here alone, but brought the demon lord of the heavenly demon clan with him. In the Sky Demon clan, the demon lord is supreme. Even if the demon lord asks a member of the Sky Demon clan to commit suicide, the other party will never hesitate at all. It can be said that this is a race with a strict hierarchy and a strong servility. Ye Bufan brought the demon lord here naturally to capture the members of the heavenly demon clan. With the demon lord present, Ye Bufan didn't have to do anything. As long as the demon lord said a word, all the demons would appear and they would run to him obediently, allowing him to catch and capture them at will. They would never run away and never resist. If it weren't for the purpose of using these demons to select disciples for the 7 Killing Hall, Ye Bufan would have sent them all to the cemetery of gods and demons to speed up the condensation of the crystallization of inheritance. Therefore, capturing 10 million demons is not a difficult task for Ye Bufan. One day later, in the Shenwu continent, at the junction of the 3 major martial academies, in the center of the ancient wilderness, is the location of the altar that connects the Shenwu continent and the Tianwei. Ripples suddenly appeared in the originally calm space. Then, one figure after another appeared out of nowhere. Without exception, these people were all wearing dark red armor. Not only that, they were also drenched in a thick layer of evil spirit. Even when they were standing there, they gave people an invisible sense of oppression. There were exactly 3,000 of these red armored warriors, no more, no less, and all of them were at the divine martial realm. There is no doubt that these are the 3,000 Chilean troops sent by Xuanyuan Wudi. After all 3,000 Chilean soldiers arrived, one of the middle-aged men glanced at everyone and said in a cold voice, "Lord Xuanyuan has ordered that this operation cannot fail." After a pause, the middle-aged man continued, "Now, everyone, act on your own. You have 1 day to find out everything related to Yi Tianshang. Remember, everything. As long as it is information related to Yi Tianshang, you must not let it go. Also, I don't care what methods you use, or what means you use, whether it's questioning or forcing a confession, I just want you to remember 2 things. First, do your best to learn all the information related to Yi Tianshang. Second, keep it confidential. Before we understand the situation, before we take action, we must not expose ourselves. Do you understand everything? Clear." As soon as the man finished speaking, the 2,999 members of the Red Refining Army responded in unison. Does anyone else have any other questions? The middle-aged man didn't hesitate at all. He glanced at everyone and asked again. No. The members of the Red Refining Army said in unison. Very good. The middle-aged man responded and said, "Since there is no problem, let's get started. Remember, at this time tomorrow, no matter if you have any harvest or not, everyone must return here to assemble. Now, let's go." Yes. The members of the Red Refining Army responded in unison. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 2,999 members of the Chilean army dispersed and left without any hesitation. After everyone left, the middle-aged man also chose a direction and ran away. Call out. After all the Chilean army had left, a figure appeared out of nowhere at the altar. This person is none other than Fat Hao. Looking at the direction where the middle-aged man left, Fatty Hao smiled calmly. He came really fast, and 3,000 divine martial realm, his hand is really big. What a pity. Alas, you will eventually become hostages and make that commander pay more ransom. Chapter 1042 The Scared Members of the Chilean Army. Alas, you will eventually become hostages and make that commander pay more ransom. Shaking his head, Fat Hao left. The 3,000 Chilean soldiers were completely unaware of this. At this moment, they were divided into 3,000 groups, trying to find out the news about Yi Tianshang. Beidou, Tianqi and Kangkong, the 3 major martial cities located outside the ancient wilderness, are the 3 largest and most prosperous cities of the entire human race. This should have been the best choice for gathering information, but the 3,000 Chilean soldiers simply ignored him. After all, it is not appropriate for them to be exposed for the time being, and the 3 major martial academies are located in the 3 major martial cities. These 3 major martial cities must be full of masters. Now, the 3,000 people act on their own and do not have the strength to compete with the strong ones in the Holy Realm. In this way, we can only avoid the 3 major martial cities. Lija Village. This is an ordinary mountain village under the jurisdiction of Tianmu City, in a secular empire called Wu Kingdom, located on the southwest side of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy. Previously, when monsters and demons attacked and the devils invaded, the human race opened the eternal barrier and all the tribesmen fled into the major cities. The people of Lija Village were naturally no exception. Now, the monsters have surrendered, and the devil has been killed. As native people of Lija Village, they have naturally returned to their homeland. Of course, there were also many people in Lija Village who participated in the assessment of the 7 Killing Hall, but they were relatively speaking only a minority. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Compared to other places, life in this small mountain village seems much simpler. It was almost noon and every household was preparing for food. In an open space outside the village, a group of children around 5 or 6 years old were playing and fighting. But at this moment, a red light came rushing over from the distance. It was so fast that it landed on the open space outside the village in just a moment. The man who came was wearing scarlet armor, and he was a member of the Chilean army from Tianhuitian. Ah! The sudden arrival of the Red Refining Army members startled the dozen or so children in front of them. They gathered together in an instant. One of the boys, who seemed to be the oldest, looked at the Red Refining Army member and asked, "Uncle, who are you?" The Red Refining Army member glanced at the dozen or so children in front of him, then squatted down, looked at them and said with a smile, "Kids, where are your parents?" "Who's the kid? I'm 8 years old. As soon as the member of the Red Refining Army finished speaking, the leading child in front of him said with some dissatisfaction. Okay, Uncle was wrong. Uncle apologizes to you. You are an adult, okay. The member of the Red Refining Army said with a smile. Snort. The kid snorted. The member of the Red Refining Army smiled and said, since you are an adult, can you answer a few questions from your uncle? What's the problem? The child looked like he was asking, just ask me. Do you know Yi Tianshang? The members of the Red Refining Army smiled slightly. Yi Tianshang. The child couldn't help but be stunned. Who are you? What are you doing here? But at this moment, a voice full of vigilance suddenly sounded behind the members of the Chilean army. The member of the Chilean army smiled slightly. As a strong man in the divine martial realm, he had naturally noticed someone approaching a long time ago, but he just didn't care at all. At this moment, following the questioning from the people behind them, the members of the Chilean army stood up and turned around, only to see a white-haired old man leaning on a cane and staring at them. Immediately, the members of the Chilean army looked at the old man and said with a smile, hello, old man. I am Zhang Yang. I just want to find out some information. I have no ill intentions. As the members of the Red Refining Army spoke, a group of children also ran to the old man. What do you want to ask? Looking at the members of the Chilean army, the old man asked clearly and concisely. This. The member of the Chilean army hesitated for a moment and said, Old man, I want to ask, do you know Yi Tianshang? Yi Tianshang. The old man frowned, then looked at the members of the Red Refining Army and said, why are you asking this? He knows. And he was still on guard against himself. Looking at the old man's reaction, the members of the Chilean army immediately thought of it. Not only that, the members of the Chilean army immediately thought that if an old man in such a remote mountain village knew Yi Tianshang, then Yi Tianshang must have a great influence in the Shenwu continent. Immediately, the member of the Chilean army said with a smile, Old man, it's like this, I come from outside the Shenwu continent, and I am a member of the Filong army under General Yi. This time, I came to the Shenwu continent on the order of the general to pick up the general's family and take them to Tianweishan. And before I came, the general said that in the Shenwu continent, as long as you mention his name, you can find his family, so. Are you from the Flying Dragon army? As soon as Kai Lianjun finished speaking, the old man couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes. The member of the Chilean army smiled and nodded, then said, Old man, you look like you know our general. Can you tell me where I can find the general's family? 7 Killing Hall. The old man spoke immediately. 7 Killing Hall. The members of the Chilean army were stunned and asked in confusion, Old man, what is this 7 Killing Hall? Where is it? You don't know this. The old man said instinctively, then slapped his forehead again and changed the subject. Look at my brain, you are not from Shenwu continent, it is normal that you don't know the 7 Killing Hall. Not to mention you, I'm afraid even General Yi doesn't know the 7 Killing Hall yet. Hearing this, the members of the Chilean army were stunned. Old man, can you tell me about the 7 Killing Hall? That's no problem, but it seems a little inappropriate to talk here. General, why don't you come to my house and I'll explain it to you in detail. Looking at the members of the Chilean army, the old man suggested. This is the Flying Dragon army. Thinking back to Yi Tianshang's deeds in the past, the old man couldn't help but feel excited. Then I am sorry to bother you. The member of the Red Refining Army smiled slightly. The old man's home. As soon as the members of the Chilean army took their seats, they couldn't help but look at the old man and said, Old man, can you tell me what's going on with the 7 Killing Hall now? No problem, no problem. The old man smiled and said, didn't you just ask me where to find General Yi's family? This 7 Killings Hall was founded by General Yi's son, the young commander of the Flying Dragon Army, Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan. Is this the name of Yi Tianshang's son? The members of the Chilean army immediately memorized this information, and then looked at the old man and smiled, a tiger father will have a dog son. The young commander really did not bring shame to the general. However, old man, I wonder where this 7 Killing Hall is located. How can I find it? This is easy. The old man said, as long as you keep walking in the opposite direction of Tianqi Wucheng and walk out of the human territory, you will reach the Wangyao mountain range in a short time. When you reach the Wangyao mountain range, you will naturally be able to see the 7 Killing Palace. Wangyao mountain range. The members of the Chilean army were stunned. Old man, isn't this Wangyao mountain range the territory of the demon tribe? It used to be, but it's not anymore. What's the meaning? Now, all the monsters and wild beasts have submitted to Master Yi, and even the 3 major martial arts academies have been merged into the 7 Killings Hall, so to put it bluntly, the entire Shenwu continent belongs to Master Yi. His 7 Killings Hall is in the Wangyao Mountains, and I heard that the entire 7 Killings Hall occupies 1/3 of the area of the Wangyao Mountains, so if you see the Wangyao Mountains, you can also see the 7 Killings Hall. What? Hearing this, the member of the Chilean army stood up suddenly, his eyes widened, he was shocked and even more shocked. Yi Qianshang's son conquered the demons and wild beasts. Even the 3 major martial arts academies submitted to him. And the entire Shenwu continent belongs to him. This information came too suddenly and was too shocking. The members of the Chilean army were unable to react for a while. When they left Tianyi before, Xuanyuan Wudi also instructed them that if necessary, they could unite with the demons and wild beasts to deal with the human race. But now, all the demons and wild beasts have surrendered to Yi Qianshang's son. How can we unite the 2 tribes of demons and barbarians? Not only is it impossible to unite the 2 tribes and use them to fight against the human race, but they also have to capture Yi Qianshang's son and face the 2 monster tribes outside of the human race at the same time. This Nima. When this thought came to their mind, the members of the Chilean army felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts. 8,000 red refinements can fight against demigods. But there were only 3,000 of them. With 3,000 Kai Lian, at best they can only fight against a strong man in the Soul Fusion realm and defeat him. However, even if the 3,000 Kai Lians can kill the strong ones in the Soul Fusion realm, they cannot fight against the 3 tribes of humans, monsters, and barbarians in the Shenwu continent at the same time. After all, they cannot afford the consumption of such a round-the-clock battle. How can we fight in this situation? On what basis can we capture Ye Bufan? In a brief moment, the members of the Chilean army suppressed their restless emotions, looked at the old man and asked again, "Old man, what is going on? Yi, how did our young commander subdue the 2 demon and barbarian tribes? How did you subdue him?" "Of course I suppressed him with my strength." Use strength to suppress it. How else do you think you surrendered? This is our young commander so strong. Can he suppress the 3 Shenwu tribes with his own strength? Although they were still talking, the members of the Red Refining Army were already a little confused. Suppress 3 tribes by oneself. How powerful is this? It's unimaginable. That was why he grabbed the tea on the table in front of him with his slightly trembling right hand and took another sip. However, this was a completely subconscious action, because at this moment the hearts of the members of the Chilean army were completely confused, and even Shenwu was a little at a loss. Unexpectedly, the old man once again said something shocking. What are the 3 tribes of humans, monsters, and barbarians in the Shenwu continent? The Sky Demon tribe outside the Eternal Abyss is so powerful. You know, in the entire Shenwu continent, those who have entered the Saint Realm are already super powerful, but the Sky Demon clan even has the legendary Soul Fusion and flying powers, and it is said that the Demon Lord of the Sky Demon clan is already a powerful person in the demigod realm. But so what? Now they have not been subdued by Master Yi. Even the demigod Demon Lord has become Master Yi's servant. Puff. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the members of the Red Refining Army couldn't help but spit out the tea they had just taken. What did you say? All the demigod Demon Lords were subdued by him, and even became his slaves. Chapter 1043. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? What did you say? All the demigod Demon Lords were subdued by him, and even became his slaves. The members of the Chilean army were already terrified. What is a demigod? He is the strongest person below the realm of gods. Not to mention the Shenwu continent, even in the heaven beyond heaven, demigods are supreme. You know, the master of their Chilean army, Xuanyuan Wudi, one of the 12 commanders of the temple, is only at the initial stage of demigod. Now, a demigod-level demon lord has appeared in the Shenwu continent, and this demon lord has been subdued by Yi Qianshang's son and has become his slave. Are you kidding me? Demigod is slave. Yi Qianshang had killed no less than 5 demigod-level demons, but he had never subdued any of them. It was not because he didn't want to, but because it was simply impossible. Now you tell me, my son has accomplished what I couldn't do. Could it be that Yi Qianshang's son is even more powerful and terrifying than Yi Qianshang? Yeah, what's the problem? Facing the shocked questions from the members of the Chilean army, the old man said as a matter of course. The members of the Chilean army were suddenly speechless and confused. Any questions? This is a big problem. Ye Tianxiang alone is enough to give our commander a headache. What will happen if another Ye Bufan who is even more terrifying than Ye Tianxiang appears? If these two father and son join forces, will our commander still have a chance to survive? Just commit suicide, etc. Suddenly, the member of the Chilean army seemed to have thought of something and was stunned. Then he looked at the old man, his eyes sharp, and he asked, "You said, he subdued the demigod-level demon lord?" "Yes." Fart. The member of the Red Refining Army shouted angrily, then put his hands on the table, stared at the old man and said, "The Shenwu continent is protected by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. It is impossible for a strong person above the Saint Realm to appear here. Even if he appears, he can only stay for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, he will be immediately expelled by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. In this case, how can he subdue a demigod? How can he subdue a demigod? I don't know about that. Anyway, everyone in Shenwu continent knows that Master Yi has subdued a demigod demon, and he has also taken other celestial demons in the flying sky and soul fusion realms as his slaves. If you don't trust me, you can ask other people. If you still don't believe me, then when you arrive at the 7-killing palace and see the demigod demon lord, you will naturally know whether I am lying or not." The old man said indifferently. The member of the Chilean army was suddenly speechless, and he didn't think the old man was lying. Is everything he said true? Did Ye Tianxiang's son really subdue a demigod? If you want to subdue a demigod, you must at least have demigod-level strength, right? In this way, there are at least 2 demigods in the Shenwu continent. The son of Ye Tianxiang, a demon in the demigod realm. If Ye Tianxiang is added, there will be 3 demigods. Just thinking about it, the members of the Chilean army couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. 3 demigods. Not only the Chilean army member in Lija village at this moment, but other Chilean army members are in a similar situation. Ye Tianxiang, a general of the Flying Dragon Army 16 years ago, was the strongest commander of the 81st War Department. This is normal, nothing special. It can only be said that Ye Tianxiang is outstanding. After all, they are already used to it in Tianwei, but what about Ye Tianxiang's son? Born a fool. A few years ago, he was ambushed by the mayor of a secular empire, and the result was not stupid anymore. That would have been fine, but after recovering to normal, he made rapid progress and became a Jodian realm warrior in just a few years. He also founded the current 7-killing palace. Well, this is actually nothing, but what does this Jodian realm battle fusion soul, destruction into sainthood mean? I'm afraid that Ye Tianxiang, this monster, is not so perverted, right? Also, what is this battle between the god of war and the devil? Doesn't the Shenwu continent have the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation? How come even the flying sky realm and demigod realm have appeared? Return to the devil. Are you kidding me? Are you sure this is the Shenwu continent and not the Tianwei? Or maybe somewhere else? That would be fine, but what the hell is going on about the Jodian realm kid from Ye Tianxiang's family subduing the demigod demon lord? Did you create that demigod demon lord? Or you from Shenwu continent have known that we were coming for a long time, so you colluded with each other and teamed up to deceive us and scare us? In short, in one day, the 3,000 Chilean army obtained a lot of information, but most of it was related to Ye Bufan, and this information shocked them again and again, and frightened them again and again. They felt that they did not come to the Shenwu continent, but to the Tianwei. No, it was a place even more dangerous than the Tianwei. Even demigods are slaves. Isn't this place scary enough? One day later, in the middle of the 3 major martial arts academies, in the ancient wild land, the altar where the passage between the 2 places is located. At this moment, all 3,000 members of the Chilean army have returned and gathered together again. However, although only one day has passed, the spirits of these members of the Chilean army have changed dramatically. They are all anxious and distraught. They look not only listless, but their faces are also haggard, as if they have been abused for a long time. In a word, all of the 3,000 Chilean soldiers, without exception, looked pale and exhausted. After taking a look at the members of the Chilean army present, the middle-aged man in the lead didn't know how to speak for a moment. Because he knew without thinking that other people must be just as frightened as he was by the current situation of the Shenwu continent and by Ye Tianxiang's son. Suddenly, one of the Chilean army members said absent-mindedly, "Leader, let's leave the Shenwu continent first and go back to Tianwei." Hearing this, the other members of the Chilean army couldn't help but nodded. Arresting Ye Tianxiang's relatives, the key point is to never let his son go. Don't be funny. Are the 3,000 Red Refining Army very powerful? Damn, 8,000 Kai Lian soldiers can only fight against demigods together. In this Shenwu continent, even demigods have been captured and made slaves. What can their mere 3,000 Kai Lian soldiers do? Not to mention arresting the Ye family kid, it would be great if he didn't come to cause trouble for me. Walk. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately said it. He knew very well that this mission of his and his team was impossible to accomplish. It is foolish to do something knowing that it is impossible. Moreover, he must immediately report the situation on the Shenwu continent back to let Xuanyuan Wudi know so that Xuanyuan Wudi can make preparations and countermeasures in advance. Unfortunately, just as the middle-aged man finished his words, a mocking voice sounded in the distance, "Leave. Since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chapter 1044 Battle Formation. Leave. Since we're here, why are we in such a hurry to leave? The sudden sound startled the 3,000 members of the Chilean army. They instinctively turned their bodies to the side and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. 30 meters away, Ye Bufan came slowly with his hands behind his back, accompanied by Hao Peng, Ye Long and others, and behind him were 300 demons. Devil. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the 3,000 members of the Chilean army shrank and a cry of surprise was heard. Although they had heard about the appearance of the heavenly demon in the Shenwu continent a long time ago, and had also found out that Ye Bufan had subdued the heavenly demon clan, the 3,000 Chilean soldiers were still somewhat shocked and unbelievable when they saw it with their own eyes. During their brief shock, Ye Bufan and his party had already arrived in front of them. Looking at the 3,000 members of the Red Refining Army, Ye Bufan smiled calmly and jokingly said, "Hey, you also know about the heavenly demon." Hearing this, the 3,000 members of the Chilean army were in chaos and even more furious. "Your uncle. What do you mean we also know the devil? We deal with demons every day in TianYTN, so how could we not recognize them? We know more about the demons than you do." Although he was resentful, he did not think too much about it. The middle-aged man who was the leader of the 3,000 Red Refining Army looked at Ye Bufan with a serious and alert expression and asked, "Who are you?" Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then turned to the middle-aged man and said calmly, "My name is Ye Bufan, aren't you looking for me? Are you Ye Tianshang's son?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man was instantly shocked, and so were the other members of the Chilean army. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be. Facing the shock of the Chilean army members, Ye Bufan smiled calmly. "You." For a moment, the middle-aged man didn't know what to say. Ye Bufan, Ye Tianshang's son. He never thought that the other party would actually leave the 7-killing hall and appear here, and he only brought 300 demons with him. After a day's investigation, the 3,000 Kai Lian soldiers can preliminarily confirm that the reason why the semi-god level demons appeared in the Shenwu continent is because Shi Feishuan sealed some of the demons that had penetrated deep into the Shenwu continent here. This led to the appearance of members of the demon clan in the Shenwu continent. After leaving the Eternal Abyss, the reason why these demons could still ignore the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation and stay in the Shenwu continent was definitely because of the 7-killing palace that fell from the sky in the Wangyao Mountains. As for the origin of the 7-killing hall, they didn't know, because the people of the Shenwu continent didn't know either. But none of that matters. What's important is that there is a demigod in the 7-killing palace, but there is no such person in other places in the Shenwu continent. If Ye Bufan was in the 7 Killings Hall, they really would have no way to deal with him, but unfortunately, Ye Bufan actually left the 7 Killings Hall on his own and came here. What does that mean? This meant that those soul-melting, flying, and even demigod warriors under his command would not be able to play any role. This also meant that among the 300 demons before him, the strongest would only be at the peak of the Saint Realm. Reaching the peak of the Holy Realm. Will the 3,000 Red Refining Army be afraid? Not afraid at all. For the Kai Lian army, this was like, when there seemed to be no way out, there was light at the end of the tunnel. Originally they had all planned to flee from the Shenwu continent, but they didn't expect that Ye Bufan would come to them on his own accord, and looking at the way he looked, he was simply courting death. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man couldn't help laughing. It's really a case of searching for something without any effort. I didn't expect Ye Tianshang to give birth to such a stupid son like you. Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan and others were stunned. The middle-aged man did not hesitate at all. He pointed at Ye Bufan and shouted, "Catch this guy for me." Kill. The 3,000 Chilean soldiers did not stop, and the cold shouts of killing rang out instantly. Then they rushed out directly. I don't know what it means. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan shook his head, somewhat speechless and confused. Then, he shouted again, tie them all up. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the members of the Sky Demon clan behind him all burst out with momentum. 300 heavenly demons and 300 holy realms. The vast momentum instantly swept across the entire space. Feeling the vast momentum of the 300 holy realm demons combined, the 3,000 red refining army was stunned, and even their original offensive came to a halt. The middle-aged man frowned, and then he shouted again, what's there to be afraid of with only 300 saints? Red refining army, form a formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the 3,000 red refining army changed their positions instantly without any hesitation, forming a strange formation. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and his party were stunned. Form a formation. What's the meaning? Before they could think about it, the 3,000 red refining army had already formed a strange formation. At this time, the middle-aged man at the forefront of the formation shouted again, 9 evil wandering dragon battle formation start. Boom. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the energy of the 3,000 members of the Chilean army surged out. Not only that, the energy of these people also merged together in an instant. The moment the 3,000 Shenwu realm Chilean army's own Yuanli merged, it quickly extended outwards, completely enveloping the 3,000 people. In a brief moment, a huge monster formed by the condensation of Yuanli took shape around them. It has a snake body, lizard legs, eagle claws, snake tail, deer antlers, fish scales, whiskers at the corners of the mouth, and a pearl under the forehead. This is clearly a giant dragon. A giant dragon formed by the energy of 3,000 divine warriors. The giant dragon is flying in the sky. The 3,000 Chilean soldiers are united as one. Not only that, the aura emanating from this giant Yuanli dragon was even more shocking, because whether it was Ye Bufan or the others, they could all feel that this was a giant Yuanli dragon in the soul fusion realm. 3,000 divine warriors merged into souls. If Ye Bufan and others hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. At this moment, even though they saw it with their own eyes, Ye Bufan and others still found it a little hard to believe. 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation. Is this all because of this so-called battle formation? Ye Bufan was a little shocked, but at the same time, he was extremely excited. The 3,000 Chilean soldiers in the divine martial realm can create the momentum of soul fusion by relying on the battle formation, so if they have the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation, can the members of the 7 Killing Hall also do the same? If possible, the strength of the 7 Killing Palace would definitely increase several times in a short period of time. Moreover, this is just the battle formation of the divine martial realm. What if it is formed by those who have entered the saint realm? The divine martial arts transformed into the fusion of souls. To become a saint doesn't one have to be able to fly? Call. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan's breathing became a little rapid. 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation. Be sure to get it. Ye Bufan was excited. The middle-aged man stood proudly inside the dragon's head. At this moment, he seemed to be the dragon's head. Looking at Ye Bufan, the middle-aged man said disdainfully, Mr. Yi, if your demigods were here, we would definitely not even have the strength to fight. But, you want to take us down with only 300 saints. It's just a foolish dream. It doesn't make any sense. Today, you will pay a price you cannot afford for your ignorance and arrogance. 9 Evils Wandering Dragon Battle Formation, listen to my orders. Except for this kid named Yi, everyone else will be killed without mercy. Roar. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the 3,000 Chilean soldiers moved together, and a dragon roared from the giant Yuanli dragon. The dragon head where the middle-aged man was located rushed straight towards Ye Bufan and his group. The power of merging souls and the chilling murderous intent. Snort. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan snorted coldly, a mere dragon soul dares to act so arrogantly in my Shenwu continent. Are all of you in Tianwei so arrogant? Tie him up for me. Chapter 1045 Cut him. Tie him up for me. At Ye Bufan's command, the 300 Holy Realm demons rushed towards the giant Yuanli dragon in front of them without any pause, and gathered from all directions to surround and kill it. Snort. Seeing the 300 demons coming to kill him, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and said with disdain, the light of a firefly dares to compete with the sun and the moon. It's really overestimating one's own abilities. Today, I will let you, the natives of Shenwu, see what a battle formation is. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man shouted again, "Left side, swing your tail." Call. In an instant, 3,000 Chilean soldiers took a step forward, and the giant Yuanli dragon swung its tail to the left in an instant with such force that the space shook. In a flash, the two sides collided. The Yuanli dragon's tail swept down, instantly hitting dozens of Holy Realm demons on the left side of the dragon. The power of one tail. Bang, bang, bang. A dull, heavy voice sounded. Puff, puff, puff. Without exception, dozens of demons in the Holy Realm all vomited blood from their mouths. Not only that, their bodies also flew backwards rapidly like kites with broken strings. At the same time, in other places, the attacks of more than 200 holy demons also fell on the dragon. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy voices rang out one after another. However, facing the attacks of more than 200 Saint Realm powerhouses, the Yuanli dragon did not suffer any loss at all. Seeing this scene, Fatty Hao was shocked, and Yi Long and others also widened their eyes. How is that possible? They all found it extremely unbelievable. Ye Bufan was also stunned. The Yuanli dragon is only at the initial stage of Soul Fusion Realm. With such strength, it can withstand attacks from more than 200 powerful saints at the same time and remain unharmed. This is simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, while Ye Bufan and the others were shocked, the middle-aged man laughed loudly and said, "Natives, ants, now you should know how powerful the battle formation is, right? Let me tell you, this battle array soul may seem illusory, but in fact, it is many times stronger than a warrior. Because a warrior's body can be injured, but the battle array soul cannot. With you humph, you can't even break the defense of my battle array soul, how can you fight me?" The middle-aged man's words stunned Ye Bufan and others. The soul of the battle formation. Won't get hurt. Unbreakable defense. This was the first time that Ye Bufan and others had come into contact with a battle formation, so they knew nothing about it. Since they knew nothing, they naturally didn't know how to deal with it. Ye Bufan and the others were like this, but the middle-aged man did not hesitate at all. Quickly fight and quickly decide, immediately capture the Ye family kid, leave the Shenwu continent, and return to Tianweishan. Roar. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the giant Yuanli dragon instantly pounced on Ye Bufan. On the right side of the dragon, dozens of members of the Chilean army moved together, and then the dragon's right claw suddenly grabbed out. With one claw, he tried to capture Ye Bufan. Snort. Seeing this, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "What a bullshit battle array soul. No matter how strong it is only the initial stage of the soul fusion realm. I don't believe that you are really invincible. Watch me break all your methods with one force." As he spoke, Ye Bufan took 9 steps like a dragon and instantly arrived at the position of the dragon head where the middle-aged man was. Then, with the 4th level of Shenwu Bawang's strength, he punched out. One punch, with the power of thunder. One punch, unstoppable force. One punch, and the wind made a sound. The entire space vibrated slightly because of Ye Bufan's punch. The middle-aged man said disdainfully, "It's useless, useless. I've already said that you can't break the defense of the battle array soul." As soon as the man finished speaking, Ye Bufan punched the Yuanli dragon's head. Boom! A powerful force impacted, a thunderous sound rang out, and the body of the Yuanli dragon also shook violently. The middle-aged man's face changed and he was shocked by the sudden change. He never thought that the power of Ye Bufan's attack could reach the initial level of Soul Fusion Realm. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be much different. Is this really just a Jodian warrior? Although he knew of Ye Bufan's ability to fight opponents of higher levels after making inquiries from various sources, the middle-aged man still did not quite believe it because he had not seen it with his own eyes or experienced it personally. But now, Zhou Tianjing burst out with the strength of the initial stage of Ronghan realm, and he had no choice but to believe the previous rumors. Yi Tianshang is such a monster, but I didn't expect his son to be such a monster as well. Is it true that a good father will have a good son? The middle-aged man was shocked, but soon he recovered as usual. He looked at Ye Bufan with disdain and said, "Young man from the Ye family, I have to admit that you are excellent, even better than your father, but this is far from enough. I still say what I said before, you can't break the defense of the battle array soul at all. If you can't break my defense, even if I stand there and let you attack me, what can you do to me?" So, just surrender obediently. Yeah. But at this moment, an extremely gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind the dragon. The middle-aged man was stunned. At the waist of the Yuanli dragon, Fatty Hao appeared here at some point. He stood proudly in the air, holding the earth god weapon in his hand, looking at the huge body of the dragon. Without any hesitation, he said in a cold voice, "Fat Master, I want to see whether your skin of the damn battle array soul is tougher or the knife in my hand is sharper." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed. He didn't even look at Hao Peng, and said with infinite confidence, "You ignorant young man, I'm sorry to tell you, it's just a pile of scrap metal." The middle-aged man had just said half of his words when Fat Hao stopped talking and swung the earth god weapon in his hand down instantly. Puff! With one slash of the sword, a hideous gap instantly appeared in the middle of the dragon's waist. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, Yuanli gushed out from the gap like a spring. Buzz. The sudden change caused the dragon's body to shake violently, and the middle-aged man's arrogant and confident words came to an abrupt halt. Then, the giant dragon turned its head, and the middle-aged man looked at Hao Peng behind him. However, after just one glance, the middle-aged man's pupils could not help but shrink. He said in disbelief, "God, divine weapon, is this a divine weapon?" "No." Then, the middle-aged man shouted again, "Impossible, this is impossible, there is no magic weapon in the heaven beyond heaven, how could there be a magic weapon in the Shenwu continent?" Faced with the huge changes in the middle-aged man, Fat Hao didn't care at all. He just stared at the wound of the dragon with a frown. Not for anything else, just because the gap on the dragon's body was healing rapidly, and the vitality that was spewing out was getting less and less. Fatty Hao couldn't help but murmur, "Is this damn battle array soul really invulnerable? Master, look at them." But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded, and Ye Hua pointed at the 3,000 Chilean soldiers and said, "What are they doing? Are they swallowing pills?" Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Ye Hua said this, Ye Bufan and others immediately looked at the members of the Kai Lian army. The faces of the members of the Kai Lian army turned pale, and just as Ye Hua said, they were indeed swallowing pills. However, the way they swallowed the pills was a little strange, because they did not just swallow 1 or 2 pills, but stuffed 3 or 4 pills into their mouths. It looked like they were eating the pills as if they were meals. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, thinking of the dragon's rapid healing of its wounds and the splashing of its energy, Fatty Hao couldn't help but laugh, and then he said, "I know, Master Yi, I know, this damn battle array soul is not invulnerable at all." After a pause, Fatty Hao continued, "The Yuanli dragon is formed by the Yuanli of their 3,000 people, so naturally they need to use their Yuanli to support it. Our previous attacks were not ineffective. It's just that the damage caused by those attacks was converted into the consumption of their own energy, and this consumption was evenly divided among the 3,000 of them. So naturally we couldn't see anything unusual. Since we couldn't see anything unusual, we naturally concluded that our attacks were ineffective against them. This dragon is like a ball. It's okay to punch it, but it's a different story if you chop it with a knife. The ball will break and the gas will leak out. Will it still be so arrogant? My strike just now directly ripped open his body, causing a large amount of energy to be lost. This has obviously touched their roots. Even if 3,000 people were to share the energy equally, they would not be able to withstand the consumption in that instant. That is why they became like this. The pills they swallowed must have been used to restore their own energy consumption." Brush. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, the middle-aged man's face changed, and the 3,000 Chilean soldiers were even more shocked. Kai Lianjun said so, but Fatty Hao didn't waste any words. He raised the magic weapon in his hand and said, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Damn it, take out the magic weapon and chop him." Chapter 1046, FCK your sister. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Damn it, take out your magic weapons and chop him down. Hao Peng's words stunned everyone present, especially the 3,000 Chilean soldiers led by the middle-aged man. They couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Brothers, can you please bring out your magic weapons? Could it be that among these people, someone also has a magical weapon in his hand? If there were no magic weapons, the 3,000 Chilean soldiers would not be afraid, but it would be a different story if they had magic weapons. Just like before, Ye Bufan's attack was comparable to the initial stage of the Soul Fusion realm, but it still had little effect on the Yuanli dragon, but Hao Peng's knife directly injured their roots. This was not because Hao Peng's knife was so strong, but the magic weapon could break through the defense of the battle array soul. Once the battle array soul had a gap, it would lead to a large loss of yuanli. This was the key and the fatal point. One divine weapon is enough to threaten the soul of the battle formation. What will happen if another one appears? Before the 3,000 red refining army could think about it, Fatty Hao took the lead and attacked. Aren't you awesome? Didn't you say we can't break your defense? You bastard, take another blow from me. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Hao slashed the dragon with his knife, breaking its body. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, yuanli gushed out wildly. Court death. The middle-aged man was furious, and the giant dragon roared, then pounced directly at Hao Peng. Before, when no one could threaten his side, the middle-aged man could care less about anything and slowly play with Ye Bufan and the others. But now it is different. The magic weapon in Hao Peng's hand can obviously threaten them. In this case, how dare the middle-aged man slack off? If they allowed the enemy to continue attacking, then once their energy was exhausted and they could no longer sustain the consumption of the battle formation, causing the battle formation to collapse, they would be at the mercy of others. The middle-aged man would never allow such a thing to happen, so the best option was to kill Hao Peng, the only person who posed a threat to them. Roar. A deafening dragon roar was heard. Under the command of the middle-aged man, the 3,000 Chilean soldiers no longer held back. They attacked with all their might, and the strength of the soul fusion realm was fully revealed at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. In almost an instant, many holy realm demons around the dragon were repelled by the dragon's terrifying aura, but the dragon simply ignored them. At this moment, the dragon's target was only Hao Peng, so he only attacked Hao Peng. The dragon wags its tail. The dragon claw breaks through the air. The dragon head swallowed. At this moment, the dragon attacked Hao Peng like crazy. It's a pity that Hao Peng is not stupid. Facing the crazy dragon, Hao Peng doesn't fight it head-on. He keeps changing his position in the air. If there is a chance, he will take the opportunity to cut the dragon. The dragon was huge in size, and the 3,000 Chilean soldiers were not as flexible as Hao Peng when they formed a battle formation. Facing Hao Peng's almost shameless tactics, the dragon was no match for Hao Peng. So in just one breath, Hao Peng had cut 2 more cuts on the dragon's body. For a moment, the giant dragon roared angrily. It clearly had the strength of the initial stage of Soul Fusion Realm, but it was unable to display it at all. What kind of feeling was that? Angry, frustrated, helpless. Swish, swish, swish. But at this moment, sharp sounds of metal clashing suddenly rang out in the distance. Yi Long, Yi Hu, Yi Hua. The 9 people from the Yi family no longer held back, and they unsheathed the sub-divine weapons and earth-divine weapons in their hands. Kill. Without any hesitation, the 9 men rushed out instantly with their magic weapons in hand. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you awesome? Aren't you immune to being breached? Now, we have the 10 great divine weapons all together, let's see how long we can show off. With the giant yuanli dragon as the center, Yi Long and his 9 men instantly surrounded it. Ye Bufan, on the contrary, simply withdrew from the battle at this moment. There was no other way. There was no magic weapon in Dao Wuya's inheritance. In the current situation, facing the 9 evils wandering dragon's battle formation, it was obvious that his 10 punches would not be as effective as a single blow from Hao Peng and others. In this case, it would be better to withdraw from the battle directly and wait for the battle to collapse. Of course, facing the 9 evil dragons' battle formation, Ye Bufan was not helpless. The divine flame devours the sky and can swallow everything. Ye Bufan believed that with the help of the chaos heart refining flame, he could make the giant force dragon collapse faster, but that was unnecessary because the result would be the same. Ye Bufan withdrew from the battle, and the 300 holy demons were no exception. The entire battlefield was left to Hao Peng and his 10 men and the 3,000 Chilean soldiers who transformed into giant dragons. The sudden change, seeing Yi Long and his 9 men coming, the giant dragon that was originally attacking Hao Peng frantically, suddenly stopped its attack, and the middle-aged man at the dragon head couldn't help but curse, "Fuck your sister." The same was true for the middle-aged man, and the 3,000 Chilean soldiers were no exception. What did they see? 9 people, 9 magical weapons. Brothers, take out your magic weapons and chop him up. Originally they thought that Fat Hao was just talking casually, but they didn't expect that it was actually true. 10 magical weapons. Is this really the Shenwu continent? I won't mention the news that I got earlier about demigods being slaves, but now. How could there be so many magical weapons on this Shenwu continent? How could there be so many magical weapons? The 3,000 Chilean soldiers were stunned and terrified. Thinking about their group's long-held views on the Shenwu continent, they felt that they were the biggest fools and the stupidest clowns of this century. In such a Shenwu continent, let alone they only sent 3,000 Red Refining Army, even if 8,000 Red Refining Army came, or even if a demigod came in person, they would have to admit defeat. The 3,000 Chilean soldiers were shocked and at a loss, but Hao Peng and his 10 men did not hold back. Brothers, cut him down. 10 people, 10 holy soldiers, attacked the giant Yuanli dragon madly. Puff puff puff. The dragon's body was like a piece of tofu, and was easily broken into pieces. The energy was splashing and leaking out crazily. At this point, the 3,000 Chilean soldiers were too lazy to resist, because they knew very well that all their resistance would be in vain and would have no meaning at all. Boom! In less than a breath, the giant Yuanli dragon collapsed and the 9 evil dragons' battle formation fell apart. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, all 3,000 Chilean soldiers fell to the ground. They were shocked. They collapsed. They were distraught. Their eyes were dull. All of this is really hard for them to accept. The middle-aged man's face was even paler, as if he was dead. He had begun to worry about Xuanyuan Wudi, or rather he had begun to feel despair for Xuanyuan Wudi. Why did Xuanyuan Wudi send their 3,000 Chilean army to the Shenwu continent this time? It was simply because Yi Tianxiang had posed a serious threat to Xuanyuan Wudi, and Xuanyuan Wudi had no way to deal with him, so Xuanyuan Wudi thought of letting his 3,000 Chilean army come to Shenwu continent to capture the people around Yi Tianxiang and bring them back to Tianyi. In this way, Xuanyuan Wudi could use these people to threaten Yi Tianxiang and force him to surrender. This was actually a very simple matter. After all, becoming a saint in the Shenwu continent was already the limit. But what is the result? Is becoming a saint the limit in Shenwu continent? Bullshit. Not only are there people like Ronghan and Fatian here, there are also demigod-level strongmen. It would be fine if there was a demigod, but this demigod actually became someone else's slave. The most important thing is that the man who took the demigod as a slave was actually Yi Tianxiang's son. In this case, who would dare to say that Yi Tianxiang's son is a little lamb who has never seen the world? Damn, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, it's a tiger hiding in the mountains. It is even more exaggerated now. There are 10 magical weapons that are not even found in the heaven beyond heaven, but they suddenly appeared in the Shenwu continent. And judging from the looks of it, some of them are not just sub-divine weapons, they may have reached the level of divine weapons. And these 10 people holding magical weapons are obviously led by the boy from Yi Tianxiang's family. Demigods as slaves. 10 magical weapons. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Do you have to be so scary? And this is only what they have seen and known. How much more have they not seen and do not know? The middle-aged man felt that Yi Tianxiang's son was simply not a human being. He was countless times more dangerous than Yi Tianxiang, but their commander didn't know all this. He only knew that Yi Tianxiang was his biggest threat, but he didn't expect that Yi Tianxiang's son was even more terrifying. At this moment, the middle-aged man was in despair. He despaired for himself, and even more so for their commander, Lord Xuanyuan Wudi. Chapter 1047. All are slaves. What kind of enemy is the most terrifying? Undoubtedly, the most terrifying enemy is one who knows of his existence but thinks he is vulnerable. Ye Bufan is such an opponent and enemy in Xuanyuan Wudi's heart. In this case, as a die-hard fan of Xuanyuan Wudi, how could the middle-aged man not be anxious, worried and desperate for him? It's a pity that the middle-aged man no longer had the ability to tip off Xuanyuan Wudi, allowing Xuanyuan Wudi to wake up in advance or even be prepared for defense. The moment the 9 evil dragons' battle formation collapsed, Ye Bufan and his group surrounded them. 9 evil's wandering dragon battle formation. Looking at the middle-aged man, Fatty Hao said with a teasing look on his face, "Uncle, didn't you say that the soul of your battle formation is unbreakable? Then what is the situation now?" You. Facing Hao Peng's teasing, the middle-aged man was furious. He gritted his teeth, then snorted and said, "The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I have fallen into your hands today. I have nothing to say. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you." "Oh, you're still a tough guy." Fat Hao teased, then his face changed, and he kicked out, bang, and stepped on the man's chest. He looked at him and shouted coldly, Just like you said, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You a defeated general, who has become a prisoner, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Snort. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, tilted his head, and stopped talking. You're looking for death. Seeing this scene, Fat Hao became furious. Okay, Fatty. But at this moment, Ye Bufan stopped Hao Peng, who was about to take action, then looked at the middle-aged man and said lightly, "Tell me, why did your Xuanyuan Wudi commander send you to Shenwu continent?" Facing Ye Bufan's question, the middle-aged man simply ignored it, as if to say, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. Seeing this, Ye Bufan shook his head. Do you think that if you don't say it, I won't be able to make you speak? Hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned. Then, although he was still lying on the ground, he slapped his own head hard. It was obvious that he wanted to commit suicide. It's a pity that no matter how fast the middle-aged man is, he is just a divine martial realm after all. How can he compare with Hao Peng, a strong man who has reached the peak of the saint realm? So before the middle-aged man's palm fell, Hao Peng had already kicked him first and knocked him unconscious. Still want to commit suicide? Looking at the middle-aged man who had fainted, Fatty Hao sneered and said disdainfully, "Do you really think that Fatty's fat is gained for nothing?" As he spoke, Fatty Hao looked at Ye Bufan again and asked, "Young Master Yi, how do we deal with this guy?" "Leave him to Uncle Feng," Ye Bufan said with a calm smile. A die-hard fan of Xuanyuan Wudi. Would you rather commit suicide than leak any information about Xuanyuan Wudi? In Ye Bufan's opinion, this is a joke. No matter how loyal you are, no matter how tough you are, as long as you haven't entered the divine realm, Feng Hen, a powerful god-level warrior, will teach you a lesson in minutes. By then, not only will you say everything, you will also completely surrender to me and become the enemy of Xuanyuan Wudi. 3,000 red soldiers. This time, Ye Bufan wanted to let Xuanyuan Wudi know what it meant to lose both the wife and the army. Ignoring the middle-aged man, Ye Bufan turned around and looked at the 2,999 Chilean army members who were lying on the ground behind him and were exhausted. Seeing Ye Bufan looking at them, the members of the Chilean army were all stunned. Ye Bufan said, "You can choose to commit suicide, but I want to tell you that your suicide will be meaningless, because if I want to know something from you, I am enough. So, I advise you to give up this meaningless idea." As he spoke, Ye Bufan waved his right hand and directly took out the Heaven Burial Palace. Then he looked at the members of the Red Refining Army in front of him and said, "Now, those who don't want to commit suicide should stay in the Heaven Burial Palace and wait for your commander to redeem you. If you don't want to live, then you can do it yourself." Well, as soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the members of the Chilean army were stunned. Redeem someone? Are they planning to kidnap us and then blackmail Commander Xuanyuan Wudi? Without waiting for the members of the Chilean army to think more, Fat Hao rubbed his hands together, looked at Ye Bufan excitedly and said, "Master Yi, last time we only had 9, we asked him for 10 divine crystals and 3 billion yuan stones. Now this time we have 3,000, how many should we ask him for?" Upon hearing this, the corners of the Chilean army's mouths twitched collectively. How could they not understand that Ye Bufan really wanted to kidnap them and blackmail their commander? But can they refuse? It is better to live a miserable life than to die. No one wants to die if they can live. As for the ransom, we'll have to let the commander figure it out. How much does it cost him? Facing Hao Peng's question, Ye Bufan groaned and said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." What Ye Bufan needs to do now is to figure out what roles these people play around Xuanyuan Wudi. Only when he knows their value in Xuanyuan Wudi's heart, can he wait for the right price. That was why Ye Bufan looked directly at the members of the Chilean army and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, get out of here and go to the Burial Heaven Palace." The members of the Chilean army were stunned, and then they all walked into the Burial Heaven Palace. It was obvious that they didn't want to die. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. After all the members of the Chilean army entered the Heaven Burial Palace, Ye Bufan threw the middle-aged man in as well. Then he put away the Heaven Burial Palace, looked at Fatty Hao, and said, "Fat Shao, you guys will stay here for the time being. From now on, anyone who comes from the outer world, no matter who they are, will be captured first. In addition." As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at Yi Long again and said, "Xiao Long, go to the Wangyao mountain range again and transfer all the Saint Realm heavenly demons from there to here. I don't care whether TianYTN will send more people here, but we must make sure that nothing goes wrong here. Clear. No problem. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Hao Peng and others responded. Then I'll leave this to you. Leaving behind a few words, Ye Bufan went straight into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. After Ye Bufan came in, he found Feng Hen directly, then took out the Burial Heaven Palace and drove out all 3,000 members of the Chilean army. Looking at everything in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, the members of the Chilean army were all stunned and puzzled. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He looked at Feng Hen and said without hesitation, "Uncle Feng, please help me enslave these people." What? As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the 3,000 members of the Chilean army looked at him with a drastic change of expression and were shocked. Slavery. Didn't you say that you just kidnapped us and then demanded a ransom from the commander? In a brief moment, the members of the Chilean army came back to their senses. At this moment, they understood that they had all been deceived. Court death. Boy, you're dreaming if you want to enslave us. That's right. Even if I die, I won't let you do what you want. Fight him. Kill. In an instant, the 3,000 members of the Chilean army were furious. With anger in their eyes, they rushed towards Ye Bufan one after another. Hee. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Noisy. It was also at this time that Feng Hen shouted angrily, instantly suppressing everyone present except Ye Bufan. 3,000 Chilean, all slaves. Chapter 1048, The power is not very great. What Ye Bufan called slavery was actually just tampering with memories, but this method was definitely more terrifying than forcing people to submit to him, because these people whose memories had been tampered with didn't even know that they were being coerced. In their eyes, they were Ye Bufan's slaves and should be loyal to Ye Bufan. Moreover, this method of tampering with memory can only be used once in the life of any living being. If it happens a second time, the person whose memory has been tampered with will become an idiot even if he does not die. Therefore, Ye Bufan can be completely assured about such people, because they will never betray him, and no one can make them betray him in the same way. To put it bluntly, as long as their memories are tampered with by Feng Hen, then, they will be absolutely loyal to him until they die. Of course, this method is only effective against creatures below the divine realm. Once they enter the divine realm and their souls are sublimated, this method becomes ineffective. However, even if he could only control creatures below the divine realm, that was enough for Ye Bufan. After all, the strongest in the Shenwu continent in TianYTN was only a demigod. It didn't take Feng Hen much time to use the heavenly soul seal to tamper with the memories of the 3,000 Chilean soldiers in the divine martial realm. In just half an hour, the 3,000 Chilean soldiers had already pledged allegiance to Ye Bufan. My lord is eternal, with unparalleled magical powers and a 1,000-year hegemony. Gods and demons give way to him, all races submit to him, and he is invincible. Although it was not the first time he heard this slogan, Ye Bufan still felt speechless when he heard it again. But he obviously didn't care too much about these. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man who was kicked unconscious by Hao Peng and said, "Tell me, what's your name?" Reporting to my lord, this subordinate is Chu Mofeng. Chu Mofeng. Very good. Now tell me what role you play beside Xuanyuan Wudi. Or your position. Reporting to my lord, I am a captain of the Chilean army under the command of the commander. What is the Red Refining Army? Reporting to my lord, the Red Refining Army is a private army trained by the commander himself, and it is also a trump card in the commander's hand. The Red Refining Army has a total of 8,000 people, and each of them has a cultivation base of the divine martial realm. In addition, we have practiced the 9 evil wandering dragon battle formation. The 8,000 Red Refining Army can fight against the demigods together. 8,000 divine warriors can fight against a demigod together. Reporting to my lord, yes, my Red Refining Army has killed a demigod before, but there are only 3,000 people coming to the Shenwu continent this time, so their combat power can only reach the level of soul fusion. If all 8,000 Red Refining Army come, their combat power can reach the initial level of demigod. As Chu Mofeng spoke, Ye Bufan was shocked. 8,000 Chilean fights against demigod. You must know that the members of the Chilean army are only at the divine martial realm. Shenwu kills demigods. This battle formation is simply terrifying. Fortunately, Xuanyuan Wudi only sent 3,000 people this time. Otherwise, if all 8,000 Chilean soldiers were present, his side would have no chance of winning at all, and there would be only one result: defeat. After all, the demigod realm is not something that the saint realm can contend with. Although Hao Peng and others can use their magic weapons to break open the body of the Yuanli dragon and release the Yuanli of the Kai Lian army, but facing the demigod Yuanli dragon, I am afraid they don't even have the chance to get close. If they can't get close, how can they threaten the demigod Yuanli dragon? In addition, although there are 2 demigods in the Shenwu continent, neither Long Xiaobao nor the demon lord can leave the 7 killing hall at all, so unless the Kai Lian army enters the 7 killing hall, Long Xiaobao and the demon lord will not be able to take action at all. Without a demigod, how can one contend with the mighty dragon of demigod power? It can be said that in the Shenwu continent, outside the 7 killing palace, the semi-god level Yuanli dragon is simply invincible. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, this time Xuanyuan Wudi only sent 3,000 Chilean soldiers. If all 8,000 Chilean soldiers came, they would really be doomed. Of course, this is also Xuanyuan Wudi's only chance. Even if he sends another 8,000 red refining army to Shenwu continent in the future, it will be meaningless. After all, among these 8,000 red refining army, 3,000 people have surrendered to him. Without these 3,000 red refining army, the remaining 5,000 people cannot exert the strength of the initial stage of demigod. However, Ye Bufan would not be stupid enough to tell Xuanyuan Wudi that these 3,000 people had already surrendered to him. Moreover, ever since he subdued the 3,000 members of the Red Refining Army outside the Cemetery of Gods and Demons just now, Ye Bufan had already been thinking about giving Xuanyuan Wudi a hard time. How is it, Yin? It's very simple. First blackmail him heavily and then release these 3,000 people back to him. After the 3,000 Chilean soldiers returned, it was equivalent to Ye Bufan placing a hidden chess piece next to Xuanyuan Wudi, and this hidden chess piece was absolutely fatal to Xuanyuan Wudi. Just imagine, if these 3,000 Chilean soldiers suddenly turned against Xuanyuan Wudi and Yi Tianshang during the battle, what kind of situation would that be? Losing the 3,000 Kai Lian soldiers is equivalent to losing a demigod by Xuanyuan Wudi's side. What kind of situation would it be like if a demigod suddenly disappeared? Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt it was extremely exciting. It would be even better if we could subdue the remaining 5,000 Chilean soldiers. But this is obviously impossible. After all, the remaining Chilean army is still in Tianhuitian. Of course, although Ye Bufan could not snatch the demigod from Xuanyuan Wudi, he could cultivate such a demigod himself. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan looked at Chu Mofeng and asked, "Is this battle formation difficult to practice?" "My lord, I don't know." "You don't know?" "My lord, yes." "How could you not know? Didn't you practice the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation?" "Reporting to my lord, the practice of battle formations requires tacit cooperation between each other. This is different for each person, so I cannot say for sure whether it is difficult or not." "I see. Then if I give you 8,000 men now, can you teach them to practice the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation?" "Reporting to my lord, yes. No realm restrictions. Saint realm is also possible." "Reporting to my lord, this is not allowed in the Holy Land." "Why?" "Reporting to my lord, the Saint realm has already begun to cultivate the elements, which is different from Yuanli." "All right." Ye Bufan still felt a little regretful that he could not practice the 9 Evil Dragon battle formation in the Holy Realm. But at this moment, Feng Hen on the side suddenly said, "Palace Master, if you want Saint Realm warriors to practice battle formations, I can still give you some pointers." Well, when Feng Hen said this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Bang! Then, Ye Bufan slapped his head again, thinking that he was confused. Who is Feng Hen? He is a super powerful man at the first level of the Divine Lord. Things like battle formations are probably child's play for him. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and said, "Uncle Feng, if you were to teach the battle formation, how many people would you need? How powerful would the battle formation be?" "Well, actually, I don't know much about battle formations. At most, I have only had some exposure to them. So even if I were to train them, the power of the battle formation wouldn't be very great. 1 demigod, 3 flying gods, 18 soul-melting masters, and 72 saints are all at the initial stage of cultivation. When they are combined into a battle formation, they can almost compete with the servant gods. Well, the 6th and 7th levels of the god servant should be the limit that this primary battle formation can reach. If you want to increase the power, you must have an intermediate battle formation. However, as far as I know, the Palace Master's current power is not enough to support the personnel required for an intermediate battle formation. Feng Hen said lightly. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips, and the 3,000 Chilean soldiers were dumbfounded. You don't know much about battle formations. The battle formation you mentioned is not very powerful. Damn it, are you bullying me? Your battle formation can kill gods, but it's still not powerful enough. Don't you know enough about battle formations? Chapter 1049 What to do if there are not enough resources. 1 demigod, 3 flying gods, 18 fused souls, 72 saints, a total of 94 people, and they only need the initial stage of their respective realms. After forming a battle formation, they can fight against the strong men of the 6th and 7th realms of the God Servant. Isn't such power great enough? Ye Bufan was speechless, but when he thought of Feng Hen's strength, he felt relieved. After all, what you see determines the situation, and the situation determines the height. For a powerful god-level warrior like Feng Hen, this kind of battle formation is really nothing to him. But Ye Bufan needs it. The battle formation of 94 people can unleash the strength of the 6th or 7th level of the God Servant. Doesn't that mean as long as you practice this battle formation, you will have a force that is absolutely invincible in the Shenwu continent, and even in the heaven beyond heaven? Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited. 1 divine warrior, 3 flying celestials, 18 fused souls, and 72 saints. Ye Bufan has these people under his command. It is not a problem to form a battle formation. The rest is just a matter of time. Ye Bufan immediately looked at Feng Hen and said, Uncle Feng, how long will it take for you to complete this battle formation so that it can be used in battle? It depends on the individual. Feng Hen responded, then looked at Chu Mofeng and said, as this kid said, the biggest limitation of the use of battle formations is coordination, and this requires time to adjust. So, I don't know how long it will take. After a pause, Feng Hen continued, but it will take at least a year. So long. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Long. Feng Hen smiled bitterly and shook his head, then looked at Chu Mofeng and said, Palace Master, you can ask him how long it took them to practice the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon formation. How long? Ye Bufan instinctively looked at Chu Mofeng. Chu Mofeng said, reporting to my lord, it took me and others a total of 1 year, 7 months and 3 days to practice the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation, and this was just the initial stage of using the battle formation. It took more than 3 years to truly achieve the skillful movement of the battle formation like now. So long. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. 1 year and 7 months plus more than 3 years, that's almost 5 years. What does 5 years mean? Ye Bufan simply couldn't wait that long. Or rather, if he had to wait that long, by then the opportunity would be gone. It would be better for him to use this time to directly improve his cultivation. My lord, yes. Facing Ye Bufan's shock, Chu Mofeng said, after all, the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation consumes a lot of energy. Although it can be quickly restored with elixirs, the consumption of 8,000 people is too much for even the commander to bear. Therefore, we simply cannot maintain the battle formation all the time. Most of the time, we need to rely on our own slow recovery of energy. This is also why our speed in mastering the battle formation is slowed down. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Then he looked at Chu Mofeng and said, you mean if there are enough pills to support your energy consumption, then the time to master the battle formation can be shortened? My lord, yes. How much can it be shortened? Well, reporting to my lord, if you don't consider the limitation of Yuanli, you can master the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation within half a year to a year. Of course, if the person practicing the battle formation is too stupid, then that's another story. Half a year to a year. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment. He could totally accept this speed. After all, this is equivalent to training 8,000 divine martial realm warriors into a demigod in half a year to a year. To create a demigod in half a year to a year is already very powerful, even a bit incredible. As for the problem of energy consumption, Ye Bufan immediately thought of the essence pill. It can be said that the essence pill is absolutely the most powerful pill used to restore one's own energy consumption, without a doubt, at least in the Shenwu continent. However, Ye Bufan is simply unable to refine essence pills now, unless he gives up the divine flame devouring heaven art, and practices the heavenly evolution returning to one art, again. But this is impossible. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and said, Uncle Feng, do you know the Tian Yang Gui Yi Ju? Although Ye Bufan knew the Tian Yang Gui Yi Ju, this martial art could not be passed on to anyone else. Won't. Facing Ye Bufan's question, Feng Hen shook his head. He naturally knew what Ye Bufan wanted to do, so he smiled and said, however, there should be a jade slip of inheritance corresponding to this martial arts technique in the Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion. What? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was shocked. Is there a Tianyan Gai Ju in the Hunyuanwu Pavilion? Yes. But isn't the Tianyan Gai Ju in Tongtianwu Tower? Ye Bufan naturally knew what Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion was. It was the place where the Heavenly Palace stored martial arts secrets, magical powers and secretaries. However, in Ye Bufan's view, the Tianyan Gai secret was always stored in the Tongtian Martial Arts Tower, and could only be obtained by passing the assessment of the Tongtian Martial Arts Tower. But I don't want to. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen smiled and said, Tongtian Martial Arts Tower does have the Tianyan Gai Ju, but that was just randomly placed there by the previous palace master, specially prepared for those who were taking the inheritance test. The Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion is different. It contains all the martial arts, magical powers, and secret techniques of the Heavenly Palace. The Tianyan Gai Ju is just a martial arts technique, so it is naturally included in it. As Feng Hen spoke, Ye Bufan was in a mess and he even wanted to slap himself hard. Sitting on a mountain of treasure but being completely unaware of it, isn't this what is happening to you? Wrong. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again, then looked at Feng Hen and said, Uncle Feng, this Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion should also be restricted by Dao Wuya, right? It was because Dao Wuya said that he had set up many restrictions in the Heavenly Palace, just like the inner palace treasury. Ye Bufan's cultivation had not reached the corresponding level, so he could not break these restrictions. That was why Ye Bufan did not care too much about everything in the Heavenly Palace. Yes. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen responded, the Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, like the inner palace treasury, should have been restricted by the palace master. However, the Tianyan Gai Ju is on the first floor of the Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, so there should be no restrictions. After all, it is only the lowest level of martial arts. The first level of restrictions imposed by the previous palace master required the palace master to reach the peak of demigod to break it. If the martial arts were also sealed, then by the time the palace master could break the first level of restrictions, these things would be useless. So I think the previous palace master should not have restricted the first floor of the Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan exclaimed, so, I can obtain the Tianyan Gai Ju now. What is the Tianyan Gai secret? That is definitely a heaven-defying martial art. The evolution of nature returns to one, and can refine all things. As long as there are enough resources, you can rely on the Tianyan Gai Ju to quickly improve your cultivation. Although it is slightly inferior to the Shenyan Shishan Ju, don't forget that the Tianyan Gai Ju has a more terrifying effect. The martial arts tactics can be reversed and transformed into essence. There is no doubt about the power of the essence pill. Although swallowing the essence pill can only improve one's cultivation to the divine martial realm, this is already against the will of heaven. After all, mastering the Tianyan Gai Ju is equivalent to mastering the ability to create the divine martial realm. Now Ye Bufan has the final say in the entire Shenwu continent. If he asks all human beings to practice the Tianyan Gai Ju, and then asks them to refine Jingyuan pills for the demons and wild beasts to swallow, what kind of scene will that be? It's unimaginable. Of course, it is impossible for all people to practice the Tianyan Gai Ju. After all, whether it is the Shenwu continent or the Tianyi, there are simply not enough resources to support the entire human race to practice the Tianyan Gai Ju. But it doesn't matter. If all humans cannot practice the Tianyan Gai Ju, then 100 people, 1,000 people, or 10,000 people should be able to do it, right? With so many people practicing the Tianyan Gai Ju, they can refine a large number of Jingyuan pills. With enough Jingyuan pills, they can create countless Shenwu realms. Not only that, with enough essence pills, there would be no problems or limitations in the consumption of the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation. By then, the Shenwu continent could form countless 9 evils wandering dragon battle formations. You know, this is an existence comparable to that of a demigod. Moreover, as long as there are enough essence pills, the demigod formed by this battle formation will be almost immortal. After all, essence pills are no different from other pills. After swallowing, this thing directly turns into Yuanli, with no side effects and no limitations. The energy is inexhaustible and the battle is invincible. Now that I think about it, the essence pill was specially prepared for the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation. However, without resources, it would not be enough to support too many people to practice the Tianyan Gaiju. Without a large number of people practicing the Tianyan Gaiju, it would not be possible to refine a large number of essence pills. Without essence pills, it would not be possible to support the consumption of the 9 Evil Wandering Dragon battle formation. With this thought, Ye Bufan discovered that resources had become the biggest problem restricting the rapid development of the Shenwu continent. Although Dao Wuya left behind countless resources, but now the only thing Ye Bufan can use is the countless divine crystals. But unfortunately, the divine crystals are too high level, and he cannot refine them with the current Tianyan Gaiju. What to do? Rob. If there are not enough resources in Shenwu continent, then go to Tianweishan to rob them. Ye Bufan believed that, although the current strength of the 7 Killing Palace was not enough to do whatever it wanted in Tianweitian, it would definitely have no problem gaining a foothold in Tianweitian. As long as you reach Tianweitian, you will have the opportunity to plunder resources from Tianweitian and provide them to Shenwu continent. High-end combat power is inherited from the Heavenly Palace. The low-end combat power now includes the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation. What's more, there is the entire Shenwu continent as a backup, so there is nothing to be afraid of, just a mere Tianweitian. Fight to support the war. Only in this way can the overall strength of the Shenwu continent be quickly improved. With the strength, Ye Bufan dares to go against the 108 ancient cities in the heaven beyond heaven, even the temple and the extraterritorial demon. Moreover, even if he is defeated, Ye Bufan can still retreat to the Shenwu continent with the people of the 7 Killing Hall. After all, he has the Heaven Burial Palace and the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, so he can return to the Shenwu continent anytime and anywhere. But others can't. If they want to enter the Shenwu continent, they must have a cultivation level below the Saint Realm, and at best they can only reach the Shenwu Realm. What can the Shenwu Realm do in the Shenwu continent? No matter how many come, we will destroy them. At this moment, Ye Bufan felt that the Shenwu continent was simply a treasure land where he could attack or defend. As soon as he thought of this, his heart began to become unusually hot and restless. Chapter 1054 Things. Fight to support war. Rob Tianweitian and expand the Shenwu continent. After combining the Tianyan Gaiju, Jingyuan Dan and Jusha Yulong battle formation together, Ye Bufan began to have this idea in his mind, and this idea became stronger and stronger. After just a brief moment, it could no longer be shaken off. Ye Bufan even began to be eager to try it. But Ye Bufan has never been a reckless man. He knows that even if he really wants to do this, the time is not right yet. After all, with the current strength of the 7 Killing Hall in the Shenwu continent, it is not enough to do whatever it wants in the Tianweitian, so this matter must be considered in the long run. What's more, the Shenwu continent is not yet so poor that it has to rob the geniuses from outer space in order to continue to develop. However, since he already has this idea, it is only a matter of time before Ye Bufan advances into Tianweitian. As for now, Ye Bufan believed that there were 4 things he had to do immediately. First, select members from the Divine Martial Realm to assemble the 9 Evil Dragon battle formation. As for the candidates, Ye Bufan has already thought of them. Instead of using humans, he will use the 100,000 wolf gods under the command of the Snow Wolf Demon King. 8,000 divine warriors can form the 9 Evil Dragons battle formation. 100,000 wolf gods in the Divine Martial Realm could definitely form 12 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formations, but Ye Bufan did not plan to form so many components. After all, the consumption of 12 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formations would certainly be extremely terrifying, and the current situation of the Divine Martial continent might not be able to support such consumption. Therefore, Ye Bufan planned to first mobilize 24,000 wolf gods from the Shenwu realm to assemble 3 9 Evil Dragon battle formations. Once formed, they would be equivalent to 3 demigod powerhouses. For now, this was enough and would not affect the Shenwu continent. As for the future, the number of battle formations will naturally increase, but that is all matter for the future, so let's not talk about it now. Second, choose the right person to practice the Tianyan Gaiju. After all, Whether it is the current practice of the Nine Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation or the future battles of the Nine Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation, they must rely on the Essence Pill. If they want to refine the Essence Pill, they must practice the Tianyan Gaiju, so this matter is also very important. As for the candidates, Ye Bufan decided to let all the second and third batches of 7 killing army members practice the Tianyan Gaiju. Firstly, they can provide the essence pills needed for the 9 evil dragon battle formation. Secondly, although these people will have the opportunity to enter the cemetery of gods and demons to refine the heavenly palace inheritance in the future, even Ye Bufan does not know who among them will succeed and who will fail. Once you succeed, it will naturally be a step towards success. But what if it fails? Ye Bufan would never allow useless people to exist in the 7 killing hall. Therefore, as long as these people practiced the heaven's evolution return to oneness technique, then even if they did not obtain the heavenly palace inheritance in the future, their cultivation would not fall behind, and they could still fight for the 7 killing hall. Even if some of them did not want to fight, they could still become the logistics staff of the 7 killing hall and prepare essence pills for the combatants of the 7 killing hall. That is why allowing the second and third batches of 7 killing army members to practice the heavenly evolution return to oneness technique is definitely a win-win situation. Third, prepare resources. If only the members of the 7 killing hall practiced the heavenly evolution return to oneness technique, then even if they did not have the resources to practice, they could still use the energy of heaven and earth to practice. However, if they wanted to refine a large number of essence pills in a short period of time, they must have sufficient resources to support it. The evolution of nature returns to one, and can refine all things. When practicing the Tianyan Gaiju, even a piece of stone or a handful of soil can be used as a practice resource. However, the yuan qi of heaven and earth contained in these things is minimal. If these things are used as practice resources, it would be faster to directly absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Therefore, although the Tianyan Gaiju can treat anything as a resource for cultivation, in fact, when it comes down to it, there are only a few things that can be used. Yuanxi, natural treasures, and the flesh and blood of living beings. Nowadays, all the demons and wild beasts have surrendered to Ye Bufan, so it is impossible for him to continue hunting members of the 2 tribes for the practice of Tianyan Gaiju. As for the natural treasures, nowadays, all the natural treasures in the Wangyao Mountains have been almost consumed by Han Fire's previous crazy behavior, so now only the 10 forbidden forests of the barbarians have relatively more natural treasures, but the number will not be too large. Therefore, the only things left are Yuanxi. Thinking of Yuanxi, Ye Bufan immediately thought of the 13 strange spirit instruments in the heavenly palace. You know, each of them is extremely wealthy. After all, just one 7-color koi can take out 200 billion Yuanxi. What about the other spirits? I think they must have a lot of Yuanxi, and these spirits don't value Yuanxi at all, and even in their eyes, Yuanxi is dispensable. It just so happened that Satu Nan was gambling with these weapon spirits right now, and the ratio of Yuanxi to divine realm was that one divine crystal could be exchanged for 50 million Yuanxi, so Ye Bufan planned to use the divine crystal to buy all the Yuanxi in the hands of these weapon spirits. With these Yuanxi, the second batch of 7 killing hall members can start practicing Tianyang Gui Yi Ju and refining Jing Yuan Dan in a short period of time. Of course, these yuan stones are far from enough. For Ye Bufan now, the more yuan stones the better. After all, the 9 evil dragon battle formation is destined to be a bottomless pit that devours yuan stones. No matter how much yuan stones he has, it will never be too much, and it will never be enough. Since Ye Bufan has no intention of entering the heaven beyond heaven for the time being, he can only think of ways from other places. So in addition to the 13 spirit weapons, Ye Bufan also set his sights on Xuanyuan Wudi. The 9 evil dragons form a battle formation, and 8,000 red dragons can fight against demigods. Now that the 3,000 red snake army were kidnapped by himself, Xuanyuan Wudi only had 5,000 red snake army left. However, with only these 5,000 red snake army, it is impossible to unleash the full power of the 9 evils wandering dragon battle formation. Without being able to unleash its power, they cannot contend with the demigod. In this way, Xuanyuan Wudi is equivalent to losing a demigod by his side. In this case, will Xuanyuan Wudi accept it? He certainly can't accept it. If he couldn't accept it, then he could only redeem the 3,000 inches rebellious members of the Red Snake Army from Ye Bufan. You can give up the 3,000 divine warriors. But what about a demigod? Ye Bufan has made up his mind that this time he must blackmail Xuanyuan Wudi, and he doesn't want anything else but Yuanxi and rare treasures. As for how much to blackmail, Ye Bufan didn't plan to ask for it openly, so he let Xuanyuan Wudi give it to him on his own. If it's less, I won't accept it. If it's more, that would be great. Fourth, improve your own cultivation. This is the most urgent and important thing for Ye Bufan now. Although because of his supreme divine body, even with only the cultivation of Jodian realm, he can still exert the combat power of the initial stage of soul fusion realm, but it is obvious that this is far from enough. After all, although Ye Bufan can exert the combat power of the initial stage of soul fusion realm, he may not win if he really fights with a strong man in the initial stage of soul fusion realm. What's more, once you enter the heaven beyond heaven, even the combat power of the initial stage of soul fusion realm is obviously not enough, and the soul fusion realm of the heaven beyond heaven is not the same as the soul fusion realm of the Shenwu continent. Therefore, improving your cultivation is necessary. After accepting Dao Wuya's inheritance, Ye Bufan had always wanted to improve his cultivation, but things happened one after another on the Shenwu continent, which did not give him the opportunity to calm down and practice with all his heart. This time, Ye Bufan had made up his mind that after sending Tan Tai Tianyi to the God and Demon Cemetery, he would abandon everything and improve his strength with all his heart. Once you get out of the customs, head directly to the outer world. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan looked at Chu Mofeng and said, "Later, I will select 24,000 divine martial venerables, and you will train them into 3 evil wandering dragon battle formations. Is there any problem?" Reporting to my lord, "No problem. It is our honor to serve my lord." Chu Mofeng bent down and said respectfully, "Very good." Ye Bufan responded, then looked at Feng Hen and said, "Uncle Feng, I'll leave the other battle formation to you." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "By the way, Uncle Feng, the battle formation you mentioned, are there any other restrictions and requirements?" "No." Feng Hen said, "However, the members who form the battle formation, it is best to choose those heavenly demons." "Why?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. A battle formation composed of members of the same race will be relatively more powerful. Of course, if the palace master wants to form a battle formation with members of the 4 races mixed together, that is also possible. Feng Hen said with a smile. Is a battle formation composed of the same race more powerful? Ye Bufan was stunned again. In that case, it is natural to use members of the heavenly demon clan. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Feng. I will send these demons to the God and Demon Cemetery later. After saying that, Ye Bufan said, "By the way, Uncle Feng, where are the 9 black-robed men sent in earlier? I want to send one back to Tianyi to pass on a message." Cemetery of Gods and Demons. A wild place. Here, close to the edge of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, the heavenly tombstones in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons cannot be seen at all. At this moment, the 9 men in black robes were imprisoned here. "Boy, please let us go." "That's right. You dare to go against the commander and blackmail him. You are simply courting death. I advise you to let us go quickly." When they saw Ye Bufan again, the 9 men in black robes did not have the awareness that a prisoner should have. They pointed at Ye Bufan, and angry voices rang out one after another. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He pointed directly at a man in black robes and said, "You, follow me now, go to Tianwei, and tell Xuanyuan Wudi a message for me." Well, hearing this, the 9 men in black robes were stunned. "Help you pass the message again. Didn't someone go there before?" Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. "Tell him to send someone with enough ransom to the Shenwu continent within 3 days, no, within 2 days. If he doesn't come within 2 days, or if the ransom he offers is not satisfactory to me, then I'm sorry, I will kill all the 3,000 red snakes he sent just now without leaving a single one alive." What? In an instant, the 9 men in black robes were shocked and dumbfounded. The Red Snake Army is coming too. And they were all caught. Chapter 1051, A Different Way of Playing. The 9 men in black robes originally wanted to use the title of Xuanyuan Invincible Commander to scare Ye Bufan, hoping that he would release them. Although they also know that the possibility is very small, or even impossible, it is at least a hope for them, and at least better than sitting and waiting for death. However, they did not expect that the other party also kidnapped the Red Snake Army under the commander. What is the Red Snake Army? As a member of Xuanyuan Wudi's army, they knew clearly that he was the apple of Xuanyuan Wudi's eye and a trump card in Xuanyuan Wudi's hand. 8,000 red swords can fight against demigods. 5,000 red snakes can defeat Fei Tian. 3,000 red swords can defeat the dragon soul. But now 3,000 red snake army came to Shenwu continent, but they were kidnapped by this group of crazy people. The 9 men in black robes felt that their brains were almost not enough. They really couldn't imagine how powerful the Shenwu continent was to be able to capture 3,000 members of the Red Snake Army who were comparable to those in the Soul Fusion realm. You know, this is the Soul Fusion realm, the Soul Fusion realm. Isn't it said that the peak of the Saint realm is the limit for the Shenwu continent? In this case, what basis do they have and what can they use to capture a Soul Fusion realm expert? It's unbelievable. The 9 men in black robes did so, but Ye Bufan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He directly took one of the men in black robes and left the cemetery of gods and demons, and returned to the altar between the 3 major martial arts academies of the Shenwu continent, where the passage between Tianyi and the Shenwu continent was located. He also told the man in black that this time he only wanted yuanxi and rare treasures, and then he would drive the other party back to the sky. After all, Ye Bufan asked for the divine crystals before purely to discuss Xuanyuan Wudi, but this time was different. This time Ye Bufan was doing it for the development of the Shenwu continent, so it was naturally impossible for him to continue to extort the useless divine crystals from Xuanyuan Wudi just to disgust him. As for whether Xuanyuan Wudi would compromise, Ye Bufan was not worried at all. He believed that the value of a demigod was enough to make Xuanyuan Wudi compromise. Of course, it would also make him very angry. But that was all Xuanyuan Wudi's business and had nothing to do with Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan even wished it were so. After driving away the man in black robes, Ye Bufan did not stay at the altar, but went directly back to the 7 Killing Hall, where the Wangyao mountain range was located. Immediately afterwards, Ye Bufan sent the 94 Holy Realm demons that Feng Hen needed, including the Demon Lord, to the cemetery of gods and demons. Afterwards, Ye Bufan rushed to the Inner Palace treasury. In front of the Inner Palace treasury. If you buy big, you lose big. If you buy small, you lose small. Come on, place your bets quickly. The more you bet, the more you lose. Buy it and leave it. Have you bought everything? If you have, I will start the journey. Open. 4, 5, 6, 15, big. Haha, butler, you're lucky, you've won 13 times in a row. If you keep going like this, I'll really lose everything I own. Standing beside the gambling table and listening to Satu Nan's enthusiastic shouts, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had been here for quite a while, but neither Satu Nan nor the 13 weapon spirits had discovered him. This scene made Ye Bufan really speechless. How focused did one have to be able to do this? These 14 gamblers are hopeless. Fortunately, this is the 7 Killing Hall, otherwise Ye Bufan was really worried that Satu Nan, a powerful person at the peak of the Saint Realm, would be ambushed and assassinated without even knowing it. Shaked his head. Ahem. Ye Bufan pretended to cough lightly again. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to Ye Bufan's reminder. The 13 weapon spirits were all focused on the gambling table. I just don't believe it. The butler can be so lucky. He has won 13 times in a row. Can he win 14 times in a row? This time, the butler bets on small, and I will bet on big. The butler bets on big, and I will bet on small. Trust the butler, win big money, this time I'll follow the butler to buy the monkey. Butler, tell me, do you want to bet big or small this time? Big. Ha ha ha, then I'll buy a big one too. I'll just buy the small one. Seeing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips, and then he shouted again, 40 million yuanxi for one divine crystal, is there anyone willing to do so? Well, Ye Bufan's sudden voice startled everyone. Swish, swish, swish. All 13 weapon spirits turned around and looked at Ye Bufan. Even Satu Nan, who was holding the dice cup, raised his head instinctively. In a short moment, the 13 weapon spirits immediately came back to their senses. The 7-colored koi looked at Ye Bufan anxiously and said, 40 million yuanxi for one divine crystal. Are you serious? Today only. Ye Bufan said lightly. Well, bring me the divine crystal and I'll trade with you. 7-colored koi said without any hesitation that exchanging 40 million yuanxi for one divine crystal was a huge profit in his opinion. After all, Satu Nan had to pay 50 million yuanxi for one divine crystal, and except for the giant panda in the Inner Palace treasury, the other 12 of them could not even bet with Yuanxi, which meant that Yuanxi was useless in their hands. Since it's useless, I might as well exchange it for divine crystals to gamble. The 7-colored koi thought so, and the other 11 weapon spirits were no exception. Only the giant panda in the inner palace treasury looked aggrieved. There was nothing he could do, because he didn't have a divine crystal. Although exchanging 40 million Yuanxi for one divine crystal was a big profit, but if he exchanged all the Yuanxi for divine crystals, he would not be able to continue gambling. After all, the bet for divine crystals started at least 100,000. Seeing that all the weapon spirits agreed so readily, Ye Bufan couldn't help but smile. Then, without any hesitation, he started to exchange. After all, delay will lead to changes. If these weapon spirits change their minds later, Ye Bufan will really have no way to deal with them. An hour later, Ye Bufan looked at the giant panda in the inner palace treasury with a smile and said, "Panda, you're the only one left. Do you want to change?" Woo woo woo. The giant panda in the inner palace treasury simply shook his head. He wanted to exchange it, but after that, what would he use to gamble? Since the divine crystals he got in exchange couldn't even be used to participate in gambling, it would be better not to exchange it. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. It was not for any other reason, but because after exchanging the Yuanxi with the 12 spirit objects, he no longer cared about the part of the Yuanxi in the hands of the giant panda in the inner palace treasury. Are these spirits rich? Rich, so rich that it's scary. Ye Bufan had already known that the 7-colored koi had more than 200 billion Yuanxi. Originally, in Ye Bufan's opinion, the number of Yuanxi in the hands of other weapon spirits should not be much different from that of the 7-colored koi, but what was the result? Damn, the golden-haired monkey alone took out more than 2.3 trillion Yuanxi. Among the 13 spirit weapons, except for the spirit weapons in the inner palace treasury, the Yuanxi of the other 12 spirit weapons added up to more than a terrifying 163.6 billion. More than 163.6 billion. This number not only shocked Ye Bufan, but also Satu Nan, the dean of the martial arts academy. When this number was calculated, he was so shocked that he almost bit off his tongue. He felt that compared with these spirit weapons, he was even worse than a beggar. Of course, after exchanging so many Yuanxi, Ye Bufan only spent more than 30 million divine crystals. In comparison, these Yuanxi are almost half sold and half given away. With more than 1.636 trillion stones, Ye Bufan naturally didn't care about the little that the giant panda in the inner palace treasury had. Moreover, these Yuanxi or Shenjing will be his sooner or later, so Ye Bufan stopped talking nonsense and looked at the 13 weapon spirits and said, "Who is in charge of Hunyuanwu Pavilion?" "I." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the golden monkey raised his hand readily because he had exchanged the divine crystal for him, and asked, "What for?" "Go and find the Tianyan Gai Ju martial arts technique for me." Ye Bufan looked at the golden-haired monkey and said, "No time." The golden monkey refused directly. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to speak, the golden monkey added, "It's on the 3rd shelf on the left side of the 1st floor of the martial pavilion, the 4th floor from the top, and the 2nd from the left. That's the Tian Yan Gui Yi Ju. Since you're the palace master and the door isn't closed, just go get it yourself." Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. The 3rd shelf on the left side of the 1st floor of the Wu Pavilion, the 4th floor from the top, the 2nd from the left to the right, is the Tianyan Gai Ju. You remember all this? Or are you fooling me? Fool you. Trick you into giving me money. The golden monkey looked at Ye Bufan, rolled his eyes at him, and said, "Let me tell you, I used to make a living by doing this. If you ask about the location of martial arts and martial arts formulas like you do, I will charge you at least 100 Yuanxi. If you ask me about the martial arts and martial arts formulas that are suitable for you, or the pros and cons of a certain martial arts formula, the starting price will be 1000 Yuanxi. As for the magical powers and secret techniques on the 2nd and 3rd floors, they start at 1 divine crystal." After a pause, the golden monkey continued, "In the entire Hunyuan martial arts pavilion, not to mention the magical powers and secret techniques, even the martial arts and martial arts techniques on the 1st floor are counted in the tens of millions. If I don't remember the locations of all these martial arts techniques, magical powers, and secret techniques, but look for them one by one, wouldn't I be exhausted to death?" As the golden monkey spoke, Ye Bufan was confused and shocked. The same is true for Satu Nan. On the first floor of Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, there are tens of millions of martial arts and martial arts techniques. Do you remember their corresponding positions? Do you have to be so awesome? However, Ye Bufan and Satu Nan both heard that the reason why the Golden Monkey wrote down all these locations was entirely to earn consultation fees. Damn, this is a good way to make money. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with the golden-haired monkey and simply turned around and left. After all, the other party had already told him the location of the Tian Yan Gui Yi Ju, and looking at the look of the golden-haired monkey, it would be impossible to get him to leave the gambling table. You can only find it yourself. Come on, old man, let's continue. After Ye Bufan left, the 13 weapon spirits were too lazy to pay attention to him, and the 7-colored koi even looked at Satu Nan and urged him. Hee. Satu Nan smiled calmly, put the dice cup aside, and then looked at the 13 spirits and said, "Don't you think it's too boring to keep betting on the size? And don't you think there's no technical content at all?" Well, hearing this, the 13 weapon spirits were stunned. "Old man, what do you mean?" The 7-colored koi said with some dissatisfaction. "What's the meaning?" Satu Nan smiled calmly. "What I mean is that we should change the way we play, to a more interesting and challenging way." Chapter 1052, Retreat to Advance, Satu sets a trap. What I mean is that we should change the way we play, to a more interesting and challenging way. No, that's right. No, we can't change it. We agreed to play the game of betting on the size. Old man, how can you go back on your word? That's right, I don't agree. I don't agree either. Let's just play big and small and not change. Betting on the size, no change. As soon as Satu Nan finished speaking, the 13 weapon spirits, without exception, spoke out to refute and refuse, and their attitude was that there was absolutely no room for negotiation. In response, Satu Nan just smiled calmly. "Don't you think it's too boring to keep playing big and small like this?" "No, I think it's fine. I think it's good too, and we have always played like this. Just play big or small." The 13 weapon spirits insisted on playing the game of big or small. "Then I won't play anymore." Satu Nan spread his hands and said helplessly. "You." The 13 weapon spirits were stunned. "Not playing anymore? How is this possible?" They had finally found an opportunity to get the devil, Ye Bufan, to allow them to gamble openly, so how could they allow Satu Nan to end it so easily? What's more, they haven't made up for their losses yet, and they haven't won enough. Under such circumstances, they will not allow Satu Nan to end it like this. Furthermore, Satu Nan represented the devil, Ye Bufan, and had absolute control over all the divine crystals in the inner palace treasury. With so many divine crystals in the inner palace treasury, if they didn't take this opportunity to make a fortune from him, wouldn't that be too unfair to themselves? Immediately, the 7-colored koi glared at Satu Nan with dissatisfaction and said, "Old man, you won't play anymore after you win money. Aren't you too ungentlemanly? I won money." Satu Nan was stunned, then cursed. "Calculate it yourself, from the beginning to now, did I win or lose?" The 7-colored koi was suddenly speechless. The same is true for the other 12 spirit weapons. Although almost half of their 13 weapon spirits lost, more than half of them won. So, Satu Nan did not win during this period. Not only did he not win, he even lost a lot. Seeing that the 13 weapon spirits were silent, Satu Nan spoke again. "Okay, let's stop here. I'd better go find other people to play something fun." As soon as he finished speaking, Satu Nan said, "By the way, the divine crystal in this gambling table, how can I take it out?" Once a word is spoken, retreat in order to advance. "No, you can't leave." "Yes, you can't leave. Old man, we agreed to fight to the death. How can you go back on your word and just leave like that?" "You can't leave." Seeing that Satu Nan was about to leave, the 13 weapon spirits immediately spoke out in rebuttal. Hee. Satu Nan smiled calmly in his heart. Then, he looked at the 13 weapon spirits with some dissatisfaction and said, "You are trying to be a rogue?" After saying this, he sat down on the steps behind the gambling table, in front of the inner palace treasury, and said indifferently, "Okay, you won't tell me how to get these divine crystals back, right? Then I won't leave, but I won't gamble with you either." Seeing this scene, the 13 weapon spirits became anxious. "Are you trying to be a rogue?" The 7-colored koi glared at Satu Nan, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Old man, what do you want?" It's very simple, just try a different way of playing. Satu Nan smiled calmly. No. Upon hearing this, the seven-colored koi immediately refused. After a pause, he spoke again. Old man, you are at least a warrior who has entered the peak of the Saint Realm. Although you can't compare with those little guys in the previous heavenly palace, but if you change the way of playing, what if you cheat? After all, without the dice cup of the sub-divine weapon, this possibility is still very high. What the hell? Hearing this, Satu Nan stood up suddenly. Snap! He slapped the gambling table, pointed at the seven-colored koi that was speaking, and angrily said, "Are you doubting my character, or are you questioning my gambling character?" At this moment, fortunately, no one was present at the Kang Chong Martial Academy. If there were people there, they would definitely roll their eyes at Satu Nan after hearing what he said. Personality. Gambling. Dean Satu, your character is absolutely impeccable, otherwise you would not have become the Dean of Kang Chong Martial Academy, one of the 3 major martial arts academies. But when it comes to gambling, tisk tisk, once at the gambling table, they don't care about their relatives. If it were just that, it would be fine, but everyone in Kang Chong Martial Academy, whether it's students, instructors, or vice president, knows that when it comes to gambling, you have absolutely no moral principles, and you will do anything to win. Gambling addiction. Do you have one? In your words, the gambling process is important, but the result is king. If you can't win, then what's the point of gambling? It's a pity that the 13 spirit weapons don't know this. Faced with Satu Nan's sudden excited reaction, the 13 weapon spirits were all stunned. The seven-colored koi said a little embarrassedly, "Old man, what are you doing? I didn't say that I doubt your gambling character. I just said change the way of playing. We are not sure." "You're not sure?" Satu Nan snorted coldly and said dissatisfiedly, "Why don't you have any confidence? No matter what, you are worried that I'm cheating, or you are doubting my gambling character." The seven-colored koi was suddenly speechless. He did have this concern, but he couldn't say it out loud. After all, in the current situation, if Satu Nan got angry and turned around and left, what would they do then? Snort. Seeing that the seven-colored koi didn't say anything, Satu Nan snorted coldly and said again with an unhappy look on his face, "You don't even know what I want to play with you, how do you know that I will cheat? How do you know that I have the opportunity to cheat? It's just a mean person's mind. I don't want to associate with gamblers like you. I don't want the 100 million divine crystals I gave you. Just think of it as a mistake on my part. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, Satu Nan turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this scene, the 13 weapon spirits were stunned. Are we petty-minded? Damn it, we are old gamblers who have lived for millions of years, but today we are despised by you, a little guy who is less than 100 years old. It's simply a great shame and humiliation. Stop. Immediately, the seven-colored koi shouted angrily, "Old man, explain yourself clearly to me, why are we so mean?" Snort. Satu Nan snorted coldly, turned around and looked at the 13 weapon spirits, especially the seven-colored koi, and said, "The game hasn't even started yet, and you're already suspecting me of cheating. You still say you're not mean-spirited. If you have a problem with your character, then you have a problem with your gambling character." "You." The seven-colored koi was furious. "Then tell me, what are you going to bet with us? Are you hooked?" Hee hee. Satu Nan was like a cunning old fox, smiling wickedly in his heart, but still showing dissatisfaction on his face, and said, "It's better not to say anything, goodbye." Stop. Seeing this scene, the seven-colored koi immediately shouted angrily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 13 weapon spirits surrounded Satu Nan. "What do you want to do?" Seeing the 13 weapon spirits surrounding him, Satu Nan shouted angrily, then he swept the 13 weapon spirits and said coldly, "You can't win the bet against me, so why do you want to take action? Tell me, what do you want to bet on?" The seven-colored koi ignored him and said, "This old man actually dared to doubt their gambling character, it was simply unforgivable." "What's the bet?" Satu Nan sneered, "Since you want to know so much, then I will tell you." After a pause, Satu Nan spoke again, "In the Shenwu continent, there are 3 races, humans, demons, and barbarians. What I mean is that we capture a demon and a barbarian beast of the same realm and let them fight. I will still be the banker, and as for you, you can bet on the demon to win, or you can bet on the barbarian beast to win. In this way, not only can we bet, but we can also watch the beast fight. Isn't it more interesting than betting directly on the size? The 13 weapon spirits were stunned, but their eyes lit up. Before they could think about it, Satu Nan added, not only that, in addition to betting on who will win and who will lose, you can also bet on how long the losing party can last. For example, if a demon beast fights against a wild beast, if you think the demon beast will win, then you can bet on the demon beast to defeat the wild beast in a few minutes. Under a minute, under 5 minutes, under 10 minutes. That's fine. Of course, buying time is definitely more difficult than buying a win or loss directly, so relatively speaking, the odds will be much higher. If you buy winnings and losses, you get 1 to 1. If you buy time, you get 5 to 1. That is to say, if you bet 100,000 divine crystals on the demon race to defeat the wild beast within 5 minutes, and in the end the demon race defeated the wild beast in 4 minutes, then it means you won the bet, 50% to 1, so 100,000 divine crystals means I have to pay you 500,000 divine crystals. Isn't it more exciting and fun to play like this? The 13 weapon spirits were immediately shocked. 5 to 1. 100,000 divine crystals can compensate for 500,000 divine crystals. Absolutely tempting. But at this moment, the 7-colored koi suddenly said in a deep voice, it's really fun for you to play like this, but what if you collude with those monsters and wild beasts? Your uncle. Satu Nan was in a mess and even more furious. Are those monsters raised by me? Or are those wild beasts mine? How could I collude with them? If you are worried, you can choose any monsters and wild beasts from Shenwu continent. At most, I won't talk to them or have any contact with them. Is that okay? Damn it, in the end, you are still questioning my gambling character. There are people at the academy waiting for me to play with them. I don't have time to chat with you guys here. Goodbye. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Satu Nan flew into the air, not giving the 13 weapon spirits a chance to stop him, and flew away. Chapter 1053 Xiao Li, make spiritual tea for the senior. Just leaving now. Seeing Satu Nan leave in the blink of an eye without stopping, the 13 weapon spirits present were stunned instinctively. They were unable to react for a moment. After a moment, the golden monkey looked at the 7-colored koi and said with some dissatisfaction, Xiao Li, it's all your fault. You said why are you saying all this? Just like what the old man said, he didn't even come into contact with those monsters and wild beasts, so how could they be in collusion? Besides, we are not stupid. Whether he cheated or not, we can know after playing a few games, right? It's all right now, 1 to 5. As soon as the golden-haired monkey said this, the other spirits also looked at the 7-colored koi. Their expressions were exactly the same as the golden-haired monkey's. 1 to 5. Thinking of the extremely tempting odds, and considering that Satu Nan, this fat sheep, had just run away, all the weapon spirits felt confused. The 7-colored koi was suddenly speechless. Blame me. I am doing this for your benefit, okay. Besides, didn't you think so? You just didn't say it, and I did it for you. Now you blame me. When he thought of this, the 7-colored koi became furious. But at this moment, the giant panda of the inner palace treasury suddenly said, okay, what's the point of saying this now? Hurry up and stop the old man. If he really leaves, then we will have no fun. Well, in an instant, all the other spirits were stunned. The golden monkey also said anxiously, yes, stop him quickly, we must not let him leave like this. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-haired monkey disappeared from the spot, and then the other 12 spirits also disappeared from the spot one by one. What is this place? Tiangong headquarters. Nowadays, the entire Tiangong headquarters has been refined by Dao Wuya into a special magic weapon. The magic weapon where the 13 weapon spirits are located is one with the Tiangong. Therefore, as long as it is within the range of the Tiangong headquarters, the 13 weapon spirits can go to any location instantly. The edge of Wangyao mountain range. Satu Nan seemed to want to leave the heavenly palace, but in fact he had deliberately slowed down. After all, his so-called leaving was just a retreat to advance, in order to make the 13 weapon spirits agree to change the way of gambling, or to force them to agree to his proposal. Moreover, Satu Nan firmly believed that with the previous preparation, his chances of winning were still very high. He believed that the 13 weapon spirits would definitely catch up and stop him. Of course, even if he miscalculated and the 13 weapon spirits did not catch up, Satu Nan was not afraid, because he still had follow-up arrangements. But obviously, that is no longer necessary. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A few meters in front of Satu Nan, 13 weapon spirits appeared out of nowhere. They lined up in a row and blocked Satu Nan's way. Seeing this scene, Satu Nan smiled calmly in his heart. Call out. In front of the 13 weapon spirits, he froze, looked at them, and said with some dissatisfaction, "What do you want to do now? Is this the end?" "Senior, misunderstanding." Hearing this, the golden monkey came forward immediately. He looked at Satu Nan and said with a smile, "Senior, Shaoli was just joking with you just now. Please don't take it seriously, right, Shaoli?" As he spoke, the golden monkey did not forget to turn his head and wink at the seven-colored koi. Senior. Satu Nan is messy. The name changes really quickly. But this is exactly what he wants and hopes to see. It is obvious that at this moment, the 13 spirit weapons are ready to compromise. Yes. As soon as the golden monkey finished speaking, the seven-colored koi also came forward and looked at Satu Nan and said, "Senior, I was just joking with you just now. Please don't take it seriously. I was wrong. I apologize to you here." "Apologize? No thanks." Satu Nan shook his hands and said with a masterly demeanor, "I am the head of a hospital after all, so I have some tolerance." "Thank you, Senior," the seven-colored koi said with a smile. "Is everything all right now?" Satu Nan swept away the 13 weapon spirits. Well, the 13 weapon spirits were stunned. Satu Nan added, "Since everything is all right, I will go back." Suddenly, the 13 weapon spirits were in disarray. "Go back. Stop gambling." "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Looking at Satu Nan, the seven-colored koi couldn't help but ask. "Didn't you say you'd let bygones be bygones? Why are you still leaving? What's the meaning?" Satu Nan glanced at the seven-colored koi and said, "Didn't you say you didn't want to play anymore? If you don't want to play anymore, then why am I still staying here?" The seven-colored koi was speechless. "When did we say we don't want to play anymore? This is what you've always said, right? Besides, if we don't want to play, why would we chase you? Why would we apologize to you? Isn't that unnecessary? Let's play, Senior, let's play." Without waiting for the seven-colored koi to speak, the golden monkey immediately said with a smile, "Are you not afraid that I will cheat?" Satu Nan glanced at the golden-haired monkey and said, "Well." The golden monkey was stunned instinctively, then smiled and said, "How is it possible? A big shot like you, the character is absolutely fine, and the gambling ethics are even better. Even if we cheat, you won't cheat, and you even disdain to cheat." As he spoke, the golden monkey looked at the group of weapon spirits behind him and said, "What do you think, is this right?" Yes. We have absolute faith in the character and gambling ethics of our predecessors." "That's right. Even if you really cheated, and we didn't find out, it's our fault. We can't blame others." "How can you talk like that? How could the senior cheat?" Yes, I said the wrong thing. Senior, please don't take it to heart. Let's go back and continue playing. Just play as you said." All the weapon spirits immediately spoke with smiles, and they looked like cunning old foxes, each of them hiding a dagger behind their smiles. Hee. Satu Nan smiled calmly in his heart, then he glanced at the 13 weapon spirits, and finally his eyes fell on the seven-colored koi. He shook his head and said, "It's better not to do it. If you lose too much later and insist that I cheated, wouldn't my reputation in this life be ruined?" Well, hearing this, the 13 weapon spirits were stunned again. Then dissatisfied. "How do you talk? What do you mean if we lose too much we will accuse you of cheating? Who do you take us for? We have always been willing to accept defeat without complaint. Besides, how can you be so sure that you will win?" Immediately, the golden monkey patted his chest and assured Satu Nan, "Don't worry, Senior, losing is losing, winning is winning, we have no complaints." Yes, no complaints. The other 12 weapon spirits also gave assurances. Satu Nan looked embarrassed. "Senior, we have come to this point. If you still want to leave, then isn't that a bit unreasonable?" The golden monkey said with some dissatisfaction. "Good." Satu Nan said, "Then I won't be so hypocritical anymore. Let's go back and continue playing." "That's right." The golden monkey smiled slightly, and then he looked at the seven-colored koi. "Little koi, Senior can let bygones be bygones, but we can't just pretend nothing happened. Since we are apologizing, we should act like we are apologizing. So go make Senior a cup of spiritual tea, and that will be your apology to you." "Spiritual tea." Hearing this, the seven-colored koi was stunned and a little confused. The same is true for other spirit objects. The golden monkey smiled and said, "Don't be so stingy. Senior is only at the peak of the saint realm. He can't drink as much as you do. Spiritual tea. Entering the peak of the holy realm. Can't drink much." Satu Nan was completely confused. Among the 13 weapon spirits, except for the golden-haired monkey, the other 12 weapon spirits were instinctively stunned at this moment. Obviously, they already understood what the spiritual tea that the golden-haired monkey was talking about was, and also understood what he wanted to do. Immediately, the seven-colored koi said reluctantly, "Okay, but it's agreed that it can only be a small cup." "Just a small cup, you're so stingy," the golden monkey said with contempt. The seven-colored koi disappeared directly on the spot. 30 seconds later, the seven-colored koi appeared in front of Satu Nan again. At the same time, the two whiskers on her mouth were curled up into a jade cup only the size of a thumb, and the jade cup contained a dark green liquid. This is, looking at the seven-colored koi in front of him, or rather, looking at the green liquid in the jade cup curled by the seven-colored koi's whiskers, Satu Nan's heart couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes were fixed on the jade cup, unable to move away even a little bit. Not for anything else, just because the green liquid in the jade cup exudes a unique fragrance, that fragrance actually makes Satu Nan's soul throb. "Senior, this is Shaoli's unique spiritual tea. Don't underestimate this small cup. If it were in the divine realm, this small cup would cost at least 50 million divine crystals. And it is only available here. You can't buy it even if you have money." Seeing Satu Nan's somewhat out of control appearance, the golden-haired monkey said with a smile. At the end, he added, "Senior, you'd better drink it quickly. This spiritual tea evaporates very quickly. After a while, you won't be able to drink it anymore." As soon as the golden-haired monkey finished speaking, Satu Nan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Just this small cup of spiritual tea is worth more than 50 million divine crystals. And even money can't buy it. Who are you trying to fool? However, the charming aroma emanating from the spiritual tea did make Satu Nan somewhat irresistible, even irresistible. And this feeling was subconscious, as if there was a voice deep in Satu Nan's soul constantly telling him to drink it, drink it. Suddenly, Satu Nan was shocked. He came to his senses and looked at the 13 weapon spirits with a wary look. Are you going to poison me?" Chapter 1054, What on earth did you give me to drink? Are you going to poison me? If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. In Satu Nan's opinion, the behavior of the 13 weapon spirits was too abnormal. If it was just an ordinary cup of tea, it would be fine. However, it was obvious that the cup of spiritual tea mentioned by the 13 weapon spirits was clearly not an ordinary thing. If it was, it would not be enough to make a warrior who had reached the peak of the saint realm palpitate, and even make his mind a little out of control. Poison. As soon as Satu Nan finished speaking, the 13 weapon spirits were stunned. They looked at each other, and finally the golden monkey looked at Satu Nan and said with a smile, "Senior, you are joking. How could we do such a despicable thing? Moreover, why should we do this? What good will it do for us? If we poison you, who will play with us if something happens to you?" After a pause, the golden monkey continued, "So, don't worry, Shaoli's spiritual tea is not only non-toxic, but also has indescribable benefits for warriors like you. Of course, if you are still worried, then let Shaoli take it back. Anyway, you can tell from her stingy look that she is reluctant to give it up. But we have to make it clear that no matter whether you accept this spiritual tea or not, we can't mention the previous matter anymore, okay?" Faced with the golden monkey's words, Satu Nan hesitated slightly, and then he couldn't help but take a look at the small cup of green wine in front of the seven-color koi. Drink, or not? Satu Nan hesitated, but it only took a moment for him to make a decision. Drink. Just as the golden-haired monkey said, there was really no need for the 13 weapon spirits to harm him, and they didn't dare to harm him. After all, if anything happened to him, it was one thing that no one would gamble with them, but Ye Bufan would definitely not let them go. Of course, the most important reason was that when faced with this small cup of spiritual tea, Satu Nan found that he had no resistance to refuse it. Since he had made the decision, Satu Nan no longer hesitated and directly took the jade cup from the seven-colored koi. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. Hee hee. Seeing this scene, the 13 weapon spirits smiled indifferently. However, as soon as he took a sip of the spiritual tea, Satu Nan's face changed drastically, because he clearly felt that the moment he took a sip of the spiritual tea, an icy cool feeling instantly swept through his body, as if even his soul was sublimated. That feeling is intoxicating. That feeling is like floating in the air. Satu Nan couldn't help but close his eyes, and even he couldn't help but let out an extremely comfortable moan. However, all this only lasted for a moment. Brush. After a brief moment, Satu Nan opened his eyes. Shocked and horrified. He looked at the 13 weapon spirits with an expression of disbelief. If for no other reason, it was because the bottleneck at the peak of the Saint Realm that had troubled Satu Nan for years actually seemed to be loosening. And that's not all. The moment Satu Nan had this feeling, his body couldn't help but tremble again, because he felt that he was about to break through. Not daring to hesitate at all, let alone think too much, Satu Nan landed directly on the ground, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He, Satu Nan, had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. At this moment, at this minute, at this second, he made a breakthrough without any warning because of a cup of so-called spiritual tea. Hee. Looking at Satu Nan in front of him, the golden-haired monkey smiled indifferently. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Satu Nan's breakthrough and advancement. The golden monkey was like this, but the seven-colored koi was different. He glanced at Satu Nan who was breaking through, and then looked at the golden monkey. The seven-colored koi was a little nervous and asked anxiously, "Monkey, will there be any problems if we do this?" "What's up?" The golden monkey looked at the seven-colored koi and said with a smile, "Little koi, don't worry. This thing is absolutely a heaven-defying tonic for warriors like them. Drinking it will only make their cultivation level improve rapidly. What can happen?" The seven-colored koi shook his head. "No, I'm not talking about him. If it's not him, then who is it? I'm talking about us." "Us?" The golden monkey was visibly stunned. "Yes." The seven-colored koi responded, "If that devil knew we were doing something like killing the chicken to get the eggs, then he would definitely not let us go, right?" "Well." The golden monkey was visibly stunned. The other weapon spirits also changed their expressions. "Ha ha." After a moment, the golden monkey smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? If you don't tell us and we don't tell you, how can the devil know?" But seven-colored koi said apprehensively, "This old man is obviously in league with the devil. Now his cultivation has inexplicably improved because of a cup of spiritual tea. He will definitely tell the devil about it. Once he tells the devil, won't the devil know everything?" "Explain." The golden monkey still had a smile on his face. "Let the old man say what he wants to say. Anyway, he doesn't know what we gave him to drink. If the demon asks, you can tell him that this is some spiritual tea left by Dao Wuya. If he asks you for it, you can tell him that the old man drank the last cup. Since there is no more, there is no evidence. At worst, we will not touch that thing anymore. Then everything will be fine, right?" "This." The seven-colored koi hesitated slightly. "All right." The golden monkey said, comfortingly, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. After all, the demon has no idea what this thing is, and all the people in the heavenly palace are dead, so he has nowhere to ask even if he wants to. It's this old man." As he spoke, the golden-haired monkey looked at Satu Nan who was breaking through, and said with a smug look on his face, "Isn't he willful? Didn't he leave when he said he would? Humph, this time, I want to see how willful he is and how he can leave. After all, I heard that this broken place has been set up with the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. Except for the heavenly palace where we are now, other places beyond the Saint Realm, even if it is only the initial stage of the Soul Fusion Realm, will be directly expelled by the formation. After this breakthrough, the old man is in the Soul Fusion Realm. I want to see where he will go. In this life he can only stay here and play with us slowly, unless he wants to be expelled. Fortunately, there is no one else here except the 13 weapon spirits and Satu Nan who is in the process of breaking through. Otherwise, I believe that no matter who it is, they will feel confused and crazy after hearing what the golden-haired monkey said. Let someone break through if there is a disagreement. Who is more willful? Compared to you, Satu Nan's ability to leave whenever he wants is nothing. Of course, compared to normal people, these gambling-addicted spirits are obviously different. After all, they are a group of weirdos. Therefore, They are not strange or surprised by the golden monkey's behavior, nor will they go crazy because of it. They may even agree with it very much. For them, nothing is more important than letting Satu Nan stay and continue to gamble with them. That is why, after hearing what the golden monkey said, the giant panda of the inner palace treasury immediately looked at the seven-colored koi and comforted him. Little koi, don't worry. Just like the monkey said, if you don't tell us and we don't tell us, the devil will know nothing. Besides, even if he really knows, what can he do? Can he kill us all? That's impossible. So, you don't have to worry at all. As soon as the giant panda in the inner palace treasury finished speaking, the seven-colored koi could not help but curl his lips, thinking, I am afraid that when the matter is exposed, you will sell me out first. Thinking about it now, she felt so regretful. Why did she listen to the monkey and touch that thing? Now that the arrow has been shot, there is no turning back. At the same time, the seven-colored koi also hated himself. After all, this is no longer the era of Dao Wuya, but the era of that devil. Just now, I actually forgot about this matter. However, things have come to this point, and the seven-colored koi knows that there is no point in saying anything, and can only take one step at a time. But at this moment, the golden monkey suddenly said, okay, stop talking, he's awake. Remember, what he just drank was spiritual tea. As soon as the golden-haired monkey finished speaking, Satu Nan suddenly opened his eyes, and two extremely deep and cold rays of light instantly shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Satu Nan's eyes revealed expressions of extreme shock, horror, and disbelief. Whoosh! The next second, Satu Nan suddenly stood up. He looked directly at the 13 weapon spirits and asked in a trembling voice, what on earth did you give me to drink? Spiritual tea. Bullshit. Satu Nan is not a fool. Moreover, as he can become the dean of Kangchong Martial Academy, one of the 3 major martial arts academies in Shenwu continent, his vision is definitely not bad. However, that small cup of spiritual tea just now overturned all his existing cognition. Previously, he was only at the peak of the Saint realm. Although he had stayed in this realm for quite some time, he had never shown any signs of a breakthrough. But just now, because of that small cup of spiritual tea, he inexplicably broke through the shackles of the Saint realm and broke through without any warning. Just break through. In just a short period of time, he actually jumped from the peak of the Saint realm to the initial stage of the Soul Fusion realm, and reached the middle stage of the Soul Fusion realm. Moreover, he was only half a step away from the high stage of the Soul Fusion realm, and could even enter the high stage of the Soul Fusion realm at any time. Not only that, some of the difficult-to-heal hidden injuries on his body were miraculously eliminated, making him feel that he was in better condition than ever before. You know, all this is just because of a cup of spiritual tea. If Satu Nan had not experienced it himself, he would not have believed it at all. Even though he had experienced it himself, he still felt that it all seemed like a dream. Chapter 1055, The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. What on earth did you give me to drink? As soon as Satu Nan said this, the 13 weapon spirits looked at each other, and then the golden monkey looked at Satu Nan and said with a smile, Senior, didn't I tell you that this is Shaoli's unique, spiritual tea? You may not be able to find it anywhere else even if you want to. And that is the last one in Shaoli's hand. How do you feel after drinking it? How do you feel? Hearing this, Satu Nan was stunned. It doesn't feel good to be bad. The cultivation level at the peak of the Saint realm directly surpassed the initial stage of Soul Fusion and entered the middle stage of Soul Fusion. Even the high stage of Soul Fusion was only one step away. This spiritual tea was simply amazing. But, looking at the golden-haired monkey, recalling his words, and combining them with what had happened before, Satu Nan couldn't help but frown. Is this thing really called spiritual tea? Was the drink I just had really the last one? Not necessarily. Before Satu Nandu could think about it, the golden monkey smiled and said again, Okay, Senior, now that we have finished our tea, should we continue? Hearing this, Satu Nan was stunned again. Continue. Of course, continue gambling. He couldn't help but look at the golden monkey again, and then looked at the other 12 spirit weapons. He could feel that these spirit weapons didn't seem to want to mention the spiritual tea too much. Therefore, Satu Nan became more and more curious. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. There must be something fishy going on here. After all, Satu Nan knew the identities of these weapon spirits very well. As the weapon spirits of the 13 magic weapons of the 7 killing hall, they should have belonged to Ye Bufan. However, these weapon spirits did not seem to be very obedient, and even Ye Bufan could not restrain them. That was why he had a bet with these weapon spirits, in order to confiscate the magic crystals in their hands and put an end to their long-standing gambling. But now, before they got the magic crystals, these weapon spirits had actually created a heaven-defying, spiritual tea. It was obvious that even Ye Bufan didn't know the existence of this, spiritual tea. However, since these spirits refused to say anything and even deliberately concealed it, then Satu Nan knew that even if he continued to ask, the other party would not say anything more. In that case, it's better not to ask. Ha ha ha. Immediately, Satu Nan burst into laughter and said, "Okay, let's continue playing, but let me be frank, there is no father-son relationship in a casino. Although your spiritual tea has helped me break through the bottleneck of entering the Saint Realm, don't expect me to give in to you later." Give in? Are you kidding? We need you to give in. As soon as Satu Nan finished speaking, the 13 weapon spirits became dissatisfied. The 7-colored koi fish said, "Old man, just wait. When you lose everything, don't cry." Ha ha ha. Satu Nan laughed. It's still unclear who will win or lose, let's go. Although Satu Nan did not mention the word, spiritual tea, again, he had actually kept it in mind. When the time was right, he would definitely ask the 13 spirit objects what this, spiritual tea, was. After all, Satu Nan knew clearly that compared with this so-called, spiritual tea, those divine crystals were nothing. Walk. The 13 spirit weapons did not stop either. The 7 Killings Hall, the Heavenly Tao platform. This is a circular plaza with a diameter of about 1 kilometer, surrounded by circles of stands from bottom to top and from outside to inside. Looking at the Tiandao terrace in front of him, which was similar to the Flying Dragon terrace in the major fortresses in the demonic battlefield, Satu Nan could not help but be stunned. Then he looked at the 13 weapon spirits, frowned, and asked in confusion, "What are we doing here?" The 7-colored koi said with a smile, "Old man, didn't you say you wanted to have a beast fight? Then this Tiandao stage is perfect for that." After a pause, the 7-colored koi continued, "After all, if we fight beasts in other places, what if we destroy something and the demons come to settle accounts with us? But it's different here. This is where the disciples of the Heavenly Palace used to compete. The Tiandao platform is made of special materials and can withstand any attack below the level of the god. With the level of the Shenwu continent, you can play around and mess around here, and it will be absolutely fine. The place where disciples of the Heavenly Palace compete in martial arts. Can anyone attack anyone below the level of a god without being destroyed? With the level of Shenwu continent, can you play and do whatever you want?" After hearing this, Satu Nan couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although he had never heard of the word, Heavenly Palace, before, just by looking at the Tiandao terrace in front of him, it was not difficult for Satu Nan to see how glorious and superhuman the Heavenly Palace was in the past. It was an existence that they could only look up to. But it was obvious that Satu Nan didn't care where the so-called beast fight took place. After all, in his opinion, he would definitely win the bet. "Okay, let's play here." Immediately, Satu Nan said something. Bang! As soon as Satu Nan finished speaking, a heavy voice suddenly rang out, and the giant panda from the inner palace treasury once again took out the magic level gambling table. This is. Looking at the gambling table in front of him, Satu Nan was slightly stunned. It was for no other reason than that the gambling table in front of him was still the same one before, but the surface had changed drastically. The previous words, big and small, had disappeared, replaced by the words, demon, and barbarian, with demon on the left and barbarian on the right. Not only that, the left and right sides also had words like less than 1 minute, more than 1 minute but less than 5 minutes, more than 5 minutes but less than 10 minutes, more than 10 minutes but less than 20 minutes, on each side. As for the gambling table space where the gambling money is stored, there is no change at all. Facing Satu Nan's surprise, the 7-colored koi said with a smile, "Old man, this is adjusted according to what you said before. How is it? Are you satisfied? If there is anything you are not satisfied with or wrong, just tell me and let the manager adjust it." Hearing this, Satu Nan couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He originally thought that this gambling table could only be used to bet on size, but he didn't expect that it could be adjusted so freely like it is now. A sub-divine soldier is a sub-divine soldier. This gambling table is weird. Of course, although Satu Nan was shocked, he did not take it too seriously. He just replied to the 7-colored koi with a, "No problem," and then he continued, "Now that we have the gambling table in the venue, the only things left are the monsters and wild beasts participating in the competition." After a pause, Satu Nan continued, "Well, right now there are quite a few demons and wild beasts outside the 7 Killing Hall who are signing up for the 7 Killing Hall's disciple assessment. How about we just bring them over and let them fight?" "No, no." As soon as Satu Nan finished speaking, the 13 weapon spirits refused in unison. Well, Satu Nan couldn't help but be stunned. "No." Looking at the 13 weapon spirits, he asked directly, "Why not?" "What do you think?" 7-colored koi said, "Since these demons and wild beasts all want to join the 7 Killing Palace, they will definitely want to please the devil. To put it bluntly, they are in the same group with you. In this case, what if they help you cheat? Are you doubting my gambling character?" Satu Nan was furious and said, "Okay, then what do you say we should do?" The 7-colored koi hesitated slightly. At this time, the other 12 spirits also looked at the 7-colored koi. After a moment, the 7-colored koi said, "Well, let's have the demons men capture some demon beasts and wild beasts now. They only need to be at the transcendental realm. We will then choose who will fight whom. Not only that, when they are capturing them, they cannot have any communication with these demons and wild beasts. They must be knocked unconscious and brought back. They must also carry the mother and child true essence stones so that we can watch their every move when they are capturing them." Finally, the 7-colored koi added, "Don't tell me that the Shenwu continent doesn't even have the most basic communication tool like the mother-child true essence stone. We definitely won't believe it." This. Satu Nan hesitated slightly after hearing this, then he looked at the 7-colored koi and said with embarrassment, "Wouldn't this be too troublesome? If we have to deal with the mother and child true essence stones and capture them, how much time would it take? Besides, with my gambling character, are you still worried? There will definitely be no problem. Why are you doing this? We don't mind the trouble. It's okay to wait a little longer." The 7-colored koi smiled calmly, looking at Satu Nan with a smug look on his face, and then added, "If you can't even agree to such a simple condition, then we can only suspect that you have impure motives. In this case, it's better not to play. Old man, do you think we are easy to fool? Still gambling? Who knows what your gambling habits are like? You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must definitely be on guard against others. If you want to cheat, there is no way." This. Satu Nan hesitated for a moment. "All right." Then he said helplessly again. But there was a different scene in his mind. The higher the virtue, the higher the devil. Will it be useful for the 13 spirits to do this? It seems useful, but in fact it is useless. You know, long before Satu Nan came here, Ye Bufan had already asked the first barbarian lord and the snow wolf demon king to start making arrangements. Nowadays, the entire demon clan and wild beasts are taking it seriously. In other words, the 13 weapon spirits were not betting with Satu Nan alone, but with the entire demon clan and wild beasts. In this situation, can they still win? It's strange to win. Chapter 1056. The king has ordered to kill the monkey first. In half a day, more than 100 members of the 7 Killing Army who had entered the Saint Realm and were originally stationed in the 7 Killing Hall, went out together and captured nearly 10,000 demons and wild beasts. Moreover, the entire process was monitored by the mother and child true essence stone just as the 7-colored koi said. Not only that, whenever the members of the 7 Killing Army encountered demons and wild beasts in the transcendent realm, they would knock them out directly and then bring them back to the Tiandao platform of the 7 Killing Hall. It can be said that during this period, the members of the 7 Killing Army had no time to communicate with these monsters and wild beasts, which means that they had no way of colluding with each other. At this moment, the nearly 10,000 demons and wild beasts captured by the members of the 7 Killing Army were arranged on the stands around the Tiandao platform, and they had all awakened. At the center of the Tiandao platform, a 7-colored koi fish was suspended in midair. Looking at the demons and wild beasts below, she said directly, "Listen carefully, everyone. This is the 7 Killing Palace. You know what the 7 Killing Palace is, right? It is the territory of that demon. You may not know how terrifying that demon is, but you must know that your demon lords and wild lords must listen to that demon, so you'd better not resist, and don't even think about escaping, otherwise, you will only die. Of course, you don't have to be afraid. As long as you listen to me and do your job honestly, I promise that nothing will happen to you. Okay, no more nonsense. As he spoke, the seven-colored koi pointed at a demon beast and a wild beast in the marrow-cleansing realm and said, "You, and you, come to the Tiandao stage right now and fight. After the fight, you can leave. Of course, you must beat one of them until he falls to the ground." Hearing this, the demon beasts and the wild beasts hesitated slightly. "What are you waiting for?" The seven-colored koi shouted angrily, "I'll give you 30 seconds. If you haven't reached the heavenly Dao platform after 30 seconds, you won't have to live." In an instant, the monsters and wild beasts trembled. Swoosh! The next second, they rushed straight to the Tiandao platform. "Very good." The seven-colored koi smiled calmly. Then she landed directly at the edge of the Tiandao platform, where Satu Nan and 12 other weapon spirits were gathered around the gambling table. "Place your bets." Seeing the seven-colored koi coming, Satu Nan spoke directly. 100,000 divine crystals, I'll buy the monster and win." The seven-colored koi carp placed its bet without stopping. At this time, on the Tiandao stage, the demons and wild beasts looked at each other, and then they all looked towards where Satu Nan and his party were. The 13 weapon spirits didn't care about this at all. After the seven-colored koi placed its bet, the other 12 weapon spirits did not stay either. 100,000 divine crystals, I'll also bet on the demon race to win. I bet on the wild beast. 50 million yuan stones, I will buy the demon race. Manager, 50 million yuanshi is only one divine crystal. Do you still have the nerve to shout so loudly? What we're playing for is our heartbeat, what we're betting on is our momentum. I'm willing, what's it to you? Okay, you're awesome, I'll buy the savage beast. 100,000 divine crystals, demon race. The 13 weapon spirits placed their bets one after another, but they did not notice that the demons and wild beasts were perking up their ears, opening their eyes wide, and paying close attention to everything here. 100,000 divine crystals, I will buy the demon race. At this time, the golden monkey also placed a bet and spoke. Hearing this and seeing this scene, the demons and wild beasts on the Tiandao stage were shocked. Then they withdrew their gaze, looked at each other, and no longer paid attention to everything around them. However, whether they were demons or wild beasts, they had already made up their minds. The king has ordered that the monkey is the richest, so kill the monkey first. Now, if the monkey bets on the demon clan to win, then the demon clan will lose and the wild beasts will win. This was the countermeasure that Ye Bufan and Satu Nan had discussed earlier. Although all the initiative is now in Satu Nan's hands, if the 13 weapon spirits can only lose and not win, or if they kill more and lose less each time, then after a long time, they will definitely notice something and become suspicious. Obviously, it is absolutely unwise to do so. So, we have to try another approach. How to change? Specifically target one of the weapon spirits and make him lose until he has no more divine crystals to lose and completely withdraws from the gambling game. The first one to be chosen was the golden-haired monkey from Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion. There's nothing we can do about it, because monkeys are the richest. In this way, if the monkey is the only one who loses, then the win or loss of other spirit weapons will really depend on luck. Even if the monkey has doubts, there is nothing to doubt. After all, it is normal for other spirit weapons to win or lose. The fact that he keeps losing only shows that he has bad luck in gambling. Of course, the monkey will be allowed to win a few times when appropriate. After all, we cannot let the other 12 spirits regard the monkey as a beacon. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that as long as the other spirits don't follow the monkey in betting, the monkey will surely win? Satu Nan would never allow such a thing to happen. Ye Bufan would definitely not agree. Not only that, making the monkey lose is only the first step. After all, if you keep killing the monkey, you won't be able to take care of other spirits. In this case, winning or losing is hard to say. So, losing is just the beginning. As a gambler, if you let the other party lose all the time, what will be the final result? It will definitely make the other party jealous. What will he do if he loses too quickly? Raise the stakes. And this is exactly what Ye Bufan and Satu Nan hope to see. I'm not afraid of you raising the bet, I'm afraid of you not raising the bet. The more you add, the faster you lose. The golden monkey was the first, followed by the 7-colored koi in the Sacred Heart Pond, and then the black dog in the Star Beast Garden. In short, the 13 spirit weapons were dealt with one by one. The Yufu panda is the last. Of course, doing this may not be a big deal when you are just killing 1 or 2 weapon spirits at the beginning, but if you kill more weapon spirits, they will most likely notice it. But it doesn't matter, even if they really notice it. Ye Bufan and Satu Nan have already discussed the countermeasures, and there is another advantage to doing this. No need to communicate, no need to interact. Previously, the Snow Wolf Demon King and the first Barbarian Lord had already issued a message to the entire demon clan and wild beasts, so no matter how the 13 weapon spirits defended, they would not be able to defend themselves, because these demon clan and wild beasts already knew what was going on, and just kill the monkey first and make him lose all the time. Unfortunately, these 13 spirit weapons were completely unaware of this, and the golden-haired monkey, as the first spirit weapon chosen, knew nothing about it himself. 9 out of 10 gambling cases are scams. Since Satu Nan and Ye Bufan went to so much trouble to plan and change the way of gambling, how could they possibly win? After a while, all 13 weapon spirits had placed their bets. Satu Nan took a look at the distribution of bets on the gambling table, then looked at the 13 weapon spirits and said, "Why are you only betting on winning or losing? No one is betting on time. You know, betting on time is a 50-to-1 odds. It's just the beginning, why are you in such a hurry?" As soon as Satu Nan finished speaking, the 7-colored koi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Buying time at a 1 to 5 odds is indeed very tempting, but everyone knows that buying time is many times more difficult than buying a win or loss. Besides, who knows if you cheated? Therefore, whether it is the 7-colored koi or the other 12 weapon spirits, their attitude is the same: play a few games first and observe." All right. Seeing what the 7-colored koi said, Satu Nan didn't say anything more. "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Let's just play slowly. Let's get started." The 7-colored koi ignored Satu Nan and looked at the demon and barbarian on the Tiandao stage. Finally, she added, "You better fight hard. If I find out that one of you didn't try your best and let me win, don't blame me for being rude." Oh. Hearing this, the monsters and wild beasts sneered in their hearts. "Are you being rude to us? How can you be rude to us? We only listen to Lord Demon, Lord Barbarian, and Lord Palace Master. You are just a spirit of an artifact, you are nothing." Roar, roar. Although they thought so in their hearts, whether they were demon beasts or wild beasts, they still did not hesitate at all. After a roar, they pounced on each other. Fake becomes real. Apart from winning or losing, when you take action, you must never hold back. Ye Bufan had already asked the Snow Wolf Demon King and the first Barbarian Lord to declare and emphasize this point to all the demon beasts and barbarians. Of course, there will be rewards for hard work, and Ye Bufan will not let these monsters and wild beasts help him in vain, nor will they be injured in vain. Therefore, Ye Bufan had already stated that all the monsters and wild beasts who participated in this event would receive corresponding compensation afterwards. The demons and wild beasts in the Transcendent Realm are worth 1,000 yuanshi each. For the demons and wild beasts in the Transcendent Realm, 1,000 yuan stones are definitely an astonishing fortune. That is why when they take action, they work harder, fight harder, and are more unreserved. Puff. On the Tiandao stage, as soon as the demon beasts and wild beasts started fighting, blood was immediately shed. Absolute madness. Absolute violence. Absolutely bloody. Good. Seeing this scene, the 13 weapon spirits also became excited. Every time the claws hit the flesh, blood was drawn. How could this be false? This is simply a fight to the death. Hee hee. Satu Nan just smiled indifferently. 9 out of 10 gambling cases are scams. As long as the gambling game can be controlled, how can the dealer lose? Chapter 1057. Another person from the outer world comes. Kill the monkey first, then kill the fish. On the Tiandao stage, Satu Nan and the 13 weapon spirits were engaged in a crazy gambling game, but Ye Bufan didn't care at all. After all, he knew very well that according to his and Satu Nan's plan, the 13 weapon spirits would lose everything in the end, and this would be a very long process, and there would definitely be no result within a day or two, so Ye Bufan would not pay any attention to it. At this moment, Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion. Standing in the Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, which was somewhat similar to the Imperial Treasury, Ye Bufan was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Looking around the entire Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, one could see rows of red gold shelves that stretched as far as the eye could see. On those shelves were placed crystal clear jade slips. Undoubtedly, each of these jade slips represented a martial art or martial arts technique. Endless shelves. Countless jade slips. How many martial arts and martial arts secrets are there here? Definitely more than 10 million. I'm afraid that even if all the martial arts and martial arts techniques in the entire Shenwu continent were added together, they could not be compared with the number of martial arts and martial arts techniques in the Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion. Moreover, you should know that this is only the first floor of Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion. The entire Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is already like this, what about the second and third floors? It's simply unimaginable. Call. After taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it and walked out to the location the golden monkey said. On the first floor of the Wu Pavilion, the third shelf on the left, the fourth from the top, and the second from the left to the right. At the location the golden monkey mentioned, Ye Bufan saw a red jade slip. There was a line of markings on the left side of the jade slip. Martial Arts Secret, the secret of heaven's evolution and return to oneness. Grade, Special. Borrowing fee, 3,000 contribution points. There is no doubt that this is exactly the martial arts technique that Ye Bufan needs, but looking at the notes next to this martial arts technique, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. There is nothing wrong with the name of the martial arts technique, but what does this grade mean? Special. For a long time, in Ye Bufan's cognition, the grades of martial arts were divided into yellow grade, black grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and the highest god grade. Ye Bufan had never heard of the term special in the level of martial arts. Could it be that the way the Heavenly Palace classifies martial arts is different from that of the Shenwu continent? Or in the Divine Realm, martial arts are graded differently? Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at the jade slip next to him. Martial Arts, Green Python Fist. Grade, Yellow Grade. Borrowing fee, 5 contribution points. Martial Arts, Wind Killing Finger. Grade, Earth Grade. Borrowing fee, 100 contribution points. Martial Arts, Sword Fire Burning the Sky. Rank, Divine Rank. Borrowing fee, 1500 contribution points. Martial Arts Secret, Hunyuan Yiki Ju. Grade, Zon Grade. Borrowing fee, 80 contribution points. Looking at the notes on these martial arts techniques and skills, Ye Bufan was a little dazed. Obviously, whether it is the Heavenly Palace or the Divine Realm, their classification of martial arts and martial arts is the same as that of the Shenwu continent. The reason why there is a special grade should be due to the Tianyan Gai Ju itself. After all, even the jade slip that carries this martial arts technique is different from other jade slips. But come to think of it, the Tianyan Gai Ju is indeed somewhat special. While being clear, Ye Bufan was also confused. Why? Normally, in a place like Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, these martial arts secrets and techniques should be clearly categorized for ease of searching and borrowing. For example, martial arts are martial arts, and martial arts techniques are martial arts techniques. For example, put martial arts and martial arts techniques of the same level together. But this Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion is different. On the shelf in front of Ye Bufan, there are not only martial arts secrets but also martial arts techniques, and there are all kinds of grades. It can be summed up in one word: chaos. In this case, with more than tens of millions of martial arts secrets and techniques on the first floor of Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, how difficult would it be to find one that suits you, or to find a martial arts secret or technique that you need? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. But soon, Ye Bufan felt relieved. He even knew with his toes that it must be the golden monkey's doing. After all, as the golden-haired monkey said, he makes a living by finding martial arts and martial arts techniques for others. If those Heavenly Palace disciples can easily find the martial arts and martial arts techniques they need, then how can he ask for consultation fees from them? This is a fucking trap. This was the case with Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, and other places were no exception. Ye Bufan had even experienced this in the Star Beast Garden and the Sacred Heart Pool. These spirits are simply a group of vampires. Ye Bufan had already begun to feel a little sympathy for those Heavenly Palace disciples back then. How would they feel if they were robbed and plundered by this group of weapon spirits every day? I'm afraid you even want to kill these spirit weapons. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it. As for contribution points, I think it should be the same as the credits of the 3 major martial arts academies. After all, hard work pays off. For any force, especially a behemoth like the former Heavenly Palace, if all items can be easily obtained without paying any price, then I am afraid that the entire Heavenly Palace will become a stagnant pool, unable to move forward and grow anymore. Without thinking any more, Ye Bufan directly reached out to the red jade slip in front of him which contained the Heavenly Evolution Returns to Oneness secret. However, when Ye Bufan's right hand just approached the shelf, a milky white light curtain suddenly appeared on the shelf. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Is this a ban? Despite this, Ye Bufan's hand had already passed through the light curtain and grabbed the jade slip of Tian Yang Wei Yi Ju. Obviously, this light curtain has no effect on Ye Bufan. But since it exists, there must be a reason for its existence. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this might be because of his identity as the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. If it were anyone else, it would be absolutely impossible for them to penetrate the restriction so easily and obtain the jade slip inside. After getting the Tianyan Gai Ju, Ye Bufan left directly. Looking for a powerful martial art that suits you. Ye Bufan actually thought about it. However, according to the placement of these martial arts, it would take more than a day or two to find one that suits you among these tens of millions of jade slips. Perhaps you would have to read all these martial arts techniques to do it. Ye Bufan doesn't have that much time to waste on this. Moreover, the martial arts he practiced were also not weak. The most important thing was that these martial arts had not yet been cultivated to the state of mind and evolved into semi-divine powers. In this case, there is no need to practice other martial arts. After all, no matter how powerful the martial arts are, before they are cultivated to the state of mind, they are just ordinary items. You can't chew too much. Instead of doing this, it is better to focus on the existing martial arts. After leaving Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion, Ye Bufan directly recalled the second batch of 7 killing army members who were undergoing the trial in the Eternal Abyss. The first batch of 7 killing army consisted of only more than 2,000 people. However, the second batch of 7 killing army had more than 60,000 people. Without exception, Ye Bufan asked all the more than 60,000 members of the second batch of the 7 killing army to practice the Tian Yang Wei Yi Ju. Of course, Ye Bufan only left behind the jade slip of Tian Yang Wei Yi Ju, and all the yuan shi he had exchanged from the 13 weapon spirits, and then left. As for the training and refining of essence pills by the second batch of 7 killing army, it was entirely entrusted to the more than 100 members of the first batch of 7 killing army who had already obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace. After leaving, Ye Bufan found the Snow Wolf Demon King again, and asked him to select the 24,000 strongest wolf clan members from the 100,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm. Then, 3,000 members of the Red Snake Army taught and guided them to practice the 9 Evil Dragon battle formation. The first batch of 7 killing army continued to refine the inheritance crystals and obtain the Heavenly Palace inheritance. The second batch of the 7 killing army practiced the Tianyan Gai Ju and refined the Jingyuan pill. The third batch of the 7 killing army is still being assessed and selected in the Eternal Abyss. The 24,000 wolf gods of the demon clan who were at the divine martial realm were guided by 3,000 Red Snake Army soldiers and practiced the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation, day and night. The competition between the demon and barbarian tribes for the selection of disciples for the 7 killing hall has begun, and the Snow Wolf Demon King and the first barbarian lord are jointly in charge. Satu Nan's gambling game with the 13 weapon spirits continued. Tan Tai Tianyi was still repairing the damaged Sacred Heart in the Sacred Heart pool. The entire 7 killing hall was like a machine, running rapidly. 2 days later, Ye Bufan received a message from Hao Peng that the people sent by Xuanyuan Wudi, one of the 12 commanders of the temple, to redeem the 3,000 Red Snake Army had arrived. Chapter 1058 Why don't you go and rob it? In the ancient wild land, there are 2 altars. Where's the money? Looking at the thin and frail middle-aged man in the divine martial realm in front of him, Ye Bufan asked directly without any nonsense. There is no doubt that this is the person sent by Xuanyuan Wudi. Unlike the previous 2 times, this time, Xuanyuan Wudi sent only the middle-aged man in front of him. I think he should have understood that in the Shenwu continent, no matter how many people he sent, it would be meaningless. Instead of doing that, it would be better to send only one person. In this way, even if he was detained by the Shenwu continent again, he would not suffer any losses. Where is the money? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the middle-aged man was stunned. Aren't you being too direct? Although he knew the purpose of his trip, Ye Bufan's directness still made the middle-aged man a little difficult to accept, or a little unable to react. Of course, this situation only lasted for a short moment. Soon, the middle-aged man came back to his senses. He glanced at Hao Peng and the others behind Ye Bufan, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "This little brother must be Ye Bufan, Ye Xiao, right?" Ye Bufan did not answer, nor did he pay any attention. The middle-aged man was stunned. Quite embarrassing. Then he forced a smile and said, "Young Master Yi, the commander ordered me to come here this time. In addition to redeeming the 3,000 Red Snake Army, he also wanted me to ask young Master Yi a question." "What?" Ye Bufan spoke directly. The middle-aged man glanced at Ye Bufan, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Does young Master Yi really want to be an enemy of the commander?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. "Grass." Fatty Hao pointed at the middle-aged man and said angrily, "What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Damn it, he's just a shitty commander. Does he really think he's that awesome? Do you want to be his enemy? Even if you're his enemy, so what? If he dares to come to Shenwu continent, Fatty will teach him a lesson in a minute." "What the hell is that?" Faced with Hao Peng's rebuke and provocation, the middle-aged man was stunned, but he ignored Hao Peng and continued to look at Ye Bufan and said, "Young Master Yi, is this what you meant? So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. The middle-aged man was stunned again, then smiled and said, "No, the commander just wants to understand Master Yi's attitude." Of course, after a pause, the middle-aged man continued, "With Master Yi's excellence, it is only a matter of time for him to enter the TianYTN, so I still want to advise Master Yi that it is better to have more friends than more enemies. Little Fatty, take off one of his arms." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Ye Bufan said calmly, "You." The man was stunned. "Call out." Hao Peng did not hesitate at all. He flashed and came directly to the side of the middle-aged man. With the middle-aged man's cultivation level of the divine martial realm, how could he compete with Hao Peng, a peak powerful warrior who had entered the Saint Realm and inherited the heavenly palace? Without waiting for the middle-aged man to resist, Fat Hao grabbed his right arm. Then, exert force suddenly. Puff. In an instant, blood splattered. Fat Hao forcibly pulled off the middle-aged man's entire right arm. Ah! The middle-aged man howled in pain. Bang! Then, he knelt on one knee, gritted his teeth, and covered the wound with his left hand. Blood kept dripping and cold sweat broke out on his forehead due to the pain. "What the hell?" Fat Hao looked at the middle-aged man with disdain and said something, then swung his right hand and threw the man's right arm to the ground with a pop. "Are you satisfied with this attitude of mine?" At this time, Ye Bufan also looked at the middle-aged man and spoke. The middle-aged man was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "I really don't know how Xuanyuan Wudi became one of the 12 commanders of the temple. Does he have no brains?" "You." The middle-aged man was furious. He raised his head and looked at Ye Bufan with angry eyes. Ye Bufan ignored him and continued to talk to himself. "Let's not talk about the relationship between me and Yi Tianshang. Now it's your commander who came to Shenwu continent to cause trouble for me. He even had the nerve to ask me if I want to be his enemy. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Also, this is the Shenwu continent, not the Tianwaitian. What right do you have to threaten me here? What qualifications do you have to threaten me? Do you think you are dying too slowly? Or in Xuanyuan Wudi's heart, you are just a useless piece of trash? I'll cut off one of your arms as a punishment." Ye Bufan shouted loudly and continued. "Also, go back and tell Xuanyuan Wudi not to provoke me again and not to make these meaningless attempts. I am not Yi Tianshang. Yi Tianshang is a man of morality, but I am not. Who cares if he's Xuanyuan Wudi or the commander of the temple? If he pissed me off, do you believe I'll immediately take people to the outer world to destroy him? Do you really think the temple commander is so awesome? Do you really think Tianwaitian is so high-end? In my eyes, it's shit." Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the middle-aged man couldn't help but be shocked. "Do you really think the temple commander is so awesome? Do you really think Tianwaitian is so high-end? In my eyes, it's shit." In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Ye Bufan was simply too crazy. Ye Bufan ignored it, and didn't care. Looking at the middle-aged man, he shouted directly, "Stop talking nonsense and take the money." The middle-aged man was stunned. Then he gritted his teeth, covered his wound and stood up with great effort. Looking at Ye Bufan, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Where is the person?" "Give me the money first, then let me go," Ye Bufan said without any doubt. The middle-aged man suddenly became disheveled. "Pay first, then release the person. What if I give you the money and you don't let me go? Why do you talk so much nonsense?" Before the middle-aged man could think about it, Hao Peng beside him shouted angrily. Bang! Afterwards, Fat Hao kicked the middle-aged man to the ground. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to say anything, Fat Hao squatted down and started to feel around his body. In an instant, the middle-aged man became disheveled, mad, and even bitter. "Are you really just kidnappers? You are simply robbers." But it was obvious that facing Hao Peng, a powerful master at the peak of the Saint Realm who could break his arm at any time, the middle-aged man did not dare to resist at all. Because resistance is futile. After a while, Fatty Hao found 4 Zumi rings from the middle-aged man, then stood up and came to Ye Bufan. "Young Master Ye. See how many yuanshi there are." Ye Bufan said this directly. He never looked at the Zumi ring from beginning to end. He just looked at the middle-aged man calmly. Fat Hao nodded and checked it directly. You still recognize the master." But just after checking the first Sumeru ring, Fat Hao looked at the middle-aged man and couldn't help but cursed. The middle-aged man was immediately confused and bitter, but he did not dare to be negligent and said, "Then the Zumi ring that has recognized its master is mine. The remaining 3 have not recognized their masters. Each Zumi ring contains 10 billion stones, a total of 30 billion. 30 billion. Hearing this, Fat Hao was stunned. Ye Bufan also frowned. "Yes, it is," the middle-aged man responded with some fear. "Damn it." In an instant, Fat Hao became furious. Bang! He flashed to the middle-aged man, kicked him hard, and said angrily, 30 billion. Are you sending away beggars? Suddenly, the middle-aged man was in disarray. This is a full 30 billion stones, is it still not enough? But he obviously didn't dare to say so, and said tremblingly, Yi Shao, no, it's not that the commander doesn't want to give it, it's just that you only gave 2 days, the commander can only raise this much yuanshi. You go now. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly said something. Walk. The middle-aged man was stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan with a worried look on his face and said, Master Yi, where are the people from the Red Snake Army? Damn it, just 30 billion stones, and you still want someone without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, Fat Hao immediately cursed. Bang. Afterwards, Fat Hao kicked the middle-aged man again. At this moment, the middle-aged man even wanted to die. These natives of Shenwu continent were even worse than bandits. Not to mention kidnapping and extortion. Now you're taking the money and refusing to release me. It would have been fine if he had been beaten unfairly and had his arm broken, but what should he do if he lost his money and couldn't redeem his body? You know, Xuanyuan Wudi has already gone berserk at this moment. If he is provoked like this again, the middle-aged man guarantees that he will definitely become the target of Xuanyuan Wudi's anger and catharsis. By then, even 100 lives would not be enough for him to die. Without paying attention to the middle-aged man's thoughts, Fat Hao glared at him and said, get lost. At the end, he added, go back and tell that damn Xuanyuan Wudi that if he really wants to redeem these people, then he should show some sincerity and stop being stingy. If he doesn't want these people anymore, then we will just throw them to the Wangyao mountain range to feed the monsters. Looking at Hao Peng, the middle-aged man was bitter and messy. Still not leaving, Fat Hao glared at him angrily and pretended to kick him again. Forget it, fatty. But at this moment, Ye Bufan stopped Hao Peng, then shook his head and said, after all, he brought 30 billion stones with him, which shows his sincerity. So you go and bring 30 people over, and let him take them back to report. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and then he became even more confused and crazy. I brought 30 billion stones, and you want me to take 30 people back. According to you, one person is worth 10 billion. In this case, if we want to redeem all 3,000 Red Snake Army soldiers, wouldn't we need to pay a full 3 trillion yuanshi? 3 trillion. Why don't you guys go grab it? Chapter 1059 Master, come with me to the outer world. The middle-aged man was frantic and even more angry. 3 trillion stones. In his opinion, the people of Shenwu continent are even worse than bandits and even more robbers than robbers. But no matter how angry he was in his heart, the middle-aged man still dared not speak out, and he didn't even dare to show any anger in his heart. It was not for any other reason, but because he had already seen and experienced the cruelty and unreasonableness of the Shenwu continent. If he said, no, again, or showed the slightest dissatisfaction, who could guarantee that the other party would not cut off his other arm as well? If you don't seek death, you won't die. Just as the people of Shenwu continent said, this is Shenwu continent, not TianYTN. Here I have no qualifications to bargain with the other party. You have to accept it and do nothing else. As for the 3 trillion yuanxi, let Lord Xuanyuan worry about it. A moment later, Fat Hao came to the middle-aged man with 30 Red Army soldiers. Looking at the 30 members of the Kai Lian army in front of him, the middle-aged man still couldn't help feeling heartbroken. These were not just 30 members of the Kai Lian army, these were clearly 300 billion stones. Master Yi, then shall we take our leave? Enduring the extremely heart-wrenching feeling, the middle-aged man looked directly at Ye Bufan and said without the slightest hesitation. He didn't want to stay in this place for another second. Ye Bufan waved his hands in response. The middle-aged man did not stop. In an instant, he and 30 Red Snake Army soldiers walked towards the altar. Then a white light flashed above the altar, and the middle-aged man and 30 Red Snake Army soldiers all went to the heaven beyond heaven. After the middle-aged man left, Fatty Hao looked at Ye Bufan and said, Young Master Yi, isn't 3 trillion stones a bit too much? What if Xuanyuan Wudi doesn't agree? As soon as Fat Hao finished speaking, Yi Long and the others looked at Ye Bufan and nodded. 3 trillion. It drives me crazy just thinking about it. A lot. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. If it were you, and I asked you to use 3 trillion yuan stones to buy a demigod, would you buy it or not? 3 trillion for a demigod. Buy it, of course. Anyone who doesn't buy it is an idiot. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Fat Hao spoke instinctively. Although 3 trillion yuan stones are a lot, they cannot be compared with a demigod. After all, having 3 trillion yuan stones may not necessarily cultivate a demigod-level strongman, but a demigod-level strongman can definitely earn 3 trillion yuan stones in his lifetime. That's it, Ye Bufan said with a calm smile. Well. Everyone was stunned. Fatty Hao was a little puzzled and asked, Master Yi, what do you mean? I don't think we kidnapped the demigods under Xuanyuan Wudi, right? We did not kidnap his demigods, but we kidnapped 3,000 members of his Red Snake army. Ye Bufan laughed and said, Xuanyuan Wudi has a total of 8,000 members of the Red Snake army. After they used the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon battle formation, 3,000 Red Snakes could defeat Ronghan, 5,000 Red Snakes could defeat Fatian, and 8,000 Red Snakes could fight against demigods. In this way, wouldn't the 8,000 Red Snake army members be equivalent to a powerful demigod under Xuanyuan Wudi's command? Hearing this, Fat Hao and others were shocked. 3,000 Red Snakes defeated the Soul. 5,000 red armored enemies flew into the sky. 8,000 Red Snakes fight against demigods. This battle formation is too powerful and too big. Ye Bufan continued, now, 3,000 Red Snakes have fallen into our hands, and the remaining 5,000 Red Snakes can no longer exert the strength of the demigod realm. Their combat power can only be compared with the flying sky realm. In this way, doesn't it mean that Xuanyuan Wudi has lost a demigod realm strongman? So, whether Xuanyuan Wudi is willing or not, he has to give these 3 trillion stones, and he must give it. Upon hearing this, Fat Hao and others were slightly stunned. That's not right. Suddenly, Yi Hua spoke up and looked at Ye Bufan again. Master, since these 3,000 Red Snake army soldiers are equivalent to a demigod, shouldn't we just kill them? If we make a deal with Xuanyuan Wudi, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger go back to the mountain? Don't worry, Uncle Feng has already made some moves on them. Now they are no longer Xuanyuan Wudi's people, but our people. As soon as Yi Hua finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. Uncle Feng did something to these Red Snake army soldiers. In an instant, they understood what Ye Bufan meant, and that's why Fat Hao and the others couldn't help but laugh. Xuanyuan Wudi spent a full 3 trillion yuanxi to redeem all 3,000 Chilean soldiers, but in the end, all of these Chilean soldiers had rebelled. What a fucked up thing this was. The most important thing was that Xuanyuan Wudi was kept in the dark and had no idea about it at all. 8,000 red swords can fight against demigods. In Xuanyuan Wudi's heart, these 8,000 Kai Lian soldiers still represented a strong man in the semi-god realm. If he used these 8,000 Kai Lian soldiers to fight against a strong man in the semi-god realm in the future, and 3,000 of them suddenly rebelled in the battle, what kind of picture would that be? It's simply courting death. They robbed him, cheated him out of his money, and even plotted against him. In the view of Hao Peng and others, Ye Bufan's move was too cruel and vicious, and he was simply driving Xuanyuan Wudi to death. But well done. If you don't seek death, you won't die. If he dares to act recklessly in Shenwu continent, he will have to pay the price for it. With this thought in mind, Fatty Hao couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan and asked, "Young Master Yi, when are we going to Tianyi? I can't wait to meet Xuanyuan Wudi, one of the 12 commanders of the temple." Tisk tisk, 3,000 red snakes rebelled on the battlefield. I'm sure Xuanyuan Wudi's expression will be very interesting at that time. Fat Hao said so, and Yi Long and others were also looking forward to it. The dragon dives into the sea and the phoenix sings in the sky. For them now, Tianyi is the stage for them to shine, and Shenwu continent is obviously no longer suitable for them to perform. As for fear, the 7 Killing Hall has 2 demigods, Long Xiaobao and the Demon Lord, as well as several powerful people in the Flying Sky realm, and hundreds of people in the Soul Fusion realm. They are really not afraid of a mere Xuanyuan Wudi. So what about the 12 commanders of the temple? If you don't agree, then do it. Wait a little longer. Facing Hao Peng's question, Ye Bufan responded, "The time is not yet ripe, but this day is not far away." As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked towards the altar leading to the heaven beyond heaven. Yi Tianshang is in the sky beyond the sky. Lin Luoyan is in the sky beyond the sky. Although these 2 people are his adoptive parents, Ye Bufan really wants to meet these 2 legendary figures from the Shenwu continent. What's more, Ye Bufan knew very well that if he wanted to leave the Shenwu continent and go to the endless galaxy, he would inevitably have to go through the 9 heavens outside of Shenwu. But that's later, not now. If the 7 killers don't enter, it's fine. But once they enter, they will definitely sweep through it with overwhelming force. Be it the demon or the temple, if anyone stands in my way, I will kill them. Ye Bufan retracted his gaze and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at Hao Peng and the others and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Now that Xuanyuan Wudi's people have left, I believe he will send people here again soon. During this time, you just stay here. Also, I will be in seclusion to improve my cultivation later, so the matter of collecting the ransom will be left to you. You just need to remember that if Xuanyuan Wudi wants people, he has no right to bargain. There are 3,000 Chilean soldiers, and each person is 10 billion yuanxi. You will release as many people as he brings. Clear." Ye Bufan said this, and Hao Peng and others responded. Ye Bufan nodded. Then he left directly. Wangyao Mountain Range, 7 Killing Palace, and Sacred Heart Pool. For 3 days, Tantai Tianyi had been soaking in the Sacred Heart Pool. Although he no longer had the pleasure he had at the beginning, he felt that his condition was better than ever before. Half lying on the edge of the Sacred Heart Pool, looking at Nangong Ziling who had been standing in front of him for 3 consecutive days, Tantai Tianyi said proudly, "Wife, in my current condition, if we have a big fight, you will definitely be the one who can't get out of bed. Do you believe it? And I never thought that this Sacred Heart Pool would have such an effect. Look at my brother. He has only been soaking in it for 3 days and he has already grown a circle. What would happen if he soaked in it for 3 months or 3 years? How about we try it now?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Ziling rolled her eyes at Tantai Tianyi. Nangong Ziling said this. Behind her, Ye Bufan, who had just arrived, happened to hear what Tantai Tianyi said. Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Obviously, he came at the wrong time. But since he has already come, Ye Bufan naturally cannot leave again. Ahem. Immediately, he pretended to cough lightly. Well, Tantai Tianyi couldn't help but be stunned. Nangong Ziling stood up suddenly, and when she turned around and saw Ye Bufan, a blush immediately appeared on her face. It was obvious that Ye Bufan had heard Tantai Tianyi's private words just now. Nangong Ziling could not help but glared at Tantai Tianyi fiercely. Tantai Tianyi ignored him. He looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Master, you came at the right time. I, your disciple, just happened to have something to discuss with you." "You want to discuss something with me?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. "What's the matter?" "It's like this." Tantai Tianyi glanced at Nangong Ziling, then looked at Ye Bufan, and said, "Master, if I hadn't met you, I would have died soon. Now, not only can I not die, but I am also soaring to the sky. All this is thanks to you, Master. You are Tianyi's second parent, so I have discussed with my wife and would like to invite you to visit Tian, so that our Tantai family and Nangong family can thank you. So, Master, if you are free sometime, come with me to Tianwei. Chapter 1060. You are a waste, what use are you? Master, if you are free sometime, come with me to Tianwei. As soon as Tantai Tianyi finished speaking, Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, all this is your own good fortune. I didn't do anything. What's more, you still call me Master, so there's no need to thank me. Hearing this, Tantai Tianyi became anxious. No. How can we not use it? If you don't need it, how can I let you go to Tianwei? If you don't go to Tianwei, how can you go to my house? If you don't go to my house, you can't see my sister. If you can't see my sister, you can't become my brother-in-law. This is absolutely not possible. Thinking in his heart, Tantai Tianyi immediately looked at Nangong Ziling, and did not forget to secretly give her a wink. Nangong Ziling understood and immediately looked at Ye Bufan, saying with a smile, Master, for you, your help to Tianyi may be just a piece of cake, and you don't care at all, but we can't do that. After all, this is related to the inheritance of my Tantai and Nangong families. Not only us, I believe the elders of our two families must also want to thank the Master. Originally, we should have asked them to come to Shenwu continent in person, but Master, you also know that Shenwu continent has the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, and the elders of our two families obviously cannot come to Shenwu continent, so I can only ask Master to move away. Ziling knows that this must be very difficult for Master, but Tianyi and I can't do anything about it. After all, the grace of rebirth is greater than heaven. If we can't invite Master to Tianwei, the elders of our two families will definitely not let us off easily. As soon as Nangong Ziling finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately waved his hand and said, I said, there's no need to thank me. Nangong Ziling was still thinking about what to say, but Ye Bufan spoke again, however, I will go to Tianwei, and I will also go to the Tantai family. Well, hearing this, Tantai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling were stunned, and they looked at each other again. Will you go to Tianwei? Will you go to the Tantai family too? Without waiting for the two to think more, Ye Bufan looked at Tantai Tianyi and said solemnly, a man without integrity cannot stand. Tianyi, we must keep our word. Well, hearing this, Tantai Tianyi was stunned again. We must keep our word, right? What's the meaning? Why, you forgot. Seeing Tantai Tianyi's confused expression, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. Forgot what? Tantai Tianyi was stunned. Didn't you say at the beginning that as long as I accept you as my disciple, you would introduce your sister to me? Ye Bufan said immediately. Well, Tantai Tianyi was stunned again. Holy shit. The next second, he exclaimed in his heart and was overjoyed. Yes, yes, yes. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tantai Tianyi said repeatedly, Master, don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. I will take care of this matter. The original promise. Tantai Tianyi had long forgotten about it completely, but he didn't expect that his cheap master actually still remembered it. But that's a good thing. Why did Tantai Tianyi try every possible means to trick Ye Bufan into going to Tian and into the Tantai family? Isn't the purpose to bring together my own master and my own sister? Now that my master has brought it up himself, why should I worry about it? No, I still have to work hard on my sister's side. Tantai Tianyi was thinking in his heart, but Ye Bufan said, however, I have to say something ugly in advance. It was you who praised your sister to the sky that I reluctantly agreed. If this is not worthy of the reputation, then. Before Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tantai Tianyi patted his chest and said, Master, don't worry. My sister is so beautiful. She looks like a fairy in a painting. She has both good looks and a good figure. In the world of heaven, 11 out of 10 men who have seen my sister will be attracted to her. If you don't believe me, ask my wife. Ye Bufan glanced at Nangong Ziling. Nangong Ziling was in a mess. Although she had promised Tantai Tianyi to help him match Ye Bufan and Tantai Yanran, now seeing the looks on Ye Bufan and Tantai Tianyi's faces, she suddenly wanted to go back on her word, because she felt like two wolves were plotting against a little lamb. However, Nangong Ziling nodded instinctively. Seeing this, Tantai Tianyi immediately said, Master, now you should believe it, right? My wife never lies. Ye Bufan nodded. Master, when will you come to my house? Tantai Tianyi said with great joy. Wait a little longer. Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said. Wait for what? Tantai Tianyi was stunned and shocked. The timing is not right yet, and you still have to go into the gods and demons cemetery once more. Ye Bufan said lightly. Without waiting for Tantai Tianyi to think about it, he spoke again. Okay, you have stayed in the Sacred Heart Pool for long enough. Let's go into the gods and demons cemetery now. After I finish dealing with your affairs, I will start my retreat. There is a world beyond the sky, the passage between the two places. Why are there only 30? Where are the others? Seeing that there were only 30 people in the Chilean army returning from Tianyi, Xiao Wenshan, who had been staying here, couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man and asked. His voice was cold and angry. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's body trembled. He knelt down in front of Xiao Wenshan with a thud, lowered his head, and said tremblingly, report to the deputy commander, the others are still in the Shenwu continent, they released 30 people. So, you took 30 billion stones and went to the Shenwu continent, but only got back 30 people, Xiao Wenshan asked coldly. The middle-aged man was terrified and almost cried, but he did not dare to be negligent and immediately said, Deputy commander, this is really not my fault. Those people from Shenwu continent are simply robbers. They asked us to pay money to redeem us, but, as soon as I got there, they immediately started to rob me, and, moreover, I resisted a little, and they directly cut off one of my arms. Not only that, they also mocked and insulted the commander, saying that if the commander wanted to redeem all the members of the Red Snake Army, he should bring yuanxi to the Shenwu continent to redeem them at the price of 10 billion yuanxi per person. They would release as many people as we brought yuanxi with us. That's outrageous. Hearing this, Xiao Wenshan became furious. You're useless, what use are you? Then he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said angrily in a cold voice. The middle-aged man was terrified. Big. As soon as he said a word, Xiao Wenshan slapped him with his palm. Boom. Fei Tianjing struck out angrily with a palm, and the middle-aged man didn't even have a chance to resist or escape. His body exploded into a bloody mist, and he died completely. Xiao Wenshan ignored him and didn't even look at him. At this moment, his face was cold and his eyes were boiling with anger. 1 billion per person. 3,000 Red Army soldiers equal 3 trillion. What kind of concept is 3 trillion? Even though Xuanyuan Wudi is one of the 12 envoys of the temple, he is afraid that he cannot come up with so many yuanxi. No, he definitely cannot come up with it in a short period of time. After all, yuanxi is a consumable. As one of the 12 commanders of the temple, Xuanyuan Wudi has 5 legions under his command that he needs to support, or it should be said that there are 4 legions that need him to support. After all, Xuanyuan Wudi has never given Yi Tianshang's Flying Dragon Army any training resources over the years, not even a yuanxi, so the Flying Dragon Army is not included. But even so, Xuanyuan Wudi still has 4 major legions to support. How many people are there in the 4 legions? How much cultivation resources are needed every day? That adds up to an absolutely astronomical figure. The previous 30 billion stones were already the limit that Xuanyuan Wudi could currently take out. Originally, in their opinion, the natives of Shenwu continent should be satisfied with 30 billion stones, but they didn't expect they were asking for too much. 30 billion in exchange for 30 people. In order to redeem the remaining 2,970 people, you need to pay 2.97 trillion yuanxi. 2,970 billion. Let alone 297 billion, even 297 billion is something that the current Xuanyuan Wudi definitely cannot come up with. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiao Wenshan glanced at the 30 members of the Red Snake Army in front of him and said coldly, what's wrong with you? The combined combat power of the 3,000 Red Snake Army is comparable to the initial stage of the Soul Fusion realm. In the Shenwu continent, it is impossible for a warrior in the Soul Fusion realm to exist, and even if there is, they may not be able to break the defense of the battle or Ace Soul. If that's the case, how did they capture you alive? After hearing this, the 30 members of the Red Snake Army hesitated slightly. Explain, Xiao Wenshan said angrily. Yes. Immediately, a member of the Red Snake Army stood up and looked at Xiao Wenshan and said, reporting to the commander, actually we don't know what's going on either. You don't know what's going on, either. Xiao Wenshan was stunned for a moment, then became furious. You were all captured alive, yet you still told me that you knew nothing. Do you think I look like an idiot? Or do you think the commander-in-chief will believe what you said? The member of the Red Snake Army hesitated for a moment, then immediately said, "Sir, we really don't know anything. We had just entered the Shenwu continent that day, and hadn't started to move, or even seen a single person, when we inexplicably fell into a coma. When we woke up, we found that we had been captured alive by the natives of the Shenwu continent. Fell into coma for unknown reasons. And was captured alive when he woke up." Xiao Wenshan couldn't help but be stunned. "Yes." The Red Snake Army member who spoke responded, and the other 29 Red Snake Army members also nodded. They are of the same opinion. We were arrested for no apparent reason. Want to ask about the situation in Shenwu continent. Sorry, we don't know anything. Chapter 1061. Hello, Master Xuanyuan, I am Moying. Looking at the 30 members of the Red Snake Army in front of him, Xiao Wenshan frowned, and his face was filled with deep thought. Originally, in Xiao Wenshan's opinion, there should be a strong man at the soul fusion level on the Shenwu continent, which led to the capture of 3,000 Chilean soldiers who were comparable to the initial stage of soul fusion. Not only Xiao Wenshan, but Xuanyuan Wudi also thought so. But now it seems that the truth is not so. He had just entered the Shenwu continent and hadn't done anything when he fainted. When he woke up, he had already been captured by the Shenwu continent. The first thing Xiao Wenshan thought of was poison. It was obvious that the Shenwu continent had long guessed that their side would send people there, so they had already made preparations. The 3,000 Chilean troops were simply ambushed by them. But Xiao Wenshan didn't know what kind of poison was used in the Shenwu continent. Charming 3,000 gods in an instant. Xiao Wenshan had never even heard of such a poison, let alone seen it. But there is no point in thinking about these things now. After all, things have developed to this point. Redeeming the person is the most important thing, and nothing else matters. Immediately, Xiao Wenshan looked at the 30 Red Snake Army soldiers and said, "Hurry back to the commander's mansion and inform the commander of the news here." The 30 Red Snake Army soldiers were stunned. "My lord, what about you?" "Me. My mission is to stay here until I receive an order from the commander. I will not allow anyone to enter the outer heaven or enter the Shenwu continent from the outer heaven. So don't worry about me. Go back to the commander's mansion first. We must inform the commander immediately of what happened here." "Yes." The 30 Red Snake Army soldiers responded and turned around and left. After the members of the Red Snake Army left, Xiao Wenshan disappeared in a flash, but he did not leave. He just hid nearby. After all, if he, as the deputy commander of the temple, guarded the two passages in a high-profile manner, it would obviously arouse suspicion. If this were to get out and Yi Tianshang knew about it, it would be even more troublesome. So hiding in the dark is the most reasonable choice. Of course, as long as someone wants to enter the Shenwu continent through the channels between the two places, or come to the TianYTN from the Shenwu continent, Xiao Wenshan will definitely show no mercy and will kill them directly. The 6th level of TianYTN, the commander's residence where Xuanyuan Wudi is located. What did you say? Say it again. Looking at the 30 members of the Red Snake Army kneeling on the ground in front of him, Xuanyuan Wudi's eyes were blazing with fire, and his whole body was filled with a cold chill and murderous intent. Of course, this is human nature. After all, as the most elite member of the Chilean army under his command, he was inexplicably captured by the Shenwu continent after arriving there, and he was even extorted of 3 trillion yuanshi by a group of natives and ants from the other side. How could Xuanyuan Wudi not be angry? After a moment, he laughed out of anger. Good, 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 great Shenwu continent, great Yi family kid, this commander underestimated you, 3 trillion, right? Okay, I'll give it to you. Grown-ups. Hearing this, the 30 Red Snake Army soldiers were stunned and hesitated to speak. After all, what the other party wants is not 3 billion, not 30 billion, and certainly not 300 billion, but a full 3 trillion. The commander's mansion simply cannot come up with so many yuanshi. No need to say anything, it's decided. Seeing the 30 Red Snake Army soldiers hesitant to speak, Xuanyuan Wudi naturally knew what they were thinking, but he still waved his hand to stop them. After all, Xuanyuan Wudi was very clear about the importance of these 3,000 Red Snake Army soldiers to him. Without them, it would be like losing a demigod-level strongman under his command. This is something Xuanyuan Wudi would never allow. Isn't it just 3 trillion? I give. Thinking in his heart, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at the 30 Red Snake Army soldiers in front of him and said coldly, "Now this commander has something for you to do. Do you dare to accept it?" The 30 Red Snakes were stunned, and then they shouted in unison, we will obey your orders, and we will go through fire and water, even if we die. Very good. After responding, Xuanyuan Wudi said in a deep voice, now, you will go visit all the families in the first heaven, the second heaven, and the third heaven for me, and tell them in my name that I am asking them for money, and they have to give it to me whether they want or not. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Xuanyuan Wudi's words shocked all the 30 members of the Chilean army present, and their faces changed drastically. One of them looked even more apprehensive and asked, Sir, isn't this a bit too much? Passed. Where did you pass? Xuanyuan Wudi asked coldly. This. The member of the Red Snake Army hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, it is difficult to offend the public. If we really do this, wouldn't it be equivalent to offending all these families? Moreover, the families in the first heaven are still okay, but the families in the second and third heavens are all backed by the 108 ancient cities, and the 108 ancient cities are inextricably linked to the 12 commanders of the temple. So this time, aren't you offending the other 11 commanders? So what if I've offended you? Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly and said, I am also one of the 12 commanders. Am I afraid of them? Moreover, do you really think that the 11 of them will turn against me just for a few dollars? I tell you, no. Not only will they not get angry with me, they will also pretend that nothing happened. Do you know why? Because I, like them, have military power in my hands. If the 12 of us confront each other head-on, it will only be a lose-lose situation. Moreover, outsiders don't know that the temple has a clear rule that no matter what happens or what conflicts arise between the 12 commanders, they cannot take action privately. It can only be mediated by the temple. Otherwise, the commander's position will be directly revoked. Not only that, now everyone knows that it won't be long before Yi Tianxiang will challenge me. Once I lose, I will no longer be a commander, but only a deputy commander. Once I become a deputy commander, I will have no military power. Without military power, they can easily deal with me. In that case, even if they want to take action, why rush it? So, as long as they still want to take the position of commander, they will definitely not make things difficult for me before this. As for the future, if Yi Tianxiang really seizes my position as commander and I lose my military power, they will definitely attack me immediately. But so what? Haven't I, Xuanyuan Wudi, offended enough people over the years? If that day really comes, no one else will have to take action. Yi Tianxiang will be the first one who will not let me go. If that's the case, what should I be afraid of? I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well give it a try. It would be best if I could keep my position as commander. If not, then everyone would be afraid of me and not dare to attack me. As long as I have the strength, what does it matter if the whole world is my enemy? So, the remaining 2,000 plus members of the Red Snake Army must be redeemed as soon as possible, and they must be redeemed before Yi Tianxiang challenges me. 3 trillion stones, we have no choice. As Xuanyuan Wudi spoke, all 30 members of the Red Snake Army fell into endless silence, because they knew very well that everything Xuanyuan Wudi said was true. At this point, they have no other choice. If the Shenwu continent is blackmailing them, then they can only blackmail the major families in the Tianyi, and they cannot let them know that they are blackmailing them for the purpose of ransoming people in the Shenwu continent. After all, if Yi Tianxiang knew that the 3,000 Chilean army were captured by the Shenwu continent, then I'm afraid these 3,000 Chilean army will never be able to come back, or they will never be able to come back at all. After all, this concerns a powerful demigod. With this thought in mind, the 30 members of the Red Snake Army said in unison, Sir, we will do our best to raise 3 trillion stones for you as soon as possible. Kindness. Xuanyuan Wudi nodded, then waved his hands and said, Let's do it now. Yes, sir, I will take my leave. 30 Red Snake Army soldiers immediately responded and left. After the members of the Red Snake Army left, Xuanyuan Wudi immediately leaned back in his chair. He held his forehead with his right hand, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. That's right, it's the look of fatigue. In front is Yi Tianxiang and behind is Ye Bufan. Xuanyuan Wudi is now exhausted. If he is given another chance to choose again, he will definitely not send the Chilean army to the Shenwu continent. It's a pity that with Xuanyuan Wudi's strength, he couldn't reverse time, so he didn't have the chance to choose again. Now, the 3,000 Chilean soldiers were detained in the Shenwu continent. In addition to dealing with the original Yi Tianxiang, he also had to deal with the eldest son of the Yi family from the Shenwu continent. It's like trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice, and shooting oneself in the foot. But at this moment, an extremely charming voice suddenly sounded in Xuanyuan Wudi's ears. Sir, you seem to have a lot of troubles. Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you. Who? Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi stood up suddenly, shocked. Hee hee. The owner of the voice laughed sweetly, and then said, Hello, Master Xuanyuan, I am Moying. Chapter 1062 Conspiracy, the sword is pointed at Yi Tianshang. Hello, Master Xuanyuan, this is your servant Moying. The enchanting voice, the extremely charming voice, however, facing this sudden change, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes widened, and he asked with a look of alertness and disbelief, Mo Ying. Mo Ying, one of the 18 demon envoys under the command of the demon lord. My lord, it is me. Moying's sweet laughter once again echoed in Xuanyuan Wudi's ears. Immediately, Xuanyuan Wudi shouted, Moying, you are so brave. As a demon envoy of the heavenly demon, you dare to come to my human territory alone? Are you looking for death? Hee hee. Mo Ying laughed sweetly. My lord, I miss you, don't I? I can't control my emotions, so I came here. Do you think you have the heart to attack a weak woman like me? Stop talking nonsense. What's the point of hiding your identity? Come out if you have the guts. Xuanyuan Wudi ignored him. He searched around for Moying's trace and shouted. Sir, I am a woman, how can I have a child? Unless you can help me. Shameless. Sir, I am very sad when you say that. I am a decent woman. Apart from you, sir, I will not even look at other men. Tell me, what do you want to do? Seeing that he was unable to find Dao Moying's trace, Xuanyuan Wudi shouted loudly. Moyin laughed sweetly. My lord, I have already said that I am here to help you solve your troubles. Could it be that you have forgotten it so quickly? You, help me solve my troubles. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned. Yes. Mo Ying responded and continued, nowadays, no matter whether it is your human race or my demon race, everyone knows that Yi Tianshang will soon replace you, sir. Once you are replaced by him, then I think you will be faced with a catastrophe, right? You. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was furious, but he had no way to refute it. After all, what Moying said was true. After a moment, he said with a sullen face, you said you can help me. How can you help me? Help you get rid of Yi Tianshang. Moying said suddenly. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned again. You help me get rid of Yi Tianshang. Do you have the ability to do so? Of course I don't have the ability to do it alone, but what if you, my lord, are involved? Mo Ying said without hesitation. As you humans say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. My lord, you hate Yi Tianshang, and so do I. In this case, why can't we work together? I believe that as long as you and I join forces, Yi Tianshang will definitely die. This. For a moment, Xuanyuan Wudi fell silent. Cooperate with Moying. This is tantamount to betrayal of the human race. It would be fine if no one knew about it, but once the truth was revealed, there would be no place for Xuanyuan Wudi to stay in the entire human race. Not only that, he was afraid that by that time, the master of the temple would personally hunt him down in order to alert other members of the human race. Thinking of the horror of every temple master, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but shudder. But if I don't cooperate with Moying? Xuanyuan Wudi knew that he had reached the end of his rope, and it could be said that he was making a last-ditch effort. After all, it was only a matter of time before Yi Tianshang challenged him. Xuanyuan Wudi also believed that the heavenly demon clan let Moying find him because they knew all this, and they hated Yi Tianshang more than he did. First on the demon kill list. The entire demon clan's attitude towards Yi Tianshang is to kill him as soon as possible. Cooperate or refuse. Xuanyuan Wudi was hesitant and wavered in his heart. At this time, Mo Ying spoke again. She changed her previous charming and seductive tone, and said in a cold and solemn tone, My lord, I can assure you that no matter whether this time succeeds or not, our cooperation is known to you and me, and will never be known to a third person. Even if other demons know about it, I will kill them all in front of you, not even one will be left alive. Xuanyuan Wudi frowned, and then asked in a deep voice, How do you plan to deal with Yi Tianshang? Hee hee. Hearing this, Moying smiled indifferently. She knew that Xuanyuan Wudi was already interested, and as long as her plan could satisfy him, there would be no problems with this cooperation. With this thought, Mo Ying no longer held back and immediately said, It's very simple. I just need you to mobilize the 4 major armies under your command in one day and launch a full-scale attack on the 8th level of our heavenly demon clan. Attack the 8th heaven. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned. Yes. Mo Ying responded, the 12 commanders of the human race are stationed in the 7th heaven, dividing it into 12 regions. Each region is guarded by 5 deputy commanders and 5 major armies. As long as you withdraw the 4 major armies under your command, then only Yi Tianxiang and his flying dragon army will be left in your region. When the time comes, he will be isolated and helpless, and we will directly attack the flying dragon army. Storm. Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. Yes, strong attack. Mo Ying responded and said, although Yi Tianxiang killed 2 demigods of my heavenly demon clan this time, he himself was also seriously injured. He will not be able to recover within a month. Therefore, now is the best time for us to kill him. Every assassination attempt in the past has ended in failure, so this time, we plan to attack by force. Not only that, in order to ensure that everything goes well, this time in addition to me, there will be another demon envoy who will also participate. In other words, by then, my heavenly demon clan will have 2 demigods and 30 flying heaven realm warriors sneak into the 7th heaven and directly attack Yi Tianxiang's flying dragon army. Without the reinforcements of the 4 legions under your command, Yi Tianxiang's flying dragon army alone cannot stop us. After all, our goal is not to kill all the flying dragon army, but only to kill Yi Tianxiang alone. Once successful, we will evacuate immediately. By then, even if Yi Tianxiang asks for help from the other 11 commanders, it will be useless because they will not have enough time to reinforce Yi Tianxiang. So, Yi Tianxiang will definitely die. As for you, sir, everyone knows that Yi Tianxiang has threatened your position as commander. In this case, it is reasonable for you to send troops to the 8th heaven in order to earn merit and keep your position as commander. Even if Yi Tianxiang is killed or the flying dragon army is massacred, the temple can only punish you for dereliction of duty at most. After all, from beginning to end, you were not involved in it. Even if the temple has some guesses, they don't have any evidence, right? Moreover, in order to show the sincerity of our heavenly demon clan, we will also do our best to protect you this time. So after you enter the 8th heaven, we will not take action immediately, but will wait for a few days. In this way, the temple can only assume that we came up with the plan to attack the flying dragon army because we saw you mobilize all your forces, rather than having agreed with you in advance. The most important thing is that a living demigod is obviously more valuable than a dead demigod. Yi Tianxiang is already dead. What's the point for the temple to continue investigating? So, even if you and I work together to kill Yi Tianxiang, this matter will end up in nothing. My lord, do you think so? After Mo Ying finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi did not answer her immediately, but frowned and thought. Obviously, according to what Mo Ying said, his cooperation with the heavenly demon clan would definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages. After all, if Yi Tianxiang was dealt with, he, Xuanyuan Wudi, would have no worries anymore. But what if? If the demonic clan's attack fails, or their deeds are exposed, then Xuanyuan Wudi will have no choice but to die. After all, colluding with the devil to assassinate a deputy commander of the human temple is a serious crime. It is simply treason and an enemy of the entire human race. The most important thing is that in Xuanyuan Wudi's opinion, the heavenly demon clan may not be reliable. There is no doubt that they want to kill Yi Tianxiang, but who can guarantee that they will not plot against themselves as well? The heart is hidden. What's more, the other party is a demon from another race. Seeing that Xuanyuan Wudi did not respond to her, Mo Ying was not anxious, and did not even speak again, because she knew very well what Xuanyuan Wudi was thinking. However, cooperation is beneficial to both sides, and for Xuanyuan Wudi, he has no choice at all, so Mo Ying believes that Xuanyuan Wudi will definitely agree. After a moment, Xuanyuan Wudi said slowly, this matter involves too many things. I must think about it carefully. So, 3 days, give me 3 days to think about it, and come back at this time after 3 days. 3 days. Mo Ying groaned for a moment and said, okay, but sir, don't blame me for not reminding you. Although Yi Tianxiang is seriously injured now, he will be able to recover in a month at most. So, you should make a decision as soon as possible. After all, the longer the time is delayed, the better it will be for him. On the contrary, it will be disadvantageous for you and me. I see. After responding, Xuanyuan Wudi said, 3 days, at most 3 days, I will definitely give you an answer. Chapter 1063 Seeking the Skin of a Tiger, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. 3 days, at most 3 days, and I will give you an answer. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, Moying immediately smiled and said, "Okay, then I will wait for you for 3 days. I believe our cooperation will be very pleasant." Hee. Xuanyuan Wudi smiled calmly, then he spread his consciousness and searched around but couldn't find any trace of Moying, so he said, "Now, can you tell me where you are?" Hee. Mo Ying laughed sweetly, "My lord, if you must see me, then I will have to trouble you to leave your commander's mansion." "What's the meaning?" Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned. Mo Ying said, "What I mean is that I am not in your commander's mansion. If you insist on seeing me, then you will naturally have to leave the commander's mansion." "You're not in my house." Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned again. "Yes." Mo Ying responded and said timidly, "I am very timid. There are many powerful people in your mansion who are at the Flying Heaven realm. Plus, you are a demigod. How can I be your opponent? If you covet my beauty and intend to do something bad to me, or even force me, then I will lose my innocence." "I covet your beauty. Did they have bad intentions towards you, or even use force?" "I covet your sister. I'll use force on you. With the character of you heavenly demons, I wouldn't even want it even if you gave it to me for free." Xuanyuan Wudi complained in his heart, but he also knew that the reason why Moying didn't enter his commander's mansion was because she was on guard against him. After all, Moying was only a demigod, and if she entered the commander's mansion, she would not even have a chance to escape if he took action. At this time, Mo Ying spoke again, "As for where I am, it's okay to tell you. I am now about 1,000 meters southwest of your headquarters. The reason why I can talk to you is because I have performed a secret sound transmission technique." "The secret art of sound transmission." Xuanyuan Wudi frowned. The human race and the demon race had been fighting for 100,000 years, but he had never even heard of this kind of secret technique. But think about it, it is obvious that this secret technique cannot be detected by outsiders except the caster and the caster. There is no way the sky demons would be so bored as to chat with the humans through telepathy. In this way, it becomes natural and reasonable that the human race does not know that the demon race has such secret techniques. "Yes," Xuanyuan Wudi was thinking, and Mo Ying responded, "If you are interested in this secret technique, I can teach you after this cooperation is over. As for now I have to go, but I will come back in 3 days. I hope you don't miss me too much during these 3 days." As soon as the words fell, Moying stopped responding. "Gone?" Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but ask. Moying still didn't respond, and it looked like she had indeed left. However, Xuanyuan Wudi was still a little worried. After all, he had no idea about the secret technique that Moying mentioned. Who knew if she was still watching him from a distance? So Xuanyuan Wudi simply did nothing, but pretended to be thinking. Half a day later, Xuanyuan Wudi recalled 30 members of the Chilean army. "How's it going?" Looking at the 30 members of the Kai Lian army in front of him, Xuanyuan Wudi asked without hesitation. He was not afraid even if Mo Ying was still monitoring him. He even hoped that Mo Ying would monitor him. After all, the blackmailing of the major families seemed to outsiders as if he was obviously preparing a retreat in advance. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, a member of the Red Snake Army stood up and said respectfully, "Reporting to the Lord, in the past half day, we have visited more than 40 families of all sizes, and they have been quite cooperative. Now we have harvested more than 360 billion yuanxi. More than 360 billion. Xuanyuan Wudi groaned and said, "Too slow." If it had happened before, he would naturally not care too much about it. After all, this efficiency was already very high. 3 trillion stones could be raised in about 8 days. But now it's different. Since we are going to cooperate with the Sky Demon tribe, the previous deployment will naturally have to be changed. Xuanyuan Wudi said that he needed 3 days to consider whether or not to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon clan, in order to use these 3 days to redeploy. And before that, he must redeem all 3,000 Red Snake Army soldiers to ensure that he can still have a demigod before cooperating with the Sky Demon clan. That is why Xuanyuan Wudi looked at the 30 members of the Red Snake Army and immediately said, 2 days. I will only give you 2 days. After 2 days, you must collect 3 trillion stones. So now you have 1.5 days left. 2 days. The 30 members of the Red Snake Army were stunned. "Sir, this." The Red Snake Army member wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xuanyuan Wudi. I know it is indeed difficult to do so in such a short time, but I can only give you 2 days. Within 2 days, I don't care whether you steal or rob, you must collect 3 trillion stones. Yes. Seeing Xuanyuan Wudi's words, the 30 Red Snake Army soldiers could only respond. Xuanyuan Wudi added, also, one of you should go to the 7th heaven to secretly recall the remaining 5,000 members of the Red Snake Army. Remember, this matter must be kept secret. Apart from this commander and the Red Snake Army, no one else, not even the 4 deputy commanders, can know about it. After the 5,000 Red Snake Army comes back, have them disband on the spot. Do not alarm anyone, and do not let anyone discover them. Just wait for this commander's orders at any time. Recall the remaining 5,000 Red Army soldiers. Don't let anyone know. The 30 Red Snake Army soldiers looked at Xuanyuan Wudi with some confusion, but they naturally would not ask too many questions and only needed to follow Xuanyuan Wudi's orders. Okay, you guys step back. After explaining these 2 things, Xuanyuan Wudi waved his hand towards the 30 members of the Chilean army. Yes, the 30 Red Snake Army soldiers responded and turned around and left. Yi Tianxiang, this time, you must die. Looking at the 30 members of the Chilean army who were gradually leaving, a cold light flashed in Xuanyuan Wudi's eyes, along with a hint of determination. Cooperate with the demon clan. That would be like trying to get the skin of a tiger. However, even if he is courting death, as Moying said before, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since the demon clan wants to get rid of Yi Tianxiang, he also wants to get rid of Yi Tianxiang, so why can't the 2 sides cooperate? Cooperation brings benefits to both sides. As for racial justice, as long as Yi Tianxiang can be eliminated, racial justice doesn't matter. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Of course, even if he cooperated with the heavenly demon clan, Xuanyuan Wudi would not completely trust them, and even he already wanted to take the heavenly demon clan into account. The mantis pays, unaware of the Oriole behind. After the Sky Demon clan kills Yi Tianxiang and the Flying Dragon army are both defeated, he will lead 8,000 Red Snake Army soldiers to annihilate all the invading Sky Demons. Kill people to silence them and cover up the truth. In this way, he not only solved the threat of Yi Tianxiang, but also, no one would ever know about his conspiracy with the heavenly demon clan. The most important thing was, with 2 demigod demon envoys and 30 heavenly demons in the flying sky realm, this was definitely a great achievement. Remove the threat. Kill to silence someone. Get merit. This is definitely a 3 birds with 1 stone strategy. Of course, before that, he had to redeem the 3,000 members of the Red Snake Army. After all, without the cooperation of the 3,000 Red Snake Army, the 5,000 Red Snake Army he had now could not unleash the full power of the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon formation. Without the 9 Evils Wandering Dragon formation, it was like he was missing a demigod. If he wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone in this cooperation, relying on this demigod alone was obviously not enough, so the 3,000 Red Snake Army had to be redeemed as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Chapter 1064. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? No poison, no man. Xuanyuan Wudi wants to plot against Yi Tianxiang and the heavenly demon clan, but there is a prerequisite, that is, he must have all the members of the Chilean army in his hands, otherwise the Chilean army will not be able to exert the strength of the semi-god realm, and he will not be able to control the overall situation at all. Therefore, the 3,000 Chilean army of the Shenwu continent became the key, and he must redeem them as soon as possible. Ye Bufan was not aware of this. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. At this moment, Ye Bufan had already left the Sacred Heart Pool with Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling and entered the Cemetery of Gods and Demons again. In front of the 3 people, Feng Hen was grabbing Tan Tai Tianyi's right hand and using his own divine power to check the recovery of the Holy Heart in Tan Tai Tianyi's body. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and asked, "Uncle Feng, what happened?" When Ye Bufan asked this, both Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling showed a hint of nervousness on their faces. After all, although this Sacred Heart was powerful, it also concerned Tan Tai Tianyi's life and death, so they had to be nervous. At this time, Feng Hen withdrew his hand from holding Tan Tai Tianyi, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Palace Master, there is no problem now." Although his Sacred Heart has not fully recovered, after 3 days of adjustment in the Sacred Heart Pool, it has recovered almost completely. The rest can only be recovered by the Sacred Heart itself. Call. Hearing this, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. But at this moment, Feng Hen suddenly said, Palace Master, this old servant will confirm one last time, do you really want this kid to obtain the inheritance in the God and Demon Cemetery? Ye Bufan and the other two were stunned. Feng Hen continued, with his yin-yang sacred heart body in my heavenly palace inheritance, if he becomes an enemy of the Palace Master in the future, he will definitely become a strong enemy of the Palace Master, so this old servant still hopes that the Palace Master can think it over carefully. Master, I don't want this inheritance anymore. I think the yin-yang sacred heart body is enough for me. As soon as Feng Hen finished speaking, Tan Tai Tianyi immediately looked at Ye Bufan and said. After all, Feng Hen has reminded Ye Bufan twice about this matter. One can imagine the importance of it. He doesn't want to create any grudge between him and Ye Bufan because of it. Need not. Ye Bufan looked at Tan Tai Tianyi, waved his hand and said, it's fate. If you really want to be my enemy in the future, I will accept it, so there's no need for you to be shy. Tan Tai Tianyi was stunned. He wanted to say something else, but Ye Bufan had already looked at Feng Hen and said again, Uncle Feng, let's start. After a pause, Ye Bufan changed the subject and said, but Uncle Feng, now all inheritances are in a state of recovery. How can he recognize the inheritance crystal as his master? This is easy. Feng Hen responded and said, since the Palace Master has made a decision, let's get started. Looking at Ye Bufan and Feng Hen, Tan Tai Tianyi was speechless. It was obvious that he had been completely ignored by Ye Bufan and Feng Hen. In other words, any decision he made now would be meaningless. Before Tan Tai Tianyi could think about it, Feng Hen suddenly grabbed into the void with his right hand. Huff, huff, huff. The next second, somewhere in the cemetery of gods and demons, one demon after another floated into the air and gathered together. At a glance, the sky was filled with a black mass of demons, and their number could not be counted at all. There is no doubt that this is the member of the demon clan that Ye Bufan brought back from the eternal abyss. No more, no less, exactly 30 million. At this moment, 30 million demons gathered in the air. The scene was like a dark cloud covering the sun, plunging the space below them into endless darkness. Destroy. It was at this time that the word Feng Hen suddenly rang out. Bang! As Feng Hen uttered the word, 30 million demons instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and the other two couldn't help but gasp. Killing 30 million demons with just one thought, what kind of power and terror is that? The three of them just felt their scalps tingling, they were stunned, dumbfounded, and bewildered. Boy, take a drop of blood and drop it on the ground. But at this moment, Feng Hen suddenly looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and said. Tan Tai Tianyi couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan and Nangong Ziling were also a little confused. However, Ye Bufan still looked at Tan Tai Tianyi and said, Tianyi, do as I say. Ye Bufan has absolute trust in Feng Hen. Oh. Tan Tai Tianyi responded, then bit his finger and a drop of blood dripped out. Blat. In an instant, a drop of Tan Tai Tianyi's blood fell on the ground. Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and said, Uncle Feng, what should we do next? Wait. Facing Ye Bufan's question, Feng Hen said one word. Wait. Ye Bufan was stunned, but he didn't ask any more questions. Since Feng Hen said to wait, then he would just wait. Seeing Ye Bufan's behavior, Tan Tai Tianyi and Nangong Ziling naturally had nothing to say. Time passes by every second. About 10 seconds later, the drop of blood that Tan Tai Tianyi dropped on the ground had disappeared, completely seeping into the ground. It was also at this time. Boom! The whole space suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Ye Bufan and others were shocked. Whoosh whoosh. Before they could think about it, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the cemetery of gods and demons. Ye Bufan and the other two were dumbfounded by the sudden change. Not only them, but also the first batch of 7 killing army members who were stationed somewhere in the cemetery of gods and demons waiting to refine the inheritance crystals were also who were stationed somewhere in the cemetery of gods and demons waiting to refine the inheritance crystals were also shocked and stunned. The wind is rising and the clouds are rolling, and the sky and the earth are changing color.